Chapter 1, The Beginning. A battleship sailed through the warp. This Luna-class cruiser, approximately 5 kilometers long, could even cause planetary gravity anomalies due to its massive size when approaching a planet, but in the warp, it looked like a small leaf drifting in a raging storm. This leaf drifted, passing through giant eyes formed by stars, through nebulae shaped like demonic claws, surrounded by countless indescribable, hideous, and terrifying entities in the warp. Weak and helpless. Inside this Luna-class cruiser, visually isolated from the terrifying outside, the people within were far more helpless than the ship itself. The howls of countless light and heavy weapons mixed with those of some terrifying creatures, forming a symphony that sent shivers down the spine and instilled despair in the listeners. The reanimated dead wandered, once diligent slaves and loyal soldiers fought each other, and creatures called demons could emerge from anywhere to slaughter every living being they saw. At this moment of life and death, panic spread on the command deck. Everyone, including the captain, whether they were the station soldiers, the lucky sailors who fled into the command deck, or the normally arrogant military officers, they discussed fighting for the God Emperor until the last breath, they discussed the order of their deaths, they discussed how to prevent the captain's noble corpse from being claimed by traitors and warp creatures. But they did not discuss how to retake the areas that had already fallen, how to reclaim this ship, which everyone had relied on for generations, from the enemy. Fear and despair were spreading, and this fear and despair did not only come from humanity itself, but also from some power or something that influenced their minds. This atmosphere lasted for nearly half an hour until heavy footsteps echoed into the command deck, and everyone collectively breathed a sigh of relief, immediately forming ranks. Under the gaze of the mortals, 2 warriors, much taller and more robust than normal humans, walked in. The 2 warriors wore silver power armor, one wielding a large shield and a great sword, the other a power halberd. Few people could discern their identity from their attire and color scheme Grey Knights. Most people did not yet know who these warriors were, even though the existence of the Grey Knights was no longer a secret after the return of the 13th primarch, they remained unaware due to delayed information. But it didn't matter, the arrival of the God Emperor's angels among mortals was enough to reignite their fighting spirit. Grand Master was right, we shouldn't have risked traversing the storm, the Grey Knight with the halberd said on the comms channel. A navigator who can guide a ship 100% safely through the warp? What a joke. Perhaps this navigator, who can 100% safely guide the ship, is a trap itself, the other Grey Knight responded in a deep voice. Among the kneeling mortals, the 2 Grey Knights walked towards the core of the command deck. They completely ignored the most esteemed individuals on the ship, walking directly to a stasis pod placed in the corner. The silver-clad angels gazed at the robust man suspended in liquid inside the glass. How much longer until this guy wakes up? I don't know. Hold this position until we leave the warp and can take him to his destination. By the throne. A man who just finished a modification surgery and is still in slumber, whether he is awake or not, sending him to the battlefield is inappropriate. The Grey Knight holding the large shield and great sword expressed his dissatisfaction with the current situation, but still turned around to obey the order, walking to the command deck's only entrance. The mortals immediately gathered behind that Grey Knight, forming a firing line, raising their laser rifles. The Grey Knight who remained near the stasis pod, on the other hand, placed his halberd aside and extended both hands, using his psychic abilities to sense the man who had not yet awakened. He seemed to merge with the person in the pod, able to perceive everything beneath the surface of his unconsciousness. Psychic power is an ability that can twist reality. It can forcibly impose our thoughts onto reality. Although our thoughts may not be scientifically sound, it doesn't matter, psychic power can simply do it. The Grey Knight saw Qin Xia in the White Scars Chapter Fortress and heard someone speaking to Qin Xia. Young Qin Xia stood before the White Scars think tank, listening to the teachings. Unleash lightning, fire, enhance the body, prophesy. It can do many things, but don't forget, it is a power from the warp. Just like the warp itself, it is unpredictable and elusive, so it will also bring all sorts of disadvantages we can't even dream of. Qin Xia, this name belongs to a glorious warrior from 10,000 years ago. You have inherited this name. If the traitor who killed him back then is still alive, you also have the obligation to avenge him. Jagatai Khan. My warlord. Why do we have to let those grey armored men take whatever they want when they come here? They leave some weapons, and then we have to hand over this child, who is about to undergo modification and become a member of the think tank. The Grey Knight meticulously probed Qin Xia's thoughts with his psychic power. He discovered that Qin Xia, immersed in the stasis pod, was already in a semi-waking state, merely lost in past memories. Qin Xia lingered in every important moment of his life. From when he inexplicably appeared on a barren world, and for some unknown reason, an older soul was contained within a young body. To when the barren world he was on was invaded by enemies, and the White Scars who came to rescue him discovered him, and after testing, found that he possessed stable emotions and psychic talent. And then, he was discovered by the Grey Knights, taken away by the Grey Knights, underwent modification surgery with the Grey Knights, and while immersed in the stasis pod near the end of the surgery, he heard others say he was to be deployed to a certain world, learning how to fight while fighting. There was no time for him to slowly linger on Saturn, humanity's great enemy was pressing closer. This person should have become the White Scars think tank, but the Grey Knights took him. Even though the amiable think tank who always appeared in Qin Xia's memories tried every means to obstruct them, through the Grey Knight's soft or hard attempts, Qin Xia still became a Grey Knight. This was this person's destiny. After detecting Qin Xia lingering in his memories, the Grey Knight did not forcibly awaken him to reality. In the current situation, being immersed in memories rather than being affected by the environment leading to psychic power loss of control was a good thing. Moreover, Even if he were pulled out, this warrior, fresh from the tank, would be unable to fight. The situation seems not bad, the Grey Knight lowered his head, contemplating. Everything seemed salvageable. There was still a large number of troops on the ship. Although there were only 2 Grey Knights left now, there were Space Marines fighting elsewhere, though they were not under the command of the Grey Knights. If properly strategized, and supplemented by methods specifically used to deal with demons and corruption, it seemed the ship's safe arrival at its destination was not. A roar interrupted the Grey Knight's thoughts. As he turned to look at the command deck's entrance, an axe cut through the bulkhead, followed by a terrifying crimson figure appearing in everyone's line of sight. Bloody crimson wings spread open, and an enraged roar erupted from the demon's fanged maw, shaking everyone's minds and wills. The Grey Knight wielding the great shield and great sword was the first to react to the roar, immediately engaging in battle. Blue psychic lightning burst from the Grey Knight's hands, the shield blocked axe blows, and weapons blessed by rituals with special killing effects against demons roared, shooting down one demon after another. Mortal soldiers roared, detonating melta bombs and suicidal charges, and naval noble officers fought fiercely alongside their servants. Everyone roared, for the God Emperor. The Grey Knight, the mortals, they repelled the demons' assaults again and again on the command deck. Until the very last for the God Emperor became weak, painful, and powerless. Until the entire command deck was submerged by the demons pouring in like a flood. Chapter 2, The Awakened. Awaken. Awaken. The calls echoed endlessly in Qin Xia's ears. This was not the first time Qin Xia had heard the call and awakened, he had awoken the moment the battle erupted on the command deck. His body was firmly bound by restraints in the pod, so he could only fight with his psyker abilities, unleashing lightning or making flesh grow back on the wounded. But Qin Xia felt his mind, like his body, was constrained by some suppression device, preventing him from exerting much power. Moreover, the Grey Knight wielding the halberd had a distorted expression upon seeing him use his psyker abilities, roaring something fiercely at him. The situation was too chaotic. Awaken. Awaken. Amidst the chaotic battle, Qin Xia heard this call as he watched the great daemon cleave through the pod, watched himself being choked, and then fell into a coma. Now, he heard this call again and regained consciousness. The sound gave Qin Xia a headache. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his will spread out like a shockwave, dispelling the ceaseless echoing in his ears and shattering the stasis pod that still enveloped him. Qin Xia fell, landing on the scorching sand, his head hitting a rock with a heavy thud. Climbing up from the shattered remains of the rock, Qin Xia touched his smooth scalp and examined his body. This was a powerful physique, about 2.7 meters tall, with extremely robust muscles and a large number of superhuman warrior organs inside. Astartes, Space Marines, the Emperor's Angels, all these titles were used to describe these super soldiers in the Imperium of Man's army. Astartes are implanted with gene seed and undergo many modification surgeries. Gene seed typically comes from a primarch, while the origin of the Grey Knight's gene seed is widely speculated and hard to determine. In any case, Grey Knights gain enhanced psyker abilities and resistance to the corrupting influence of evil forces in the warp due to this unique gene seed. As for the 2.7 meter height, this is not the common average height for the Astartes super soldier group. Qin Xia is significantly taller. This might be related to various factors such as his physical condition before modification and his adaptability, as biotechnology is not a factory assembly line, and Astartes do not all come out looking like they were cast from the same mold. I am truly an Astartes now. Qin Xia withdrew his gaze from his body. He had imagined countless times the context and emotion with which he would utter this sentence. But he never thought he would say it in a flat, sad, and questioning tone. There was no excitement, no pride, only doubt and bewilderment. Why wasn't I killed by that daemon? Where did everyone else go? And what kind of ghost place is this, with nothing but sand as far as the eye can see? Calm your mind. When you can be quiet, compose yourself, and the environment allows you to do so, you should do it. The teachings he received in his youth surfaced in a memory fragment in Qin Xia's mind. He tried to calm himself, cast aside his doubts, and sat cross-legged on the sand to organize his thoughts. First, it was certain that he was not dead. Second, looking at the stasis pod behind him and then around, there were no shipwrecks, and no ecological disaster on the planet. This indicated that the stasis pod had detached from the warship rather than crashing with it. Furthermore, from the environment of this planet, it was clearly not located in the warp, which meant he had escaped from the warp. Compared to various questions that could not be answered for now, Qin Xia believed the most important thing was to figure out where he was and what time it was. The 929th year of the 42nd millennium, the 4th solar month. This was the time Qin Xia remembered his stasis pod being moved onto the ship. He had heard this time because he could hear people talking when he was placed in the stasis pod after his modifications were complete. However, this does not mean that now, after escaping the warp, it is simply sometime after 929.m42, due to the unpredictability of warp travel. The warp is a place that humanity must traverse for faster than light travel, and it is extremely dangerous and bizarre. It is an alternate dimension outside the reality universe, composed of pure spirit, emotion, or some soul-related elements. This means that nothing in the warp is stable, and the time of the reality universe simply does not exist there. After warp travel, it is possible for such situations to occur. After exiting the warp and reaching the destination, one might find that the time is before the journey began, or even before one's own birth, or perhaps decades or centuries later. No one can say for sure. I need to figure out where I am, and when it is, then have the governor of this world arrange a ship to send me away. Qin Xia muttered to himself, patted his face, and stood up from the ground, now knowing what he should do. Those questions that were not urgent, those other matters beyond leaving this world, all should be temporarily cast aside and left for later answers. After a simple orientation, Qin Xia embarked on his journey to leave this desert. The scorching sun hung high. The desert contained nothing but endless sand. If an ordinary person were stranded here, that ordinary person would most likely not survive. But for Qin Xia, who had already undergone modifications, walking across the sand and trekking under the scorching sun without even a robe was not a difficult task. Simply walking out of the desert with this body was not difficult, especially since this body could continuously long-distance run at 30 km per hour, and even faster if necessary. After an easy period of travel, Qin Xia suddenly stopped. He felt a gaze. In Qin Xia's own consciousness, his vision rapidly shifted towards the due south, bird's-eye viewing an area several kilometers away. In that area, a convoy was moving across the sand. They would enter the range where their observation equipment could detect Qin Xia in 3 minutes, then the convoy would stop, and a person who looked like the leader would get out with a tranquilizer gun, observing the undeniably conspicuous Qin Xia on the flat desert through a sniper scope. This was why there would be that gaze, only that gaze would not appear now, but in 3 minutes. When Qin Xia wanted to perceive more, he uncontrollably detached from that strange perspective. This psyker ability belonged to precognition, but it seemed less far-reaching compared to the psyker precognition of other psykers Qin Xia knew, yet it was sufficiently detailed and clear. Its only drawbacks were its brevity and the current inability to control its appearance and disappearance. I didn't see any of the common imperial markings on the vehicles or personnel accessories. Qin Xia frowned in thought, beginning to doubt whether this world belonged to the Imperium of Man. At this moment, the vehicles, kicking up dust, drew closer. With no time for further detailed thought, Qin Xia immediately ran behind a nearby sand dune, lying prone on the scorching sand, waiting quietly. The convoy approached as in the precognitive vision. Qin Xia expected them to come closer and closer, but in reality, the convoy stopped quickly, and nearly 100 people from the entire convoy immediately dismounted with weapons in hand. A small sphere floated up from among those people, hovering in the air. They had clearly already discovered someone lying on their path, either through the sphere's thermal imaging, advanced equipment that could scan for biological entities, or something else. These people were not technologically backward, and their tactical proficiency was also good. After the leading commander made a few gestures, 10 people rushed to the front and lined up. These 10 people slapped their arms, and a shield immediately extended from their forearms. Everyone in the convoy slowly approached, holding their weapons while remaining vigilant. Qin Xia glanced at the sphere flying towards him in the sky, and no longer hid. Chapter 3, Welcome to Nuceria. A drone-like sphere flew above Qin Xia, circling him. Energy seemed to be accumulating in the holes beneath the sphere, and Qin Xia felt his hair stand on end as if he were approaching an electric field. Clearly, if things didn't go well, the drone would release an energy weapon. Tasha! Tasha! When they were within 100 meters, the leader's head peeked out from behind the shield bearers, staring at Qin Xia and shouting something incomprehensible. This was not High Gothic. However, the Imperium of Man is vast, and it's not uncommon for ordinary people on some worlds to communicate using local languages. Qin Xia remained silent, standing still, observing and pondering his options. Qin Xia wasn't surprised that these people didn't recognize his robust body. After all, the Imperium was so vast that not everyone on every world would have seen an Astartes. But these people would surely know one thing, the Imperial Aquila symbol. Thinking of this, Qin Xia quickly drew the double-headed eagle symbol on the ground with his foot, then observed the reactions of the people in front of him. If they were Imperial citizens, they would realize what this symbol meant, and from the many stories of the angels of the God Emperor they heard as children from priests holding staffs with the double-headed eagle, they would infer the origin of this brawny man, nearly 3 meters tall. But things did not go so smoothly. The nearly 100 people looked at the symbol on the ground with confusion, unable to recognize what it represented. The leader of those people quickly raised his head, with a mix of confusion and disdain on his face, and laughed as he shouted something whose meaning was unknown. This was an order, and immediately everyone spread out, raising their weapons. The technological level of these people seemed quite advanced, but their weaponry was not impressive. Almost everyone used electromagnetic bludgeons, and only the leader's weapon, which appeared to be a tranquilizer gun, counted as ranged firepower. Strange, Qin Xia looked at the crowd in front of him with confusion. Your weapon loadout doesn't look like it's for combat, it looks more like you're here to capture something. The people in front of him couldn't answer, with both sides speaking different languages, only a fight remained. The drone above suddenly unleashed some kind of energy attack, but Qin Xia had already dodged before the attack appeared. This evasive movement was so fast that a mortal's eyes couldn't react, except for the leader. It seemed that the observation device on the leader's head was effective. His entire body reacted before his brain could, accurately predicting Qin Xia's trajectory when he dodged, and a tranquilizer dart shot from the tranquilizer gun in his hand. Qin Xia was slightly surprised by the opponent's astonishingly accurate shot, and at the same time, he easily pinched the incoming tranquilizer dart with 2 fingers. The tranquilizer dart immediately shattered, releasing a gas. Are you kidding me? Qin Xia threw the dart fragments in his hand towards the drone above, and after the drone exploded, he stared at the people in front of him. Even the miasma of a death world probably wouldn't affect me. Do you think your native anesthetic gas can affect me? Of course, the crowd didn't understand the meaning of these 2 sentences. After a cautious observation, they all realized that the person in front of them was not easy to deal with. Everyone became serious, quickly surrounding Qin Xia. These people had clearly undergone rigorous combat training. Some pulled out grenade-like objects, some adjusted their bludgeons to a charging mode, and others adjusted their bludgeons to a state where they could accumulate an electric orb. Qin Xia didn't know what technology those strange melee weapons used. The weapons in these people's hands were as peculiar as they were. Hoo-ha! 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 The people made battle cry-like sounds, vigorously swinging their bludgeons and jumping around. Those holding shields also took out bludgeons, chanting battle cries and striking their shields, obscuring the figures of their companions behind them, seemingly trying to confuse their opponent with such actions. By ordinary human standards, these people were well trained and highly motivated for battle. But in the eyes of an Astartes, these people were like a group of senile elders, performing meaningless actions with slow movements. Ah! A roar erupted from behind Qin Xia, and a sturdy shield-bearing warrior suddenly lunged at his back. Qin Xia could easily dodge just by discerning the direction of the sound. Similar probing sneak attacks occurred from various directions in the next 3 seconds, which Qin Xia easily dodged, and he only dodged. Until these people tested that their opponent was difficult to deal with, they cautiously retreated a step, then prepared to use other tactics. It seems you really can't provide any useful information. Qin Xia sighed helplessly, having to give up on the idea of seeking information from them. When Qin Xia took a deep breath, the scorching sand suddenly cooled, and frost spread across the ground. When a psyker begins to use psychic powers, this sudden drop in temperature occurs. This phenomenon, which violates the laws of thermodynamics in the reality universe, represents the warp's encroachment upon reality. The sudden drop in temperature made all the uninvited guests wary and surprised. They did not launch a rash attack, seemingly assessing something. Qin Xia, meanwhile, stepped forward with his left foot, spreading his legs, raising his right hand towards the sky, and lowering his left hand to point at the ground. I'll make you fly. As soon as the words fell, a shockwave, centered on Qin Xia's body, appeared without warning and rapidly expanded outwards. The people who were jumping around and making incomprehensible shouts a second ago were sent flying backward the next, their bodies shattering during the flight, ultimately becoming splattered blood and flesh and debris soaring into the sky. Splat! Splat! Pieces of things fell from the sky onto the ground, making disgusting thudding sounds. Qin Xia scanned the surroundings with a complex expression, returned to an upright posture, sighed regretfully, and then walked towards the vehicle convoy. When he was one step away from the leader's vehicle in the convoy, Qin Xia's foot suddenly slipped in a strange way. After quickly steadying his body and looking down, he cast a surprised and puzzled gaze at his left foot. His left foot was still intact, but it felt as if half of his soul was missing. No, this is impossible. A conjecture that Qin Xia himself considered absolutely correct surfaced in his mind. The anesthetic gas released by the small tranquilizer dart the leader had shot earlier was beginning to take effect. There wasn't much anesthetic gas just now, and the tranquilizer dart was very, very small, not even as large as a .17 caliber bullet. Such a tiny tranquilizer dart, not even one propelled by gunpowder into the skin before release, its contained anesthetic gas could gradually anesthetize an Astartes? What was this? Was it gas exhaled by Nurgle, one of the 4 gods of the warp? After a brief thought, Qin Xia immediately rushed to the vehicle, tore off the car door and threw it aside, rummaging through the car for anything that might answer his many current questions, or an antidote for the anesthetic gas. As his hand touched a book, that uncontrollable prophetic ability appeared. His vision instantly shifted above a gladiator arena. Many gladiators were fighting in the gladiator arena. Guys similar to those who had just been killed were trading captives with the gladiator arena's manager. And on the reddish-brown sand of the gladiator arena, a robust boy with a youthful face was frantically dodging sulfuric acid surging from all directions. Qin Xia suddenly felt that everything made sense, including the intentions of these people, and what the anesthetic gas in that tranquilizer dart was. However, there was no time to process all of this now. So, Qin Xia, with half of his body beginning to lose control, shrugged and muttered with a helpless smile. Welcome to Nuceria. The last syllable escaped Qin Xia's lips, accompanied by a dull thud, his head creating a dent in the engine hood, and the entire anti-gravity hovercar sank then bounced back up from the impact. Chapter 4, Gladiator Arena. Wake up! Wake up! The calls that Qin Xia had dispelled during his second awakening echoed in his ears again. His consciousness gradually returned, and his eyes slowly opened. What greeted his eyes was a stone ceiling. Beneath him was a cold slab bed. Qin Xia turned his head and saw a middle-aged man who, by mortal standards, was extremely robust, with a body as tall and strong as a bear. The middle-aged man, stroking his grey beard, sat in the corner of this cold metal room. Upon realizing that Qin Xia had woken up and was watching him, a look of extreme astonishment appeared on his face. Then he quickly stood up, turned around, and picked up a cup filled with murky liquid from a dilapidated stone table, offering it to Qin Xia with an eager expression. This series of actions and expressions showed the concern and friendliness of this bear-strong man. Although Qin Xia didn't understand a word he said when he offered the cup, he could tell that the bear-like man in front of him had a kind heart. Vaguely, Qin Xia's psyker talent also told him the same about his judgment of the man in front of him. I don't understand what you're saying. Qin Xia pointed to his ear, then shook his head. But he had a way to understand the language of this person and everyone else. Please sit down. Qin Xia said. Although his words would not be understood by the person in front of him, his tone and gestures while speaking would make the other party understand his gentle attitude and his request. In such a situation where language was a barrier, speech was merely a habit. As Qin Xia patted the floor in front of him, the bear-strong, friendly middle-aged man sat down, puzzled. The two sat facing each other. Qin Xia raised his right arm, pointed to his right arm with his left hand, and looked at the person in front of him with an inquiring gaze. The latter's expression and gaze were equally puzzled, but he could sense that Qin Xia should be a gentle person, so he raised one eyebrow and nodded, wondering. Qin Xia placed his hand on the middle-aged man's head. Sir. As Qin Xia began to search his memories for what he would use, a conversation lingered in his ears. It was his conversation with the think tank of the White Scars. What do we do if we need to communicate with locals during a mission, but the imperial official language hasn't spread there? This was Qin Xia's question. You overthink. There's no need to worry about translation, we have plenty of ways, whether it's translation devices or guides. If all else fails, eat brains, but don't do it unless you absolutely have to. This was the think tank's answer. Then the think tank added, I can teach you a method unique to us psychiers, if that will put your mind at ease about this issue. Qin Xia recalled that conversation and the method the think tank had mentioned. This was a method similar to mind reading. The talents of psychiers were different, and the specializations in certain areas brought by those talents were also different. Some psychiers were good at prophecy, while some psychiers were naturally able to read others' minds. Qin Xia couldn't read minds. In fact, he didn't even know which area his psychic talent specialized in, but he could learn, and his learning ability was very strong. As the mutual desire for communication between the two parties sitting face to face was traced and utilized, and due to the extremely close proximity, Qin Xia read the part about communication from the other person's mind. Every word this person had spoken since childhood, every word he had learned, they were extracted as special memory fragments for Qin Xia to understand. Then Qin Xia learned the local language. You can tell I'm not from around here. Qin Xia moved his hand away, stood up, and performed the Aquila salute to the man in front of him. Thank you for the trust, friendliness, and cooperation you showed during our first meeting. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to master your local language. I can also tell you're a wizard. The man stood up, smiling and shaking his head. No need to thank me. We gladiators must help each other, otherwise, we wouldn't last half a day in this cursed place. Qin Xia nodded, once again sizing up the man in front of him. Inamaz. The man introduced himself. Qin Xia tilted his head slightly after hearing the name, it sounded particularly familiar, so much so that he became lost in thought and forgot to tell the other person his own name. Perhaps Ono had not encountered people who seemed unwilling to introduce themselves for the first time, or perhaps he deeply empathized with the caution of those in distress, so he did not press for the other person's name. Instead, he simply turned and gestured for Qin Xia to follow him. The two left the cave-like room and entered a larger cave. Men and women in tattered clothes were scattered throughout the cave. Some eyed Qin Xia's physique with caution and curiosity, some cast friendly glances, while others cast bloodthirsty, hateful stares. I was surprised when you woke up because you are the only one who was drugged and brought here who could wake up within a day. You didn't understand our language before, so the slave-catching team that captured you probably couldn't tell you why you were captured. Ono walked ahead, arriving at the barred window in the northern part of the cave. This is the gladiator arena. We are all slaves captured for gladiatorial combat. Qin Xia didn't hear a word of what Ono said, he was deep in thought about the questions in his mind. He was the only one who could wake up within a day after being drugged. Qin Xia wasn't surprised. He had already noticed that whenever he fell asleep, there would always be a voice calling him to wake up, even if it was just during a nap. As for this place, after the anesthetic took effect, and after touching the slave-catching team's belongings and seeing the prophecy, he instantly understood where this was and what he would encounter. This was a place called Nuceria. The Nucerians were very fond of gladiatorial combat, they would capture slaves and send them into the gladiator arena. The convoy he had encountered earlier was a professional slave-catching team that captured people and sent them into the gladiator arena. As for why the anesthetic would work on an Astartes. Never mind an Astartes, even a primarch would be knocked out by Nucerian anesthetic. Qin Xia didn't care about what Ono was saying, he only had two questions that needed to be answered now. 1. Inamaz. The name sounded familiar, but he just couldn't recall where he had heard it. 2. The previous slave-catching team had already been killed by him, so how did he end up in the gladiator arena? In that instant of losing consciousness, Qin Xia had hoped that he would wake up in the desert, not directly in the gladiator arena. I can't believe someone as strong as you is also a wizard, and the members of the slave-catching team who brought you into the gladiator arena didn't even have a scratch. Ono said. Perhaps that slave-catching team got lucky. Qin Xia shrugged. This question did not need to be deeply pondered. Qin Xia walked over to Ono, stood by the iron window, and looked out. Outside was the gladiator arena. The vast gladiator arena stretched as far as the eye could see, with spectators sitting in the stands surrounding the center of the gladiator arena, cheering. And in the area at the center of the gladiator arena, separated by an energy wall, a gladiatorial combat was taking place. Qin Xia's gaze was instantly drawn to one of the gladiators. It was a boy who looked very young, though he was already very tall. What made him appear young was only the terrified and frantic expression on his face. Angron. Qin Xia murmured a name. Chapter 5, The Most Unlucky Primarch. The young man stood with about 100 other slaves. The terror and panic displayed by these people indicated that they were all newcomers, but they weren't as lucky as Qin Xia. After being drugged and sent into the gladiator arena, they didn't wake up in the gladiators' quarters, which was the large cave where Qin Xia was currently located, but rather directly in the combat zone at the center of the gladiator arena. No one would think Qin Xia was lucky, those kind-hearted gladiators like Ono would only think that the gladiator arena had special arrangements for Qin Xia. I have citizenship, I'm not a slave. Let me out. They're going to make us fight each other here. God, why have you sent me to this hell? The people in the combat zone fell into a panic under the gaze of the spectators, crying, complaining, or questioning the gods of Nuceria. The young man was among them. He was panicked and afraid, but he didn't wail. Because what made him feel even worse than this unfamiliar environment were the extremely heavy negative emotions he was experiencing. Fear, anger, sadness. These emotions were like a surging river, pouring into his mind in a way the young man couldn't even perceive. But besides these negative emotions, there were also some different emotions that the young man could feel. Jubilation, joy, excitement, bloodlust. The young man didn't know why he had such contradictory emotions, nor did he know where these emotions came from. He could only feel their existence and their invasion of his own feelings. Trapped in such an agonizing environment, the young man even began to miss and long for the environment he was in before coming to the gladiator arena. It was a cold, high mountain. There were his two worst memories to date. The young man's first painful memory of that high mountain was him running wildly through it. Those strangely shaped people chased him from behind, firing dart-like attacks with strange devices. Every time the sound of a dart cutting through the air echoed in his ears, immense pain would course through his body. Those darts made the young man cry as he ran. But he still sought revenge on those strange enemies. As he ran, he casually picked up some stones, and while crying, he turned and threw them backward. Until the pursuers became fewer and fewer, he turned back to kill them. After smashing one person's helmet with a stone, he observed the face beneath the helmet. It was a person with pointed ears, who didn't look like a human. For some reason, at that moment, a word surfaced in the young man's consciousness, Ildari. This was the first bad memory of that high mountain. The second memory was being found by another group of people, then being drugged by them with something and sent to this hellhole. These memories were all painful. Even when living in that high mountain without the threat of enemies, the barrenness and terrifying beasts there could not bring a shred of peace. But compared to this hellhole now, that high mountain was simply paradise. At least that remote place wouldn't have such a sensory storm of pain, terror, ecstasy, and excitement all converging. Are you all awake? Good. A sphere suddenly descended from the sky, hovering and dancing among the slaves in the gladiator arena's combat zone who were about to face a brutal gladiator fight. At the same time, this strange object emitted words full of excitement and anticipation, like a host speaking on his own show. Audience. These fools must think we're going to make them fight each other in the gladiator arena, but in reality, well, actually, we are. However, the form of the fight is different from usual. Welcome, everyone on Nuceria, to enjoy this unique gladiator fight on this unique day. The method of this gladiator fight is... The host speaking through the sphere drew out his words. Demon's tear. Yet. As soon as the words fell, the ground of the gladiator arena's combat zone suddenly trembled. Immediately after, a tall tower rose not far away, and from all directions, there was the sound of something opening, followed by a liquid surging towards the center of the gladiator arena. When the liquid surged over the reddish sand, even the years of accumulated blood adhering to the sand were vaporized. The young man realized that the liquid was corrosive, and he immediately turned his head to look at the tall tower that had just risen nearby. Not just the young man, but everyone else also looked at the tall tower, and then everyone rushed towards it. People climbed the tall tower. At first, people helped each other, the young supported the old, two people pulled one person up, mothers sent their children up first. But the liquid quickly swept in. It seemed to be controlled by some strange technology, accumulating without being contained, and then spreading upwards from beneath the tall tower. The higher up the tall tower, the fewer people could stand. As people began to climb higher, the relationships between them became increasingly brutal. From helping each other to shouting and cursing at each other, to pushing each other, and then deliberately pushing others into the liquid below, watching some unlucky person instantly vaporize with a cruel smile. The young man also wanted to live, so he also climbed up. His body was like a powerful, never-stopping engine. He easily climbed to a height where everyone else had to catch their breath. Until the liquid and the other people reached the highest point where only one person could stand. Someone tried to push the young man down, but that person pushed too hard, failed to move the young man an inch, and instead fell down himself. Whenever someone died, or someone felt despair in a desperate situation, the young man would empathize, but he wanted to live. The will to survive forced him to fight back. The young man began to fight with others. He didn't want anyone to fall into that liquid and be painfully corroded, so he adopted a method that would end others' suffering more simply and directly. Smashing heads with a punch, breaking necks. Until the end, only the young man remained at the very top of the tall tower. The liquid stopped spreading, and the cheers of the spectators reached their peak. Everyone was celebrating and cheering for this victor. The young man felt the many emotions of excitement, reverence, and praise. These emotions, though clearly from malicious people, were able to dilute the pain he had felt earlier, so his sadness gradually dissipated, and he just looked at the audience seats in confusion, not understanding why those people would feel happy seeing others die. Oh, look, the ultimate victor has appeared. The sphere floated beside the young man. This is the prince from the mountains. This is the slave considered to have the greatest chance of winning in this gladiator fight. Those who wisely bet on him earlier, those who bet on others and missed out on the prize money, I apologize, I don't have time to congratulate or console you right now, because now I want to hear the victor's declaration. The sphere flew directly in front of the young man. Lights descended from the sky, focusing on the young man. Tell us, shouted out loud, what is your name, Prince from the mountains? The young man remained silent. Well, he doesn't have a name. How could a mountain savage, a freak, caught by a slave-catching team with anesthetic, have his own name? Let me name this slave. The sphere flew around Angron. Since you were captured by the Tark family, and considering your performance. At this point, fireworks rose and exploded in the gladiator arena. A name was shouted out by the host from the sphere in a roaring voice. Angron. Angron Tark. Chapter 6 Maggot Eye. Maggot Eye. Inside the cave of the gladiators' quarters, Enema stood by the iron window, looking outside, and spoke this word to Qin Xia. That drone-like sphere, it's called Maggot Eye. Qin Xia nodded. Ono also nodded. Maggot Eye, this was the name the gladiators gave to that sphere. Although they didn't know what the host behind the sphere looked like, the gladiators all felt he was a gutless maggot, so they called the drone controlled by the host Maggot Eye. Angron, Ono frowned, that child, he seems to be a very sensitive person. He must be terrified. Qin Xia remained silent, watching Angron. After the host named the primarch, the gladiatorial combat was considered over. The Maggot Eye rotated, and the tone of the host controlling it suddenly became calm. All right, you can now crawl into your gladiator slaves' dog kennels. Leave the time for the cleanup crew, okay? The beam of light enveloping Angron changed direction, shining towards a huge gate leading to the gladiators' quarters. Ono said in a deep voice, they cheer for our victories, but that's only because we are slaves who pose no threat to them, the spectators. Even if these spectators go wild for us, we still can't change our situation. Hearing this rather sensible remark, Qin Xia turned his head in surprise to look at Ono. This man looked burly, like a bear, but he was very gentle and spoke very reasonably. This clearly had nothing to do with his age of over 50. Damn slave owners, Ono stopped observing the situation in the gladiator arena, turned around and left, presumably to do something else. Qin Xia continued to watch Angron. The corrosive liquid had receded, and Angron jumped down from the high tower, looking around, searching for a way to escape. There was only one Maggot Eye in the combat zone, and this drone seemed to have no offensive capabilities. There was no barrier between the combat zone and the spectator stands, so it seemed that as long as one had good athletic ability, they could run across. At least from Angron's perspective, there was no obstruction between the combat zone and the spectator stands. Angron, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions, didn't notice the humming, transparent energy barrier between the spectator stands and the combat zone's dividing line. Angron planned to run out like this, to return to those high mountains, back to the vast mountains that, despite leaving him with 2 bad memories, were like paradise compared to this gladiator arena. But just as Angron was truly about to do so, the giant gate leading to the gladiators' quarters rose. Heavy footsteps echoed from within the dark, expansive corridor. It was the sound of steel clashing against steel. Pair after pair of crimson eyes flickered with an evil glow in the darkness of the corridor. Angron thought they were some kind of monsters, he had encountered similar beasts back in the mountains. But when the owners of those pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the darkness, Angron was stunned. They were not beasts, but robots, neatly lined up and moving in unison. These robots were about 4 meters tall, numerous, and held enlarged versions of the stun batons used by the slave-catching teams. It seems our Angron wants to arm wrestle with these security automata. The Maggot Eye flew down and landed between Angron and the Iron Man called security automata. It let out an excited cheer. But then the host's voice turned cold, indifferent. Hurry up. Otherwise, I'll have these automata beat your ass raw. Angron lowered his head and walked towards the gladiators' quarters, entering the dark corridor. Crimson eyes lined both sides of the path. Angron didn't know how many security automata he passed, and he was secretly counting the number of these automata. He gave up the futile counting when he reached the corridor's fork. At this fork, which seemed to be used to seal off passages where slaves might escape from their quarters, and to quickly deploy forces to suppress slaves, security automata were everywhere. Tireless patrols of Iron Man roamed corridors where no one could possibly hide, and every 3 steps, a heavy weapon mounted on the ceiling aimed at any creature passing through. Angron silently entered his designated place, led by the Maggot Eye. This damn place is truly amazing. Qin Xia withdrew his gaze, sat on a stone in the corner, and looked at the nearest gladiator, isn't it? The gladiator, with snow-white skin, handsome features and a collar around his neck, shrugged. First time. First time for what? Qin Xia raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, who here could be entering for a second time? The handsome gladiator pursed his lips, a hint of pride in his aloof expression, it's my 3rd time. What? Qin Xia was very surprised. I escaped twice using witchcraft, and after being caught the 3rd time, they discovered I could turn invisible with witchcraft, so they put this thing on me. The handsome gladiator pointed to the collar on his neck. Then he looked around, his gaze lingering on each of the gladiators nearby. Him, 2nd time. This lady, 4th time. And that big guy over there, he's also on his 2nd time. Listening to the gladiator's words, Qin Xia looked at everyone in surprise. This was Iron Man again, and Nuceria's black technology. They even had collars that suppressed psychic abilities. This cursed place, Nuceria, was already amazing enough, those who could escape from here multiple times were clearly not to be underestimated. Don't listen to him brag. Ono, who had left earlier for unknown reasons, returned, holding a cup of water and a piece of dry bread, their so-called escaping a few times just means running out of this cave a few times, and then being beaten up by the automata and thrown back before even seeing the sky. Qin Xia nodded, that makes sense. After being exposed by Ono, the handsome gladiator stopped talking and leaned against the corner, closing his eyes to rest. Qin Xia leaned against the wall, looked up at the cave ceiling, and suddenly sighed with emotion, security automata, anesthetics, gladiator arenas. I've seen all 3 treasures of Nuceria with my own eyes, there should be nothing left in this cursed place that can shock me anymore. The 3 treasures of Nuceria, hehe, Ono smiled bitterly and nodded, I can tell you are very optimistic. Qin Xia was about to admit it when the handsome gladiator, who had been resting with his eyes closed, spoke again, there are many optimistic people like him, but soon they will become as lifeless as most people here. Qin Xia didn't think so. Finding joy in hardship was one of his abilities, and even the Grey Knight's modifications couldn't erase his personality. As the 3 conversed, the cave's large door opened, and Angron was escorted in by the automata. After the automata closed the door and left, Ono walked up to Angron, offering him bread and water, have something to eat. Although you didn't throw up everything in your stomach in the gladiator arena like most of us did when we first arrived. Angron looked up at Ono, nodded, and took the bread and water. Under Qin Xia's gaze, the primarch walked to an empty corner, sat on the ground, and began to eat. Chapter 7, The Primarch's Gift. In the corner, Angron sat alone, eating in silence. There wasn't even a stone to sit on. Angron sat on the ground, curled up, his knees against his chest, one arm wrapped around his legs, and the other holding a cup, washing down the bread in his mouth with water. Although he was not in the mood to savor the food, Angron still lowered his head and tasted the bread in his mouth, as it was a new taste for him. Perhaps the only good thing in the gladiator arena was this, compared to being in the mountains. Compared to animal meat and plants mixed with colorful blood, at least the bread in his mouth was refined food. After finishing the bread in his mouth, Angron looked up at Ono. There's none left, Ono shook his head. We will fast for 2 days, and then we'll have a feast before the gladiator match. Maggot I will be there to live stream us eating. Angron lowered his head. The primarch entered a state of calm after eating, but when he calmed down, his perception of his surroundings became even stronger. Pain, frustration, a desire for freedom. These new emotions appeared in Angron's perception. He disliked interacting with people because when he did, he would experience these emotions, and having never received an education, he didn't know how to deal with them. Qin Xia didn't know what Angron was feeling at the moment, he merely observed the primarch. During the gladiator match just now, named Tears of the Demon, Qin Xia paid close attention to Angron and noticed a fleeting expression of joy on Angron's face the moment he won. Immediately, this visible joy disappeared, replaced by Angron's confused expression. Evidently, he himself didn't know why he felt a sudden joy amidst overwhelming cheers after a brutal slaughter. That wasn't Angron's own emotion, it was the audience's. This primarch's future was that of a bloodthirsty, cruel killer, but he wasn't one now. Every primarch possessed a unique talent, and Angron's talent was his ability to perceive and absorb the emotions of others. However, judging from Angron's current state, this talent was a curse to him. How did you learn Nuceria's language? As Angron felt bewildered by all the negative emotions of the gladiators in the cave, a sudden question, like pulling him out of the sea, diverted his attention. The primarch looked up and saw Qin Xia, who had been staring at him, walk over and sit beside him. Angron noticed Qin Xia's gaze, but he didn't know why this person was paying attention to him. I don't know. Angron shook his head. Perhaps it's because I've heard them speak. You're incredibly gifted, a linguistic master, Qin Xia nodded with a smile. Do you realize that you are different from others? Have you ever suspected that you might be a special kind of being? Angron was silent for a few seconds, then shook his head blankly. How am I different? Nothing, Qin Xia shook his head. That's good. Why did you ask him that? Before he came, you were the one who seemed like a unique being, different from others. The handsome gladiator, resting with his eyes closed, interjected. Qin Xia ignored the remark and began to assess Angron's psychological state. Primarches were created by the emperor, it was only natural for them to possess powerful abilities that ordinary humans lacked. Angron's ability to learn Nuceria's language just by listening to the slave traders speak was proof of this. And such an ability could lead a primarch not to consider humans as his own kind. Angron was not foolish, he should now realize that the emotions he felt did not necessarily originate from himself, so he found that others also possessed emotions like him, judging them to be his own kind. This was good, at least Angron wouldn't mistakenly believe himself to be a beast due to his wild life in the mountains. After making his assessment, Qin Xia spoke, you should know that survival is a biological instinct. What happened in the gladiator arena just now was not entirely your fault. Angron was being eroded by the feelings that had been temporarily dispelled by the previous distraction. As he recalled a snippet from earlier, emotions like sadness, anger, fear, and resentment surged forth, causing him pain. I killed them, Angron shook his head. I'm not sure if this is real or an illusion. I feel like I can sense the emotions of every single one of them. When they were killed by me, or when they were killed by others, I felt as if I myself was being killed. Qin Xia listened to this, recalling what he had read about Angron before coming to this universe. In the future, Tethys, a think tank of the World Eaters Legion, would probe the Primarch's memories, and Tethys would discover that before the butcher's nails were implanted, Angron experienced excruciating pain every time he killed a gladiator. The butcher's nails were implants that would torment the implanted person constantly, with only a slight reprieve when the implanted person was killing. So, after the butcher's nails were implanted, that agonizing pain transformed into a temporary release that satisfied the urge to kill. Angron clearly had the same feeling just now, he was killing and weeping at the same time. Everyone here has wielded a blade against others for survival, Ono walked over and said to Angron. It's the same outside the gladiator arena, in the slums. Although it sounds like shrugging off responsibility and guilt, most of this sin of slaughter should be blamed on the slave masters. Qin Xia looked at Ono in agreement, increasingly feeling that this strong man indeed had a bit of a philosophical side. I can roughly infer what you're feeling right now, you're very sad, Qin Xia said. But sadness is a luxury in this current predicament. You have to learn to deal with those emotions, at least don't let them drive you to suicide or self-destruction. Angron nodded. But it was a perfunctory nod. Qin Xia hadn't offered any constructive advice, as it was his first time interacting with Angron, and he needed more information to help Angron deal with the problems caused by his innate talent. Hey, listen. Qin Xia's hand rested on Angron's thick arm, his voice low and his words slow. I am a person who loves to acquire knowledge, very, very much. Because I once changed my destiny through knowledge. When I was young, I lost my parents and lived in an orphanage, a place like a gladiator arena without the fighting, where everyone slept in one room every night. Later, with knowledge, I developed a technology, and that alone earned me a lot of money at a very young age. Then I used the money to improve the environment of the orphanage where I grew up, making it better. Listening to Qin Xia, Angron's eyes were filled with curiosity. He could understand all the meanings in the words, the unfamiliar nouns, through their context, made Angron realize their inherent meaning. And he had never seen the world beyond the mountains and the gladiator arena, so he was very interested. However, after listening, and after a moment of thought, Angron asked, I understand you might want me to learn something from this story, but I truly don't know what connection this story has to my current situation. No connection at all, Qin Xia smiled and shook his head. I just wanted to brag a little. Angron showed a bitter smile. Ono, beside him, lowered his head and raised a hand to cover his mouth. The handsome gladiator resting with his eyes closed not far away let out a laugh. The other gladiators in the cave, like these two, expected Qin Xia to impart some great wisdom and couldn't help but crack up at the sudden turn. Angron felt the momentary oppressive atmosphere in the cave break, and the laughter of others, causing the negative emotions that had been pressing down like dark clouds to temporarily recede. Can't you guys just play along and praise me a bit? Qin Xia looked at Ono. Ono strained to keep his expression consistent with his bear-like appearance and nodded, very, very impressive, I'm serious. You're clearly much stronger than us illiterates. What did you do before? A gladiator walked over and asked curiously. I feel like someone like you shouldn't have ended up here. Another gladiator walked over and asked, let me guess, you used to be a rich person, cruising around the city in an anti-gravity hoverboard until you went bankrupt. The gladiators all looked at Qin Xia, curious about his past. Qin Xia's joke lightened the mood, and his stories of the past piqued everyone's interest, subtly bridging the distance between the gladiators scattered throughout the cave. For some simple people, becoming friends only requires a word that brings a smile. But Qin Xia did not continue to satisfy their curiosity, he became serious. My past is not important, what's important is that all of us are trapped in this cursed place. So why can't we gather together, sit on this cold, icy ground and chat? Although this damned place is far from comfortable, at least we have each other, who are equally unfortunate. Then you all tell me everything you know about the gladiator arena. I'll collect the information, and this will benefit every one of us. Chapter 8, The God of Nuceria. Except for a small number of gladiators, most of the others gathered around Qin Xia. These 200 or so people surrounded Qin Xia, Angron, and Ono so tightly that not even a drop of water could get through. A single turning point to liven the atmosphere would not earn these people's trust and goodwill, nor would it make them cooperate. But Ono was a very kind person, and it was clear that the gladiators who came in after him had all received some care from him, he had prestige. Furthermore, the physiques of Qin Xia and Angron, the combat power they displayed, or their education, gave most people hope of escaping this living hell. Although it was only a tiny glimmer of hope, for those who had sunk into the abyss, even a single thread was enough to make them feel the urge to reach out. This gladiator arena is guarded by iron men, Angron was the first to state the thing that had left the deepest impression on him. I know, Qin Xia nodded, scanning the others, I know there are iron men here, I know there are all sorts of technological creations that we can see or can't see, and can't even imagine. I just need to know some details. The Iron Man patrol teams patrol non-stop for 31 hours, their patrols have absolutely no blind spots or loopholes to exploit. The handsome gladiator who had been resting with his eyes closed earlier stepped forward. 31 hours, to be precise, was 31 solar hours. This was a full day on Nuceria. As for why the Nucerians used solar hours to calculate time, Qin Xia thought, perhaps it was because Nuceria itself was established by human colonists, and the ancestors of the people here used solar hours to commemorate their cradle star system. After stating an obvious fact, the handsome gladiator looked around and then said another thing. Of course, under normal circumstances, there are no loopholes to exploit, but I am different, I can use sorcery to make all of us invisible. Upon hearing the word sorcery, which was the local term for psyker abilities, the faces of the gladiators present all looked rather unpleasant. Clearly, the Nucerians detested psykers. But from the expressions and eyes of those people, Qin Xia also saw a kind of pity. Angron, on the other hand, had a deeper understanding of this complex emotion, he realized it was a pity born of disgust due to traditional beliefs. yet also compassion stemming from an understanding of the tragic plight of wizards. "What's your name, fellow?" Qin Xia asked the handsome gladiator. The gladiator placed his hand over his heart, bowed slightly, and his beautiful face seemed to be filled with pride. "Caesar." "Good name," Qin Xia nodded. The gladiator named Caesar retreated back into the crowd. Then someone else stepped forward to speak. "All of us are assigned at least one opportunity to go to the gladiator arena each week, and the day before we go to the gladiator arena, we get a chance to have a good meal. Also, we don't necessarily have to pay with our lives in every gladiatorial match," someone added. "Once we're scheduled to go on stage, the maggot eye will come in to notify us, and then we'll be escorted by automatons to the gladiator arena," another person said. Qin Xia listened carefully to every sentence, remembering them diligently, even if this information didn't seem very important. And once this information had been spoken by the people, no one else spoke. "That's it?" Qin Xia asked the crowd, somewhat surprised. The people exchanged glances. Caesar stepped forward again, tousling his golden hair, and said lightly, "We slaves either fight in the arena or squat in the cave, what else do you expect to hear from us?" "The security situation of the gladiator arena," Qin Xia said, "you've escaped several times, you should know these things." Caesar's cheeks flushed slightly, he opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. "I can't lie in this kind of situation. Every time, I was discovered less than 20 steps after walking out of the cave. The automatons that had previously ignored me would suddenly activate and invite me back to the cave. This indicates that they have a way to monitor you, even when you use psyker abilities, sorcery." Qin Xia nodded with satisfaction. "This is also very important, I've noted it down." Upon hearing this, Caesar raised an eyebrow and looked around, seemingly proud that he had provided information more useful than anyone else's. After memorizing all the information, Qin Xia looked up at the cave ceiling. There seemed to be no surveillance devices here, I wonder why. The arrogance of the High Knights, oh no, who had remained silent until now, spoke. "They won't monitor us because we can't escape at all, but there's one exception." "What exception?" Qin Xia asked. Oh no grunted, rubbing the back of his head, and spoke with some embarrassment. "On the night of the feast day before the gladiatorial matches, the gladiator arena will send in some ladies, and then at this time, the maggot eye will come in to broadcast the gladiators' night. This program has quite high ratings outside." The gladiators' faces all showed knowing smiles. "Including some female gladiators. They'll broadcast." A newcomer gladiator suddenly interjected, "Then when the feast day comes, I'll have to perform well. I was caught by the slum sheriff because I was naturally gifted and seduced other people's wives. You should be glad that Pure Love Warrior didn't castrate you when he caught you." Qin Xia gave that person a sideways glance. His gaze fell on Angron. Qin Xia planned to give some hints for preparing to escape the gladiator arena next, so he hoped Angron could use his innate talent to help, by conveying his desire for freedom to others. Then he would announce a fake plan at the appropriate time. There would be informants among the gladiators. But it was clear that there were many people who wanted to escape, and it wasn't the first time someone had tried to escape. This could be seen from the lack of surveillance equipment inside the cave. Escaping and capturing were themselves games for the slave owners, so a plan to escape, even if leaked by an informant, would not lead to a death penalty. Once the plan was leaked, Qin Xia would scan everyone's minds, then find and kill the informant. This would be the first step to escaping. But looking at Angron, he seemed unable to share emotions with others yet. "What is a High Knight?" Angron, on whom Qin Xia secretly placed high hopes, suddenly asked. When the word High Knight was clearly uttered from Angron's mouth and reached everyone's ears. Whether it was the gladiators gathered together, the gladiators observing coldly from the corner, or the other gladiators who were dissatisfied with the gladiators' current grouping, everyone seemed to suffocate, holding their breath for a moment. Until a gladiator standing in the corner of the cave, who had been glaring at everyone from start to finish, spoke. "High Knights. They are the gods of Nuceria." Chapter 9 High Knight. Knight. What do they ride that makes you think they are gods? Angron stood up, looking perplexed at the people who were holding their breath, as if the mere mention of High Knight made the temperature drop, leaving them cold and suffocated. Qin Xia thought that those High Knights were not literally people who rode things into battle. He didn't know the extremely detailed things about Nuceria, but he knew a lot about High Knights, gladiator arenas, and sedatives. The handsome gladiator named Caesar thought Qin Xia also didn't know what a High Knight was, so he spoke first to explain to the two newcomers, who didn't seem to be locals. High Knights are not knights who ride livestock into battle. They might ride things. High Knights, high-ranking riders, each of them is unique, each possesses divine power that can destroy the world. They are the gods of Nuceria. Legend has it that gladiatorial combat is a ritual prepared by the gods for mortals, so some people think we are lucky because we are fortunate enough to help the gods entertain mortals. While saying this, Caesar was clearly terrified, as if merely mentioning these terms would provoke the gods' damnation. "Sounds like a ghost story I'd hear from my parents in the cradle, if I had any," Angron said indifferently. "If they're those iron guys, I can't imagine how to deal with them, but some mortals pretending to be gods. I'll pull their heads off." Angron thought the guys who captured him in the mountains that day were High Knights. In his perception, those people were indeed very powerful. But in reality, those who captured Angron were merely slave-catching teams. That's not pretending to be gods. A nearly roaring warning entered Angron's ears. Angron looked in the direction of the voice. It was Ono. This middle-aged man, who was friendly to everyone, now had his shoulders slumped and stared at Angron with cold eyes. From him, Angron felt fear, anger, hatred, inferiority, grief. They're not pretending to be gods. Ono tried his best to soften his intense tone. I've seen them, I've seen them. A high knight. Ono held up one finger. One. Just one high knight. He descended from the sky, landing among hundreds of warriors. When he pulled out a toothpick-sized thing from his waist and gently shook it. So many warriors, so many, they shattered into pieces in an instant. At this point, Ono was trembling all over. In the eyes of others, Ono's trembling was fear, a normal reaction, which showed that he at least had a clear understanding of high knights, while Angron, who thought high knights were pretending to be gods, seemed like a madman to them. But in Angron's perception, Ono's trembling was not entirely due to fear. This person might have a different past than everyone else. Sounds like some kind of technology that uses gravity to crush targets, just miniaturized, Qin Xia speculated. They are not gods. He knew that high knights had a standard equipment called Silver Vine, which could change into any form and serve any purpose. As for the toothpick Ono mentioned that could crush hundreds of people, Qin Xia hadn't seen it, but he guessed it was normal for high knights to have such black technology. They are not gods. Ono, with his bear-like robust body, slowly sat down on the stone, his eyes, separated by a scar on his nose bridge, staring at Qin Xia with lingering fear. Oh, they really aren't. But the gods I speak of are not in the religious sense. If a person looks like a god and can do things only a god can do, then what else can he be but a god? Ono spoke these somewhat philosophical words. And this sentence made Qin Xia think of the powerful psyker named the Emperor, or maybe he's just an introverted social recluse born in Asia Minor. Ono didn't understand what that sentence meant, and he didn't want to figure it out. In Angron's perception, this middle-aged man, this aging bear, was sinking into fear and despair, like falling into the ocean and constantly sinking. The others, after hearing and talking about high knights, also fell silent and despaired. All right, that's enough. Qin Xia looked at Caesar. Among us, you've tried to escape the most times. Everything you've provided is very important. Thank you for being willing to share. My pleasure. Caesar stood with his hands behind his back, head held high, chest out, a smirk on one side of his mouth, proudly surveying everyone. No one appreciated Caesar's proud, rooster-like appearance, although his face making that expression truly made it hard to dislike him. The gladiators dispersed again in small groups. Qin Xia sat cross-legged on the cold ground. Ono, who was sitting on a stone, lost in grief, saw him and stood up, pointing to the stone. You can. No, thank you. Qin Xia smiled and shook his head, crossing his legs and placing his hands on his knees. Whoosh. With a sigh of murky air, Qin Xia entered a meditative state, as if in deep meditation. He began to ponder a way to break free. He had to leave this place, that was Qin Xia's thought. He wanted to leave, he wanted to find a ship, and travel through the warp back to his own era. Although he didn't want to admit it, even if everyone here joined forces, it would be difficult for even half of them to escape. But with Angron, the primarch, arriving at the gladiator arena, the chances of escape increased. There was also something else that could increase the chances of escape, psychic power. But Qin Xia didn't think he could hide his psychic talent and use it at a critical moment for a surprise effect. He hadn't denied being a so-called wizard after he came in, because he didn't think his psychic talent would go undiscovered. When a slave-catching team arrived in the desert and saw a person lying on the ground, sedated, naked, with nothing, and the surrounding area was full of the fragments of the previous slave-catching team. Even an idiot would realize that psychic power had turned the previous slave-catching team into residue. But even so, psychic power was a useful tool to help escape the current situation, at least he could do things that hundreds or thousands of people couldn't. There was another psyker among the gladiators named Caesar. Qin Xia felt that his psychic abilities could complement Caesar's abilities. Then, Qin Xia began to consider each of his abilities and their uses. So far, after 15 months in this universe, he only had 3 abilities. These 3 abilities were learned from the White Scars think tank. Uncontrollable short-term clear precognition. Releasing psychic energy in an offensive form. Healing injuries. Chapter 10, The 3 Axes of the Psyker. From now on, I will teach you to master your own talent. Qin Xia was momentarily transported back to his childhood. In the hall of the White Scars chapter, Qin Xia sat cross-legged. The kind and friendly think tank sat cross-legged opposite him. I heard that other people's psyker talents passively manifest when they are emotionally agitated, Qin Xia said, looking at his palms. But I'm not like that. My psyker talent is very stable, but the downside is that I can't, like others, know what I'm good at when I first manifest and use my psyker abilities. The think tank closed his eyes, sensing something, and said softly, indeed. I specialize in prophecy. When I was young, I often dreamed of the future. At that time, I was a loading slave on the gun deck of a strike cruiser, and my master discovered my talent. Then you are particularly good at prophecy. Qin Xia put down his hand and looked at the think tank. I'm not. I don't know what I'm good at. The think tank took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then he opened his eyes. An ethereal voice echoed in Qin Xia's ears. What do you want to be good at? Do you want to be good at bio abilities, losing control in extreme emotional states and instantly resurrecting the dead on a planet? Or do you want to be good at offensive abilities, killing hundreds of thousands of people with a blue lightning bolt when you lose control? Is this good? This is not good. The think tank closed his eyes again, but continued to lecture. Stability itself is a talent, a great talent. Even if you can only learn to cripple a person with lightning after training, you are still more powerful than a psyker who can instantly obliterate an entire legion, because you are stable. You don't have to worry about power either, I will teach you. Hearing that the think tank would teach him, Qin Xia nodded. He wanted to ask what the other party would teach him. And the think tank seemed to have predicted this question. I will teach you the 3 abilities I specialize in, which I call the 3 axes of the psyker. The 3 axes of the psyker. Qin Xia was curious. Prophecy, attack, healing. The most basic kind. The think tank opened his eyes again. If you are very smart, you will learn the first one after undergoing the transformation surgery to become a White Scars Astartes, for example, crushing people's heads or something. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia smiled, maybe I'll learn faster. I've always had a guess that what my psyker talent brings me, what I'm good at, is learning, just like I used to be. What used to be do you, a little brat, have? By the time you can kill in all directions with your battle brothers, you should still be under 18, the think tank rolled his eyes at Qin Xia and continued to meditate. Qin Xia smiled bitterly. The two were silent for a while. Qin Xia suddenly asked, why do you meditate? Is this a practice to strengthen mental power? For example, to make psyker abilities more powerful through this method? No, I just habitually do this, the think tank shook his head. The level of your psyker talent is determined at birth. Psyker abilities don't even come from yourself, but from the warp. What's the use of practicing? Then if a psyker's talent isn't strong, do they just stay that way, with no other options? Qin Xia asked again. Yes, there really are no other options, the think tank replied. However, everything related to the warp is unstable and uncertain, in a superposition of can and cannot. Everyone has their own destiny, and how high you can reach is closely related to your destiny. Qin Xia nodded thoughtfully, everything is fate, not a single bit is up to us. Everything is fate, not a single bit is up to us. The think tank said in a deep voice. Just like the name you inherited, Qin Xia, that Keshik warrior from 10,000 years ago when the chapter was still a legion. Even though he was saved, he still died. That is fate. Qin Xia opened his eyes. Realizing he had involuntarily fallen into memories again, Qin Xia rubbed his face to clear his head a bit. He looked around. Angron was already curled up against the wall, asleep. Ono was squatting under the iron window, looking at the pendant on his neck. The other gladiators were also resting. But when Qin Xia opened his eyes, Caesar, who was resting on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, as if sensing that Qin Xia could now be disturbed. Awake. Caesar got up and walked over, looking at Qin Xia, who was sitting cross-legged. How strong are your movement abilities? What kind of sorcery do you know? Why do you ask? Qin Xia retorted. You want to run, right? Caesar sat down, looking up at Qin Xia's face. I feel like your movement abilities should be very strong. Every time, I run out of the cell, then slowly run outside, and then get caught. If it were you, you might be able to move very quickly and figure out what security measures this damned place has. When Caesar made this suggestion, Ono looked up. You want a nearly 3-meter-tall strongman to scout? Are you crazy again? No. No. Caesar shook his head vigorously, his eyes crazily fixed on Qin Xia. My father said you can, he said you can, you definitely can. Hearing Caesar's father, Ono was already used to it. It wasn't his first time going crazy. Qin Xia, however, understood Caesar's state better. It was a reaction to hearing some kind of voice. Some psychers are like that, able to hear what others can't, and see what others can't. Some psychers even take the emperor as a fantasy object, believing that the emperor is protecting them and chatting with them at all times. Whatever Caesar's illness was, one thing he said was not wrong. Qin Xia could indeed do it. I can do it. I can move very quickly without making any sound, Qin Xia said. Caesar was pleasantly surprised, you really can. That's great, father was right. Then perhaps we can try. Ono got up and walked in front of Qin Xia, saying seriously, Caesar does have the ability to get you out of this cave. If you fail, you'll also be caught and brought back, just like him, because this escape and capture itself is a game. Sometimes we are even deliberately let out to run. Exactly, exactly. Caesar nodded repeatedly. Although you most likely won't escape, we can at least gather information, at least accumulate experience. Those damned slave owners will pay for their arrogance. After a moment of thought, Qin Xia looked at Caesar, you come with me. If you can bring a few more people, then we'll find a few of the fastest moving ones to go out together. That way, our efficiency in gathering information will be very high. Count me in. Ono raised his hand. Count me in. A sleeping blonde female gladiator next to them opened her eyes and raised her hand to volunteer. Caesar held up 3 fingers, not including myself, I can bring up to 4. There was still 1 spot left. Qin Xia looked at Angron. Angron had already woken up, and he nodded firmly. Chapter 11, Escape Plan. Caesar walked to the gate of the cave. The others who were to participate in the reconnaissance mission also approached. Some gladiators in the cave were woken up. Seeing these people gathered at the gate, they realized that Caesar was once again going to add ratings to the program called Gladiator Arena Interlude, just like before. Only this time, it wasn't just Caesar, but others as well. Hey, listen. Caesar motioned for the others to listen carefully, I've been out before. After we go out, there's a corridor outside the door. About 100 steps later, there's a crossroads. 2 of the paths at the crossroads are dead ends. We must take the leftmost one. Experience speaks, Ono nodded with satisfaction. Angron asked, then what? Then. Caesar spread his hands, then the security automatons will come and beat us up, if you're as slow as I am. Caesar's experience only extended to the left path at the crossroads. Is there anything else to look out for on the way? Qin Xia asked. No, Caesar shook his head with great certainty, it's just a corridor, nothing at all, looks like it's made of some kind of metal. Maybe there will be lasers that can cut people into pieces, covering every angle, Qin Xia offered a guess, that's a classic trope. Caesar raised his hand, his expression alert, wait, you saying that just reminded me. I wondered why I saw a pile of body parts at the end of the road before. There really were. Qin Xia laughed. Caesar shook his head, clearing his thoughts, then scanned Qin Xia, Angron, Ono, and the female gladiator. Any other questions? Caesar asked before the action. The female gladiator raised her hand. Please, Caesar nodded. Why are you, a man, so pretty? The female gladiator lowered her raised hand, you're like a sissy who talks too much nonsense. Discontent seemed to be written all over Caesar's handsome face, but out of politeness, he still answered. Don't underestimate my looks, commoner. It's because of my looks that I was able to rise from the slums to high society, but then the person who loved me grew tired of me and sold me here. After finishing this unbearable past, Caesar turned and approached the door. This guy had obviously worn the collar for too long, so much so that he forgot he still had a collar that suppressed his psyker abilities. But Qin Xia had torn off Caesar's collar after he turned around, as easily as tearing a piece of paper. Caesar only noticed at this point and glanced at Qin Xia, I see why those guys didn't put a collar on you. As soon as he finished speaking, frost began to spread indoors. This was a supernatural phenomenon caused by using psyker abilities. Caesar concentrated fully on channeling his psyker abilities. Supreme Heaven. Sea of Souls. Warp. The endless, magnificent power contained within that alien dimension, composed of pure spirit, was seeping into reality due to the breach created by a psyker in the real world. In 10 seconds, all of us will become insubstantial, like ghosts, Caesar turned his head to remind the 4 of them. Can you stop talking nonsense, wimp? The female gladiator said discontentedly. I have to remind you, lest you waste time due to being too surprised, Caesar turned his head back, we can pass through any solid object, but don't try to go through walls. This cave is thousands of meters down, surrounded by rock layers. You won't be able to sustain my ability on yourselves for long, you'll merge with the rock layer. I'll go out with you. Caesar continued to chatter. Qin Xia felt that this might be Caesar's habit when using psyker power, some psykers just have similar quirks. When we get caught and brought back later, you 2 big guys help me block them, after all, I've also contributed to all of us, right? Caesar reached out his hand, and his body began to gradually dematerialize. But this dematerialization did not last long. Damn it, what's going on? Caesar frowned, sorry, let me concentrate, and then we'll. Bang. After a muffled thud, similar to a bursting watermelon. Qin Xia's vision instantly turned crimson, and a sticky, warm sensation was transmitted from his facial nerves to his brain. He blinked. His vision was no longer a blurry crimson, he saw what was in front of him. Caesar still maintained the posture of standing with his hand outstretched, but his head was nowhere to be found. His exposed arteries and neck formed a fountain spewing crimson liquid. The commotion from inside the cave seemed to have alarmed the outside. The cave instantly plunged into darkness, followed by continuous flashes of crimson light. Piercing alarms blared throughout the gladiator arena, followed by heavy stomping sounds. The automaton security guards had arrived. Hoo-hoo! Qin Xia gasped in shock and terror, raising his hand to touch the warmth on his face, then bringing it to his eyes. Amidst the continuous flashing red lights and the piercing alarms, Qin Xia saw his hands covered in blood. Something unknown slid down from the ceiling and landed on Qin Xia's shoulder with a disgusting splat sound. Qin Xia, bewildered and numb, turned his head to look at Angron, at Ono, and at the female gladiator who had decided to come along. They all had the same expression, the same state. Qin Xia noticed that their bodies were already covered in crimson and splattered with some fragments. It was then that he looked down at his own body and realized he was also the same. It wasn't just his face that was covered in blood. Thump. Caesar's headless body knelt on the ground, then fell. This. Angron breathed rapidly, kneeling down in disbelief, staring at Caesar's corpse. What happened? What happened? Ono was already frozen in place. The female gladiator reacted the same way as Ono. Both were numb from having seen too much. His psyker abilities went out of control. Qin Xia appeared very bewildered, staring at the corpse. His psyker abilities went out of control, and then his head exploded. No sooner had he finished speaking than the gate opened. The automaton security guards entered the cave in formation. Finding everyone in a state of shock and bewilderment, they stood at attention on both sides of the corridor outside. A spherical drone named Maggot Eye flew down the corridor into the cave, circling Caesar's corpse once. So. The host's voice came from the Maggot Eye. This escape attempt ended with a wizard blowing up his own head. That was a bit abrupt. As the only wizard here, he was given a great responsibility, but he ended it too abruptly. The Maggot Eye began to film everyone's reactions. The host, located elsewhere, seemed to be communicating with a colleague. Yes, rewind the observation device 2 minutes back, then film it and broadcast it on the Gladiator Arena channel. Focus on that gladiator named Caesar. Film how he, as the central figure of this escape attempt, dramatically ended the escape attempt. Then issue an announcement, clarify the situation, and tell those who bet on Caesar, believing he could escape, sorry to disappoint them. The maggot eye filmed everyone's reactions after the escape plan failed, then flew out. The alarm stopped. The lights stopped flashing. The gate slammed shut. Only Caesar's headless corpse remained in place, like a warning. And at this moment, for Qin Xia, this warning held an even deeper meaning. Update note, this new book will have 3 updates a day during its new book period because I need to use up the recommendations. My last book had 5 or even 6 updates a day, and the recommendations weren't used up before it was put on shelves. Today, to explain this, I'm adding 2 more chapters. Chapter 12 The Danger of Psychers. The corpse was still by the door. Not all gladiators cared about Caesar's life or death, but Caesar's sudden demise still cast a shadow over everyone's hearts, leaving each person more or less saddened. After all, in this hellish place, a living person could die in the gladiator arena, die under someone else's axe, or die at the hands of some other monstrous thing. But to have one's head explode mid-sentence, this method of death was so novel that it caused a profound shock. Just now, Maggot Eye seemed to say, that Caesar was the only psyker here. Angron, did I mishear, or? Ono stood beside the corpse, conversing with Angron. Angron's gaze remained fixed on Qin Xia, who was huddled in the corner, his eyes vacant, and he replied, I'm certain, Maggot Eye said exactly that. All right. Ono nodded. While we can't rule out them playing tricks, it's possible the people outside truly don't know Qin Xia is also a psyker. I can't understand it, how is that possible? Angron didn't answer. He looked at Qin Xia, sensing his emotions. After having non-combat contact with more people, Angron was quite certain that the complex and contradictory emotions he felt came from others, not from himself. And from Qin Xia, Angron sensed confusion, worry, and terror. These emotions from Qin Xia weren't directly acquired by the Primarch's gift, but were so obvious, so clearly written on his face, that Angron could see them. Qin Xia was indeed like this. After Caesar's death, Qin Xia, sitting in the corner, was not pondering Caesar's death, but the cause of Caesar's death due to psychic powers. Some individuals, upon embarking on the path to heaven, may experience uncontrollable phenomena, including but not limited to, sudden explosions, indiscriminate ability discharge, and opening passages to summon foul and blasphemous entities. Qin Xia recalled what the warlord had told him when he was with the White Scars. Path to heaven, this is what the White Scars call the warp, the think tank explained from the side. I understand. Qin Xia remembered responding to the warlord like that. As a transmigrator, Qin Xia knew the dangers of Shinic powers in the warp better than anyone in this universe. A full 10,000 years, 10 millennia. From 30K to 40K, everything in the Imperium of Man had changed, the only constant being the vigilance against psychers. Because psychers genuinely had a high probability of losing control, and loss of control would lead to psychic disasters. Blowing up one's own head was the most trivial kind of disaster, causing nothing more than the inconvenience of cleaning up blood for others. The truly terrifying psychic disasters were summoning warp storms that interfered with interstellar travel, or exploding into a flesh gate, opening a passage for demons from the warp to cross the veil that separated the warp, allowing demons to descend into reality. Use psychic powers cautiously, and, you are not allowed to use psychic powers on my warship, the warlord warned. To put it inappropriately, using psychic powers is like gambling. You gamble that you won't cause a psychic disaster. If you win the gamble, that's good, if you lose, you ask the think tank master about these things. Just as the warlord warned, using psychic powers was a dangerous thing even for psychers. But some things, though known, don't feel as serious in reality. Because every psyker Qin Xia had met since coming to this universe, including himself, seemed quite reliable. These people all used psychic powers, but none had caused any trouble. It made sense, the psychers he had met were either Astartes think tanks of a warlord or Grey Knights. If these people blew up their heads or opened flesh gates just by casually using psychic powers, then even stable psychers would only face execution. Wasn't Caesar an unstable psycher? Today, a living example reignited Qin Xia's gradually relaxed vigilance towards psychic powers. Qin Xia began to doubt and fear his psychic talent, and to resolve this doubt and fear, there was only one way, to deepen his understanding of his psychic talent. To know if his psychic talent was stable enough to be completely at ease. But unfortunately, Qin Xia didn't know if he could be completely at ease. He only felt that the stability of his psychic talent was, the probability of others blowing up their heads was 90%, while the probability of him blowing up his head was 10%. Fundamentally, Qin Xia had not received systematic training in psychic powers for the past decade or so. He knew that the Grey Knight's instructor had prepared a 60-year education for him, but there were age requirements for undergoing the transformation surgery. It was impossible to undergo the surgery after completing the education. So Qin Xia himself didn't have a deep understanding of his psychic talent. He only underwent some inexplicable tests, then passed the tests and underwent the transformation. As for deeper investigation and research, the Grey Knights had also prepared for it. Qin Xia would have received education, he would have been researched by the instructors and seniors among the Grey Knights, and then he would have a clearer understanding of his abilities if the ship he was on hadn't been swallowed by the warp. You comforted me before, now it's my turn to comfort you. Angron walked over, interrupting the storm of thoughts beneath Qin Xia's calm exterior. You walk over and say I'll comfort you, that can't truly comfort me. Qin Xia looked at Angron. Besides, you don't know what my problem is, and unless this problem is solved, I can't be comforted. Caesar's death was indeed random and sudden, but it has already happened, Angron said. Qin Xia glanced at Caesar's corpse again, shaking his head. I'm not so fragile as to become despondent after witnessing death. This guy just wanted to help us gather information, and then his head exploded. I also have a chance to end up like him, it's just a matter of probability. Listening to Qin Xia, Angron fell silent. He didn't know what to say to lighten the mood, because he could feel Qin Xia's emotions growing heavier from their unconstructive conversation. At this moment, Ono walked over. Can your psyker talents be trained and investigated? I also had a psyker friend, and I faced a similar situation. Another psyker's head exploded, and then my friend became terrified and despondent, because he also felt his head would explode. Is there any way to investigate? Ono cast a look full of concern. If the investigation shows that you might end up like Caesar, then you really shouldn't use sorcery anymore. Investigation? There's a way. Qin Xia replied, but it's not something someone can just sit cross-legged and do, nor is it something a senior could help me with if they were here. It requires rituals, a large number of ritual items, and experienced and powerful psychers present. The investigation itself is not difficult to do, what is difficult is a safe investigation. Someone needs to ensure I'm protected if certain things target me, and someone needs to ensure they can make me lucid if I lose control. When I was young, my teacher could have done this, but he didn't. He believed I should wait until my mind matured. Then I was taken away by others, and then, I hadn't even reached the point where I could deeply explore my abilities before I arrived in this hellhole. Ono didn't understand what Qin Xia was saying. But after all, Ono was well-traveled and experienced. After much thought, he distilled Qin Xia's general meaning. That is, even the act of investigating one's ability to use sorcery is dangerous and requires extensive preparation. But obviously, this gladiator arena did not have such conditions. Speaking of psychers, Ono changed the subject, as no one could answer that question. When Maggot Eye came in just now, he said the only psycher died, and it seems the people outside don't know you're a psycher. A psycher, Qin Xia corrected, then offered his opinion. I think he's faking it. I'm quite certain the people outside wouldn't not know I'm a psycher. You never concealed being a psycher from the start. A psycher. Ono frowned. Perhaps this is because you didn't think you could hide your abilities, but what if the people outside truly don't know you're also a psycher? Qin Xia and Ono met each other's gaze, pondered for 2 seconds, then Qin Xia asked in return, if you arrived at a place and found a person lying on the ground surrounded by hundreds of fragmented corpses, with no signs of a prolonged, intense battle, what method would you assume the person lying among the corpses used to kill hundreds of people? By using witchcraft, Ono answered subconsciously. Evidently, Qin Xia nodded, the ones who sent me to the gladiator arena must have been another slave-catching team. They discovered me, so there's no way they wouldn't know I'm a psycher. What if someone deliberately concealed it for you? Ono asked again, for example, the slave-catching team leader is an acquaintance of yours, a friend, or perhaps there's someone you know in the gladiator arena's upper echelons, a good brother. He couldn't prevent you from being sent to the gladiator arena, but at least he could help you conceal that you're a psycher. Ha, Qin Xia chuckled, and didn't respond further. But he had to admit, if it truly was the case that the people outside didn't know he was a psycher, then someone must have concealed it. However, no one had any reason to conceal it for him, so it was more likely that the only psycher was just the host playing tricks, coming up with another bad idea to tease the gladiators. To boost the gladiator arena's viewership, to increase the drama of the gladiator arena's side shows. Friend, if your abilities are very dangerous, like Caesar's, then I personally think you need to be more vigilant, Ono said sincerely. You said before that you are a man of knowledge, that you understand the technology monopolized by the High Knights on Nuceria, so maybe you can invent something. Invent. Qin Xia was left with mixed feelings by Ono's idea. I need a laboratory, I need materials, I need a lot of equipment. I can't get any of those things. I was thinking too simply. I thought you could just get some things and bang them together to make weapons. Ono recalled the movies he watched with everyone in the slums when he was a child, just like they show on the holographic projections. Qin Xia didn't know what to say, and muttered to himself with his head down. When I transmigrated here, it wasn't like the books I read before, where you start by fusing with a star god. Even if Angron couldn't hear this inner thought, neither of them could offer any practical comfort, and eventually, they could only fall silent. You can detect that my psychic power is very stable, so can you tell me exactly how stable it is, what my psychic talent is like, and what my soul projection in the warp looks like? Can you help me gain a deeper understanding of my talent, my abilities, and then I can? Sorry, kid. No. I can only simply sense that you are very stable. My foresight revealed your existence to me, revealed that you used psychic power in extreme circumstances to kill several traitorous soldiers who wanted to kill you, and revealed to me that your psychic power will not lose control even in extreme anger. But deeper investigation requires preparation and time. Qin Xia and the think tank sat face to face, conversing. That was when they were leaving a recently rebel-stricken planet aboard a White Scars cruiser. What preparation is needed? Qin Xia asked. A lot. Rituals, certain ritual items, ensuring your mind is very stable, in very good condition, and controllable, the think tank replied. When we return to Chuanzhou Fortress, I will find other think tanks, and we will take 1 or 2 years to help you, to watch over you, and only then can we safely delve deeper into your talent. After speaking, the think tank added, As far as I know, the Grey Knights should have better methods, but unfortunately, we only know of their existence now. If you could join the Grey Knights, you would be able to understand your talent more quickly, but unfortunately, you cannot join them. Then you still said you would teach me how to use psychic power in the future, Qin Xia said, under circumstances where we only know my psychic talent is stable, but not to what extent, and all other things are also unknown. First, I will ensure you don't become a conduit for demons to enter reality, because I can kill you before you lose control to that extent, the think tank replied. If you learn to use psychic power and your head doesn't explode, then that proves you can become a think tank. Sorry, child, I don't want to be so ruthless, and I'm not a ruthless person. But this cruel screening, while not the best, is the fastest. This galaxy won't give us much time now. Qin Xia opened his eyes from his memories. He had just slept in his memories, although he didn't need to sleep now, there was nothing else to do anyway. Caesar's body was still there. Like a signpost, it read. Psychers awaken randomly and die randomly too. While contemplating where to bury Caesar, Qin Xia averted his gaze. Almost all the gladiators were sound asleep, including the female gladiator who had called Caesar a sissy and was covered in his blood from the explosion. Clearly, death, even very random death, wouldn't keep the gladiators from sleeping, because such things were too common in this place. Angron had not yet rested, he sat in the corner opposite Qin Xia, pondering something. And Qin Xia began to think about Angron. This primarch seemed to be in decent condition now, at least he was normal, not a bloodthirsty madman who would pick up an axe and hack everyone to pieces without a word. This was because Angron had not yet been implanted with the butcher's nails, and had not yet been tormented by the butcher's nails characteristic of pain without slaughter. If he remained in the gladiator arena, he would eventually be implanted with the nails. Not just him, Qin Xia felt that he would probably suffer the same fate, because the slave masters expected such strong and powerful gladiators to abandon all humanity and morality, presenting the most extreme slaughter before them. Butcher's nails combined with the miraculous anesthetics, one of Nuceria's 3 treasures anyone would fall victim. Should I delve deeper into my own abilities? A thought suddenly surfaced in Qin Xia's mind. But quickly, caution suppressed this thought. Yet the thought, like a breeze, lingered in Qin Xia's mind, accompanied by a series of questions. If I still wait for help from the Grey Knights or a think tank, like during my second transmigration before the 30th millennium, is it possible to wait until before I get the nails? If I don't delve deeper into my abilities and try to figure out more ways to use psychic power, is it possible to escape from the gladiator arena? Although he was inexplicably sent to the 30th millennium by the warp, 10,000 years earlier than his first transmigration to the 40th millennium, he was here nonetheless. Qin Xia thought so. If the result of his coming here was that a century later, Angron would have another insane killer by his side, also implanted with the nails, then that would truly be. Qin Xia began to consider whether he should take a risk. He first suppressed the impulse in his heart and made a rational judgment. From the unknown stability of his psychic talent, and from the fact that he never lost control when learning to use psychic power with the White Scars think tank, mastering the basic 3-axe techniques, to the feeling of effortless control when using psychic power. These made Qin Xia believe that he might be able to safely understand his own abilities. But even without considering these, Qin Xia still felt he had to take the risk. The reason was simple: not risking a deeper understanding of his psychic talent, not relying on psychic power, trying to escape the gladiator arena was simply a pipe dream. Qin Xia still remembered the deeds of Angron he had read about before he transmigrated to this universe. Angron fought tooth and nail with the slave masters on Nuceria, looking truly like a Spartacus uprising. One might even think he was a mortal and not a primarch. Yet, after Angron was taken away by the emperor, he effortlessly tore apart a custodian. Angron was not weak, it was just that in the hellish beginning of Nuceria, a small pond with many big fish, merely possessing superhuman physical qualities accomplished nothing. And an Astartes who cannot utilize his psychic talent to a powerful degree finds even living itself a challenge. It seems I need to change my mind, Qin Xia murmured to himself. Qin Xia decided to change his short-term goal, from escaping the gladiator arena to exploring his own psychic talent and waiting for an opportunity, gathering information and trying to organize more people. Unless one purely wanted to seek death, one had to realize that the gladiator arena was not the biggest enemy, nor could one believe that everything would be fine just by leaving the gladiator arena in the world of Nuceria. The gladiator arena was merely a relatively safe corner in the hell of Nuceria. If one were to leave the hell of the gladiator arena to step into another, more terrifying hell, it would be best to be fully armed and prepared, and to have a large group of courageous and capable companions willing to step into that more terrifying hell. Adventuring to explore his psychic talent was necessary, because it was the only option besides waiting for death or actively seeking death. Although this choice merely meant it wasn't 100% certain death. Chapter 14 Deep Dive. Psyker power does not originate from the Psyker themselves, but from the warp. Greenskin are an exception, their Waaic field is a different matter entirely. This makes it almost impossible for a Psyker to continuously explore their own abilities without assistance until everything is fully understood. As for those who use Psyker power, the fodder Psyker are purely gambling with their lives when using it, their death is entirely up to fate, while naturally gifted Psyker will have a general sense of their own level. But this is vague, and Qin Xia does not need or trust vagueness, just as before he transmigrated here, when his body had not regressed to that of a child, his work and his talent made him detest uncertainty and vagueness. Qin Xia wanted to understand how stable his Psyker talent truly was, then measure it in a near numerical way, and finally draw a scientific conclusion based on rational judgment, so as to develop and use it, and to assess and guard against the probability of crises, according to this conclusion. Only in this way can an ability be utilized precisely and efficiently, not just psyker power, but certain scientific laws and physical rules as well. This is why Qin Xia decided to take the risk. Recalling certain details from what the think tank said, Qin Xia began to deeply sense his psyker talent, his innate ability to wield psyker power, which was different from others. As he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, sensing, Qin Xia suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness. Immediately after, he felt as if his entire being was sinking into an ocean. This was completely different from what the think tank and all the psyker he had seen before experienced when attempting to venture into the warp. But Qin Xia did not panic because of the difference, he tried his best to remain rational and calm, sinking deeper. Until he finally fell into darkness. Qin Xia began to try and sense, he thought of one thing in his mind, as if asking some kind of existence, to sense how stable his psyker ability truly was. Stable. This was the response Qin Xia received from within himself, like an echo of the mind. But just like the White Scars think tank and the Grey Knight's mentors before, who conducted complex tests with simple conclusions and various tentative personal probes, this was a vague conclusion. Its only purpose was to let others know that this psyker named Qin Xia would at least not turn into a daemon and become a fleshy gateway into reality. Deep dive. Qin Xia murmured to himself, continuing to explore deeper. Beyond the endless darkness was a white, transparent energy, encompassing something enormous. Qin Xia could see countless threads coiling on that energy. This might be the veil. The threads are the web of fate. Qin Xia made a rough judgment based on what he knew. The reality universe is enveloped by something called the veil, which can isolate the warp and warp creatures, but just like all walls, it is not completely without blind spots or impenetrable. And attached to the veil are threads of fate, which form a web of fate, representing the destinies of living beings in the reality universe. Some psyker can predict by peeking into and sifting through these threads of fate, this is the principle of prophecy. Qin Xia felt himself continuing to fall, and his vision and senses told him the same. Soon, he left the veil and entered the warp, an extremely dangerous psychic realm. So far, Qin Xia was still unsure whether what he was seeing was an illusion or if he had truly left the reality universe. If he had actually entered the warp, whether physically or mentally, it would be extremely dangerous. Qin Xia also knew the danger, but psyker power was the only thing that could possibly change his own destiny and, incidentally, the destiny of a primarch. Knowing the danger and still doing it was out of necessity. Whether in an illusion or in reality, Qin Xia, after delving into the warp, found that he was not alone in this bizarre place. He looked around and found himself inside something. Around him were stacked equipment, control panels, and a beep-beep sound similar to a submarine sonar. Qin Xia quickly circled around and then realized he was indeed inside a submarine. Beyond the porthole was the warp. Why there was a submarine, Qin Xia did not understand, but this matter was hardly worth mentioning compared to the strangeness of the warp itself. Nothing in the warp conforms to common sense. Planets overlapped, and nebula-like substances coalesced into monstrous, clawed beasts. Stars with fleshy eyes stared at Qin Xia, watching as the submarine slowly passed by. And countless bizarre creatures, in groups, passed around the submarine. As Qin Xia observed, some harmless creatures passed through the submarine, and then another group of creatures came and began to try and attack the submarine. They violently impacted the porthole and the hull, but they could not break through the submarine and enter its interior. Qin Xia even saw a daemon, it had no obvious characteristics of any of the warp gods. It roared, clinging to the outside of the porthole, its maw agape, and a person emerged from its mouth, roaring at Qin Xia, but Qin Xia could not hear what it was screeching. And when Qin Xia had the thought to drive away those disgusting creatures, the submarine's torpedo tubes released 2 torpedoes. The torpedoes traveled through the warp, turning 360 degrees and hitting the warp creatures at incomprehensible angles and trajectories, instantly driving them away. What is all this? Qin Xia was speechless at everything before him. He turned and walked into the submarine's cockpit, sat down in the seat, and then suddenly, as if he knew how to pilot a submarine, he began to pilot it. When Qin Xia wanted to go somewhere else, the submarine began to travel to that other place. This other place could be anywhere Qin Xia wanted to go. At this moment, Qin Xia had a thought, he wanted to see what his soul projection looked like. Creatures have soul projections in the warp, this soul projection can be anything. It will manifest a creature's inner self, emotions, desires, or some other state and characteristics that even the creature itself is unaware of. A psyker's soul projection is the most brilliant in the warp, when they use psyker power, their psyker projection will be like a lighthouse. Warp creatures are attracted by soul projections, which then bring danger to the psyker, this is one of the reasons why psyker are dangerous. Qin Xia was piloting the submarine, but when he had the thought to go see his psyker projection, the submarine remained motionless. This thing protecting him did not, as before, pass through daemon-infested areas, pass through giant stars with eyes. Could my psyker projection be the submarine? Qin Xia looked around, a deep look of suspicion on his face. Chapter 15, The Question of Soul Projection. After a sudden thought led him to believe his soul projection was a submarine, Qin Xia then felt it was unlikely. He sensed that his physical body still existed in the reality universe, but his consciousness had inexplicably entered the warp. If the warp here wasn't a world he had imagined, but he had truly entered the warp, then he should be able to directly feel the existence of his soul projection. Yet, Qin Xia couldn't feel anything. If he didn't have eyes, he wouldn't even know that the thing carrying him was a submarine. Qin Xia couldn't find an answer. From the very beginning, everything was completely different from what he knew, different from any knowledge of psychers he possessed, different from how psychers behaved when they attempted to delve into the warp. Finally, Qin Xia had another guess. The submarine he was in was merely a self-preservation mechanism projected by his mind in the warp. When Qin Xia experimented, the submarine transformed into various shapes. Whether it turned into a sword, a gun, or even a shield, or a box, it could carry Qin Xia and isolate him from warp creatures. In a psychic space like the warp, making wishes come true was not difficult. Qin Xia was completely certain that this was the materialization of his self-preservation thoughts, and not some soul projection, or the soul itself. You can perceive that part of you in the warp in any way you choose. Qin Xia recalled his time studying with the think tank. I can't feel anything in the warp that's bound to me, no matter how I try. Qin Xia replied thus. Impossible. Every psyker has a soul projection, this is inevitable, the think tank said. Do you think you're a soulless one who can suppress psychic powers? Even soulless ones have something similar to a projection. I've seen it, a soulless one looks like a black hole under psychic vision. I really can't feel it, Qin Xia said. It's all right. In the future, I and others will help you perceive it. Only then can we understand your abilities, the think tank said. Qin Xia focused his attention on everything around him. Now, he was in the warp, feeling everything. Perceiving everything while in close contact with the warp. But he still couldn't feel anything of himself existing in this warp. Qin Xia couldn't even feel his own soul, whether in the reality universe or here. Ultimately, Qin Xia could only make one temporary judgment, I actually don't have a soul projection. This conclusion was too astonishing. Qin Xia could only maintain a skeptical attitude for now, and then think about how to find more evidence for this conclusion, rather than just judging it based on feeling. He thought that when psychers used their psychic powers, their soul projections would shine brightly in the warp, so he tried it. Just as he had always used his psychic powers before his head was blown off by Caesar, always believing he wouldn't be the unlucky one, Qin Xia used his psychic powers in the same way. Then Qin Xia realized that he had actually been using his psychic powers all along, without any interruption. The protective mechanism of the submarine he was in was proof that his psychic powers were in use. Standing inside the porthole and looking out, there were countless shining lights in the warp, countless soul projections. But with just one glance, Qin Xia knew that none of them were his. There really isn't one, Qin Xia could only make his final judgment. For a psyker to not have a soul projection, this fact was simply too incredible. Qin Xia instinctively began to ponder and research. Soon, something happened that forced him to stop thinking. The protective mechanism of the submarine, which had been maintained by psychic power, suddenly flickered a few times and then completely disappeared. Qin Xia felt as if something had run out. Before he could fully process this feeling, countless evil warp creatures appeared in time, surging towards the unprotected Qin Xia. But what arrived even before the attacks of those warp creatures was the sensation of something being poured in. More precisely, it was absorption. Qin Xia felt himself absorbing the warp. Soon, he had a feeling that something had been refilled, and then the disappeared protective mechanism reappeared, the submarine reappeared. A massive number of surging warp creatures crashed into the protective mechanism, causing damage. This damage to the protective mechanism, when materialized, was the banging sound from the submarine's hull and extremely slight cracks on the hull armor. But the full impact launched by the massive warp creatures when the protective mechanism had just disappeared only caused a slight crack, and eventually, they gave up. Qin Xia, on the other hand, decided to halt this deep warp expedition. He had already obtained information that needed careful thought and digestion. The submarine began to ascend, slowly entering the veil. Finally, when Qin Xia felt a sense of returning, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw not the terrifying warp, but the cave in the gladiator arena. Are you back to normal? Ono asked, leaning closer with a look of concern. What's back to normal? Qin Xia was puzzled. Ono didn't explain immediately, looking at Angron. Angron looked at Qin Xia with a complicated expression, then gently shook his head, nothing. Qin Xia frowned, his eyes revealing confusion. Angron and Ono's expressions and gazes were both complex. They didn't look like they were deliberately hiding something, but rather like a kind of concern. Qin Xia, who had just received a lot of heavy information, really didn't want to play guessing games. He didn't dwell on their reactions and fell into his own thoughts. Firstly, the fact that he had no soul projection, while astonishing, was most likely true. As for the protective mechanism in the warp suddenly disappearing and reappearing, and the accompanying feelings of emptiness and fullness, and the sensation of absorbing something. Qin Xia recalled his feelings every time he used his psychic powers. He could always feel something leaving him, but he thought that was normal. After all, in all the things he had read about psychers, none of them described in detail their exact feelings every time they used their psychic powers. Now it seemed that was the feeling of psychic power flowing out of his body. Logically, psychic power should exist in the warp and merely be called upon by psychers, but it had flowed out of his body. And that feeling of absorption in the warp was like charging, absorbing psychic power. Now Qin Xia understood why his psychic talent was stable. Because it wasn't directly called from the warp, but rather transited through his body. This was equivalent to the difference between touching an electrical outlet with rubber gloves and touching high-voltage electricity with bare hands. Plus, he had no soul projection. If he truly had no soul projection, and it wasn't just that even he, the owner of the soul projection, couldn't perceive or find it. Pondering to this point, Qin Xia realized that most of his previous knowledge about psychers was irrelevant to him. Because he was different from them. Chapter 16, Second Talent. After safely completing a highly rewarding exploration, Qin Xia began to ponder his past. Why did I become a Grey Knight? Qin Xia had questioned himself like this countless times before, forcing himself to think about this question. This question was the second mystery, second only to his own psyker talent. Normally, a psyker's fate was to be captured upon discovery and sent into a ship called a black ship. Black ships were specifically for handling psykers. Psykers would undergo tests on the black ship, just like the complex tests Qin Xia underwent before joining the Grey Knights, the purpose of which was to determine if a psyker was stable and safe. Then, the black ship would carry the psykers away, and their subsequent fate, whether they lived or died, was entirely up to chance. The Grey Knights were a secret army, and their members were psykers, but this did not mean that a psyker would be 100% discovered, taken away, and transformed into a Grey Knight just because of the stability of their psyker talent. Joining the Grey Knights was an extremely low probability event. Qin Xia had never been on a black ship. He had encountered White Scars warriors who came to suppress a rebellion on a rebellious planet, and was then discovered and taken away by a think tank. And then, the Grey Knights suddenly arrived one day. Matters concerning the warp were very mysterious and uncertain, so the sudden arrival of the Grey Knights was not so strange. The problem was that Qin Xia clearly remembered that he quickly learned he had to become a Grey Knight and undergo modification surgery. It was as if he was being rushed into it, like being conscripted. Qin Xia felt that the Grey Knights did not deeply investigate his psyker talent before he underwent the modification surgery, which was a result of the rushed, conscription-like process of joining the Grey Knights. The Grey Knights were a secret army. They had a series of extremely strict review and recruitment rules within their ranks, and they would never conscript people like a mortal army. Qin Xia pondered this, then shook his head to clear his thoughts. This question was different from the question about his psyker talent. The latter could still be answered through adventurous investigation, but the former truly had no way to find an answer. Because Qin Xia was in 30K, not 10,000 years later, the damned warp had given him a second transmigration with a huge time span. In this era, there were no Grey Knights, and the distant ancestors of most of the Grey Knights members 10,000 years later were now unknown, perhaps playing in the mud. But even with the second transmigration, even arriving in the 30th millennium, even coming to Nuceria, this hellish starting point even for a primarch, Qin Xia did not feel much sadness or despair. At least Angron hadn't been nailed yet, and at least there was still a chance to save a primarch for humanity. Thinking of this, Qin Xia looked at Angron. Everything is fate, not a single thing is up to man. The words of the White Scars think tank echoed in Qin Xia's ears. Qin Xia did not object to this statement, nor did he have the passionate idea of simply refusing to accept fate or fighting against it, because in this universe, a person's destiny was as revealed by the threads of fate intertwined on the veil. But even so, one could not do nothing. If the emperor knew his fate was to sit on the golden throne, and that his dreamlike cause was destined to fail, would he throw up his hands and sit on the ground, saying, well, let's just wait to die? If a soldier fighting in the future learned that the planet beneath his feet was destined to fall, would he throw down his weapon and wait for death? Shouldn't we bury Caesar? Angron noticed Qin Xia's gaze, but he could no longer feel those negative emotions from Qin Xia. Now that Qin Xia had recovered, Angron was more concerned with dealing with the headless corpse lying on the ground. Ono looked at the corpse, shaking his head with a heavy expression. If I could bury him, I would have done so long ago. But we have no tools to dig through the walls, no straw mats or blankets, not even anything to wrap Caesar's body to prevent it from being exposed here. As Ono spoke, most of the gladiators looked at him. And when Angron finished listening to Ono and looked at the others, they all lowered their heads. Most of the people here were not cold-blooded. They also wanted to bury the body of a fellow sufferer, not just Caesar's, but also the bodies of every gladiator who had died here before. But they lacked the ability, they couldn't dig through the rock walls, and they had no covers to wrap the bodies. They could only wait for the slave masters to remember that Caesar's body was still lying there, watching as the security automatons picked up the body, shredded it, and took it away. Perhaps from now on, no one will have to be exposed after death. Qin Xia stood up and walked towards Caesar's body. Are you going to use sorcery that can bury people in the rock to bury him? Ono became excited, thinking Qin Xia might actually possess such sorcery. But Qin Xia merely squatted beside Caesar's corpse, shaking his head gently. I'm not sure I can, I'm trying. Currently, Qin Xia was essentially trying to pioneer a new way of using psyker abilities, as Ono said, specifically for burying people in rock layers. Psyker abilities were not magic, and psykers were not magicians. Nor were they like skill sets in a game, where psyker abilities could only be used in certain specific ways. Using psyker abilities to unleash lightning or fire, or for divination or healing, did not mean that psykers could only do these things, but rather that these were the most common ways of using psyker abilities. In the reality universe, where everything followed a natural order, the principle of psyker abilities, which originated from the illusory and unstable warp, was to distort reality through psyker abilities, achieving things that a living being in reality could not normally do. Anything. Qin Xia was going to use this principle to find a way to bury Caesar using psyker abilities. Fortunately, in such matters, Qin Xia's second talent would make him highly efficient and adept. This talent was an absolute genius in delving into a skill and learning something new. It's so cold, a gladiator huddled, shivering. Because frost began to spread throughout the cave. Then, inside the hard rock wall in front of Qin Xia, a cavity gradually formed, according to Qin Xia's will. After the cavity formed, the rock wall spread outwards like flowing water, revealing the internal cavity. Qin Xia focused on casting his psyker ability, his gaze falling on Angron. Angron stood up, picked up the headless corpse, approached the cavity, and slowly placed the body inside. As the rock wall, which had spread like water, began to converge, Angron stood in silence. He recalled the despair, fear, and unwillingness Caesar felt in the instant before his head exploded. If he himself died, he would feel the same way at the moment of death. Angron thought so. Rest in peace, Angron murmured softly. The other gladiators were all watching this scene, wondering if Angron had known Caesar for a long time, otherwise why would he appear so dejected. The rock wall completely closed. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Xia walked to the rock wall, came to where Caesar rested, and pressed his palm against the rock. He gently moved his arm, his palm gliding across the rock wall. Finally, Qin Xia gently blew a breath towards the wall, dust scattered, and 2 lines of text, barely visible unless one focused intently, appeared on the rock wall. Caesar. Died before the destruction of the gladiator arena. Chapter 17, Butcher. 2 days passed in a flash. Caesar's body had already been buried, and the gladiator arena staff hadn't come to retrieve it. They were content to let the gladiators stay with the body until it completely decomposed into a skeleton, adding a few more eerie touches to the cave. The lights inside the cave would kill off any germs produced during the body's decomposition, preventing the gladiators from getting sick and dying outside of combat. This gladiator arena, this planet named Nuceria, had technological levels that soared above the clouds, yet their moral standards sank below the Earth's core. It wasn't until today, 2 days later, that this caged beast existence saw a slight ripple. What are the people outside doing? Ono lay weakly on the cold rock, his tattered shirt, which had originally covered his upper body, now tightly bound around his abdomen. Aside from Qin Xia and Angron, the other gladiators were sprawled out, barely breathing. Ono had mentioned before that there would be a feast day before the gladiator day, and 2 or 3 days before the feast day, no food would be distributed, forcing the gladiators to fast. Now, everyone was famished and swaying. Overwhelming cheers and shouts from outside reached everyone's ears, but most people here didn't even have the strength to stand up and peer through the window. Currently, Qin Xia was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, leaving only Angron, who remained unaffected, to go and see what was happening. So Angron stood up and walked to the window, looking out. A ceremony is taking place in the gladiator arena. People are gathered inside the gladiator arena. Angron relayed the situation outside. 5 people on mechanical war horses have entered the gladiator arena's combat zone, but they haven't started fighting each other. Instead, they are parading around the gladiator arena as if basking in glory. Then more people on biological war horses arrived, following behind those 5 golden, shimmering knights on mechanical war horses. After a brief description, Angron looked at Ono and asked, "Are they high knights?" Hearing this question, Ono squeezed out 2 weak, powerless smiles. "They aren't high knights. They've come to the gladiator arena to participate in the gladiatorial games. I estimate the next game will be them fighting alongside us." Angron tilted his head, clearly unable to understand why, if those riders were also gladiators, they could ride grand horses, flaunting their power and parading through the streets, while he and his companions were confined to the cave and forced to fast. The negative emotions generated by the gladiators' hunger made Angron feel tormented and pained. They aren't gladiators, even though they will participate in the gladiatorial games. As if knowing what Angron wanted to ask, Ono answered directly. "Not gladiators." Doubt showed in Angron's eyes. "They are nobles, nobles below the high knights. Some young masters from noble families come to the gladiator arena to seek thrills," Ono stated weakly. "Then their families will craft very powerful armor and weapons for them, allowing these young masters who want to seek thrills in the gladiator arena to form a gladiatorial team. The people you mentioned riding mechanical war horses, they should be noble scions of the Tark family, and the knights on ordinary war horses behind them are their household servants. The name of these little bastards' gladiatorial team is Scum Slaughterers." After Ono finished speaking, Angron looked out the window, his mind heavy. Qin Xia, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. "Scum Slaughterers? What kind of ridiculous name is that?" Ono could only show a bitter smile in his tone. "The name is indeed disgusting, but they are still stars among the noble teams in Nuceria's gladiatorial games." Qin Xia wanted to curse, but he swallowed his words, still closing his eyes, focusing on exploring the use of psychic powers. "Why don't the Nucerians resist?" A question filled with endless confusion reached the gladiators' ears. Hearing this, the gladiators struggled to turn their gaze towards Angron. "The Nucerians have resisted," Ono said. No, Angron shook his head. "I don't mean whether anyone has resisted or not, but, if the gladiatorial team formed by nobles is called Scum Slaughterers, and they are so undisguised to this extent, why don't all Nucerians resist them together?" Upon hearing this, even the philosophical Ono lowered his head. He didn't lack an answer, rather, his answer tended to seek solutions from people's character and mindset. Most people in Nuceria were accustomed to being enslaved by nobles, and Nucerians themselves were easily enslaved. This was Ono's answer. "Perhaps," Ono raised his head, staring into Angron's eyes, his expression indignant. "Those who resisted were either killed, or, like us, imprisoned in the gladiator arena. The rest are those who dare not resist the nobles, just like livestock kept in a pen. The brave ones are slaughtered for meat, and what's left are naturally the timid ones." Angron's almost furrowed features relaxed slightly, he seemed to understand. "Nonsense." A slightly cold voice came from Ono's side. Angron and the others looked at the speaker, just as they had looked at Ono. Qin Xia opened his eyes again, staring at Ono. "Brother, I have to admit you are good at thinking, you have the potential of a philosopher, but only a little. And on this matter, what you're saying is completely wrong." Hearing the rebuttal, Ono wasn't angry. He had only briefly thought about this question, coming up with a makeshift answer when he couldn't find a definitive one. He listened quietly, signaling Qin Xia to continue, wanting to hear the perspective of this learned man. Do we want to escape from the gladiator arena to die, or so that we can escape our predicament? Qin Xia asked everyone. What kind of idiotic question is that? The female gladiator, who had once prepared to leave the cave with Qin Xia and Caesar to gather information, let out an angry shout. She didn't think this question was a question at all. Everyone wants to escape their predicament, not to die, Ono said. It's obvious, fellow. Exactly, Qin Xia nodded. The High Knights of Nuceria monopolize technology. This world is permeated with barbarism and ignorance, like a world full of primitives, but the technology used by the nobles is so advanced it's despair-inducing. The nobles here don't even need a large number of soldiers to establish a military basis for their rule. An Iron Man-like security automatons will not betray their users, nor will they show mercy. They have become the nobles' most loyal butchers. In such an environment, if the purpose of people's resistance isn't to die, but to truly change something, then endurance and waiting for variables are necessary. This is a problem of material basis and objective environment. An answer cannot be found at the level of character and mindset. After speaking, Qin Xia looked at Angron. Angron nodded thoughtfully. The gladiators also looked thoughtful. But for mortals, thinking only lasted for less than 2 minutes, because the hunger that was about to consume their sanity allowed their brains to only maintain basic physiological activities. Chapter 18, Feast Day. After days of starvation, when most of the gladiators were on the verge of dying from hunger, Feast Day finally arrived. The cave's gate opened, and a large number of security automatons, armed with stun batons, entered the cave in neat, synchronized steps. Following them, slaves who served the gladiator arena but did not fight, carried long tables into the cave. The long tables looked incredibly heavy, yet dozens of slaves moved them with ease. The food placed on the long tables, such as an entire roasted ox-like animal and many other foods Qin Xia had never seen, was itself very heavy, so it was clearly abnormal that the slaves could lift it. Furthermore, as the slaves moved the tables, the food, wine, or water on them showed no signs of even a slight tremor. These long tables were clearly another type of high-tech equipment used by the slave masters. Apologies, sirs, a female slave emerged from behind the security automatons and bowed to the gladiators, apologizing. There was a slight mishap while preparing these foods. We are very sorry for not being able to let you eat them sooner when you were hungry. The gladiators heard the female slave's apology, but no one responded or even looked at her, except for Qin Xia and Angron. Because most of the people here had already fainted from hunger. The female slave who had apologized to everyone quietly ceased speaking and looked left and right. The slaves took out medicine boxes from their close-fitting pouches, then walked to the gladiators and injected them with medicine one by one. The female slave, who appeared to be of higher status among the slaves, personally walked towards a young gladiator, affectionately cradled his head, and then injected him with the medicine. The young gladiator quickly woke up, and when he saw the woman embracing him, a childlike smile appeared on his face. Mother. I missed you so much. The female slave shed 2 lines of tears and embraced her son. I missed you too. Son, I missed you too. Qin Xia's slightly puzzled gaze retracted from the female slave and her gladiator son, looking at the others. The gladiators, who had been too hungry to move, instantly regained their mobility after the injection, and their complexions even looked much rosier. Qin Xia deduced that this medicine could not only help people recover their bodies but also temporarily strengthen them, for instance, preventing the stomach, which had just experienced starvation, from having issues after intense and abundant eating. The gladiators leaped up and rushed towards the long table laden with food. Angron also rushed towards the long table. Primarches do not necessarily have to eat, but they can, and eating also has some use, just like for mortals. Angron's body believed that in this environment, he must store energy through eating and consume more energy for the rapid growth of his flesh and blood body, so he quickly ran over. Get lost. A gladiator pushed Angron. If you, with your large build, eat first, it would be a miracle if we could even get some broth to drink a few seconds later. This gladiator's words gained the approval of several people nearby, and these people also began to shove Angron. You should be the ones to get lost. Angron, whose emotions had been quite stable these past few days, suddenly let out a roar, grabbed the gladiator who first shoved him by the collar, and casually threw him more than 20 meters away. Now Angron was like a giant beast, and the beast's roar and display of immense strength instantly intimidated the others. The gladiators retreated in fear, none daring to contend any longer. Don't let other people's emotions affect you, Qin Xia said, standing behind Angron. Although he did not possess Angron's ability to sense and absorb emotions, he could determine why Angron was now contending for food and displaying aggression. Because almost everyone here had developed greedy thoughts about food, each of them secretly wished to eat first until they were full, then throw the rest to others. But I'm very hungry. Angron looked back at Qin Xia, then reached out for the largest cake on the dining table. But as his large hand was about to grasp and pick up an entire cake, his movements suddenly stopped. Angron, as if by some strange impulse, turned his head and surveyed everyone present. The primarch was not looking at each person's face but sensing each person's emotions. Worrying that a certain large fellow would eat everything, worrying about not getting to eat, fearing having to go to the gladiator arena on an empty or half-full stomach, and then dying in the gladiator arena. These emotions were also felt by Angron. I'm very hungry, and I don't know why. Angron retracted his hand and squatted beside the dining table. Even though I can live for a long time in the deep mountains without eating anything, I am hungry right now. Qin Xia silently watched Angron. He had already discovered Angron's biggest problem before the butcher's nails implantation incident, and if the butcher's nails were not implanted in the future, this problem was being affected and controlled by emotions. Excuse me. The female slave, who had led the other slaves to bring the food, held her gladiator son's hand with one hand and slowly raised the other, her gaze fixed on the cake. Could you share a piece of cake with my son? He loves it the most. As she spoke, the female slave looked at Angron. She clearly saw that Angron also wanted it, because Angron had gone straight for the cake from the beginning. Angron hesitated. There's more than just one cake among these delicacies on the table, isn't there? Qin Xia stepped forward, pulled off a half-human tall leg from the enormous roasted ox-like creature, handed it to Angron, then cut a piece of cake and also handed it to him. Angron looked up at Qin Xia, nodded, and took both items of food. Seeing Angron accept sharing the cake with others, the female slave sighed in relief and smiled as she cut a piece of cake and gave it to her son. Then everyone sat around the dining table and began to enjoy this wonderful feast day. As all the gladiators ate, cameras on the table simultaneously filmed everyone. This scene was broadcast. In the cities surrounding the gladiator arena staff stood under holographic projections that almost covered the entire city, holding up banners that read, "Bet on the gladiator you think will eat the most." In the nobles' mansions, nobles sat at dining tables laden with even more sumptuous food, chatting and laughing as they watched the gladiators eat, while the food on the table in front of them remained untouched. In the gladiator arena's conference room, the person in charge watched the ravenously eating gladiators on the screen and felt that their ravenous eating was not as effective as imagined. The person in charge ordered to extend the gladiators' fasting time in the future, keeping them in a state where they were almost starving but not completely starved to death. Anyway, there were 100 kinds of drugs sufficient to make those gladiators, who were too hungry to move 1 second, jump up and eat ravenously the next. Chapter 19, Son of God. The feast day concluded with the gladiators ravenously devouring their food and the live broadcast. Before the female slave who arranged the food delivery left with the other slaves, she gave each gladiator a pill that could digest food in a few minutes, then gave some instructions to her son, who was also a gladiator. Only the gladiators remained in the cave. Tonight's revelry is cancelled, Ono said, walking towards Qin Xia and Angron, who were sitting cross-legged. That lady just said we'll be facing the butcher tonight. Ono hadn't said anything during dinner because he, like the other gladiators, was wolfing down his food and had no time to speak. Why are you telling me and him this? Qin Xia pointed to himself, then looked at Angron. Even if it wasn't cancelled, any women who came would be scared away by me and him. Ono turned and, with a mysterious smile, left a parting remark as he went back to rest, that's not necessarily true, mate. Qin Xia raised an eyebrow, pondered the remark for a moment, then cleared his mind of this unimportant matter and looked at Angron again. Angron felt the gaze and Qin Xia's emotions, then shook his head. I didn't have to fight for food during dinner just now, but I still did. At least you didn't actually eat all the food and leave others hungry, Qin Xia said softly, slowly withdrawing his gaze and closing his eyes, returning to a meditative state. At this moment, he didn't immediately ponder how to develop a new way of using psychic power as before, but instead thought about Angron. According to what Qin Xia had read and knew about Angron's deeds, if he hadn't appeared and everything had developed normally, then in the future, a think tank among the Astartes who used Angron's gene seed, a think tank named Tethys, would delve into Angron's memories and review his past. In the memories Tethys saw, Angron would sit at a table eating leftovers before starting a gladiator match. And before the gladiator match began, when everyone else rushed to grab weapons and equipment, Angron would also wait until the very end to pick up what others had left behind. Therefore, Angron would build friendships with the gladiators in the future, and he would defer to others. This is good. Although primarches are different from mortals, being superhumans created by the Emperor with advanced biological science and technology, and possessing strong learning and adaptability, primarches are not born with innate knowledge. Nor are they born with their own values and moral principles, they need education and growth. Angron's talent allows him to empathize with mortals, so he would not be a superhuman who regards mortals as pigs and dogs. Even after getting the butcher's nails, he still loved his gladiator brothers and sisters. But he has his most fatal problem, a problem stemming from his talent, which is that Angron is very easily troubled and dominated by his own or others' emotions. But who doesn't have their own problems? Thinking of this, Qin Xia shifted his attention to himself, continuing to research new ways of using psychic power as before. Welcome to Gladiator Day, citizens of Xia. Today, the Gladiator Arena is honored to welcome a noble gladiator team that will bring revelry to all. Let us greet them with the warmest applause. The butcher, the butcher, the butcher, the butcher. The maggot eye flew above the Gladiator Arena's combat zone. The fortunate spectators who had managed to buy tickets for the Gladiator Arena stands rose to their feet before the giant projection, applauding and cheering loudly. Fireworks exploded in the night sky above the Gladiator Arena. Amidst this overwhelming celebration, 5 leaders of the noble gladiator team, clad in golden armor and riding mechanical war horses, were teleported into the center of the Gladiator Arena. Subsequently, the knights accompanying these 5 nobles were also teleported out. Upon their arrival, they neatly arrayed themselves on both sides, their steeds kneeling in unison, along with their masters, to pay homage to the 5 individuals in whom the blood of Nuceria's gods flowed. Butchers. The maggot eye flew to the leader of the 5 golden armored knights, and the host's voice boomed from within, please shout out your incredibly glorious surname and that of your 4 brothers and sisters. Tark. The leading golden armored knight roared, my name is Marius Tark. Remember my name. Remember my glorious divine family. The blood of the High Knight, which is the blood of a god, flows in my veins. The cheers within the gladiator arena reached their peak with the roar of the golden armored knight. Then the golden armored knight added, I'm not saying other families aren't divine families. I don't mean that. Anyway, today is the Tark family's special day. Of course, son of God, the host proclaimed loudly, today is the Tark family's special day, and the other divine families are watching you from the stands. Upon hearing this, the 5 golden armored knights raised their arms, enjoying the cheers of the crowd. Amidst the cheers, the gates of the gladiator arena's combat zone rose, and from the building opposite the gladiators' quarters, hundreds of shackled individuals emerged one after another. When these people arrived on the field, their shackles shattered into dust at the same moment, then transformed from dust into weapons like swords and knives. As always, the maggot eye instantly ascended into the sky. The butcher's warm-up segment begins. Within the combat zone, the ordinary knights who had appeared with the golden armored knights remained bowed, their steeds still kneeling beneath them. These individuals remained motionless. As per custom, only the 5 golden armored knights, the scions of the divine families, moved during this warm-up segment. The 5 golden armored knights galloped forward amidst the cheers. Their mechanical steeds were not only stronger and larger than other horses but also clearly more obedient and efficient in executing their master's will. Among these 5 golden armored knights, the leader slowly trotted out. Ahead of this person, hundreds of individuals wielding swords and knives had already realized they had to fight, so they united, formed a square formation, and prepared to fight a bloody battle against the enemy before them. The 4 golden armored knights remained rooted to their spots. The leader continued to gallop forward, picking up speed, eventually even soaring into the air, his mechanical warhorse clearly integrating an anti-gravity device. After the mechanical warhorse carried its master into the air, the warhorse's outer shell extended, its structure changed, and it ultimately transformed into a gigantic scorpion. The mechanical giant scorpion descended from the air, twisting and turning upon landing, its tail sweeping in a circle. Red dust filled the air within the combat zone. When the dust cleared, fragments lay everywhere, with only the mechanical entity, transforming from a scorpion back into a warhorse, and its golden armored master standing resplendent upon its back, remaining at the spot where the hundreds of people had previously been. This is the power of a god. 3 seconds, all rebellion captives annihilated. The maggot eye let out a thunderous cheer. Chapter 20, Gladiatorial Combat. Those people used for warm-up, are they rebellion captives? Inside the cave, a gladiator watching the combat area exclaimed. Hearing this, Ono rushed to the iron window, gripping the bars with both hands to look at the combat zone. He didn't manage to see the people used for warm-up alive, he only saw scattered fragments everywhere. Ono's eyes nervously searched the red sand on the combat area's ground. He found a living person buried under the fragments, and the tense, solemn expression on his face relaxed slightly. The survivor crawled out. Only then did Ono and the other gladiators realize he had lost the lower half of his body, his legs. The survivor writhed on the ground. In the gladiator's eyes, a long red object dragged behind the survivor's waist. Upon seeing another living person, one of the servant knights brought by the golden armored knights took action. That servant knight galloped towards the survivor, his lance raised. Damn it, the survivor let out a mournful cry, no longer attempting to find a weapon, but instead painstakingly turned his body to look at the audience stands. He took a deep breath. This breath transformed within his enraged chest, ultimately becoming a roar that surged from his neck. I'll screw all the High Knights' families. The next second, the survivor became a corpse hanging on the servant knight's lance. The servant knight's modified arm easily held the lance with the corpse, galloping over the red sand. The corpse hanging on the lance was like a flag, a warning. The gladiators witnessed this moment firsthand. Some were filled with righteous indignation, some were indifferent, and some even found this warm-up quite cool. The warm-up session was over, now it was time for the gladiators to enter the arena. The lights inside the cave began to flicker. The gate opened. Neatly arranged security automatons, holding stun batons, waited for the gate to fully open. The gladiators turned and walked out. I think all of us will be killed by them. Angron caught up with Ono, looking at Ono's grim face and said, what weapons will the gladiator arena give us? We won't all be killed. Ono gritted his teeth in response, they'll leave a portion of those who perform well, and then the slaughter will stop. Angron nodded slightly. The slaughter won't stop, Qin Xia said meaningfully. The gladiators walked out of the cave, then were supervised and beaten by the security automatons, driven like a flock of sheep towards a room in the corridor, the armory. To Angron's great disappointment, there was nothing good in the armory, just cold weapons. The gladiators were already accustomed to this, they walked over and snatched the weapons they were proficient with and liked. One type of weapon was very popular among the gladiators here, tridents. Finally, after all the good weapons were taken, and not even a single shield remained, Angron hesitated before choosing what he considered a usable weapon, a two-handed axe. Qin Xia picked up a weapon after Angron, he casually took a sword. This sword looked like a dagger in his hand. After walking out of the armory shortly after Qin Xia, Angron kept looking at Qin Xia. From this person, the primarch saw a quality humility. But he didn't know that Qin Xia wasn't very humble, he just felt that he didn't need a proper weapon. Together with the other gladiators, Qin Xia, escorted by the security automatons, arrived at the gate leading to the combat area. The gate slowly rose. Red sand and flying dust appeared in their vision along with the light. Finally. The main event is about to begin. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the gladiators. And the highly anticipated, heavily bet on potential newcomer, Angron. Maggot Eye flew above the combat area, broadcasting the host's shouts. Qin Xia stood among the gladiators' formation, speaking to them. Once that Maggot Eye's drawn-out announcement, sounding like it's peeing on an electric fence, is over, all of us must gather together. I know those rebellion captives were instantly killed by gathering together, but if we scatter, we'll be hunted down one by them on horseback, like prey. With that, Qin Xia began to make a more detailed assessment of the enemies they were about to face. Hearing Qin Xia's words, a female gladiator turned around and asked, "Why should we listen to you? Just because you're a big bastard." Qin Xia looked in the direction of the voice and found that the female gladiator who was refuting him was the same one who had previously planned to go out with him to gather information but couldn't because Caesar's head exploded. "What is your name, madam?" Qin Xia asked politely. "Kleist," the female gladiator replied. "All right, you bitch," Qin Xia said, looking at Kleist, "if we all win this gladiatorial combat alive, you must come kneel before me and thank me, then apologize for your rudeness now." Upon hearing this, Kleist rolled her eyes at Qin Xia and raised her middle finger. The gladiators, escorted by security automatons, walked out of the gate and entered the combat area. Underfoot was red sand, overhead was night. Before them were the opponents they would face in the upcoming gladiatorial combat. Qin Xia had not yet participated in any gladiatorial combat, so the gladiators didn't think they should listen to him, but Qin Xia's words served as a reminder, urging them not to make bad choices out of fear. Choosing to scatter due to fear of the rebellion captives' precedent would indeed prevent them from being wiped out by golden armored knights riding scorpions in one move, but scattering would also lead to being individually pursued and killed. Now that Angron was present, gathering together and cooperating would at least make their deaths more dignified, it wouldn't look like a hunt. The gladiators gathered together, forming a square formation. Most of these people were experienced, so they knew what to do when facing cavalry and could influence others to do the same through their actions. After taking some time to form a square, those gladiators holding shields raised them, forming a shield wall. "Use my shield." Ono looked at Angron, who was standing beside him in the front row, and handed him the shield. "This thing doesn't look as hard as my body hair." Angron smiled bitterly and shook his head, then single-handedly lifted his two-handed great axe, ready for battle. At this moment, Qin Xia frowned slightly, retreated to the back of the team, and shielded everyone in front of him. He had a reason for doing this. He had to leave space. If things didn't go well, he needed to ensure he wouldn't engage the charging enemies at the first moment. "That's it." Kleist, in the very front row, held up her shield with one hand and continuously raised her middle finger at Qin Xia with the other. "Your courage is inversely proportional to your physique." Chapter 21 Total Annihilation. Above the red sand, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up rolling dust. Multiple maggot eyes were filming this gladiator match from various camera angles. The armor of the 5 golden armored knights shimmered under the moonlight, and the mechanical steeds beneath them were as heavy and massive as tanks. Even the house slaves brought by those 5 golden armored knights looked imposing. The biological war horses, bred through genetic engineering, were tall and robust, with muscles bulging savagely. Scalding hot air spewed from their mouths, which were filled with fangs and sharp teeth, and threads of blood dripped down their fangs. This battle had been rehearsed countless times. A portion of the slave knights rode forward first, gradually forming a line as they moved, then slowly rode forward in unison. The remaining slave knights dispersed to the left and right flanks. Finally, the 5 golden armored knights came up behind the slave knights, advancing slowly in the safest position within the cavalry formation. The gladiators had already formed a shield wall, with shields stacked layer upon layer. It looked highly unlikely to be effective against a charge, but at least it appeared somewhat dignified, rather than everyone screaming and running everywhere, only to be overtaken and trampled to death by horse hooves. The butchers gradually increased their speed, until they were galloping across the vast red sand battlefield. Their mere charge kicked up a sandstorm of dust, like a towering steel wall bearing down, making it difficult for every gladiator to breathe. In such a situation, no gladiator fled. Qin Xia couldn't help but marvel that there was a reason Angron, even after having the butcher's nails, still respected them. "I'm still flipping you off in my heart." Kleist lowered his right hand, which had been raised in a middle finger, and took the long spear from his back, resting it on his shield. Qin Xia dismissed that remark as nonsense and didn't listen at all. The butchers were still galloping forward. The golden armored warrior who had just killed all the rebellion captives leaped on his horse, and the structure of the mechanical warhorse beneath him began to change. Qin Xia watched that warrior. The sword fell from his hand and stuck into the ground. Qin Xia slowly raised his hands, placing his palms together. In his mind, he recalled the new way of using psychic power that he had contemplated and mastered while meditating. Frost quietly spread across the scorching hot red sand. "The first one," Qin Xia murmured, making a twisting motion with his clasped hands. As the last syllable faded, the golden armored knight who had leaped on his horse was in mid-air, descending with his mechanical warhorse in an extremely cool visual effect, when his helmet suddenly rotated 180 degrees. The mechanical warhorse had an awareness link with its master, so when its master's head rotated 180 degrees, its head also turned 180 degrees backward. The man and horse fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. "The second one," Qin Xia murmured again, making the twisting gesture once more. The second golden armored knight, who had discovered his companion's death, had his head rotate 180 degrees backward, causing him to fall from his mechanical warhorse. "The third one. The fourth one. The fifth one." All the golden armored knights died in the same manner. People had already noticed something was wrong. The cheering stopped. The gladiators still held their shields up, but they looked around, trying to discover the cause of the golden armored knights' deaths. And those slave knights who were still galloping looked at their masters, their expressions astonished and bewildered. Remember what I told you before. Qin Xia pulled his sword from the ground and walked past Kleist, moving from the very back to the front row. Things were going smoothly, he didn't need to create distance. Upon reaching Angron in the front row, Qin Xia met Angron's astonished gaze, then continued forward. In front of the shield wall, Qin Xia slowly threw his sword. The sword, like a dagger in his hand, spun through the air, piercing a slave knight's armor and tearing through his body. Qin Xia stood still, waiting. His figure was quickly swallowed by the dust and the figures of the slave knights. Angron charged forward with his axe raised. A shockwave appeared in the very center of the slave knights. Dust, the slave knights and their horses, everything was blasted away as the shockwave expanded. Angron, who had charged forward because he saw Qin Xia engulfed by the enemies, was also flung away by the shockwave, flipping twice in the air before landing on the ground, crushing a slave knight, who had landed before him, along with his horse into a bloody mist. In the very center of the shockwave, Qin Xia stood unharmed. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Qin Xia picked up the long spear that had fallen to the ground from the person closest to him, who had endured the greatest impact and been shattered into pieces. The slave knights had already begun to flee. Qin Xia raised the long spear and threw it like a javelin at a knight. The javelin traveled 600 meters, impaling the knight and his horse to the ground. Qin Xia picked up another long spear and threw it again. Another person was impaled to death along with his horse. Kill them! Ono roared, and then the astonished gladiators reacted, pursuing and slaughtering the scattered, fleeing enemies. Ono, wielding his sword, chased a slave knight whose horse had a broken leg. As this old bear chased the slave knight, Angron swept past him like a whirlwind, pursuing the faster fleeing enemies. Qin Xia noticed Ono, he watched Ono chase the horse with a broken leg. As Ono sprinted, he craned his neck back and forth, looking like Stallone's running posture. Ono, oblivious to the gaze, sprinted in pursuit. Just as he was about to catch up to the broken-legged warhorse, he raised the long sword in his hand, but as he was about to plunge the sword into the enemy's back, the enemy's head suddenly rotated 180 degrees to look at him. Even the head of the horse beneath this person was the same. Ono withdrew his sword and turned to look at Qin Xia. Qin Xia nodded. If I were younger, this cavalryman would have been caught and stabbed 18 times by me, Ono muttered to himself, stopping to catch his breath. Chapter 22, Shocking Pharmacology. The primarch was still young, but physically, he was far from a child, only mentally was he still one. A humanoid tank, taller than Qin Xia, rampaged across the red sand. The remaining servant knights were quite smart, instead of gathering and running chaotically, they dispersed. However, this method of escape was not very effective, as Angron could easily catch up, running several times faster than a horse, then backhanding the mounted knight with a punch. Angron would even intentionally block the path of the servant knights, letting their war horses crash into him, then he would pick up the warhorse and rider together and slam them hard onto the ground. The other gladiators quickly caught up, hacking the person Angron had slammed to death with their blades. Their weapons were not very effective, they needed to first dismantle the armor, then hack many times at the reinforced body with their weapons. Screams of battle filled the air. Everyone in the gladiator arena's audience seats transformed their invisible excitement and admiration into audible cheers that vibrated through the gladiator arena. People standing on the ground could even feel the tremors from the sound. Amidst this overwhelming roar of cheers, the gladiator continued. Let me go. Qin Xia walked towards a lone servant knight and heard the knight make a pitiful plea. I'm not a noble, I'm just a slave to those noble children. They took a liking to me, so they just made me participate in the gladiator. I'm not a gladiator nor a noble, I have no grievances with you. Listening to these pleas, Qin Xia stopped, looking down at the servant knight whose horse had disappeared. Tell me how many people you've killed, Qin Xia asked. Not many, some lowlifes, some commoners, that's all, the knight stammered in reply. I can tell you're actually very proud of your slave status, because you're not one of us so-called slaves of the gladiator arena. You share in your master's glory. Qin Xia slowly approached the knight, his voice suddenly turning cold. Don't come to Nuceria in your next life. This place is a hell. After speaking, in the knight's terrified gaze, Qin Xia extended his hand and lightly touched the knight's forehead. Frost spread, and a psychic shock burst forth from Qin Xia's fingertip. The knight, touched on the forehead, was torn to shreds by the shock surging from within his body, from the inside out. And when the blood mixed with fragments was about to splatter onto Qin Xia, an invisible barrier intercepted the blood in the air. When the barrier disappeared, the blood also fell to the ground, quickly freezing. They're all dead. Kleist ran over and told Qin Xia. Qin Xia scanned the entire field. Apart from the gladiators, there were no intact servant knights on the red sand, and the 4 golden armored knights from before lay on the red sand like forgotten trash. You performed very well, gladiators. Maggot Eye descended from the air, its voice trembling slightly. The announcer there was clearly in fear of something. Very good, but stop there. The gladiator is over. Stop there. Qin Xia scooped Maggot Eye into his hand, questioning, how can we stop when everyone's dead? It's not that easy to die completely. Maggot Eye shook twice. Then Qin Xia heard a sound, turned his head, and looked in the direction of the noise. The functions of the ancient golden armor had been continuously operating, but the situation had been too chaotic just now for anyone to notice. Just now, inside the golden armor, the moment the head rotated, various devices extending from within the armor immediately impaled the wearer from top to bottom, like a sieve. Dense cables and devices, like human nerves and biological structures, connected the wearer's flesh to the armor. The physiological functions and neural structures damaged by the 180-degree neck twist were instantly replaced by the armor. So the wearers were not brain dead, but they could never remove the armor again, they had become one with this ancient armor. And now, a bulge on the back of a golden armored knight opened, revealing a vial of medicine. Then a tentacle extended from within the golden armor, coiled around the medicine, and inserted it into the wearer's neck, which had been twisted 180 degrees. After a rustling sound of bones being squeezed, the golden armored knight, whose appearance was merely visually restored to normal by the medicine, stood up like a zombie. He was not controlling his own body, but rather controlling the armor's structure through neural signals, and then the armor controlled the body. The golden armored knight seemed a bit dazed, scanning his surroundings and seeing bodies everywhere. The gladiators instantly became alert, thinking this guy was going to retaliate. But then the golden armored knight burst into a wail, amplified many times by his armor's built-in loudspeaker, sounding deafening, "I want to go home. I'm not fighting this damn gladiator anymore. I want to go home." The other golden armored knights also stood up one after another. This works. Qin Xia, who hadn't been able to disassemble and study the armor up close, only thought it was the effect of the medicine. He truly hadn't expected these people to have medicine that could restore a neck twisted 180 degrees. Nuceria's pharmacology was truly shocking. And when Qin Xia later truly understood what the golden armor was, he would realize that Nuceria's pharmacology was not only shocking, but all its ancient technological heritage related to biology was extremely shocking. The gladiator arena has its own rules. Maggot Eye floated in front of the golden armored knights. Whether you live depends on whether the audience is satisfied with the combat performance you provided. I'm a member of the Tark family, damn it. My word is the law on Nuceria. You dwarf hiding behind a steel drone, call the security automatons to protect me and my brothers. You damned pig dog. The golden armored knight, on the verge of collapse, roared loudly. And Maggot Eye gave him an answer that instantly calmed him down. The word of the Tark family is the law of Nuceria. But within your family, is your word more powerful than your clan leader uncle's? Upon hearing the word uncle, the golden armored knights instantly lowered their heads, clearly filled with fear. Vote, audience. Maggot Eye flew towards the audience seats. The nobles among the audience, and those who had purchased high-level gladiator viewing tickets, could cast votes to decide a gladiator's life or death. The first to stand up looked like the parents of those golden armored knights. A noble couple from the Tark family, they seemed proud of their children, so they came to watch the gladiator in person, only to not expect things to develop to this point. Both had tear stains on their faces. When casting their votes, they undoubtedly stood up, raising the gleaming knight silhouette family crest of the Tark family, while also raising their other hand with their thumb pointing upwards. Damn it, Qin Xia cursed, scanning the other gladiators. Angron was confused. The gladiators said nothing, waiting quietly. They were clearly accustomed to being controlled by others, not just their fate, but also their victory. What is this? The primarch asked those around him. Voting, Ono replied. On the gladiator arena, what truly determines life and death is not us and our weapons, nor our opponents, but these spectators. If they like you, even if you are chopped into pieces, they can vote for you to undergo massive human modifications and live again. So we just watch. Angron's brows furrowed. This is our victory, how can they vote on it? Ono clearly agreed with Angron's question, he also didn't think the gladiator's victory should be voted on by the audience. But initiating the vote was Maggot Eye's power, and casting votes was the audience's power. When under another's roof, gladiators had no choice but to bow their heads. Chapter 23, Execution. More and more people began to stand up and cast their votes. Most of them gave a thumbs up, indicating that they wanted the Tark family's children to live. In reality, most of them wanted these children to die in a more spectacular and visually impactful way. That's how people are when they enjoy a good show. But the Tark family's scions were, after all, nobles among nobles, and no noble or wealthy commoner dared to stand up and give a thumbs down to condemn those young Tarks to death. Then, after everyone with voting rights stood up and gave a thumbs up, something instantly tallied the results, and Maggot Eye received the results and announced, Tar. As Maggot Eye uttered its first syllable, Qin Xia stepped forward, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth as if to say something. But Ono immediately stopped him, if we go against the audience's wishes, we will be absolutely condemned. You still have a chance to lead others. You cannot die here. Did you hear what Maggot Eye just said? Qin Xia said, I suspect it's the clan uncle of these little bastards who wants them dead. It's a struggle between nobles or something. Trust me, we can kill these guys today without paying any price. Ono pondered for 2 seconds upon hearing this. On one hand, he didn't think he could change Qin Xia's mind and decision, on the other hand, he also felt that what Qin Xia said was probably correct, so he didn't interfere further. The Tark family's gladiators, scum slaughterers, Maggot Eye announced, after the vote of all the audience, with a 100% approval rate, this gladiator team is judged to be able to walk out of the gladiator arena alive. We hope they aren't too scared and will try harder next time. The golden armored knights erupted in cheers. Their hearts had sunk when the host mentioned their uncle. But now they could still live. This was the confidence of nobles participating in gladiators, on one hand, technology ensured they wouldn't die. On the other hand, the gladiator arena would let them live, simply because. Pfft. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out. The golden armored knight, feeling a sharp pain in his back, was momentarily dazed and looked down at his chest. A long spear had pierced through his chest. Qin Xia held the long spear with one hand, lifted the golden armored knight impaled by the spearhead, and then flung him away. Angron leaped up, roaring as he slammed the golden armored knight thrown at him into the red sand with his bare fists, then punched him repeatedly until he had beaten the golden armor and the person inside it to pieces with his bare hands. The gladiator arena suddenly fell silent at this moment. Everyone's stunned gaze was fixed on Qin Xia, who had made the first move. Qin Xia held up his right hand, his thumb pointing down. That was the gesture for condemning a gladiator to death, but by the rules, he had no right to decide anyone's life or death. Well, it seems our new gladiator has a different opinion. Maggot Eye floated in the air, its electronic observer emitting red light, as if watching coldly. The death of one golden armored knight pushed the remaining ones from the brink of collapse into a state of complete breakdown. They let out shrill screams and ran wildly towards the other gate of the gladiator arena that didn't lead to the cave, even though some of them had died for the first time ridiculously close to the audience stands. Make them stay, Qin Xia said to Angron. Angron nodded, scanned left and right, then picked up swords and spears used by the servant knights from the ground. Anything that could be thrown, he picked up. The primarch stood there holding those items, looking at the fleeing golden armored knights, a slight hesitation in his eyes. He felt the pain of each person he killed, but his hesitation was only slight, because the hatred of the gladiators present for those golden armored knights made him eager to kill them quickly. A sword was thrown by Angron. Accompanied by the golden armored knight's scream, the sword pinned the unlucky fellow's leg to the ground. Then came the second golden armored knight, the third, until all four of the remaining living ones had their legs pinned, unable to move. Angron looked at Qin Xia. Maggot Eye gave Qin Xia a close-up at the best shooting angle, and the sound-collecting device began to directionally pick up Qin Xia's voice. Frost spread across the red sand. Angron walked towards Qin Xia, then realized that each time he lifted his foot, it would bring up some shattered ice. Why should they live? Qin Xia coldly glanced at the four golden armored knights whose legs were pinned to the ground, too much in pain to even struggle, only able to howl. Qin Xia's voice was broadcast by Maggot Eye, echoing throughout the gladiator arena. Clearly, someone was instructing the host controlling this thing. You want to see cruelty? You want to see the gladiators slaughtered one by these bastards, and then a few brats who came here to play stand on the corpses, holding up the gladiators' heads, enjoying the glory they think they achieved with their own hands amidst your perfunctory cheers. But now the situation is a little different. In this gladiator, none of us gladiators will die, but these bastards who claim to slaughter us scum will. Qin Xia said, locking onto the four golden armored knights with his psychic power. This was not in battle, and Qin Xia didn't need to quickly incapacitate these four, so he didn't have to be as rushed as before. I'm not good at impassioned speeches, I'm only good at stating facts. Qin Xia raised his hands, his two palms about to overlap. When he felt the time was right, and he had mobilized enough psychic power, he slammed his palms together. Bang, 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 bang. Four dull thuds. The heads of the four golden armored knights all exploded, then fell onto the red sand at the same moment in different directions. The gladiator arena was briefly silent for a few seconds. The audience found it very exciting, but they dared not stand up and applaud or cheer, each one like a professional holding back laughter, who would never laugh out loud in an inappropriate setting. I declare all gladiators sentenced to death. The parents of the golden armored knights stood up in the audience stands, roaring through an amplification device. Sorry, but that's not according to the rules. Maggot Eye, after filming the execution from the best angle, flew into the air and came to the edge of the gladiator arena's combat zone. The host's voice no longer sounded so frivolous and mocking, but very serious. Mr. Iron Tark, the gladiator can be temporarily suspended. You can go to the VIP box and talk to your brother. If he also agrees to execute all the gladiators, then I will immediately press the execution button, and all these people will turn to ash. But the premise is that you can get your brother's permission. Upon hearing this, Iron Tark was like having a basin of cold water poured on him, instantly extinguishing his rage. Fair and just gladiators, this is what the Tark family's patriarch wants to present to every Nuceria citizen. Maggot Eye circled the arena, its pronouncements reaching everyone's ears. As for the reason, the host controlling Maggot Eye pressed the play button backstage, playing the patriarch's original words transmitted by the Tark patriarch's voice slave. Because this is a gladiator arena and not a goddamn noble playground. Want to roll in here to die? Fine. But you can't enter the gladiator arena like when my father was in power, kill gladiators armed with broken swords using advanced weapons and equipment, and then swagger away, without even presenting a gladiator with at least a twist to the Nuceria citizens. After playing the patriarch's original words, the host opened the gate leading to the cave. Thank you, gladiators, for the wonderful performance. The gladiator is now over. The victors should rest. The gladiator was over, and the gladiators should return to the cave. Qin Xia looked at the parents of the golden armored knights in the audience stands, tapped his own head, then sneered, turned around, and returned to their dwelling with the other gladiators. Chapter 24, The Concealer. Inside the cave. The gladiators walked from the scorching red sand into the cool cave, each of them sitting exhausted on the ground. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Xia sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, as always. Everyone was silent for a while, then Kleist got up and walked towards Qin Xia, standing at his eye level. Qin Xia met his gaze with a confrontational look, because Kleist didn't seem at all like he was going to apologize for what he had said earlier when entering the combat zone. Kleist took a deep breath. I was wrong. You were right when we went to the gladiator arena, and I agree with you, I shouldn't have picked a fight and cursed at you. Qin Xia stared at the dark, burly Kleist, whose gender couldn't be determined without hearing his voice. That's it. Kleist pursed his lips, said nothing, and just nodded slightly, indicating that was it. That's it. Qin Xia shook his head from side to side. That's it, that's it, that's it. All right. Kleist also felt that he wasn't being sincere enough, so after thinking it over, he added, I'm a jerk, I'm sorry. Qin Xia smiled at Kleist with a twisted lip. He was surprised that Kleist actually came to apologize, even if he didn't kneel as Qin Xia had previously suggested. Kleist could have pretended to be ignorant and not admitted it, then slowly used friendship to smooth things over in future gladiatorial matches. You actually came to apologize. Qin Xia said truthfully, I was just saying that at the time. I'm not a softie who can't lose or can't play. Kleist raised his head, if I look down on you, and then you prove me wrong, then I will apologize to you. I can afford to lose, I don't go back on my word. That's true. Oh no, leaning against the wall, interjected, Kleist is the only one here who has never cheated when losing at cards, the only one. Hearing this, Angron, sitting on the ground, turned to look at Ono. The primarch's gaze seemed to be asking, even you once cheated after losing at cards? Why are you looking at me? Ono said in a deep voice, I don't play cards. Hearing what Ono said, Qin Xia awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, not expressing an opinion on the matter of cheating at cards. He felt that Kleist really should be the only one here who didn't cheat at cards. The kind that was unprecedented and would never be repeated. Because he himself often cheated when losing at cards in the White Scars, relying on the fact that he was a little guy, and those Astartes would indeed laugh off his cheating because of his childlike appearance. He even learned to use psychic powers to change cards from the think tank. As for later, after going to the Grey Knights, since they didn't play cards, he had no chance to cheat. Thinking of this, Qin Xia changed the subject, Kleist. I know that at that time I was just a newcomer, and I shouldn't have said things to you that you already knew, just because I was uneasy. You can afford to lose, and I can afford to win. From now on, my back is yours, and your back can be mine too. Qin Xia extended his hand to Kleist. Hey! Kleist grinned, grasped Qin Xia's large hand, and shook it up and down. At the same time, outside the luxurious viewing room in the Gladiator Arena's VIP section, the Gladiator Arena's person in charge slowly approached the door with his head bowed. 2 guards, almost equivalent to Iron Man due to their modifications, stopped the person in charge. Their announcements were transmitted by chips in their brains to their colleagues inside the room, and then they received a response. Enter. The guard said. The person in charge nodded and came to the door. He reached out and placed his hand on the doorknob, hesitating, but eventually made up his mind to enter the room. Everything here was made of gold, specially designed for nobles to watch gladiatorial matches. Every item in this room was enough to buy the lives of 100 gladiators, and the device that erased the room from the visual perception of others was priceless. Lord Tark. The person in charge looked solemnly at the figure by the railing. A man stood at the edge of the railing, enjoying the ongoing gladiatorial match, gently swirling the wine glass in his hand, clearly quite interested. The man was the head of the Tark family. He was so noble that others could not address him by his given name, but only by his incomparably distinguished surname. A very spectacular gladiatorial match. Tark turned around and raised his wine glass to the person in charge with an expressionless face. The feeling the head of the Tark family gave the person in charge was coldness, standing like a mountain, a coldness that disregarded everything. You asked me back then why I concealed the fact that the big guy was a wizard. Tark said, now you should know. Because I wanted him to bring about this kind of sudden gladiatorial effect. If my nephews knew he was a wizard, they wouldn't dare to enter the arena, and that would be boring, wouldn't it? Hearing this, the person in charge's expression was grave, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, I think your idea is absolutely correct, so that's how I arranged it. I truly like you so much. The previous person in charge was not as useful as you. Tark nodded expressionlessly, then coldly turned back to continue watching the gladiators chasing down the remaining servant knights in the gladiator arena. This is an honor for me, my ancestors, and the entire family. My lord. The person in charge's expression remained solemn, as if facing a cold-blooded beast. Receiving praise did not make him happy, instead, it made him sweat profusely. A moment of silence. The person in charge organized his words and spoke again. According to custom, wizards are sent to the Julius family after being discovered, but you said this wizard was still useful, so I told them to get lost. Wait. Tark turned around, looking at the person in charge with an incredulous expression. You said according to custom. The person in charge nodded slightly, then shook his head. You. Tark stared at the person in charge, his tone sounding startled. How could you? Have you forgotten who your master is? How dare you use that word with me? According to custom. According to custom, I wouldn't even be able to be the family head. You should know I hate customs the most. The person in charge trembled with fear. Haha. Tark suddenly laughed, changing to a mocking expression. Don't be nervous, I'm not a cruel person, you don't have to be afraid of being killed by me for a single word. Upon hearing this, the person in charge felt saved. But then, Tark's expression returned to its cold state. however, mistakes should be punished, including myself. Anyone who makes a mistake will be punished. A guard stepped forward and punched the person in charge in the abdomen, then pulled out some medicine. The person in charge's intestines were shattered, but the medicine shoved into his mouth quickly restored him to normal. However, when he was punched, the person in charge spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the cup in Tark's hand. Tark looked at the blood on the wine glass. The redness of the blood made him dizzy, made him fearful. A personal slave immediately stepped forward, took the wine glass, and placed it out of Tark's sight. To prevent outsiders from seeing his fear of blood, Tark forced a smile. You served me for a whole year when I was little, you should understand me. When I was little, I was also punished for my mistakes, so you should be too. Yes, yes, family head, I understand. The person in charge nodded repeatedly. I shouldn't have mentioned that word in front of you, it's my fault, and to be punished for it and receive your leniency is my supreme honor. Very good. Tark's smile became even brighter and gentler. But this smile vanished instantly. The gladiators' revelry tonight is postponed until tomorrow, isn't it? Tark said coldly, tomorrow, let your wife and daughter also go to the cave. The person in charge was on the verge of tears. My dear master, this. SHH, Tark put his index finger to his lips, you know the rules. After dealing with the person in charge, Tark turned to look at the gladiator arena, and a look of ecstatic joy suddenly appeared on his face. My disgusting family has one more unlucky descendant who died out, and many more widows, all because of one good idea of mine, choosing a good person. When the gladiatorial match is over, I'm going to find my brother. I want to enjoy the expression of that infertile old bastard. Muttering to himself like a madman, Tark turned to look at the guard. Did you hear what I said? Now go to my brother's house, make him suffer in front of a mirror, and then tell him that he must remember his current appearance, so that when I have time to go to him, he must completely and exactly perform the pain of this moment for me, otherwise I will marry all the women in his family to my slaves. Hearing his master's command, the guard, almost equivalent to Iron Man, scratched the iron cables that extended from the butcher's nails in his brain, then nodded, yes, master, I will go supervise him now. Chapter 25, Triumph Rope. Now, let's carve the triumph rope. Claes turned and shouted at the gladiators. All the gladiators immediately stood up from the ground and looked for sharp objects that could be used to cut something. Stones, shards, bones left by the previously dead. What is the triumph rope? Angron asked curiously. Claes was engrossed in his excitement and didn't notice Angron's question. So, it was Ono who answered Angron. The triumph rope is a ritual. Ono turned around, lifted his shirt, and showed Angron his back. Angron noticed a vertical line on Ono's back, extending along his spine, with red and black marks, looking like some kind of scale. Gladiator combat is a tradition on Nuceria, it's been around for a very long time, Ono explained. A long time ago, there was a tradition in the gladiator arena where the winner would carve a line on their spine, extending from the spine to the waist. Winning a gladiator combat meant making a small cut, and slowly it would become a line. Angron was puzzled, we hate the gladiator arena, so why do we still impose its rules and traditions on ourselves? Because this tradition is older than the history of the most ancient High Knight families. It originally started as a way for soldiers in the army to record honor and disgrace, Ono said, handing a sharpened stone to a gladiator next to him. Qin Xia watched this scene, he understood this ritual called the triumph rope. As far as he knew, if everything developed as it originally did, then after Angron became the Legion Master, he would bring this tradition into the World Eaters Legion. If the World Eaters Legion could not conquer a world within 31 solar hours, then they would leave a black line representing disgrace on the triumph rope. The intermittent red and black lines on Ono's spine were the triumph rope, red represented glory and victory, while black represented disgrace and failure. Leaving a red line was easy, just make a small cut, like adding a blood dot to a straight line. To leave a black line, however, one had to stuff some dirt into the wound after making a cut, so that when the wound healed, it would appear black. Wait, guys, Claes suddenly had an idea, we won today because of this medium-sized fellow, he shared the honor and victory with us, so how about we let him help us carve the bloodlines? Claes' idea immediately received a response from everyone. The gladiators gathered in a line, presenting their backs to Qin Xia. Allowing a comrade to stand behind them, holding a sharp object to carve a bloodline, was also a way for gladiators to show trust and friendship among themselves. Let me. Qin Xia stood up, took the sharp bone fragment handed to him by a gladiator, all right, but it's my first time carving, so don't blame me if it goes crooked onto your left buttock. With that, Qin Xia passed behind each person. His movements were swift, and his strikes were extremely precise. He left a small, blood-red cut on the triumph rope formed by bloodlines on the back of each gladiator. Until Qin Xia had added a stroke to every gladiator's triumph rope, he stopped and looked at Angron, asking with his eyes if he wanted to accept such a tradition. For Angron, who had not yet received an education, any tradition felt meaningless. But the honor overflowing in everyone's hearts infected Angron, and Angron nodded, revealing his broad and mighty back. The primarch had not yet reached adulthood, but his physique was easily taller than any modified Astartes. Angron. Qin Xia extended his finger, gathering heat at the fingertip, leaving a small, blood-red cut on Angron's back. This is the beginning of your glory. Angron grunted, the damage and pain caused by psychic energy far surpassed material tools, but he felt happy in addition to the pain. Because most of the people here were happy. Now, carve one for me. Qin Xia handed the bone fragment to Angron. Angron took the bone fragment and clearly hesitated, but not for his own reasons, because he felt that everyone here was puzzled. The people here seemed very surprised that Qin Xia would request the triumph rope ritual. No offense, Ono began, but the triumph rope ritual on Nuceria is considered a tradition followed only by barbaric warriors and gladiators. Educated or respectable people dislike it. We're entrusting our backs to each other. Qin Xia turned around, exposing his back, and said jokingly, I wouldn't want someone to see a back without a triumph rope carved on it, swing a knife at it, and then find out it's mine. It wouldn't come to that, your back is quite recognizable, Claes laughed. Angron picked up the bone fragment and gently cut Qin Xia's back, but he found that it wouldn't cut, so he threw away the bone fragment and used his fingernail to leave a small cut on Qin Xia, as the beginning of the triumph rope. If Qin Xia hadn't used psychic energy to leave a cut on Angron just now, then Angron would have used his fingernail to create the beginning of the triumph rope on his own flesh. A blood-red beginning. Late at night. The gladiators crowded by the window, watching the corpses being dragged by slaves outside. Noble youths from the Tark family, knights in golden armor, their bodies lay on the ground, but their heads faced the stars. Slaves piled the bodies of these so-called descendants of gods and their servant knights together, loaded them onto carts, and then pulled them out of the gladiator arena's combat area. 5 nobles died, and they're just going to let it go. Angron worried that the gladiator arena or the nobles might retaliate against Qin Xia next. If scions of other families die in the gladiator arena, the gladiators must be buried with them. But not the Tark family. Ono answered Angron's question, the head of the Tark family is quite fair, he won't demand that the victorious gladiators be buried with his family's scions just because they sought death in the gladiator arena and got what they deserved. That's quite fair indeed, Angron nodded in agreement. Ono withdrew his gaze from the gladiator arena and turned to look at Qin Xia. By the way, I feel that the butcher's performance today didn't seem like they knew they were facing a sorcerer. Is it possible that no one really discovered you were a sorcerer before this? Upon hearing this, Qin Xia, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, twitched his ears, opened his eyes, and gave Ono a questioning look. I indeed feel the same way, but even now, I still think the possibility of outsiders not knowing I'm a sorcerer is too low. Ono nodded thoughtfully. He also understood why Qin Xia would think this was impossible. Nucerians were not unfamiliar with sorcerers, Qin Xia's unusual physique alone would be considered that of a sorcerer. As things stood, there was no need to dwell on it. Helping a friend who reads my books promote a book he wrote himself. Warhammer, Rogaldorn's return from the loudspeaker. Now serialized. Chapter 26, How to use your talent. After witnessing the traces of the scum slaughterers gradually disappear, the gladiators dispersed throughout the cave to rest. Qin Xia closed his eyes, once again exploring his psychic talent. He was now absolutely certain that the stability of his psychic talent was 100%, absolute, not relative. Previously, he couldn't be sure of this for 2 reasons. Firstly, neither the White Scars nor the Grey Knights had formally trained him or allowed him to deeply explore his own abilities. Secondly, he always felt a loss after each use of his psychic powers. However, after that trip to the warp, Qin Xia felt confident exploring his potential. This included new psychic techniques and the casualization of psychic power usage. Burying Claes by splitting the rock wall and carving a triumph rope into Angron with heat were both explorations and results of this casualization of psychic power usage. The ultimate goal of casualization in psychic power usage was to achieve wish fulfillment and words becoming law in the literal sense. Without needing to follow a specific method of psychic manipulation, and without requiring long preparation times, one could directly use the reality-distorting nature of psychic power to accomplish things that were difficult or even impossible to achieve through material means. Transcending the mundane. Mind over matter. Matter influenced by mind. I wasn't a spiritualist once. This thought popped into Qin Xia's mind. It halted his research into his own potential, forcing him to shift his attention to this new psychological dilemma. Qin Xia felt his fate was very dramatic. He used to be a technology developer who changed his own fate, and even the fates of many others, through technology and knowledge. Now, he had become a user of spiritual power. Should he completely abandon the path of learning material science and technology, focusing solely on the psychic domain, or should he use psychic power only as an auxiliary, with technology as the main focus? Qin Xia fell into difficult contemplation. Eventually, he suddenly felt there was no need for him to ponder this question at all. In this universe, material technology exists and is necessary in the reality universe, while the spiritual power of psychic abilities exists and is also useful in the warp. Why must he choose between these 2 options? I want them all. Qin Xia thought. Using the advantages of psychic power to feed back into the study and research of technology, with technology in one hand and psychic power in the other. Just like the God King of Latveria, Dr. Doom, with magic in one hand and technology in the other. A polymath. Qin Xia no longer struggled, and his attention returned to the main task. He began to try to use psychic power to permeate his surrounding reality, observing the changes that occurred in reality. Although he sat there, his eyes had left his body, viewing the most microscopic changes psychic power brought to reality from a new perspective completely different from a material viewpoint. Then, through these changes and more attempts, he would explore other ways and effects of distorting reality. The ability to twist someone's head 180 degrees, for instance, was something Qin Xia had researched in this manner. The principle was to make a force appear out of thin air, apply it to the target, and control it at will, thereby achieving the effect of twisting a neck 180 degrees, as if it were bent that way by someone. This principle could also be used for other things, such as telekinesis, or pushing or pulling something from a distance. But merely knowing the principle and coming up with an idea wasn't enough, one also had to verify the feasibility of the idea through more attempts and observations, then continuously simulate it in the mental world, eventually achieving mastery of a psychic usage method. During this continuous research process, Qin Xia noticed Angron was deep in thought, and seemed to be in sorrow. Qin Xia also happened to want to rest for a while, so he stopped his research, opened his eyes, and asked Angron about his condition. What's wrong? Same as always. Angron looked at the ground and said in a deep voice, ever since I've been with so many people, I always feel emotions and sensations that aren't my own. You have to learn to tame your talent, Qin Xia said. Angron looked up, instantly interested. How do I do that? Can you help me? Yes, but not yet. Qin Xia nodded, then shook his head, because your talent belongs to you, and we've only known each other for a few days. I need to research your talent more before I can find a way to help you. Angron nodded silently, looking a little dejected. But I can teach you how to use your talent first. Qin Xia stood up and walked over to Angron, reaching out to tap the primarch's head. You can feel the emotions of others. While this doesn't mean you can read minds, you can use this talent to create incredibly accurate psychological profiles of others. Qin Xia turned and glanced at Kleist. The female gladiator was lying on the ground, sleeping. What kind of person do you think Kleist is? Qin Xia asked. A bitch, Angron instinctively replied. Noticing Qin Xia's expression, Angron shrugged. What's wrong? When she came down from the gladiator arena, she called herself that when she apologized to you. Qin Xia was silent for a few seconds, then sat beside Angron, looking at Kleist. Qin Xia used his shallow knowledge of psychology and behavioral analysis to analyze Kleist. She's a very aggressive person, but that aggression is clearly related to her environment. She's one of the few female gladiators here. To avoid trouble, she needs to appear very aggressive, not easily bullied. She must have grown up in the gladiator arena, her physique and the scars on her body prove this. So her aggression isn't just for self-protection, but also influenced by the people in her growth environment. But she's not a hateful person. She can play and lose gracefully, and she'll openly admit defeat and apologize. This open and generous demeanor must have been learned from a senior gladiator she considered very important. However, naturally, this open and generous demeanor won't be entirely learned, her own personality must also match this openness and generosity. I've noticed that in combat, she always pays attention to the condition of others. Qin Xia analyzed for a while, finally concluding, all in all, I think she's the classic type, aggressive, yet delicate and caring about others on the inside. After hearing this analysis, Angron didn't know how to verify it. Just wait and see, Qin Xia patted Angron's shoulder, reminding him softly. At this moment, Kleist got up from the ground, glared at Qin Xia, then looked at Angron and said, people with brains sure can talk. But I'm sorry, others truly can't see what my inner personality is like, so don't listen to him. Having said that, Kleist turned and walked to the wall directly opposite, leaning against it to continue feigning sleep. Angron, meanwhile, looked at Qin Xia in surprise. When Kleist awoke from her feigned sleep and refuted him, Angron felt many emotions from this female gladiator, anger, surprise, bewilderment, concealment. So Kleist was lying, she had been read correctly, at least mostly. You see. Qin Xia spread his hands, your talent allows you to perceive more than I can, and everyone has emotions when they do things. By capturing and analyzing these emotions, you can determine a person's inner self. You can even do what I cannot, which is to directly ascertain whether a person can be trusted or not. Angron suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Qin Xia smiled and nodded, study your talent, utilize your talent. You are born with the privilege to empathize with others, connect with them, gain their trust and love. You also have the ability to love others born from empathy. Do not lose your talent, and do not let your talent control you in return. Some of these words Angron couldn't yet understand, he still needed education and growth, as he was probably only a few years old at this point. After taking these words to heart, Angron suddenly asked, but I can't sense your emotions. How do you manage not to have emotions? My emotions are very rich, even stubborn. Some people once tried to turn me into a cold machine, but they all failed. Qin Xia stood up, vigorously rubbing Angron's head, messing up his thick, curly hair. You can't sense my emotions, you must not be paying attention. After watching Qin Xia return to his previous spot, sit cross-legged, and close his eyes, Angron smoothed his disheveled hair. He felt that Qin Xia was a person with rich emotions, and sometimes even wanted to play pranks. Like messing up his hair. But Angron still found that he couldn't sense Qin Xia's emotions, no matter when. Chapter 27, Caring and Being Cared For. The next day. The cave gate of the gladiators' residence opened, and the slaves who brought food on feast days were back. However, today wasn't a feast day before a major gladiator arena, so the slaves only brought some very common food. For example, the bread and fresh water that Ono had given to Qin Xia and Angron previously. Qin Xia paid a little more attention and noticed that the female slave whose son was a gladiator had also come. Distribute the food and fresh water. The female slave was clearly a high-ranking slave, she spoke softly and gracefully to the slaves she had brought with her. Then, every gladiator received food and fresh water. Qin Xia noticed that the food and fresh water were placed in a square package, one portion per person. This meant that all the food Ono had given away earlier belonged to him, thrown out by him, and was not shared by the gladiators. Gentlemen. The female slave bowed to the gladiators and said gracefully, the schedule for the regular gladiator arena days in the next few days has been released. As soon as she finished speaking, a small boy who looked only 11 years old walked into the cave. The boy dared not meet the gaze of the gladiators, he feared these executioners. While avoiding all gazes, the boy came to the gate, ready to post the gladiator arena schedule he held in his hand. When the boy, despite his best efforts, could only post it at a height of 1.2 meters, Ono had already stepped forward to help him post the schedule at a height more easily readable for the gladiators. Thank you, the boy whispered. My younger brother, in my memory, is always your age. Ono squatted down and looked at the boy. What's your name, pal? Yuchuka, the boy replied. All right, Yuchuka. Ono motioned for the boy to look at the other gladiators. We are just forced to stay here. We are not bad people, so next time you don't need to be afraid. The boy turned to look at the gladiators around him. Kleist smiled at him. Qin Xia sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Angron nodded. When Yuchuka's gaze fell upon a pair of twin gladiators standing in the middle of the cave, the coldness in their eyes sent a shiver down Yuchuka's spine. But Yuchuka still persisted, looked around, and then nodded at Ono, While the two were talking, the high-ranking female slave approached Angron with 2 packages of food. When Angron looked up at her, the female slave smiled and handed him 2 packages. The person in charge said you should eat and drink your fill before going on stage. With that, the female slave turned to look at her son, clearly having something she wanted to say but hesitating whether to say it. Angron had his own curiosities, so he spoke first. Madam, what is your son's name? His name is Yuechola, and he is only 17. He is not a warrior, nor has he received much combat training. He only became a gladiator 1 month earlier than you and the gentleman beside you. Hearing the female slave say her son's name was Yuechola, Angron pointed to the teenage boy named Yuchuka. Are they brothers? Yes. Yuechola came to his mother's side and nodded vigorously. Yes, he is my brother. However, Yuechola's mother did not immediately confirm it. After half a second of silence, a hint of sorrow flashed across the female slave's face, and then she silently nodded. Yes, sir. But Yuchuka is my adopted son. His parents. Mid-sentence, Yuechola's mother swallowed the rest of her words. Madam. Kleist leaned towards Yuechola's mother. When does the postponed carnival day begin? It's been a month since that little lady from Mehe City and I met. I can't wait to see her again. Upon hearing this, the female slave scrutinized Kleist, only now realizing that this was a lady. After a slight shock, the female slave shook her head. The person in charge said that the carnival day before your great battle with the butcher has been completely cancelled and will be postponed until your next major gladiator arena. What's the reason for the cancellation? Kleist's expression instantly changed. She grabbed the female slave's arm and pulled her closer. If you can't explain it clearly, you'll have to stay here with me today. Let go of my mother. Yuechola violently pushed Kleist away. Kleist chuckled. Don't be nervous, kid, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't dare touch a female slave who is rumored to have once been the Tark family patriarch's maid. Can you please stop pretending to be a man and acting aggressive for self-preservation at a time like this? Qin Xia said helplessly. Kleist, you don't have to be like this. We will all protect you. Kleist's mask was stripped away by Qin Xia's words, and she fell silent. She thought about it and realized it was true. Sorry, I'm used to it, Kleist said dejectedly, lowering her head. It's not me who needs the carnival day here, but my good brothers always do. The female slave pulled her son behind her, facing Kleist with a feigned strength. The person in charge said this carnival day was cancelled. How could I possibly know the reason? Would he tell me his plans, instead of having his personal slave directly convey the order? Kleist was left speechless. The female slave looked at the others. The person in charge's personal slave said that as compensation, this supply package contains 2 rolls of bandages in addition to food. Upon hearing there were also bandages, the gladiators were all stunned, then quickly opened their supply packages to check the contents. When they saw 2 rolls of glowing bandages inside, the gladiators erupted in a cheer. A cheer even more enthusiastic and joyful than the spectators watching a gladiator arena. 2 rolls of bandages. Qin Xia picked up the glowing bandage roll, curiously examining it. He could detect a certain level of radioactivity in it, but he didn't know why the gladiators would cheer for it. If I were you, I'd hide the bandage roll. Ono walked over and said, this stuff can heal any injury. Even if someone stabs you 3 times, making 6 holes, as long as it's not fatal, it can still heal you. Although he found it incredibly absurd, Qin Xia didn't believe Ono was lying. In his opinion, these bandages were similar to the anesthetic, one of the 3 treasures of Nuceria, proving that advanced technology in this cursed place, Nuceria, was in the hands of the nobility. Slavery, savage gladiator arenas, slums. Rulers armed with high technology like gods, and astonishingly advanced technology. Qin Xia suddenly thought of Ultramar. Nuceria is not particularly far from the 500 worlds of Ultramar in later generations. Compared to Ultramar, which has a strong Roman flavor, Nuceria also has a very strong Roman flavor. However, Nuceria represents the darkest and most brutal side of Rome. Yuechola. The female slave pulled her son to a place further away from Angron, gently instructing her son, this afternoon's first regular gladiator arena is for you, Mr. Angron, and Ms. Kleist to participate together. You will be fighting the Nasa twins and the Peeler. You must follow behind Mr. Angron. He is also a newcomer, but I believe he can definitely protect you. and he will protect you. While saying these things, the female slave lowered her voice, not wanting Angron to hear. Such words were not exactly unspeakable, but saying them always made one feel there was an element of transaction. But Angron still heard them. Let alone whispers in the cave, even the words spoken by the spectators taking their seats in the gladiator arena could be faintly heard by the primarch. The emotions this mother felt for her gladiator son at this moment: worry, tenderness, concern. Compared to the emotions gladiators would feel, this mother's emotions made Angron feel warm. I will protect him, Angron suddenly said to the female slave, even if it's for the sake of the person who cares about him giving me an extra piece of bread. Thank you. The female slave was stunned for a moment before quickly expressing her gratitude, then she took the others and turned to leave, sticking out her tongue as she went out the door, quickening her pace. Chapter 28 Regular Gladiator Arena. It's a pity that large-scale gladiator arena with astonishing intensity aren't held every day. But today's regular gladiator arena can still satisfy the bloodlust of every Nuceria, so let's welcome the gladiators who will participate in the gladiator arena next. The Prince in the Mountains, a person who has been highly anticipated since his first day as a gladiator, Angron. Qin Xia frowned, listening to the host's drawn-out announcement. He had always had strong opinions about this method of announcement. A thunderous cheer had already erupted in the gladiator arena, as the gladiators participating in the gladiator arena were about to enter. This is a regular gladiator arena, we don't necessarily have to fight to the death. Ono rubbed Angron's muscles, glancing at the twin gladiators who had already walked out of the cave to the armory. Show mercy, but also be extra careful. If you need to kill, then kill. Why? Angron asked, puzzled. Don't those people outside want to see us kill each other? They do, but not just anyone can be a gladiator, Ono said with a gentle smile, shaking his head. It's not as simple as just grabbing people to replenish the number of gladiators. The gladiator arena must ensure that unnecessary casualties among gladiators are reduced. In non-large-scale gladiator arena, it's enough to simply determine a winner. After speaking, Ono looked at Yuechola again, saying very seriously, Peeler and Nissa twins have never killed anyone, but, we still need to be careful, do you understand? Yuechola nodded. Then, this young gladiator, entrusted to Angron by his mother, squatted in front of Qin Xia, his gaze from beneath his golden curly hair fixed on Qin Xia. May I ask for your blessing? Blessing? Qin Xia was puzzled. My mother said that all shamans can bless others, Yuechola said. If you can bless me, I believe I can definitely survive in the gladiator arena until one day I leave this place, taking my mother and my younger brother with me. Qin Xia nodded, reaching out and placing his hand on Yuechola's head. May you live. Yuechola closed his eyes, as if he could truly feel some magical power being bestowed upon him. He felt it carefully for a moment, then opened his eyes and, with a determined gaze, stood up and walked to Angron's side. I'll protect you too, kid, Kleist, who was also scheduled to enter, lightly patted Yuechola's shoulder. If you survive, tell me your mother's name. Yuechola rolled his eyes at Kleist and left the cave. Angron and Kleist nodded to Qin Xia and left the cave together. The gladiators scheduled for the regular gladiator arena were escorted by security mechs to the armory to select their weapons. Angron took 2 axes, Kleist, as usual, picked up the long spear she was most skilled with, while Yuechola picked up a harpoon and a fishing net. As they left the armory and headed down the corridor leading to the gladiator arena's combat area, the three encountered the Nissa twins, who had already retrieved their weapons, as well as the gladiator known as Peeler. One of the Nissa twins is skilled with a fishing net, the other with a harpoon. They work very well together. Kleist leaned close to Yuechola, her expression serious as she whispered the warning. As for Peeler, no one knows his real name, only that he's skilled with 2 daggers and can skin a person whole during a fight. Upon hearing this, Yuechola immediately tensed up, subconsciously holding his breath. Yuechola, who became a gladiator earlier than Angron and Qin Xia, was not unaware of the capabilities of the Nissa twins and Peeler. His tension was precisely because he was too clear about their abilities. Yuechola had read the profiles of all gladiators before he became a gladiator. As if sensing the fear spreading from the young man, Peeler, who was standing in front, turned his head and revealed a gentle smile on his pale face. Don't be afraid, kid. Today we don't need to fight to the death, we just need to determine a winner and come back to carve the triumph rope. Peeler's appearance was quite unsettling, pale skin and perpetually damp black curly hair. He wasn't tall and always wore a sinister smile. However, at this moment, the smile on Peeler's face looked very gentle and reassuring. Thank you, sir. Yuechola forced out a smile. Peeler nodded slightly, raised a hand to pat his chest, then pointed at Yuechola, signaling, I've got your back. At this moment, the Nissa twins also turned their heads and smiled. The gladiator family was quite warm. But Angron, who was at the very end of the line, frowned. The gladiator arena began quickly. Qin Xia, still in the cave, was not sitting cross-legged and tending to his own matters at this time, but rather leaning by the window, looking down at the gladiator arena. Ono said the gladiator arena was underground, but the view outside the window was a top-down perspective. Qin Xia realized that this window was not actually a window, it was merely a ventilation shaft disguised as a window by holographic technology. During a gladiator arena, if one side is defeated but still alive, will the nobles or spectators stand up and give a thumbs up to determine the gladiator's life or death? Qin Xia suddenly asked Ono, who had also come over. In large-scale gladiator arena, yes, but these regular gladiator arena are, to put it plainly, competitions and sparring matches, Ono replied. The gladiator arena style is generally to save people for death in large-scale gladiator arena. Qin Xia nodded, watching in silence. The gladiators, divided into 2 teams, faced each other, separated by half a meter. Maggot Eye hovered up and down, capturing every person in the gladiator arena from the best angles and displaying them on holographic projections, so that people at the back of the audience and those not present could also see clearly. Gladiator arena begins. At Maggot Eye's command, a deep horn blast echoed through the gladiator arena. Angron faced the Nissa twins, and he naturally went to deal with these twin gladiators first with his axe. The Nissa twins immediately covered Kleist with their fishing net, then engaged Angron. As for Peeler, he and Yuechola himself, intentionally or unintentionally, gravitated towards each other. Although this regular gladiator arena was more like a competition, the gladiators still had to fight well, at least not to make the audience feel it was too fake. Choosing a harpoon was a smart decision. Peeler stood with his feet together on the red sand, the smile on his face at this moment appearing so gentle and friendly in Yuechola's eyes. I heard you were a fishing slave in the artificial sea before you became a gladiator. You haven't received combat training, so choosing a tool you're comfortable with is very wise. Just like I used to be someone who specialized in skinning the organs of worms, so I chose daggers. Make your move. Peeler gestured for Yuechola to attack him. I'll teach you 2 moves. Yes. Yuechola immediately took a step forward and thrust the harpoon in his hand towards Peeler. Peeler easily dodged, then cut off Yuechola's right arm as he was about to retract his move. The dagger in Peeler's hand was exceptionally sharp. Yuechola only felt the agonizing pain after he realized his right arm was gone. Chapter 29, Rage from the Heart. The image of his right arm being severed flashed repeatedly in Yuechola's mind. A dagger couldn't sever a limb so easily, so Peeler had precisely stabbed into the gaps of the bones, cutting the tendons connected to the bones, disassembling Yuechola's arm like a butcher dismembering an ox. Besides pain, Yuechola's mind was filled with surprise and bewilderment. He hadn't expected Peeler to cut off his arm right from the start. This guy was just laughing and chatting a moment ago. You must also be thinking of escaping, just like that big guy and the others. Peeler glanced at Angron, who was entangled with the Nissa twins, holding a dagger to impale and lift Yuechola's arm with one hand, while quickly disassembling the entire arm with the other. Skin, muscle, tendons, all of these were peeled off and fell onto the already crimson-red sand. Even if Yuechola had bandages, this arm could not be reattached. I'm not like you, Peeler still smiled. I enjoy combat, I enjoy the cheers. Only now did Yuechola realize that this person truly wanted to kill him. If all of you run away, whose skin will I peel? Peeler's smile remained unchanged as he spoke, but to Yuechola, it felt as chilling as a malevolent ghost. You. Yuechola retreated, trembling. This teenage gladiator might have been prepared for slaughter, and he had killed a slave knight when facing the scum slaughterers. But Yuechola had never imagined that one of the gladiators who fought alongside him against the slave knights on the red sand, this one named Peeler, who had just comforted him, was actually aiming to kill him completely. In this gladiator arena match, where fighting to the death wasn't even necessary. When your mother comes to deliver food tonight, I will describe to her in full detail how I peeled your skin. Peeler put away his smile and charged towards Yuechola. On the other side, Angron dodged the Nissa twins' continuous attacks. Kleist had just cut the fishing net and was cursing as he charged towards the twins. Angron didn't want to kill anyone, because no one had to die today, so he had been dodging, occasionally striking twice and then dodging again. The cheers from the stands turned into angry shouts. The audience, who had come to see Angron's excellent performance, now turned their previous praises into unbearable insults due to Angron's obvious slacking. Angron easily dodged the harpoons simultaneously thrust by the Nissa twins, but just as Angron was about to feign a counterattack, one of them suddenly pulled a dagger from his boot and slashed Angron's neck. Angron took 2 steps back and touched his neck. The skin was broken. You too. Just as Angron was about to question them, the Nissa twins quickly moved forward and thrust their harpoons into Angron's left and right shoulders respectively. Are you crazy? Kleist swung his spear, breaking the 2 harpoons, and darted in front of Angron. You want to kill him? The Nissa twins retreated in unison, turned to look at the audience, then simultaneously turned back to Kleist. Wouldn't it be better if he died? Then my brother and I, and you, would still be the most popular. The 2 brothers spoke one after another. What the hell are you talking about? Kleist cursed loudly, striding around Angron, dispelling the Nissa twins who wanted to come forward at any moment, as if driving away wild beasts. He's very big, but he still feels like a child. He's not a child. Alright, maybe he is. But even if he's young, he's a freak over 3 meters tall, so stop saying such childish things. One of the Nissa twins raised a dagger, the other raised a spare fishing net, preparing to attack again. You 2 blind, useless sons of bitches. Kleist gripped his spear, ready to teach the 2 brothers a lesson. But Angron's large hand rested on Kleist's shoulder. The female gladiator looked back and saw Angron glance in Yuechola's direction. After a slight hesitation, Kleist, who believed Angron could handle the 2 brothers, still left the primarch's side and rushed towards Yuechola, who was fleeing and dodging Peeler in the gladiator arena. Angron must be very confused right now. Ono said with a frown, why would the gladiators who fought alongside him yesterday against the butcher, laughing and joking, want to kill him today? The Nissa twins were the most popular before, weren't they? Qin Xia asked. Ono nodded. Qin Xia didn't ask further, turning to look at the other gladiators behind him. Some gladiators were also angry at the actions of the Nisa twins and Peeler. Some were indifferent. Some sat in the corner, their eyes cold and sinister. When Qin Xia's gaze met theirs, these individuals revealed sinister smiles. Qin Xia turned back to continue watching the gladiator arena, merely letting out a sigh. There are bad people among the gladiators. Angron, who was being watched by Qin Xia, was indeed very confused. He could feel many emotions from the two brothers: jealousy, hostility, ruthlessness, coldness. But merely feeling emotions wasn't enough for Angron to understand why these two wanted to kill him, it only confirmed that they intended to kill him. Confusion, grievance, and various other emotions converged. These negative emotions accumulated to their maximum, becoming a rage that wished to kill them quickly. Just like an ordinary person, after being humiliated, would have a burning rage that wished to kill the entire family of the one who humiliated them. As the saying goes, rage from the heart. I'm going to tear you two to shreds. Angron roared, throwing the two axes in his hands to the ground, ignoring the harpoon stuck in his shoulders, and charged directly at the Nisa twins. Angron's expression was distorted and ferocious, his eyebrows furrowed, his eyes seemingly able to spew flames. The moment they saw his expression, the Nisa twins already had the thought of dodging. But before the thought could be transmitted through the nerves to their bodies, the two brothers were grabbed by the neck by the charging Angron's outstretched hands. While the brothers' bodies were still mechanically making dodging movements, Angron swung his arms inwards, bringing them together. The sound of bones shattering rang out as the brothers' heads collided, and they died simultaneously. Blood splattered onto the primarch's face. As the first drop of blood slid down Angron's face onto the crimson sand, the ferocity and anger in the primarch's expression also drained away. In that instant before the two brothers died, Angron felt many emotions. Regret, fear, dread, shock, surprise. And the heartache of facing death in that instant, Angron felt it all simultaneously. A tear slid from the corner of Angron's eye, mixing with the blood and bone fragments on his face, and falling onto the red sand. Those were not the primarch's tears, but the tears of the two deceased, flowing out of Angron's eyes. The primarch stood still, and after a heavy breath, he dropped the corpses from his hands, lowered his head, lost in thought. Chapter 30, Rage. The Peeler was still chasing Yuechola. When Yuechola tripped over a stone on the red sand and fell to the ground, looking back in despair at the Peeler lunging at him, a long spear pierced through the Peeler's chest. Kleist stood behind the Peeler, his expression fierce, the muscles on his sturdy arms even more pronounced as he gripped the long spear. Valkyrie. A word popped into Yuechola's mind. When he was very young, Yuechola would be held in his mother's arms, listening to her tell stories of their people, who had been slaughtered and enslaved by the Daemon's. Among them was the story of a woman skilled in combat who, through her military achievements, ascended to become a goddess, a Valkyrie. Kleist's appearance was clearly different from a Valkyrie. A Valkyrie possessed the graceful lines of a female combined with athleticism, while Kleist was simply robust. But that didn't stop Kleist, who had saved him, from being a Valkyrie in Yuechola's eyes at that moment. Get up. Kleist pulled the long spear from the corpse, his fierce expression replaced by concern, and extended his blood-stained hand towards Yuechola. Yuechola grasped Kleist's hand, and just as he was about to use the leverage to stand, Kleist easily pulled him up like a child. Angron. Kleist turned and waved to the primarch. Magatai had already announced the end of the gladiator arena, and the audience's cheers had been resounding for quite some time. But Angron still stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. We should go back. Kleist walked towards Angron. The next second, an axe flew and landed in front of Kleist. Kleist was startled. He thought Angron had also developed a murderous intent towards a fellow sufferer at that moment. But when she saw the expression of concern on Angron's face, she no longer thought so. Angron lowered his head again. Magatai flew in front of Angron. Mr. Angron Tark, please give your opinion on the gladiator arena. The host hadn't finished speaking when Angron suddenly reached out and crushed Magatai. When the audience saw this gifted gladiator crush Magatai, which was made of the same material as an Iron Man, their cheers abruptly ceased, then became even more intense. Angron raised his head, his face a ferocious and brutal expression. The primarch pulled out the harpoon from his shoulder and threw it towards the distant audience stands. The harpoon instantly crossed nearly 1,000 meters, flying straight towards the audience, but it was blocked mid-flight by an invisible energy barrier. Angron pulled out another harpoon from his other shoulder and threw it, with the same result this time. The audience not only felt no fear or anger but instead cheered Angron on even more intensely. A piercing alarm, louder than the audience's gladiator arena shaking cheers, sounded, and 10 security automatons penetrated the invisible barrier, neatly entering the combat zone, ready to forcefully suppress Angron. He seems to have gone mad. Kleist took a step back, distancing herself from Angron, instinctively shielding Yuechola behind her. Meanwhile, Qin Xia and Ono in the cave watched Angron's reaction, simultaneously guessing his thoughts. He's furious. Ono was very nervous. He shouldn't resist now. Resisting now will only lead to him being incapacitated by the security automatons. Qin Xia nodded, thought for a moment, then shook his head. He seems to want to do something. As he spoke, Angron had already charged towards the security automatons. The primarch ran at high speed, like a terrifying beast. Although he was still young, and although he had not yet grown to his peak physical condition, he was still a primarch. The first security automaton had just raised its stun baton, and the next second, Angron tore off its arms with his bare hands, then shattered its head with a punch, causing an explosion. Amidst the flashing fire, fragments of the Iron Man's metal lodged in Angron's face, and his fists were cut by the metal, but these only made him stronger. The rage in the primarch's heart was like the star that illuminated Nuceria. The words roaring in his heart fueled the rage, making it burn longer and more fiercely. He didn't want to kill anyone. He didn't want to be confined in the gladiator arena. He wanted to run freely in the mountains. But why was everything forcing him to kill, depriving him of freedom? Those pointy-eared bastards who attacked him when he crawled out of the amniotic tank, those slave traders who knocked him out with anesthetics and captured him, those who had to fight him to survive, those gladiators who had fought alongside him but later harbored hostility towards him. Confusion, pain, powerlessness, these negative emotions would eventually transform into rage that needed to be vented. This was true for mortals, and it was equally true for Angron. The second security automaton had its head pierced by its own arm. The third security automaton was torn to shreds by Angron. The other security automatons also didn't last long, being shattered one after another by Angron. But the security automatons were endless. 10 security automatons were destroyed, and 100 came out. If 100 were also to be torn apart by Angron, though that was impossible, 1,000 were already being mobilized towards the combat zone. If all security automatons couldn't stop Angron, even if that was utterly impossible, then combat-specific automatons would be mobilized. And the High Knights Guards. A&D. Nuceria had plenty of things capable of suppressing rebellion. The slave masters were happy to see Angron explode, because it was far more intense than the previous gladiator arena. Until Angron destroyed more and more security automatons, his stamina gradually drained, and his rage was no longer as intense as it had been at first. The primarch stood on a mountain of shattered fragments, about to crush the next automaton, when he was suddenly distracted by a strong emotion that had been influencing him. This emotion did not come from Angron himself, but from the audience. Excitement, admiration, approval. The audience's voices vibrated through the gladiator arena, and their emotions converged into a flood that washed over Angron. Angron gradually stopped moving, his gaze directed towards the audience stands. He raised his arm. It was as if something was pulling his hand. Finally, the primarch raised both arms, like a victor. The cheers grew more intense, and the positive emotions Angron felt became increasingly strong. He felt himself bathed in a warm current. But when Angron saw the crimson sand on the gladiator arena, his rationality gradually returned, and his gaze towards the audience was filled with hatred. Chapter 31, Philosophy. The cave gate rumbled open. Security automatons escorted Angron, Kleist, and Uechula back to the gladiators' quarters. Kleist helped the armless Uechula to a stone and set him down. Angron walked to the corner where Qin Xia and Ono were, and sat down dejectedly. Qin Xia noticed that the primarch kept his fists clenched. Angron, Ono sat in front of Angron, opening his mouth to offer words of comfort. But Angron shook his head, clearly not wanting anyone to disturb him. This was also why Qin Xia didn't comfort Angron. The primarch needed rest and calm now. Silence filled the cave. Angron occasionally looked at the others, but his gaze was no longer one of shared suffering, but rather held a hint of wariness. The primarch was not afraid that the gladiators here, who were getting along well one moment, would try to kill him the next. He wasn't afraid of physical harm. What the primarch feared was being hurt mentally again. Everyone remained silent for a long time. Eventually, it wasn't Ono who broke the silence, but Angron himself. How cruel are the people in the stands, that they cheer when one person kills another? Angron asked. Qin Xia had an answer, but he felt his answer would be boring. They're not all nobles. Ono said calmly. The people cheering in the stands, the people cheering in front of TVs and projections, are not all nobles either. They are almost all low-class people from the slums, scum in the eyes of the nobles. Upon hearing this, Angron frowned, looking bewildered and confused. He couldn't understand why, when they were all enslaved and oppressed, those commoners would be so willing to see gladiators die. Almost all of them live a miserable life every day, and their only pleasure is to go home after a day of heavy labor, buy some wine, and stand by the window watching projections on the street or the crude TV at home, watching the gladiator arena. Or they spend several months of their wages to buy the cheapest ticket and watch the gladiator arena from the most secluded corner of the arena. Their lives are no different from death. They are a group of walking, eating corpses. Ono looked at Qin Xia as he said this, then looked back at Angron. Watching us die makes them feel alive. Hearing this, Qin Xia nodded at Ono. He also felt that this was the psychology of the Nuceria people. Angron, however, heard in Ono's words an attempt to excuse the common people of Nuceria. As if those commoners also shared the gladiators' plight, and their cheering for the gladiator arena was merely out of necessity. Yet, in Angron's view, they were not worth pitying. If he could ever escape, he would kill both nobles and commoners alike. If they are also pitiful, then they should pity us, not see life in our deaths, Angron said. The world is not black and white. Good people can have bad deeds, and bad people are not necessarily unworthy of pity, let alone the suffering people on Nuceria, Ono advised. Angron first shook his head upon hearing this, but didn't directly refute it. Because he didn't think everything Ono said was wrong, even from his perspective. Some of the people in the stands. Some of the people in the corner. The emotions hidden deep within their hearts, the negative emotions diluted by the excitement of the gladiator arena, caused Angron to feel the same suppression and pain. There were even some people with emotions of adoration, as if, seeing my beloved gladiator kill several people in the gladiator arena, the whips from the nobles no longer hurt so much. And during the previous fight with the scum slaughterers, Angron also felt some anticipation, suppressed anticipation, and the most forbidden fantasy to see other nobles slaughtered like those butchers. Of course, there was also the purest desire to witness slaughter. The more Angron thought, the more anxious he became, scratching his scalp like self-harm, leaving streaks of blood under his thick hair. Why are people so complex? Why can't people purely have only one emotion? Why are the emotions of those seemingly brutal people who only cheer for one person killing another so different? Angron was very anxious, agitated. The emotions that didn't belong to him were now gone, but they tormented his mind incessantly. Rest, Qin Xia said. I know what perplexes you the most. Once you are completely calm, I will teach you something else. Angron looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Qin Xia, his gaze filled with helplessness and pleading. The primarch nodded gently. Deep night. All gladiators were sound asleep. Except for Angron and Qin Xia. While Qin Xia was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, deep in thought, Angron quietly got up and sat down beside him. The primarch didn't know that Qin Xia was thinking about how to regenerate Yuechula's severed arm. Although he had the ability to heal injuries, the methods he mastered could not yet make a person who had lost a limb regrow the lost limb. Here. Qin Xia heard Angron say this one word, then he opened his eyes and looked at Angron's outstretched hand. In the primarch's large hand lay something that existed inside the security automaton's head. Something similar to a processor. You said you studied technology when you were young, Angron said with a wry smile. I think it should be useful to you, so I hid one of these during the day. If you need others, we can slowly accumulate them. Thank you. Qin Xia took the processor and placed it on the ground. The rock flowed, concealing the processor within it. Angron clearly didn't just come for the processor, he opened his mouth to speak, hesitated, then hesitated again. Finally, Qin Xia spoke first, you want to ask me about what happened during the day. You are perplexed by your talent, you have always been perplexed, even tormented, and you want to find a solution. Yes. Angron nodded. The primarch was still thinking about what happened to him during the day. Rage. The excitement born from cheers and praise. Was what Inama said right or wrong? Angron felt he shouldn't be emotionally swayed by the cheers of a group of enemies, but he just couldn't control it. What Qin Xia said last time about his talent resonated with Angron. He recalled the emotional fluctuations of the Nisa twins at that time. If he could have noticed this, he could have prevented it earlier. You may need a long time to learn, Qin Xia looked seriously at the primarch, to learn not to be affected by emotions, not to be affected by your talent, but to control your talent and the emotions you feel, not to be swayed by emotions into irrational actions. But for now, you can at least learn one thing first. That is to analyze which of the emotions you feel should be valued and deeply experienced, and which should be ignored and their influence minimized. Angron listened and nodded. Actually, Inamaz was right. Qin Xia subconsciously glanced at the sleeping old bear. The common people of Nuceria also appreciate the gladiator arena, and even cheer for the death of gladiators, but this is indeed their only entertainment in their endless suffering. They don't all necessarily want to see us die. Some of them will see us as idols, as spiritual pillars, learning the qualities we display. Of course, some of them are just purely curious, wanting to see strange ways of dying. You must realize the complexity and diversity of intelligent beings. Hearing this, Angron, as Qin Xia had said before, tried to experience the emotions. He began to imagine himself as a common person, analyzing every emotion of the commoners in the gladiator arena stance at that moment, and the possible reasons behind each emotion. He also recalled an emotion he had felt, admiration, trust, reliance. Indeed, some people regarded gladiators as spiritual pillars, they felt the pain of spending money saved for a long time, and also the joy of seeing someone they admired. Savor them. Qin Xia saw that Angron was learning, as for the emotions you should discard like worn-out shoes, those who purely watch for fun, who just want to see you brutally kill another group of people, the praise from this part of the population is false and harmful. Qin Xia reached out and placed a hand on Angron's shoulder, smiling. Only empathize with those who are worthy of your empathy, and enjoy the trust and praise they give you, this is what you deserve. As for what kind of people are worthy, this is something you will experience and learn later. It's not that I don't want to teach you with words, but words are too inferior and not intuitive enough compared to your talent, which can conceptually dissect and savor a person. After listening to Qin Xia's teaching, Angron nodded thoughtfully. He seemed to understand. But in reality, he didn't fully understand. Angron was still too young, he still needed to learn and grow. However, Angron would certainly remember what Qin Xia said today, and then savor it and draw lessons from it as he learned and grew. There are bad people among the gladiators, Qin Xia suddenly said. Don't be sad about this. Angron nodded silently. And then you will quickly learn another thing. Hearing Qin Xia say this, Angron looked puzzled, wondering what he would learn. Sometimes, exercising cruelty is not what we desire, but it is necessary for both us and those we care about. Qin Xia said. A benevolent person is not enough with just gentleness, kindness, and tolerance. You easily empathize with others, but you have to face battles and enemies, so you must possess a unique quality. A Bodhisattva's heart, and the means of thunder. Chapter 32, Necessary Cruelty. Inamaz. Inamaz. In Ono's dream, he was carving triumph ropes with some warriors, discussing the recent deaths of the nobles as they carved. Amidst this joy, everything around him suddenly vanished, and Ono's dream shifted. Old Bear saw Qin Xia. This isn't a dream. As Ono was about to ask, Qin Xia answered first. You know I'm a wizard, I can talk to you in your dreams. Qin Xia gestured for Ono to sit down. The two sat facing each other in the dream. Ono was puzzled. He and Qin Xia were clearly in the cave, and Qin Xia could have just woken him up to talk, yet he chose to use sorcery to converse in a dream. However, the experienced Ono quickly guessed that the upcoming conversation could not be known by others. Why did you call me here? As Ono pondered, another person appeared. Kleist emerged from the darkness and sat down in front of a campfire that had suddenly appeared before Qin Xia and Ono. The female gladiator yawned, subconsciously looking around, then realized this wasn't the cave. Yes, you're in a dream, you haven't woken up. Qin Xia answered Kleist before she could ask, I just pulled you into the dream. What we're about to discuss needs to be private. What is it that's so mysterious? Kleist immediately listened intently. Remember what happened today? Qin Xia said, Yuechola was almost killed by Peeler, and the Nisa twins tried to kill Angron. Kleist and Ono nodded simultaneously, of course, they remembered. Next. Qin Xia's gaze focused solely on Ono, you need to propose a no-kill principle to the others. As the name suggests, it means no gladiator shall kill another in regular gladiator combat. Ono was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously, I'd be very happy to. But you're not the only one with this idea, I've also called on the gladiators not to kill each other in regular gladiator combat, but they all ignored me. I don't have the same charisma and deterrent power as you and Angron. Precisely because you don't, I need you to propose this. Qin Xia motioned for Ono to listen first, I need you to propose it, and then after you propose it, you should ask for my opinion, and I will remain silent. Ono looked puzzled. He didn't understand why, if a rule that everyone had to follow was needed, it wasn't proposed by someone with charisma and deterrent power like Qin Xia and Angron. Even Qin Xia, who proposed this idea to him, said he would remain silent when asked for his opinion. He's not stupid, he's too kind. Kleist patted Old Bear's back, as scary as Ono the old bear looks, his heart is just as kind. Ono looked at Kleist, giving her a similarly puzzled look. And to help Ono understand, Kleist knowingly asked Qin Xia, surely some people will explicitly refuse to follow Ono's no-kill principle. What will happen to those who refuse? Those who refuse to follow the no-kill principle will be killed. Qin Xia said casually, remember those who object, and then find a way to kill them during regular gladiator combat or large-scale gladiator combat. Qin Xia replied. Yes. Kleist extended her fist. Qin Xia and Kleist bumped fists. But Ono was particularly horrified, if the no-kill principle is to protect people, then why kill those who are unwilling to follow it? It is to protect people, yes, but only to protect those who deserve to be protected. Qin Xia responded calmly, a complete beast like Peeler, even if he outwardly complies with the no-kill principle, we still need to find a way to kill him. Of course, Kleist has already killed him, well done. I will never go easy on those who deserve to die, brother. Kleist smiled and pointed to her heart, meaning I understand you, then bumped fists with Qin Xia again. She was clearly very willing to accept this proposal regarding the no-kill principle. If we single out and kill those who don't follow the rules, then what's the difference between us and Peeler and the Nisa twins? We're all executioners. Ono still refused to accept. Qin Xia looked at Ono. His gaze did not turn cold because of Ono's resistance, but was respectful and benevolent. You are a kind person. Qin Xia slowly began. He had already remembered why the name Inamaz sounded familiar to him. Inamaz. The kindest gladiator in the gladiator arena, when Angron thought all spectators were cruel, Inamaz told Angron, watching us die makes them feel alive. If everything developed normally, Inamaz would be killed by Angron after Angron was nailed. Your soul radiates light. Qin Xia's eyes were covered with a layer of white light. Your birth in Nuceria is the glory of this cesspit of Nuceria. Anyone fortunate enough to know you is lucky enough, for they will directly or indirectly receive your care. But the psychic glow in Qin Xia's eyes disappeared. We can achieve nothing with only kindness and justice. Upon hearing this, Ono lowered his head, feeling troubled. I don't want to kill anyone. Qin Xia said, if I could, I'd save everyone, even those who don't deserve to be saved, but I'm not a god. If I have to choose, I'll choose the people I care about and abandon those I don't. A wizard mentor once told me that people come first, matters have priorities, and affections have closeness and distance, so such a choice is not shameful. Listening to Qin Xia, Ono looked up, took a deep breath, and softly asked, can't we just isolate those who are unwilling to follow the no-kill principle, ostracize them, be wary of them? They are gladiators, they are the oppressed, they are not nobles. What we need to do is not just protect ourselves in the gladiator arena. Qin Xia explained, we also need to escape. The slave masters even encourage us to try to escape, but those who just want to stay in the gladiator arena will actively cause trouble. The no-kill principle is just a test. It only tests who can cooperate and who cannot, whether in gladiator combat or on our future path to escape our predicament. After listening to Qin Xia's words again, Ono lowered his head once more. He was not foolish, he knew that Qin Xia explained so much to him because he cared about him. Just like Angron and Kleist. Otherwise, Qin Xia wouldn't say anything, he would simply kill this old man named Inamaz as someone who couldn't cooperate. It was too easy for a wizard to secretly kill someone. Do I seem cruel and cold-blooded in your eyes? Is that why you're unwilling to accept? Qin Xia suddenly asked. No, but you're certainly not as kind as I am. Ono said this with a gentle tone and a mild gaze. Qin Xia could read some information from this expression. Ono understood everything, but he was too kind and gentle, to the extent that this moral quality became a hurdle his rationality could not overcome. Ono continued, I've lived long enough to rationally accept that kindness and a sense of justice alone achieve nothing. You are not as kind as I am, but you are far more rational, intelligent, and much better at doing the right things than I am. I believe if I, Inamaz, were replaced by you, I would certainly not be in the gladiator arena now, brooding over past mistakes. My rationality tells me that you kill people, but you can save more people. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia was more convinced that Ono understood, but without persuasion, he simply couldn't overcome the hurdle in his heart on his own. This dream conversation today, Qin Xia didn't necessarily want Ono to do anything, he just wanted Ono to understand some truths. Today you helped me confirm a problem that has bothered me for a long time. Ono said, thank you. Qin Xia nodded gently, I just had to explain to you, Angron, and Kleist. It's not necessarily you who has to tell the gladiators about the no-kill principle, Yuechola could do it just as well. I'll say it. Ono replied calmly. Qin Xia remained silent, detaching himself from Ono's dream, and prepared to enter Angron's dream, focusing intently. Angron's mind was not so easy to enter, his psychic resistance was stronger than that of a certain primarch, ranked 13th, who liked blue and duels, and had a bit of a sense of humor. Chapter 33, The Benevolent Past. Inamaz was pressed to the ground. No one was physically holding down this young and strong, terrifying fierce bear, but the gravitational restraint applied to him was like a bear trap, making him unable to move. Before Ono was a corpse. None of them were nobles, or the running dogs of nobles, they were all corpses of the rebellion and civilians who had chosen to follow the rebellion. The High Knight's running dogs were executing people in rows. With one gunshot, dozens of people in an entire row would fall neatly to the ground. Traitors! Traitors! Inamaz struggled fiercely, his blood-red eyes fixed on a ragged beggar. Around the beggar were other ragged individuals, some wearing simple leather armor. They had all once been members of the rebellion. In his anger, Ono racked his brain but couldn't understand why these people, who had once fought alongside him, were now standing with the enemy. No. Perhaps they had already been with the enemy. Inamaz would understand this later. Kill all members of the rebellion, destroy all cities and people who supported the rebellion and did not abandon the darkness for the light. But leave Inamaz alive. A cold command echoed from the sky. A woman with pure white wings embedded in her back descended from the heavens. She was a high knight. The luxurious attire on the woman, every thread of which could buy hundreds of slaves, and the gems on her crown, enough to buy a country, proclaimed her identity. Traitor, traitor. Inamaz repeated the word, and then his roar of anger turned into a sob. SHH, SHH, SHH. The female high knight came to Ono's side, squatted down, and held his head, gently comforting him. You were just hit by an oxygen-depleting projectile, your organs are severely hypoxic. Wait a moment before shouting again. Traitor, running dog. Ono continued to curse, his saliva and tears splattering onto the high knight's gauntlet as she wiped the blood from his face. Ono tried to ram his head into the high knight's chest, but this attempt only brought him 2 minutes of unconsciousness because there was a thin energy plating on the high knight's body. How should I comfort you? The high knight still held Ono. I gave you a chance, Inamaz. I told you if you agreed to come back to me, I would turn your people and subordinates into your slaves and playthings, letting them play the game of rebellion with you. Just like our relationship before. The last sentence poured into Ono's ears like a blazing fire, instantly igniting all the confusion, dissatisfaction, and hatred in his heart. Ono wanted to curse loudly. The high knight also knew he wanted to curse, but such foul words were clearly inappropriate in this public setting with other nobles present, so the high knight covered Ono's mouth. She covered it gently, using the silence field integrated into her glove, preventing Ono's words from penetrating her palm. This isn't your fault. You're too naive, too kind. The high knight comforted softly, of course, you wouldn't notice those with ulterior motives in your ranks. Even if you did, you would try to reform them. Ono looked up, glaring at the high knight, his gaze so fierce that the high knight's guards instinctively took a step back. This game of rebellion of yours made too many mistakes. Why can't you understand that those who share your fate don't necessarily stand with you? Saying this, the high knight turned to look at the traitors behind her, examining them one by one. You wouldn't be so naive as to think that so-called not being enslaved is more important than each of them being able to eat and dress warmly from now on, would you? After saying this, the high knight's gaze fell on Ono again. Her tone was gentle, but to Ono, it was terrifying beyond measure. Come back, stop playing this rebellion game. You've been fighting alongside me since you were 3, you know my capabilities, and you know the capabilities of the other gods on Nuceria. Don't force me to hurt you again. Get lost. Ono gnashed his teeth, his angry words squeezed through his clenched teeth. I'd rather go to the gladiator arena than be your slave. The high knight paused for a moment, but everything is under control smile quickly replaced her surprise. Rather go to the gladiator arena than come back to me as a slave. She said. It seems I still need to give you some small punishment, just like when you were little. Do you remember your parents and sisters dying because of your mistakes? Soon, more people will die because of your mistakes. She took out a metal tube that looked smaller than a toothpick and had a thought. The gravity that descended from the sky instantly crushed those traitors whom Ono had angrily cursed and scolded. Ono was still struggling and cursing in his mind, but he appeared to be lying on the ground, rolling over, the intense pain making him convulse so much that he couldn't even utter a clear word, tears streaming down his face like a spring, his whole body twitching. He felt as if someone was stabbing his heart with a knife. Those traitors were hateful, but Ono still couldn't be completely heartless towards them because they had once fought alongside him, nor could he clap his hands in joy at their deaths. Not to mention, these people being killed by the High Knight before him brought back the most painful and agonizing memories for Ono. This isn't my fault. The High Knight said with a smile, I originally planned to let them live like livestock, but you forced me to kill them, this is your fault. Ono lay on the ground, clutching his heart, convulsing from pain, hypoxic, coughing violently and gasping for breath. Slowly, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he saw the cave and the other gladiators. What's wrong with you? Angron stepped forward to ask. Qin Xia also opened his eyes and looked at Ono. Nothing. Ono shook his head, just had a dream. You had a dream. Angron raised an eyebrow, helping Ono up from the ground. A dream of being killed? I feel a piercing pain from you, I only feel this way when there are dead people around me. Nothing. Ono smiled, really nothing, just a nightmare. Angron nodded and sat back down. Qin Xia also closed his eyes, continuing his exploration of psychic energy. Ono glanced out the window, then at the gladiators, and found that everyone was awake and it was daylight. So this old bear wanted to ask Qin Xia about what they had discussed in the dream yesterday, but at this moment, Angron nodded to him. Qin Xia had already spoken with Angron. It was very easy to make Angron understand necessary cruelty. The death of every person made Angron empathize, but the feelings of those he cared about, he not only empathized with but cared about even more. During these past few days in the gladiator arena, Angron felt that Qin Xia, Ono, and some others cared for him, looked after him. If the death of ordinary people would make him feel a sudden, piercing pain, then the death of Qin Xia and those he cared about, and who cared about him, was equivalent to tearing open his heart, prying open his bones, and pulling out his tendons in terms of pain. Therefore, Angron would make a choice, and that choice was to keep every person he cared about alive. Ahem. Ono stood up, cleared his throat, and said to everyone, I thought all night and have an idea. Can everyone listen? Upon hearing this, most people had no reaction. Kleist already knew what was going to happen. Yuechola was resting due to his severed arm injury. Qin Xia also knew what would happen. And Angron had already subconsciously sensed everyone's emotions at this moment. Chapter 34 Swordsman. We can't keep killing each other. After attracting the attention of most people, Ono hesitated to speak. If we don't have to kill each other in regular gladiators, then we shouldn't kill each other. What happened to Yuechola, shouldn't happen again. Saying this, Ono looked at Yuechola, who was huddled in the corner, with concern. Yuechola had no reaction, he was immersed in pain, and the only thing he cared about now was figuring out when he could see his mother again. Again. Someone said, you made this suggestion last time, and I thought you'd be more honest after humiliating yourself. That's right, the gladiator arena didn't say we had to kill each other in regular gladiators, they also prefer to save our lives for large-scale gladiators or festival celebrations, but they didn't forbid us from killing each other. What right do you have to forbid it? Another person said. I'm not forbidding, I'm appealing, Ono said to the two gladiators who clearly refuted him, please. Kleist watched the two people being begged by Ono with cold eyes. She knew clearly that Ono wasn't really begging these two people to accept the no-kill principle, but rather begging them to be smarter and save their lives. Shut up, old bear. I won't agree to any bullshit idea of not killing each other. In large-scale gladiators, we are comrades, fighting side by side, that's right, but in regular gladiators, we are enemies. The two still firmly resisted. Angron looked at Qin Xia. Qin Xia sat cross-legged, eyes closed, not saying a word. But from another third-person perspective shaped by psychic power, Qin Xia observed everyone's reactions at the same time. Some people clearly disagreed, but they were calmer, or rather, they had more non-gladiator life experience, making them quite shrewd. They could see that there was a reason why Ono brought up this previously rejected suggestion again, so they would be more cautious. Some people simply didn't care about the proposal at heart. Others pretended to care, because these people were better at observing, and they discovered what was contained in the young primarch's undisguised gaze. But it doesn't matter. The no-kill principle is just the first step. I've always agreed with Old Bear. A loner who always sat in the corner spoke. I don't want to participate in any of your escape plans, including Caesar and others, I don't participate when they try to escape. Saying that, the loner scanned everyone, trying to persuade them for Ono, I don't take anyone as a friend either, but I'm unwilling to kill anyone, and I don't want to be killed by anyone. We really should seriously consider Old Bear's suggestion. Does not following the no-kill principle mean wanting to kill people? Someone questioned. I think so. The loner said, if you don't want to be killed and don't want to kill people, why don't you agree with the no-kill principle proposed by Old Bear? The questioner was speechless for a moment. Qin Xia looked at this unsociable person, and he felt that this was at least a normal person. This person might not participate in any of the gladiators' affairs, but he would at least agree to something beneficial to everyone because he didn't want to die. Why won't you accept it? Ono was a little angry, and also felt fear for those who wouldn't accept it. Do we really have to kill each other when we don't have to? Seeing that those people remained indifferent, Ono turned to look at Qin Xia. He conveyed a message to Qin Xia with his eyes, which was that he really hoped Qin Xia could persuade them. Upon seeing Ono cast a look as if asking for Qin Xia's opinion, the gladiators looked at the person who had carved the triumph rope for each of them after eliminating the scum slaughterers last time. Qin Xia remained silent, not even opening his eyes. I also object. Another person clearly stated, sorry. If I can achieve better results in the gladiator arena and gain higher popularity, I can get out of this hell sooner. Ono frowned, stepping on the corpses of fellow sufferers to get out. Either I get killed by someone, or I kill someone else. I have to get out, even if it means stepping on others' corpses. That person responded. Ono was helpless. Finally, after a brief silence, Old Bear turned and scanned everyone present. Those who agree raise your right hand. After his gaze swept to Yuechola, Ono changed his words, those who disagree raise your hand. Those who opposed Ono didn't even bother to raise their hands to express their disagreement. Qin Xia noted the 10 people who showed clear opposition, then looked at the schedule on the wall. This afternoon, he was to participate in the first regular gladiator, and none of those 10 people were among those who would fight alongside him or as his opponents. Qin Xia was not in a hurry at all. Looking at the schedule, at least Angron and Kleist would get to team up with those 10 people. A moment later, the heavy footsteps of the security automatons penetrated the gate and entered the cave. Qin Xia got up and walked towards the gate. The gladiator was about to begin. As before, the security automatons would escort the gladiators to the armory to get weapons, and then to the gladiator arena to fight. But today, after the gate opened, the security automatons remained on both sides of the road, as if lining up to welcome a big shot. Then, a man in splendid attire strode through the path in the middle of the automaton queue and entered the cave. Cough, cough. The man cleared his throat, holding his head high, his gaze sweeping contemptuously over every gladiator, finally settling on Qin Xia. Before you is the person in charge of the gladiator arena, the glorious servant of the Tark family. Kneel and salute. The automatons uniformly emitted cold, synthesized electronic voices. Qin Xia looked down at the person in charge, the glorious servant of the Tark family. I thought you'd have a much grander display. The person in charge held his head high and met Qin Xia's gaze, without the slightest timidity. In his eyes, all these gladiators were merely puppets under his control. It seemed there was a more urgent matter, so the person in charge didn't dwell on matters of etiquette, nor did he bother to argue with these uncultured gladiators. Your schedule has changed. Today you have to face a guards. The person in charge said, the honorary title of this guards is swordsman. Qin Xia frowned. Oh, you haven't heard of this title, that's fine, but you'll know how much this person wants to kill you. The person in charge smiled slightly, let me remind you. The slave-catching team that you blew up in the desert that day. Your parents were in the slave-catching team, so you are looking for the swordsman to help you get revenge. Qin Xia said. Don't interrupt. The person in charge had a you're dead expression, the swordsman is my nephew. Alright, dig a bigger pit. Tomorrow, your brother and son's funerals can be held together, it's easier. Qin Xia walked past the person in charge, I've made it easier for you, so you owe me a favor. The person in charge was clearly not good at bickering, so he was choked by Qin Xia's few words and took 2 breaths to recover. Then he looked at Qin Xia's back and coldly announced, a big shot has come to watch your gladiator. He said he can grant you a request. Qin Xia initially didn't want to bother, but thinking of something, he stopped and turned around, I want to bring 10 people. Bringing 10 people was too outrageous a request. And the 10 people Qin Xia wanted to bring to the arena were precisely those 10 who were unwilling to abide by the no-kill principle. But it seemed the person in charge had a reason he had to agree, so he nodded, 10 people, excluding Angron, you can pick whoever you want. They're all going to die anyway. Qin Xia turned and searched among the gladiators. The person in charge lowered his head, not even looking at Qin Xia, and used his pinky finger to pick his ear. Not even a thank you. It seems your gladiator friends haven't told you that no matter who comes here, they have to curry favor with the masters here, curry favor with your masters. If I want you to die in pieces, all I need to do is pick up a pen and arrange a gauntlet for you on the gladiator schedule, understand? The person in charge flicked away the earwax from under his fingernail. Never mind, I'm not a petty person either. Get ready. I'm going to greet my master first. A slave like you can be rude, but an upper-class person like me cannot. Chapter 35, The Big Shot. The maggot eye hovered within the gladiator arena, beginning its announcement. In the VIP box in the audience stands, Tark sat by the railing, sipping wine and toying with gems, his gaze fixed intently on the gladiator arena's combat zone. As the gladiator arena's gate slowly opened, the room's door was also opened by guards, and the gladiator arena's person in charge walked in, trembling. What demands did he make? Tark asked. He said he wanted to bring 10 people into the arena. The person in charge tried to sound calm. The Tark family's patriarch heard this and felt very puzzled. The guards' combat squad that the swordsman belongs to only has 6 people. Why does he want to bring 10 into the arena? Perhaps he doesn't know the number of people he'll be facing, the person in charge quickly replied. After all, I only informed him temporarily, as per your orders. So he wants 10 people. Tark turned to stare at the person in charge, his expression fierce and cold. And you agreed? You let a slave gladiator make demands of you, a servant of the Tark family. The person in charge first thought to apologize, but then immediately reacted and calmly replied, because your master's command was for me to grant him one condition, so I agreed to him. Even if he asked me to die, I would die. The expression on Tark's face instantly turned into a smile. This is why I can let you manage the gladiator arena. The person in charge squeezed out a pleased smile. To be favored by a god is my supreme honor. Don't be nervous, Tark noticed the person in charge trembling. Come sit beside me. We'll drink wine and enjoy the gladiatorial combat together. Yes, master. The person in charge immediately walked to Tark's side and sat down. The cushion, pressed by his dirty trousers from having just been to the gladiator arena's cave, was so expensive it could feed a city's population for a month. This was something only a high knight could sit on. But the person in charge dared not sit, because he knew Tark's temperament too well. Tark didn't care about cleanliness or etiquette or status. He only cared whether a person was obedient. If a slave was blessed by his erratic kindness and was told to crawl out of a dirty mud pit and sleep in one of his bedrooms, then that slave had better comply, rather than refuse on the grounds of dirtying something. Why do you think I'm paying so much attention to a gladiator? Tark pursed his lips after finishing the wine in his mouth, suddenly asking. I don't know. Such an honest answer from the person in charge would certainly be punished for stupidity by other high knights, but with Tark, dishonesty was what would make him angry. Because I'm assessing him, Tark said, a rational, not crazy, wizard is useful in himself, so I want him to do something for me. If you want him to do anything, I'll immediately convey your will. Today's gladiatorial combat will be called off, and everyone in the audience will go home, the person in charge said. Of course, my nephew, who wants revenge, also has to go home. Tark became even happier, laughing and drinking, even personally pouring a glass for the person in charge. The gladiators had already entered the arena. The swordsman from the guards and his squad also entered the arena. The two sides faced off. At this moment, Tark suddenly turned to look at the person in charge and asked softly, by the way, did you obey my order on the last carnival day and send your wife and daughter to the cave? Of course. They looked very happy when they came back, the person in charge replied, smiling. Tark also smiled. Actually, what I said then was in anger. You really didn't have to. Never mind, since they've already been there, why should I say these things? In short, I regretted it very much afterwards. I'm sorry. Please forgive my foolish obedience to your angry words at the time. But your command is everything, the person in charge replied. Tark listened to these words, watching the person in charge. A moment later, he shifted his gaze, took a sip of wine, and looked at the gladiator arena. I've prepared an apology gift for you, a manor in an artificial oasis. Qin Xia stared at the several people in front of him. Including the swordsman from the guards, who was holding two swords and clearly looked like a swordsman. All the guards were wearing magnificent golden armor, and their arms were wrapped in a silver-colored substance. Qin Xia knew that the guards were the High Knights' human troops. Every one of them was a noble, though their status was not as high as the High Knights. The guards had a unique characteristic, they used something called silver vine. It was what was wrapped around the guards' arms. Silver vine was a versatile tool. It could be the guards' armor, swords, vehicles, and even beds, bridges. This damned thing could transform into anything, it was truly versatile. And each of the guards had one of these versatile tools. Qin Xia turned his head to survey the 10 people he had brought. They were all gladiators who opposed the no-kill principle. We must work together, the gladiator who had loudly refuted Ono in the cave scanned everyone, just like we did 2 days ago against the butchers. The gladiators exchanged glances, their eyes finally settling on Qin Xia. Qin Xia returned a gaze that made the gladiators feel cold. At this moment, he didn't look like he usually did when not meditating, joking, and smiling. He looked very ruthless, as if he had become a different person. Hey, slave, the swordsman opposite Qin Xia suddenly spoke, a clear hint of amusement in his voice. It seems you flattered my uncle quite a bit, otherwise how could he allow you to bring 10 people into the arena to face me and my comrades? How did you flatter him? Was it like his male servant? You're wrong about that, Qin Xia raised a finger, explaining very seriously, I didn't flatter your uncle. Your uncle owes me a favor to make it easier to bury you and your father together. These people behind me are his repayment of that favor. The smile under the swordsman's helmet instantly vanished, go to hell. Are those 4 words your last words? Qin Xia said with a smile, after your funeral, when your and your father's widows come to the cave on carnival day, I'll tell them your last words, and then put your picture on the wall so you can feel a sense of participation too. Hiss. Wait. Qin Xia ignored the swordsman's expression, which was both shocked and as if he wanted to devour someone, and asked with a worried look. By the way, if you die, will the women of your family be sold directly or buried with you? If it's the latter, then I'll retract what I just said and change it to. After I dig up your grave in the future, I'll engrave your last words on the skulls of your entire family, old and young. I'm going to chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. The swordsman immediately roared and attacked. The maggot eye kept presiding over the gladiatorial combat. As the host prepared to announce the start, the silver vine in the swordsman's hand had already shot towards Qin Xia. Qin Xia sidestepped to dodge. The gladiator behind him had his head wrapped by the silver vine, and then the silver vine, like a stream of water, instantly tightened. The sound of a head bursting echoed. A gladiator knelt on the ground. When another guard's silver vine came flying at him, Qin Xia dodged again, and the gladiator in the silver vine's flight path was pierced through the body. As the silver vine, like a stream of water, emerged from the gladiator's 7 orifices, the other guards also attacked one after another. Qin Xia dodged the attack again, then suddenly raised his right arm. Stop. The guards saw him raise his hand and thought he was going to release Shinic energy. Hearing the word stop, they all stopped their movements, preparing to use equipment for defensive sorcery to resist the attack. So these guards really looked as if they had been told to stop the fight by Qin Xia. Qin Xia looked worried. Your parents aren't having children late in life, are they? Otherwise, I'd have to consider keeping my distance from your mother on Carnival Day. But she won't be neglected, because there are also older strong men among the gladiators. The swordsman froze for half a second, then lunged at Qin Xia like a madman. Chapter 36, Fists and Kicks. Swordsman. There was a reason this combat specialty title was used to refer to a bodyguard soldier. The moment the swordsman approached him, Qin Xia suddenly had a passive premonition. The swordsman rushed in front of him, swinging 6 swords at an incredibly fast speed in less than a second. First, he severed the Achilles tendon, then the wrist, with each joint receiving a strike. This was clearly not the combat speed and precision a normal human should possess, and in the premonition, Qin Xia analyzed that the swordsman must have used implants. Those implants would make the swordsman's movements astonishingly fast and accurate, even allowing him to analyze the weaknesses of opponents he was fighting. Just like the slave-catching team leader father of this swordsman, he reacted without thinking, yet passively raised his hand and fired a tranquilizer dart, hitting Qin Xia. The premonition ended, and the swordsman arrived in front of him. Knowing the opponent's trajectory, Qin Xia reached out and gripped the swordsman's throat, instantly neutralizing his offensive and making every movement in the premonition impossible to achieve. After lifting the swordsman by his throat, Qin Xia reached out and tore off the swordsman's right arm, then flung the man 10 meters away. The shouts of the audience reached their peak at this moment. The swordsman landed, and the instant dust was kicked up, Qin Xia had already rushed in front of him. He wrapped the right arm around the swordsman's neck with both hands, then pulled forcefully. The swordsman was strangled to death by his own arm. Silvervine shot towards Qin Xia, only to be easily dodged with a quick sidestep. The swordsman's companions had witnessed his death, they reacted, and were also exceptionally surprised. The bodyguard soldiers who came with him had speculated that the swordsman would be killed by witchcraft, and would die differently depending on the witchcraft Qin Xia, the wizard, used. But they never expected that the famous warrior in the army would die from a wizard's physical attack, with the opponent not even bringing a weapon to the gladiator arena. Don't worry, I won't use witchcraft, Qin Xia said, gripping one of the swordsman's right arm fingers and swinging the entire arm like a windmill. People like you should be cruelly executed, witchcraft without warning would let you die too easily. The guards immediately distanced themselves from the gladiators who were still alive, preparing to fully confront Qin Xia. But at some unknown moment, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept across the gladiator arena, stirring up a sky full of red sand. Qin Xia's entire figure was obscured by the overwhelming sandstorm. The observers integrated into the guard's armor couldn't even see Qin Xia's figure. Qin Xia used psychic power to obscure himself, rather than being coincidentally obscured by the red sand. Come out and help us, a gladiator shouted towards where Qin Xia had disappeared. Just now, while Qin Xia was choking the swordsman, tearing off his arm, and then strangling him with the arm, the gladiators were entangled with several other guards. Now only 4 people remained alive. These 4 were naturally targeted by the guards who had lost their primary objective. Silvervine gushed out of one person's 7 orifices. Another person was pierced through the body by a spear formed from Silvervine. Yet another was wrapped by Silvervine and crushed alive. The last person was run through the neck by a guard's sword. The 10 gladiators who chose not to abide by the no-kill rule died. These people, who hadn't even passed the simplest screening, lay forever on the red sand, with no chance whatsoever of killing the gladiators Qin Xia cared about and considered at least capable of cooperation. When the guards gathered and looked around warily, a strong wind swept through, dispersing the sky-high red sand, and Qin Xia's figure was exposed before them. The swordsman's right arm was still in Qin Xia's hand, still swinging like a windmill. Together. Qin Xia tilted his head. The guards immediately released Silvervine. Qin Xia moved through and dodged the Silvervine, arriving in front of one of the guards in a single breath, using the swordsman's armor-clad right arm to smash through the opponent's head. As Silvervine swept from behind his neck, Qin Xia crouched to dodge, and the instant the corpse fell, he turned and used the swordsman's right arm to pierce another guard's chest. Splintered armor fragments flew in all directions. The force Qin Xia applied to the swordsman's arm piercing the chest pulled backward. At this moment, Qin Xia felt a cool breeze behind him, instantly turned around, and raised his hand to block the downward swinging blade with his palm. The guard who swung the blade was momentarily stunned, then saw a piece of chest armor fragment between Qin Xia's palm and the blade. This was the last thing he saw before he died, because Qin Xia's hand pierced through his head. With a flurry of punches and kicks from Qin Xia, only one bodyguard soldier remained alive on the field besides him. Someone hired me to incite the swordsman to seek revenge. The guard raised his hands. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have wanted to come. As Qin Xia was puzzled by the statement, the guard's Silvervine transformed into a shield, and he himself quickly bolted towards the outside of the gladiator arena. Qin Xia watched the fleeing figure without emotion, merely throwing the severed arm, which could no longer be used as a weapon, onto the ground. Only after the survivor had sprinted nearly 1,000 meters did Qin Xia walk to a stone on the ground. His tall body stepped back 2 paces, then quickly ran forward and kicked the stone. The stone drew a perfect arc in the air, finally piercing the guard's helmet and embedding itself in his skull. This stone is really hard, Qin Xia muttered softly. No wonder Angron could kill people with Nuceria's stones. Even the rapidly approaching maggot eye didn't hear Qin Xia's muttering, the roaring cheers from the audience drowned out all sounds except for the cheers. Qin Xia turned his body, surveyed the entire gladiator arena audience, and finally his gaze fell upon the nearby guards' corpses again. When he was young, the White Scars had a company captain, referred to as a Khan within the chapter. That company captain, seeing Qin Xia was too small and thin, decided to teach him some unarmed combat martial arts. The martial arts weren't particularly strong, but combined with this body, implanted with Grey Knight's gene seed and various superhuman organs, killing opponents of the guard's caliber with bare hands was truly a bit too easy. You may be wealthy and of noble status, and you may have trained diligently, fighting for the High Knight for decades. But I can still easily kill you, not to mention I'm not even 16, and it's been less than a week since I reborn after the modification surgery. Give the Nucerians a little Astartes shock. These two sentences appeared in Qin Xia's mind. No, how old is my soul, anyway? Qin Xia began to seriously ponder this sudden question. He remembered that after he transmigrated to the Warhammer universe, he found his body had reverted to a 9-year-old state, so counting all the years since coming to this universe and before the second transmigration to now, probably less than 40. After figuring out the answer, Qin Xia turned around, and amidst the cheers of the audience, and the inquiries from Maggot Eye about his post-battle feelings, he made a very obvious gesture of covering his ears. Though even this couldn't block out the cheers. The audience watched as Qin Xia refused to listen to their cheers, turned and walked towards the gate leading to the cave. As he passed the corner of the energy field separating Qin Xia and the audience, Qin Xia saw a ragged woman and a boy standing by her leg. The woman's face showed the pain of spending all her savings on tickets, and a hint of a smile from fulfilling her son's birthday wish. And the child was cheering with raised arms. Qin Xia hesitated a step. He saw worship in the child's eyes, not the cruel gaze of appreciating slaughter. The child's mother immediately squatted down, took the child's hand, and waved at Qin Xia with a smile. Qin Xia smiled, nodded, and left the combat area. Chapter 37, God? Minions. I'm back. Qin Xia strode into the cave. He was momentarily stunned when he found all the gladiators gathered, waiting for him. What's wrong? Qin Xia felt the atmosphere was a bit subtle and serious. Friend, Kleist slowly stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Qin Xia's with a composed expression. Qin Xia frowned, looking at Kleist, unsure why. Kleist's expression suddenly changed from composed to ecstatic. You killed a squad of guards. You killed a squad. An entire squad. The gladiators all cheered. Ono also cast an admiring gaze at Qin Xia from behind the crowd. Angron didn't know why everyone was so happy about the guards being killed, but since everyone else was happy, he was happy too, looking like he was just grinning foolishly. You took down all the guards in a few punches and kicks. That bastard called the swordsman, you ripped his arm off and strangled him with it. Well done. Before I saw this, I thought a messenger of God wouldn't bleed. A messenger of God bleeds. Ono killed a guard when he was young. I didn't completely kill a guard, that guy was stuck in quicksand, and I finished him off. Listening to the gladiators' praises and exclamations, Angron finally understood why they were so excited and amazed by the deaths of those guards. Because, in their eyes, it was impossible to kill that level of warrior with bare hands. Those scumbags aren't messengers of God, and High Knights aren't gods either. Qin Xia said to everyone with a smile, gesturing with his hands. When that bastard, the one called the swordsman, charged at me, I instantly knew where to hit him. I grabbed him by the throat of fate, did you see? I ripped off his right arm with a snap, then threw him out. I ran like hell, charging towards that bastard. At the time, I wasn't thinking of strangling him, I wanted to kick him to death. Qin Xia said, stepping back 2 paces to create distance from the others, then quickly jumped up, kicking out with both feet together. Just like that, a flying kick. But then I thought it would be too easy for him if I kicked him to death. His dead father knocked me out, and he still had the nerve to seek revenge. Qin Xia, who had performed an Ultraman flying kick, quickly stood up from the ground and said to everyone, if it were you, you could also kill those High Knight lackeys. The gladiators had been very excited, but when Qin Xia's last words reached their ears, everyone except Angron and Ono fell silent, and the atmosphere instantly turned cold. You have a strong physique, Kleist said. You can dodge Silvervine and tear off a guard's hand, but we can't. You certainly can't dodge, Qin Xia said with a smile, nodding. But I say you can kill guards because guards and High Knights are just like you, they're all human. They just rely on having good equipment. Kleist. If you were given a power spear, or some other nasty weapon. Qin Xia said to Kleist. Your combat skills would kill a guard like killing a dog. Just go up to a guard and give him a damn spear thrust, making him spit blood foam and convulse. Hearing this, Kleist did not agree with the words, only forced a smile. Qin Xia understood that the vast majority of people here feared the guards and High Knights. They gods of Nuceria. That title wasn't something the High Knights just made up out of their own smug self-confidence. They were, as Ono said, capable of doing things only gods could do. But these people needed to understand why High Knights and guards could act like gods, and how to prevent them from wielding their so-called divine power. This would take time, and now was not the moment for a lengthy discourse. Alright, guys, it's triumph rope time. Qin Xia sat on the ground, exposing his broad back. One at a time, help me record this victory, this one-sided slaughter of the guards. Qin Xia looked very happy and cheerful. Ono looked at Qin Xia, at the same time recalling Qin Xia's ferocity and ruthlessness in the gladiator arena just moments ago. The old bear pondered for a moment and concluded that Qin Xia probably had a clear boundary, dividing people into friends, neutrals, and enemies. The ruthlessness and ferocity, and the current cheerful friendliness, were contradictory, but people were just that complex and contradictory. Kleist smiled and stepped forward, marking a small blood dot on Qin Xia's back, deliberately speaking in a rough voice, so now you're the guard butcher. You tough guy. Of course, future guard butcher, madam, Qin Xia replied with a smile. I'm also the damn guard widowmaker. Guard widowmaker. Widowmaker. Angron suddenly paused, then his face lit up with surprise. Good name. If I can get a good weapon in the future, I'll name my weapon that. Knight. Yuechola huddled in a corner, sweating profusely and pale-faced from the pain of his severed arm. He had already wrapped the miraculous bandage he received earlier around the severed limb, but it only made the wound heal quickly. The pain still persisted, though it was hard to tell where it originated. And as this pain made the young gladiator, who was the same age as Qin Xia, dizzy, he would recall the moment his arm was cut off and dissected by the peeler. Every time he thought of these things, he would feel even more pain. In his hazy consciousness, Yuechola vaguely saw someone approach him. Then that person squatted down and injected something into his arm, and then the pain dissipated. I only found this in the guard's armor at the gladiator arena. Qin Xia sat next to Yuechola, crushing the empty vial. This might be what they use for quick pain relief when injured. Do you feel any effect? Yuechola didn't respond at all. He wanted to respond, but after being tortured by pain until now and suddenly finding relief, he was too weak to speak. After Qin Xia sat with Yuechola for half an hour, Yuechola finally recovered a little and apologized for his silence. I'm sorry. It's all right, I understand. Qin Xia gently patted Yuechola's back. This should relieve the pain for a few days. Give me more time, and I'll find a way to make you pain-free, even fully recover. Yuechola looked at Qin Xia, his facial muscles trembling, and with great effort, he managed to force a smile. Qin Xia looked at Yuechola. He recalled how, after Yuechola was injured, he watched Kleist and Ono go up to bandage Yuechola. He felt that in situations requiring material aid, merely offering verbal comfort without providing actual material help was ineffective. So, at that time, he began to consider how to use psychic power to regenerate severed limbs. He hadn't figured it out yet, but at least he had a vial of medicine he'd picked up from the guards to help Yuechola. You're very kind to me. Yuechola said. Why? Qin Xia was momentarily taken aback by the question. After a brief silence, Qin Xia lowered his head, thought for a few seconds, and slowly began, because your mother cares about you very much. I don't even know your mother's name, and I don't know her, but I just care about people like you very much, and I'm very envious. Rest well, tough guy. Qin Xia stood up, returned to his corner, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. I want to make sure that before your mother comes next, she will see her son whole and healthy. Chapter 38, Threat. Early next morning. The sound of the cave's gate opening startled all the gladiators. The gladiators either sat up or stood up, looking outside the gate. Numerous security automatons blocked the path to the outside, and such a display, with security automatons setting the scene, indicated to everyone that the owner of this gladiator arena had arrived. The person in charge still strode into the cave, his face icy cold. He walked directly past all the gladiators and came before Qin Xia, raising his head and shouting loudly. Do you think you're especially powerful? In this place that belongs to me. Your ability is not as effective as the pen in my hand. As long as I'm willing, I can write a few words and make you die. Hearing these shouts, Qin Xia looked down at the person in charge, listening expressionlessly until he had finished shouting everything he wanted to say. Among them were not a few insults. It wasn't until the person in charge was hoarse from shouting that Qin Xia slowly opened his mouth. So, you're here about your brother and nephew? You say you can use your pen to kill me, but you're barking impotently like a dog here. You even waited an entire night to come bother me about your dead nephew. Oh, right, yesterday you took my favor and handled their father and son's funerals together. That would take one night, but only one night, one pit. You're welcome, I always like to help others. Qin Xia's words were like adding fuel to a fire. The person in charge's anger flared, and he continued to curse loudly. Angron glared at the person in charge, clenching his fists. Kleist held Angron back, shaking his head gently at him. Oh no, at this moment, did not stop anyone. Now he was the one who was irrational and uncalm. After picking up a stone from the ground, he slowly approached behind the person in charge. Shut up! While the person in charge was still incessantly barking, Qin Xia roared. Frost condensed on the walls, and the person in charge instinctively wanted to shut up, so he stopped speaking. Why did you just run over here and threaten me so directly? What were you thinking? Qin Xia asked, looking puzzled. Do you think your threats and your so-called killer pen are useful? I don't know where I rank among all the gladiators in the gladiator arena, but I know I'm definitely very popular after I killed the guards and those bastards from the Tark family. The gladiator arena is yours? No, of course it's not yours. You're just a dog chained to guard the gladiator arena. The only difference between you and us trapped beasts is that you have a master. If I were you, I wouldn't come here to humiliate myself. As Qin Xia spoke, he analyzed the person in charge's motives and psychological traits. This person in charge had struck him as astonishingly stupid from the very beginning. Of course, this guy wasn't so foolish at first, but Qin Xia knew he was an idiot with just one glance. The reason he could become the person in charge of the gladiator arena was 90% because among qualities like being proficient in both civil and military arts, intelligence, and wisdom, he possessed loyalty. Qin Xia could even profile the character of this person in charge's master. He must be an arrogant, proud control freak who doesn't care whether his subordinates are qualified for an important position, only whether they are completely loyal to him and execute his orders and will 100%. You are very popular, but that only means I won't have you dragged out and beaten to death with a casual order, but I can still kill you, just making your death more popular, more entertaining for the Nuceria people. The person in charge gritted his teeth. Besides, I didn't specially come here to find trouble with you. You're not qualified or on that level yet. Then you came here specifically to be cursed it. Qin Xia smiled. I don't mind insulting you in 100 ways involving personal humiliation, but if that would make you feel good, then forget it. The person in charge fell silent for a moment, then, unable to come up with a strong retort after a long pause, he turned and left. The noble I mentioned before, who allows you to make any request, is here again. He demands to have lunch with you. Eat with your control freak master? Forget it. If eating this meal would allow me to skin you, I'd be quite happy. Qin Xia said. You can certainly refuse. The person in charge stopped, turned back with a sneer. Lord Tark is not a petty person, especially towards true slaves. Qin Xia frowned. The gate is open, until noon. Make your own decision. The person in charge turned again and left directly. As soon as this dog guarding the gladiator arena left, Angron immediately stepped forward. You absolutely should not go have lunch with any noble. I have a bad feeling. Agreed. Kleist echoed, and he opened the gate. Perhaps this is our chance to escape, or at least we can gather some information. After speaking, Kleist looked at Ono, wanting to ask for his opinion. Ono stood in place, holding the stone, not knowing what he was thinking, and remained silent. I have a question. Suddenly a gladiator spoke. We're not always locked in the cave. We know the way from here to the outside. What other information do we need to gather? We know the way? Yes, we know how to get to the gladiator arena, to that damned place isolated by an energy shield. Kleist roared, idiot. That's not the way we need to know. But no one has ever tried to go outside from the energy shield. Maybe there's some mechanism buried under the red sand. Then next time you are fighting, you go try it. While others are chopping at you, you slowly search on the vast red sand. Qin Xia observed the gladiators while Kleist was arguing with others. Many of these gladiators were staring intently at the open gate. The heavy gate that Caesar once needed to penetrate with psychic energy was now wide open before everyone. Angron also stared at the gate, clearly hesitating whether to rush out. Most of the people here had been imprisoned for too long, their desire to escape overwhelmed everything. This gate isn't made of any extraordinary material. Qin Xia said, if I were to lick it like food, my corrosive saliva could dissolve a hole in it. The crowd listened to Qin Xia's words, thinking he was joking, but his expression indicated he wasn't. Even if I had taken the opportunity to grab the person in charge's head and read his memories when he was here just now, I would know how to get out. But this gate, this gladiator arena, is not our only obstacle. If everyone doesn't want to die, then we need to think a little more long-term. Qin Xia continued. We need to consider where we'll find better weapons after we get out of this gate, instead of the flimsy stuff like the harpoons we usually use. We need to consider what kind of stronger enemies we'll fight with better weapons, and we also need to consider where to settle down after escaping the gladiator arena, and even how to face the slave owners' encirclement, and we even need to consider how to permanently get rid of the slave owners, for example, by overthrowing them with an uprising. I now deeply miss every single hot, scorching breath of air I took outside. My heart tells me I want to rush out right now. Qin Xia slowly scanned each person. But the gladiator arena is truly not the only hell we have to face. I don't want to say this, but relatively speaking, this hell isn't that cruel right now. Chapter 39, The Peculiar High Knight. Qin Xia walked on a path leading out of the cave, but not towards the combat area. After saying those words to the gladiators, Qin Xia decided to meet the head of the Tark family, although this was not his main objective. You're a wizard, so I won't blindfold you. It's useless anyway. The person in charge walked ahead. Qin Xia observed everything nearby, remembering everything, including the path he had taken and the objects present along those paths. Every few steps, an automatic machine gun hung overhead. Qin Xia estimated its caliber to be around 19 mm. Although he didn't know what ammunition the Nuceria people used for their automatic machine guns, weapons of this caliber were incredibly powerful regardless of the ammunition. It could easily penetrate the ordinary gate in the cave, like a knife through tofu. However, automatic machine guns were merely the most common things here. From the cracks, hidden slots, spray holes, and various marks on the walls of this metal corridor, Qin Xia's experience from his previous life allowed him to deduce that there must be numerous traps in this corridor, including but not limited to corrosive liquids, flames, and laser grids. Soon, Qin Xia arrived at another crossroads. Standing in the middle of the crossroads, Qin Xia could see some signs. Security Armory. Checkpost. VIP Lounge. That's the exit, the person in charge pointed to the end of the path directly ahead. If you have the ability to escape from here, you'll have achieved more than half of your goal of leaving the gladiator arena. Qin Xia followed the person in charge's finger and saw the checkpost at the exit. Some employees were undergoing inspections before entering their workplaces within the gladiator arena. However, at the end of that path, beyond the checkpost, stood a steel statue, looking like a large mechanical body, lying motionless on a steel platform. It was very abrupt. Stop talking nonsense. I know you're not that kind-hearted, you just want me to die. Qin Xia withdrew his gaze. The person in charge's face showed dissatisfaction at being seen through. He glared at Qin Xia and led him onto another path leading to the lounge. Upon reaching a room with a facade so luxurious it was strikingly out of place compared to the overall environment, the person in charge motioned for Qin Xia to enter. Be careful, don't speak carelessly, the person in charge whispered a reminder, otherwise, I'm afraid your malicious mouth will cause everyone in our entire gladiator arena to die. Don't worry, I estimate your control freak master isn't that deranged yet, Qin Xia replied. The person in charge said nothing more and quickly opened the door. Once Qin Xia entered, the person in charge closed the door and left. The moment he entered the room, Qin Xia was astonished by its magnificence and insane luxury. He recalled a time during his growth in the White Scars when he accompanied the White Scars to defend a crystal-producing world. Only the governor's mansion on that world was as splendid as this lounge. Qin Xia looked towards the dining table. Next to the table, which was laden with food Qin Xia didn't recognize, a lavishly dressed middle-aged man was arranging cutlery. He seemed to have OCD, personally placing each piece of cutlery in what he considered to be the most correct position. He also seemed not to trust the servants. The attendants stood by, awkwardly watching their master do the work they were supposed to do. Oh, you're here. Feeling the gaze from behind him, Tark put down the last piece of cutlery that needed straightening, then turned to look at Qin Xia. His face bore a warm smile, and his eyes were also warm, even showing some admiration and approval. But Qin Xia did not analyze this man's psychology and personality, because he knew that superficial things about such people were always false. Please sit, Tark pulled out a chair from the edge of the rectangular dining table. After Qin Xia sat down, he sat on the opposite chair. Qin Xia didn't even feel like touching his knife and fork. He had already accomplished what he most wanted to do after agreeing to lunch, gather information that could be used for his escape from the gladiator arena in the future. But it wasn't entirely because his true intention was elsewhere. Part of the reason was Qin Xia's apprehension about Tark's identity, and he didn't believe any friendliness this man displayed was genuine. Do you know? Tark, holding a knife and fork, ate ravenously. His attendants continuously cut and fetched food from the table for him. These personal slaves knew what their master liked. The butcher you killed, the one whose neck you twisted into a pretzel with your sorcery, they were all my nephews, all members of the Tark family. As he said this, Tark was still eating ravenously, and a smile remained on his face. Qin Xia's heart instantly tightened. He secretly prepared to use his psychic power to twist the Tark family head's neck into a pretzel. He didn't want to do this, because choosing to act would be certain death, so he hadn't prepared to kill Tark at this meal. But since the other party had brought up hatred concerning blood relatives, then he had to. I have to thank you for this. Tark swallowed a mouthful of food, smiled, and raised his cup. Those little brats, though young, were quite formidable fighters. Their father, my 31st brother, was a warrior, and he trained those little brats from a young age. I truly didn't expect them all to be killed by you. I mean no disrespect, buddy. Absolutely no disrespect. Tark tilted his head and smiled, raising a hand to signal Qin Xia not to misunderstand him. I only then saw how great your potential was, and I also confirmed that my decision to have my family's slave-catching team conceal that you are a wizard was correct. After a compliment, Tark looked at the slave beside him. Beef tendon, please. The slave raised his hand, forked a piece of stewed beef tendon, and placed it on Tark's plate. Why do you suddenly feel like eating beef tendon today, sir? We all have our sudden whims, don't we? Tark smiled at the slave, then began to eat the beef tendon. Qin Xia remained expressionless, neither touching his knife and fork nor speaking, staring intently at Tark's every move. He hadn't expected that the head of Nuceria's most powerful family was the one who helped him conceal the fact that he was a wizard. Concealing that a gladiator was a wizard, and then letting this gladiator kill his own brother's son. Qin Xia thought Tark was insane, and if he himself were also insane, then he would realize that there truly would be a madman helping him conceal this. Aren't you curious why I would want you to kill my nephews? Tark asked with a smile. No, Qin Xia replied. People like you, kinship means less than a foot cloth to you. You wouldn't know what love or trust is, you only have suspicion and murder, even for your own blood relatives. No, that's not the reason, Tark said. People of your status always have prejudices against us nobles, but I'm truly not the kind of person you describe. Guess again. Qin Xia was silent for a moment, then spoke again, I don't know. Tark took a gulp of wine, smiled for a second, then his expression suddenly turned ferocious and savage, like a madman having a fit, pounding the table and howling, because I fucking hate all nobles on Nuceria. All of them. Chapter 40, The Deal. Because I hate them, I want them to die. Tark's expression grew colder, and his voice became more frenzied. Qin Xia calmly watched Tark, not saying a word. It is also because I hate them that I get incredibly excited when I see my brother in immense pain because his son was slaughtered, and then when he resents me for not allowing him to seek revenge. Then, because of the hatred in my brother's eyes, I ordered him to marry a slave, and for his and his son's wives to marry a slave. At this, Tark suddenly burst into laughter, slapping the table as he laughed. The surrounding slaves also laughed along. Qin Xia remained expressionless, only feeling that this guy was a madman. My apologies, I lost my composure. Tark suddenly froze, then smiled and waved his hand, returning to his normal dining demeanor. Qin Xia had no appetite at all. After a moment's thought, he tentatively asked, what are the sculptures on the way into the gladiator arena? Sculptures. Tark raised an eyebrow. Those aren't sculptures, they're combat automatons. How much stronger are they than security automatons? Qin Xia asked again, Strong enough that the quantity of security automatons is a disadvantage in front of them, Tark said bluntly. However, these damn things are rare, so you don't have to worry about running into them. Qin Xia frowned slightly, unsure whether Tark's words were unguarded honesty or a half-truthful lie. Tark continued, I want to ask you to do something for me, to help me eliminate a family. If you agree and do it, you won't have to worry about encountering those damn things in that minor noble family. If I agree? Does that mean I can refuse? Qin Xia asked. Of course, I don't hate you, so you don't have to worry about dying if you refuse. But I believe you won't refuse. Tark held up a finger. Make me an offer, any condition will do, including setting you free, giving you citizen status, and I will fulfill it now. Then, all right. My condition is to set all gladiators free and grant them citizen status, Qin Xia said. I don't like the activity of gladiatorial combat, but people need it. Tark shook his head lightly. Nobles have 10,000 entertainments that can replace gladiatorial combat, but the only entertainment for slaves and commoners is to watch gladiatorial combat on TV, gathered around trash heaps. So I cannot abolish gladiatorial combat, let alone release everyone involved in it. Qin Xia did not hesitate in the slightest, then forget it. My request is changed to, I need a medicine that can regenerate severed limbs, and all gladiators will no longer have fasting days starting today. In addition, they will receive weekly medicine supplies. Those are 3 requests, although they are all very small. Tark first shook his head, but then suddenly nodded. I'll agree to one first. You choose one for me to fulfill now, and the remaining 2 will be fulfilled after you do what I ask. Qin Xia nodded, have the medicine for limb regeneration sent to the cave. You want to regenerate the arm of that young man who lost his arm. Tark instantly guessed Qin Xia's intention. I think it's better to give him a prosthetic body, it's more useful than his original, and definitely not of inferior quality. After thinking for a moment, Qin Xia nodded again. Yuechola needed an arm, but he also needed to become stronger. A prosthetic arm was a good choice. All the requests you made are for your gladiator friends. Tark seemed slightly puzzled. Why don't you ask for something for yourself? Qin Xia did not respond immediately. He was thinking that what he wanted, Tark simply wouldn't give, and he would have to strive for it himself. And no matter who that noble to be killed was, or where they were, Qin Xia believed that noble had what he wanted, and as long as he left the gladiator arena on this trip, he would get what he wanted. I only have one desire, Qin Xia said. The survival of my gladiator friends, a guaranteed survival. Tark tilted his head back, closed his eyes and thought for a moment, and finally smiled, raising his cup, a pleasant cooperation. Late at night. In an oasis on Nuceria's crimson sand. Qin Xia stood in the forest, looking at the luxurious manor ahead. A maggot eye descended from the sky, though this maggot eye was different from the one in Nuceria's gladiator arena, it was also a sphere, but larger. Upon its arrival, the maggot eye immediately teleported some equipment in front of Qin Xia. Qin Xia squatted down to inspect it, finding that the small package contained a futuristic-looking sword, an energy pistol without a magazine, and some explosives. Apologies, sir, I cannot provide more support, as this is a secret operation. Although you may have realized this operation isn't that secret, I still must obey orders. The operator's voice came from the maggot eye. However, the master of the Tark family expressed that he does not wish for you to die in this cooperation, so if you feel overwhelmed or trapped, please fire the flare from your backpack. Qin Xia said nothing, nor did he pick up any weapons. He simply put on the backpack and walked towards the manor. After you fire the flare, a flying vehicle will come to pick you up from the manor, but if that happens, this operation cannot be disguised as the manor's wizard prisoner going mad and out of control, killing everyone. If you kill them normally, fire the flare after you come out, and the Patriarch's guards will come to pick you up in a flying vehicle. The maggot eye followed behind Qin Xia, chattering incessantly. Not far along, Qin Xia stopped. The maggot eye immediately stopped as well. Qin Xia turned back to the maggot eye and beckoned with his finger. The operator of this military maggot eye immediately controlled the drone to move forward, nearing Qin Xia's mouth. Scram, Qin Xia said. Understood. The military maggot eye immediately went invisible and ascended. Qin Xia turned back towards the manor and continued walking. As he took a step, his vision suddenly went black, followed by a constantly zooming in and out image filling his sight. How many guards were in the manor, and what was the manor's defensive deployment? Also, other personnel in the manor, such as the slaves. It was night, and the slaves were, as usual, locked in the dungeon beneath the largest building of the manor, the farm, while the manor's miscellaneous chores were taken over by the guards. All of this was revealed to Qin Xia. Qin Xia found that his prophetic ability had grown stronger. With a very satisfied feeling, Qin Xia continued to walk forward. At the entrance of the manor, 10 heavily armed guards were standing watch. Each of them saw a hunched old man walking towards the manor. Qin Xia used his Shinic power to affect the vision of the people in front of him. Qin Xia continued forward, picking up stones from the ground as he walked. You. The first guard uttered a questioning sound, and then, as the last syllable left his lips, his entire head was smashed by a stone. Qin Xia continued to walk forward, casually throwing stones as he went, successively smashing all 10 guards to death. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the weapons in the package, it was just that those weapons weren't custom-made for his Astartes body. His pinky finger couldn't even fit into the ring-shaped trigger mechanism of the pistol. As for the sword, by mortal standards, it was a short sword, and Qin Xia felt he might as well not use it. The moment the first guard was killed, the alarm directly connected to his heart had already sounded, and the piercing alarm echoed throughout the manor. All nearby guards rushed over. Some held shields and short swords, while others held energy rifles. The former immediately formed a shield wall, while the latter lined up like line infantry, preparing to concentrate fire. Qin Xia could tell that the Nucerians' military discipline was truly poor. In the guards' eyes, Qin Xia was just an old man, so the leader directly asked, "Who hired you, old man? Do you know who you are trying to kill?" "I don't care." Qin Xia slowly spread his stance, his left hand pointing to the sky, his right hand towards the ground, and one leg stepping forward. "No matter which slave owner dies, no matter who kills which slave owner, as long as they die, it's a good thing. I'll have one less enemy in the future." A shockwave spread. Everything within a 60-meter radius shattered. Chapter 41, Invasion. Inside the vast and magnificent building of the manor, the squad guarding the entrance was lined up, forming a human wall, ready to shoot anyone who appeared. Qin Xia emerged from behind them and, amidst their astonished gazes, unleashed psychic lightning, instantly obliterating all of them. Numerous guards stationed in a room, who had been setting up defenses after hearing the alarm, were about to rush out when they were suddenly blown to pieces by a grenade thrown from the shattered ceiling. Along the essential path guarded by the elite guards, these men were loudly inquiring about the intruder, and then their questions abruptly ceased as their heads exploded at the same moment. An invasion of the manor was underway. All signs of this invasion suggested that an entire professional assassin squad had entered the manor, but in reality, the sole perpetrator of all this was just one person. "Tell me where your master is." Qin Xia extended his hand towards the guard in front of him, but he didn't truly ask. Instead, he used his psychic power to read the man's mind. By implanting the specific information he sought into the man's mind, Qin Xia could then read the relevant memories. It was just like when he read Ono's mind to learn the Nuceria language. However, the guard had never seen the person he was supposed to protect, his rank was too low. Many guards in the manor had also never seen their master. Nevertheless, since they were people from the manor, Qin Xia could still glean some clues from their minds and deduce the location of the person he wanted to kill. Underground, Qin Xia lowered his head, looking at the ground beneath his feet. At this moment, an uncontrollable psychic precognition suddenly appeared. Qin Xia looked up, suddenly hearing the sound of something being pierced near his ear, and then he instinctively dodged, as a beam of light shot through the spot where he had just been standing. Looking through the hole created by the beam, several hundred meters away within this massive building, 10 individuals wearing goggles similar to those of the slave catcher captain were holding energy pistols, their gazes penetrating the walls to see his location. Then, beams of light continuously struck. Those people were hundreds of meters away from Qin Xia, separated by countless walls, yet they could still see where Qin Xia was and shoot at his location. As they fired, they advanced, the energy plating on their armor directly melting through the walls, allowing them to move in a straight line towards Qin Xia. As Qin Xia was forced back by the beams, retreating further and further, other guards in the manor who were being mobilized were able to arrive in time, ultimately attempting to capture Qin Xia alive. All of this was what Qin Xia saw in his psychic precognition. He already knew the enemy's decisions and tactics, so naturally, he wouldn't sit idly by or be forced to retreat. Qin Xia chose to take the initiative. In the recent precognition, Qin Xia had seen a large-caliber heavy machine gun continuously spitting fire, and that heavy machine gun would block his route along with the beams, so Qin Xia headed directly for the location of that heavy machine gun. Dense beams of light were still continuously striking, so numerous that Qin Xia could only dodge. If he had been wearing Grey Knight's equipment when he first arrived at Nuceria, even without the aid of psychic precognition or similar abilities, fighting wouldn't be as troublesome as it was now. The heavy machine gun from the precognition was currently moving towards Qin Xia's location. It was mounted on a four-legged combat machine. This contraption was only about the size of a small car, not too massive, and could run wildly through the tall and spacious corridors of the manor building. The guard operating the heavy machine gun, standing on the four-legged combat machine, was wearing goggles and surveying his surroundings, whether it was walls or other obstacles. To him they were merely transparent substances made of red lines, and if anyone approached, he would see the approaching person. "He's coming for me." The guard saw a blurry humanoid silhouette rushing towards his position. The figure was sprinting and smashing through all the walls in its path, coming straight at him. The guard, whose perception was affected by psychic power, causing him to see Qin Xia as an old man, was very curious. What kind of person could have the ability to continuously smash through walls without wearing any equipment? This question flashed by, and the guard pressed both hands on the heavy machine gun, firing at the charging humanoid silhouette. The 19mm caliber heavy machine gun spewed a 2-meter-long tongue of flame, unleashing hundreds of rounds in less than 2 seconds. These bullets easily penetrated the steel layers within every wall, flying towards Qin Xia. The guard held down the trigger without letting go. The heavy machine gun quickly overheated, but the gun body ejected a nearly melted metal plate, and after a second plate automatically loaded like a fresh round, the overheating issue was resolved, without even a moment's pause. The guard fired continuously like this until Qin Xia charged in front of him. Only then did he realize that the intruder had a barrier shimmering with white light in front of him, blocking all the bullets. Seeing this scene meant the guard's life had reached its end. Qin Xia instantly leaped onto the four-legged machine, casually picking up a heavy machine gun shell from the ground, which was littered with them, and violently plunged it into the guard's head. At this moment, those who could fire beams from hundreds of meters away were somewhat distant from Qin Xia. They could still see Qin Xia, but the beams could no longer completely penetrate the walls between them. Finally, a suitable weapon. Qin Xia gripped the heavy machine gun's handguard, violently dismantling the entire weapon. Quickly checking the magazine, Qin Xia saw that there were still 15 rounds left. There were plenty of heavy machine gun rounds in the ammunition box on the four-legged machine, but Qin Xia did not pick them up for use, because he needed to quickly return to the fight. And he felt that these 15 rounds were more than enough. After leaping from the four-legged machine and landing, Qin Xia took a deep breath and charged towards the enemies who were continuously firing beams. The distance between the two sides rapidly closed, and then, as a beam of light grazed past Qin Xia, he fired into the hole created by the beam. The heavy machine gun's bullet passed through the hole created by the beam, tearing the entire upper body of the person who fired that beam from their lower body. Another beam of light struck, blocked by the psychic barrier. Qin Xia quickly turned and repeated the trick, firing into the hole. The heavy machine gun roared, and the impact of the bullet leaving the barrel stirred up all the dust in the room, but Qin Xia remained as still as a mortal using a small caliber rifle, quietly watching as another person on the other side of the hole had half their body torn off by the large caliber bullet from the heavy machine gun. After eliminating 3 more people in the same manner, the enemy clearly realized that firing beams haphazardly no longer had the same effect as before, so they temporarily ceased fire to consider their strategy. Qin Xia carried the heavy machine gun, sprinting 100 meters in a straight line. When he encountered a wall, he put his shoulder in front of him, then jumped and pushed, smashing through a wall, repeating this cycle until Qin Xia arrived next to a corpse. He knelt down and picked up the goggles, putting them to his eyes, and found that this contraption could indeed see through walls to detect people and objects, but its principle was to scan a large circular area for heat energy, then use a chip to process the wearer's vision, presenting the scanned heat energy on the lenses through 3D technology for intuitive display. It was like X-ray vision in an FPS game. Therefore, a living person appeared as a blurry mass in these goggles. Chapter 42, One-Sided Slaughter. Good stuff. Qin Xia put away his goggles and tossed them into his backpack, then calmed down to think of a countermeasure. After half a second of contemplating a plan, Qin Xia pulled out a smoke grenade from his backpack and forced himself to calm down. He needed to temporarily develop a new way to use his psychic abilities. After a minute of confirming he could use his psychic abilities as intended, he flashed out, rapidly approaching the enemy's position. Astartes' movement capabilities were incredibly astonishing. Qin Xia, like the White Scars Astartes he had seen in his childhood, rapidly overcame obstacles in the complex battlefield environment like an acrobat, easily and swiftly traversing every barrier between himself and the enemy. He could discern the thickness of a wall and choose to smash through it, or climb out a window to bypass it. In short, he avoided passages and main entrances that might have numerous defensive devices. Finally, the 6 individuals gathered together, clad in power armor and wielding beam cannons, who were using their goggles to search for the enemy, heard a commotion and looked over. They saw a person with a heavy machine gun on his back suddenly smash through a wall, raising a hand clutching a spherical object amidst countless fragments and debris splattering outwards. Moreover, this person was covered in frost from head to toe, and through the goggles, he emitted no heat, just like the surrounding clutter. Open! The person who instinctively tried to shout the order to open fire had his brain pierced by the spherical object thrown by Qin Xia, and then that spherical object exploded inside the unfortunate person's head, sending countless shrapnel in all directions, riddling the others like sieves. Qin Xia, completely unharmed, stood among the corpses, gently waving his hand, and the psychic barrier in front of him dissipated. Qin Xia heard a sound similar to someone's respiratory system failing, struggling to breathe, and looked over to find another survivor on the ground. This person, who couldn't tell if they were lucky or unlucky, lay on the ground, clutching their continuously bleeding neck, gasping for air. When the medical system inside the power armor injected a dose of medicine, the person gradually recovered and issued a weak inquiry, Who are you? The one who will make all of you live in constant fear, Qin Xia responded, the butcher. Qin Xia was no longer using his psychic abilities to interfere with anyone's vision, so the survivor on the ground recognized him as the wizard who had risen to fame in the gladiator arena. Qin Xia took the heavy machine gun from his back and slammed it heavily onto the survivor's head. After killing another person, Qin Xia opened the heavy machine gun's magazine and found 10 rounds remaining inside. The ammunition for this heavy machine gun was thicker and longer than Qin Xia's fingers. Qin Xia disassembled one and examined it. Inside the ammunition was a concentrated liquid-type explosive, the specific principle unknown, but Qin Xia quickly discovered through a rapid ignition test that this substance had extreme flammability and that the warhead was fragile. It was clearly a type of fragmentation ammunition used for injuring personnel. This information wasn't of great use, but Qin Xia still tested and noted it down, as it would help him identify military equipment on Nuceria. After quickly gathering information, Qin Xia swiftly picked up every usable and portable item from the corpses. Pistols, explosives, beam cannons, goggles for seeing through objects. Even chips from inside the power armor and various mechanical parts that Qin Xia thought would be useful later. Finally, Qin Xia pulled out the ropes from the power armor's lining, bundled up the items he had collected and could take back, slung them over his back, and continued forward. After advancing for a moment, Qin Xia suddenly stopped. His psychic premonition appeared again. After instantly browsing the premonition, Qin Xia's gaze turned to the place the premonition revealed to him. Then, a ripple appeared on the empty wall, and a completely transparent cloth-like object fell to the ground, revealing the person hidden behind it. You're not at the gladiator arena right now. Qin Xia looked at the exposed escapee in surprise. That person was the person in charge of the gladiator arena. Why should I be at the gladiator arena? The person in charge retorted, this is a manner bestowed upon me by Patriarch Tark. What did you do to make that lunatic pay a considerable price to have me kill you? Qin Xia's face seemed to be edged with confusion. That lunatic offered 3 conditions for me to kill your entire family. The person in charge was quite astute at the brink of death. The fellow frowned, pondered for a moment, and replied, my master certainly didn't send you to kill me. There's another Tark in this manner, my master's brother. Qin Xia frowned in thought for a few seconds, then looked up at the person in charge with a helpless and somewhat gloating expression. I just deactivated my psychic disguise. You've seen me, so you still have to die. The person in charge choked for a moment. However, I'm not entirely here for Patriarch Tark, that lunatic's business, and I don't care about that lunatic's business at all. You might live a little longer. Qin Xia looked around. By the way, do you have a library or anything like that in your home? Hearing that Qin Xia, although misunderstanding Patriarch Tark's command, didn't seem to take that command seriously, the person in charge, who had always believed Qin Xia was definitely serving Patriarch Tark, gradually relaxed. At least he wasn't acting immediately, even if this slave, who secretly pledged allegiance to Patriarch Tark, had misunderstood the command, they could still talk. Yes, the person in charge nodded. Please, Qin Xia made a gesturing motion. The person in charge led the way. Qin Xia followed behind. So you secretly serve Patriarch Tark, the person in charge said as he walked. No wonder he concealed the fact that you're a wizard, so that the butcher gladiator team would fight you unprepared. Why do you think I serve that lunatic? Qin Xia asked, very puzzled. He's not a lunatic, he's just a good person who's been hurt too much, the person in charge replied. You don't know his past at all, so you'd think he's a cruel and cold tyrant, but in reality, he's not. To explain who Tark was to Qin Xia, the person in charge spoke incessantly, defending the best master in his mind. When he was young, he was the 67th child in the former Patriarch Tark's family, he wasn't paid much attention. Later, he became Patriarch, indeed because he was cunning, no, because he was intelligent and daring, but he didn't want to hurt anyone. He is actually very kind and empathetic. Qin Xia, who had patiently listened to the person in charge up to this point, had been rolling his eyes. And the person in charge couldn't see Qin Xia's expression, so he kept talking. If the gladiator arena's master's expression and demeanor were scrutinized and analyzed by Qin Xia, he would understand that this not-so-clever person was speaking from the heart. He's a noble, but he never mistreated his slaves, he even had a love affair with a female slave. Can you believe it? Slaves are livestock, they're just male or female, but my master treated them as people. Just a reminder, the slaves I'm talking about aren't servants like me, I'm from a minor noble family, which is why I'm qualified to be a servant. The status of slaves is much lower than mine. Qin Xia suddenly recalled Patriarch Tark's attitude towards his personal slaves during dinner. Not cruel, laughing and chatting, even saying thank you. But Qin Xia also felt that this was just another piece of evidence that the psychopath was mentally ill. Perhaps Tark had some good qualities. But a lunatic. However, whether being an enemy or a friend of this lunatic, it was still pretty terrifying. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Xia kicked the person in charge, no matter what kind of bird Patriarch Tark is. Now I'm slaughtering your entire family, you so-called servant from a minor noble family, and when it's Tark's entire family's turn in the future, I'll slaughter them without hesitation, without the slightest mercy. Chapter 43, Moral Interrogation. If you have complaints about the master you're loyal to, don't tell me. If you tell me this, you'll definitely worry that I'll report you to the master, so will you still spare my life later? I said I'm not loyal to the nobles. I came here partly because I have a transaction I must make with your master, and partly because there are things I want to do myself. So you're also a butcher? After this exchange of questions and answers, the person in charge stopped and turned around. Staring into Qin Xia's eyes, the not-so-clever middle-aged man's gaze made Qin Xia read a moral interrogation from it. So you're also a butcher, the person in charge continued. It's just that you don't slaughter commoners, but nobles. But you're still a butcher, still an executioner, still a murderous butcher. You just don't slaughter commoners, but from the perspective of methods and morality, what's the difference between you and those scum slaughterers you've killed? Hearing this, Qin Xia looked at the person in charge's bright eyes, which revealed a moral interrogation. Qin Xia's actions and expression clearly indicated that he was deep in thought. The person in charge continued to stare at Qin Xia with bright eyes. He clearly believed that slaughtering nobles was wrong and immoral. As someone promoted by a control freak for being obedient, he clearly didn't have the petty cleverness to use an interrogation to buy time or find an opportunity to escape. Yes, Qin Xia said, with an expression of sudden enlightenment and realization. If I slaughter nobles, wouldn't I be no different from those butchers? The person in charge nodded. Qin Xia lowered his head, his expression gradually becoming pained, clearly falling into mental torment and struggle. The person in charge watched Qin Xia lower his head, still performing a moral interrogation with his gaze. But then, the person in charge noticed Qin Xia suddenly raise his head slightly, his eyes briefly glancing at him, a glance that lasted an eternity. Screw you. Qin Xia leaped up, his feet together, and with a flying kick, sent the person in charge flying 10 meters into the library's main entrance. The person in charge rolled for over 10 meters on the ground before stopping. A belt bestowed by Tark, which he wore for escape, injected him with a potion, rapidly repairing his body. I never consume myself mentally, I never subject myself to moral interrogation. Qin Xia walked past the person in charge with his head held high, his tone firm and arrogant. But don't think I have no morals. On the contrary, I believe my moral standards are a beacon and a pearl in this cesspool of a world and universe. So I have a kind of confidence. All my actions are righteous, all are the concretization of noble moral principles at the spiritual level in the material universe. The ripples and consequences caused by my actions, all the people and things I change, they are the materialized entities of the abstract spiritual concepts of morality and justice in the material universe. The person in charge got up, no longer daring to say anything. Shut your mouth, and stand there waiting. Whatever I ask, you'll do it and follow through. Qin Xia casually pulled out a book and began to read. Patriarch Tark absolutely didn't send you here to kill me. The person in charge still emphasized. He sent you to kill his brother who came to see me today. Qin Xia was annoyed by the nagging, frowned, and stared at the page, impatiently replying, I didn't come here specifically to be an assassin, so I'm too lazy to figure out who to kill. Today, you and that madman's brother will die together. The person in charge fell silent. Qin Xia walked to the bookshelf, his sharp and longing gaze scanning back and forth across the shelves, perusing the titles. Finally, his gaze fixed on a book placed in the most prominent position. He immediately reached out and took it, quickly browsing through it in front of the person in charge. In the person in charge's eyes, Qin Xia read the book page by page with astonishing speed, but his expression was serious, not like he was trying to pretend that he, this immoral noble butcher, was cultured. Both remained silent for a while. The person in charge suddenly remembered something and asked, what about my master's brother? What if he really sent you to kill his brother, wouldn't you mess things up? I know where he is, I know what he's doing. I have 100 ways to make him come to me, instead of me wasting time going to him. Qin Xia was still reading the book. The person in charge lowered his head helplessly, then his eyebrows raised in surprise, realizing that a layer of frost had formed on the surface of his shoes. A moment later, Iron Tark walked out from the suddenly opened gate of the underground defense facility. The fierce gunfire and shouts had stopped. The invader was nowhere to be seen, but he must have killed all several hundred guards in this manner. Iron's best choice now, the best choice his mind could come up with was to run away. This was indeed a correct choice. If Qin Xia were here, he would also consider Iron's choice to be entirely correct. However, as Iron fled, he saw bodies everywhere in the extremely tragic battle, which made his heart pound and his courage falter. He even began to consider whether he should return to the underground facility. But after much hesitation, Iron finally forced himself to brave the bodies. He ignored any side paths and walked straight ahead. His will told him that was the correct path. Slowly and quietly, the noble passed by the library and saw lights inside. Iron quietly observed, first seeing the person in charge of the gladiator arena. If the person in charge hadn't invited him to his home as a guest, he wouldn't have been trapped tonight. And in front of the person in charge, who stood with his head bowed, beneath a huge bookshelf filled with books, a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall, lightly dressed, stood with his back to them, holding a book in his hand. Come in. I was going to go to the underground facility to catch you, but now you've come yourself. Just as Iron was about to quietly leave, he heard the towering figure speak, and then realized with a start that he had been discovered. Iron, not believing he could contend with the other party, obediently walked into the library. The pale-faced person in charge turned his head and glanced at Iron. Iron returned a fearful look, then stood beside the person in charge. Do you know, although I am a warrior, I really like to read and learn knowledge. The towering figure turned around, his gaze fixed on the book in his hand. Iron instantly recognized him, it was the executioner from the gladiator arena who had killed all his sons. Iron, whose father and mother were both named Tark, had a poor memory, so his quick recognition of Qin Xia was itself due to Qin Xia's psychic ability. By dedicating half of his focus to perceiving and locking onto Tark and subtly influencing his thoughts, though not enough to turn someone into a puppet, Qin Xia firmly believed that with further development and time, this application of psychic ability would certainly be of great use. My master definitely wants you to kill him. The gladiator arena's person in charge reiterated. He told me to invite Iron to the manor tonight. This is your manor, not mine. Iron suppressed his fear and defended himself. Although Iron was a general, compared to the butcher before him, who had caused the beautiful manor to be covered in corpses and flow with blood, 99.9% of the enemies Iron had faced in his life seemed weak and powerless. Facing a true warrior, and not commoners who would bring disaster upon themselves for a displeased look, Iron lacked courage. Which of you is the noble he spoke of? Qin Xia faced Iron and the person in charge, but his eyes were not on the two of them. He held the book in his right hand, his eyes fixed on the page. After a moment, he flipped a page. This is his manor. Iron reiterated. It is my manor, that's right. The person in charge's face was as white as a corpse, but he still forced a normal tone, but anyone with half a brain can figure out that Lord Tark absolutely doesn't want to kill me. Lord Iron visited today, and then you were sent by Lord Tark. The reason behind this is easy to guess, isn't it? I was sent by your master. Qin Xia's gaze fell on the person in charge. The person in charge spread his hands, as if asking, isn't it obvious? Qin Xia looked down at the person in charge with a calm expression. 2 seconds later, the person in charge's head exploded, leaving nothing above his neck. Qin Xia, looking down at him, could see his black metal spine exposed to the air. Just as Iron was about to shout an exclamation like holy crap, his head also exploded immediately after. Qin Xia glanced at the bodies on the ground, then turned around to look at other books with an expressionless face. He had originally intended to spare the person in charge's life, but only until he left, because the person in charge was the owner of the manor and must be very familiar with it. But Qin Xia chose to just make things a little more troublesome, kill them, and have some peace and quiet. You guys probably have a lot of good stuff on you. Qin Xia knelt down to search Iron and the person in charge's bodies, looking for anything usable or storable for future use. When his hand touched Iron's body, Qin Xia found his hand blocked by a thin layer of energy plating. He gently stroked the energy plating, his eyes imbued with a layer of psychic power, observing the energy flow with his psychic vision, and finally, at the source of the energy flow, he found a device tied to Iron's waist. The device looked like a belt, emitting a faint hum that only Qin Xia could hear. Reaching out to remove the belt, Qin Xia suddenly had an idea, his movements stopping abruptly. He stood up, picked up the heavy machine gun he had been carrying on his back, loaded a bullet into the chamber, and then fired at Iron's body. With a loud bang, a large number of fragments ricocheted off the psychic barrier Qin Xia had erected, but Iron's body remained unharmed. Qin Xia observed the energy plating and found that although it perfectly blocked the damage, its energy density was not as high as before, indicating that it could also be consumed. However, a large caliber heavy machine gun could only consume a small amount of energy. With such a formidable item, Qin Xia calculated that if he hadn't used psychic power earlier, instantly killing this nobleman would have been wishful thinking. But on the other hand, no matter how good the items used by this nobleman from the Tarkov family, named Iron, were, or how impressive his black technology, when he was headshot by psychic power, he was no different from the person in charge who wasn't wearing an energy-emitting plating, unable to last even half a second. Nice stuff, now it's mine. Qin Xia placed his hand on the belt, which he didn't know how to stop from emitting energy, closed his eyes, and used his psychic power to probe the belt's internal structure. After Qin Xia roughly understood some of the functions of the belt's internal structure, he had an idea, using psychic power to penetrate the shell, which was made with unknown technology, causing the belt to stop emitting energy. Finally, he picked up this black tech creation and threw it into the backpack behind him. Qin Xia searched Iron's body again and found that the fellow might have come in a hurry, not bringing too many things, besides some jewelry, there was nothing else on him. As a member of Nuceria's most noble family, any piece of Iron's jewelry was priceless, but these pieces were currently useless to Qin Xia. The remaining capacity in his backpack had to be reserved for more important items. Your turn. Qin Xia walked to the person in charge's body, knelt down, and searched him. The person in charge did not have equipment like the belt that could emit energy plating, or perhaps he had one but didn't take it out. Qin Xia didn't have much time to conduct a thorough search of the entire manor, so he simply collected what he found. 2 vials of medicine and a self-defense pistol that used energy as ammunition. After putting away the items, Qin Xia stared at the person in charge's body and realized that the fellow was practically a cyber-modified human. Looking into the torso from the gap in the neck, both the organs and bones were made of metal. Damn it, how is the biotechnology in this cursed place, Nuceria, so outrageous? Qin Xia kicked the body away and walked towards the bookshelf. The collection of books in the library within this manor was so vast that it left Qin Xia amazed and wanting to linger. Judging by the appearance of the person in charge, the manor owner, he didn't seem like someone who loved reading. It was likely he just kept the books here to show off to outsiders. But even so, the books merely used by the person in charge for showing off were hundreds of times more numerous than all the books Qin Xia had seen in his life experience, both before his physical crossing to this universe and after his subsequent crossing within this universe. It was impossible to stay here and absorb all the knowledge. He could only pick out a few useful ones. So Qin Xia began to scan the books. Books on science and technology were given the highest priority. Qin Xia's backpack was not large, so he couldn't take many. Qin Xia didn't consider whether he could understand the technology books he was eyeing. Indeed, his life as a scientist was in the 21st century CE, when technology was still very basic, and certainly not as advanced as the technology on any human territory now. But when Qin Xia first transmigrated, which was after 40K, he didn't do nothing in the White Scars chapter, and on the first planet he transmigrated to, he also studied. Qin Xia believed that with his intelligence and talent for research, there was nothing he couldn't learn or understand. After plundering a dozen books, Qin Xia began to consider whether to throw away the heavy machine gun on his back to make room for more books. However, just then, he noticed a desk in front of him, with something resembling a tablet computer on it. That item was like the data slates commonly used within humanity. Uncontrolled psychic prescience appeared again. In the vision, Qin Xia saw himself studying that data slate for a while, and then discovered that it had a function to browse digital versions of any book in this library. Damn it! Qin Xia threw all the books he had been carrying, walked forward, picked up the data slate, put it in his backpack, and then left the library for other places. Killing the person in charge in Iron was not the primary objective of this trip. Searching for some books and obtaining information about Nuceria's scientific technology was one of the objectives, but still not the main one. Leaving the library, Qin Xia came to the manor's warehouse. In this place, filled with many miscellaneous items, Qin Xia cleared a metal table and then placed an item he had brought onto it. It was a small, cube-like gadget, no larger than a finger. But this item was the processor from the head of the Gladiator Arena's security automatons. It was also something Angron had ripped out of a security automaton's head when he was extremely enraged and destroyed the automaton after personally killing 2 gladiators, and then brought back to the cave to give to Qin Xia. Picking up this gift, Qin Xia examined it closely. The security automatons seemed to be mass-producible by the Nucerians, so this item was definitely not a black box technology in terms of its technical level. This meant it could be cracked, used, and modified. At this moment, Qin Xia suddenly recalled a past event. At that time, in the White Scars chapter, he had taken on odd jobs like repairing various small equipment for the chapter to understand the technological creations of humanity's interstellar era. Originally, a child had no right to touch the sacred items of the Emperor's angels, but at that time, there was a tech priest sent by the mechanics in the chapter. The tech priest always instigated Qin Xia to become an exchange student at the mechanics after becoming a space marine, and return to serve the god of all machines as a tech marine. This matter also involved the think tank's idea. He taught Qin Xia a small trick performed with psychic power to deceive the tech priest, making the priest believe that Qin Xia had a natural affinity with the god of all machines. By serving as a technical odd jobber for the tech priest, Qin Xia was also able to get involved in repair work. Your motorcycle is broken, buddy. It's impossible to fix it until the strike cruiser returns to Chuanzhou Fortress and can acquire parts from the fortress. Qin Xia also remembered saying this to a White Scars warrior who had crashed his motorcycle on the battlefield. And then, as that White Scars warrior fell into panic and anxiety, Qin Xia added, but I remember the priest still has some parts in reserve, though he is, after all, a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus, you know, the other head of the double-headed eagle. It won't be easy to get him to help. However, I do work as an odd jobber for the priest. If you let me help you help you coordinate the parts from the priest's warehouse, there's no harm in that. The White Scars warrior was immediately overjoyed and then asked Qin Xia what his demands were. Aren't you a bodyguard for Prophet Balutai? Let me into his room to read 2 books, and I'll help you coordinate. Recalling the joys of the past, Qin Xia laughed out loud, and then quickly got down to business. He began to modify the automaton processor in his hand, connecting it with the data slate, observing its internal structure with psychic vision and understanding and analyzing the various functions of its internal structure. Using the tools currently in the warehouse, he manufactured some simple parts, welding or implanting them into the processor's internal structure. These tasks were indeed difficult, but not impossible to complete. 6 hours passed. Qin Xia fumbled for a long time and finally managed to add a controllable backdoor to the intelligent processor. However, in the process of fumbling and tinkering, Qin Xia had 2 gains. First, he gained an understanding of the security AI technology used by the Nucerians. Qin Xia found that the technology used by the security AI seemed quite advanced, but in the Nucerian slave society, which did not value the popularization of scientific and technological knowledge or the cultivation of scientific research talents, there was a reason why this technology was not lost. This was because its designers cancelled many functions that could have been expanded, freeing up a lot of structure to serve its ease of use and design. When Qin Xia disassembled the processor, he found that every structure inside was labeled with bilingual markings in Nucerian and another Latin language. This allowed Qin Xia to understand that this processor was a central hub integrating many functions. Moreover, to write things like action logic, programs, backdoors, or anything else that required coding, one only needed to write the requirements in the area marked as the logic board in the center of the processor. For example, if you wanted the security AI to farm or mine, you would write occupation-related words like mining AI, mining robot, mining laborer, resource extraction laborer in any human language, and the program built into the processor would then write the relevant functions internally. If it were just wish-like program writing, Qin Xia wouldn't have spent 6 hours. But he wanted the processor to be able to be remotely controlled by him, to be disguised, and to hack into anything he needed to hack, not just AI, but also equipment, sentry guns, or any other damn thing. So most of the time was spent modifying the processor. This was the first gain. The second gain was Qin Xia's increasing proficiency in using his psyker abilities. Because there was no research environment comparable to a laboratory here, and no equipment, observing and modifying was an extremely difficult task. Qin Xia learned to use psyker abilities to do things that only instruments and equipment could do, and he found the effect surprisingly good. The experience accumulated in this process also brought Qin Xia closer to a goal he had long set for himself to make psyker abilities no longer limited to a specific way of use, but to be used at will, just like using chopsticks or a cup when eating and drinking. At will. If an ordinary psyker dared to do this, it would be like they were tired of their heavy head and didn't want it anymore, but Qin Xia could use psyker abilities in this way. There's one last thing. Qin Xia put the processor into his backpack and looked outside the manor. Numerous lights enveloped the manor. Guards were approaching the manor in formation. Some combat AI, intelligent vehicles, and similar things were also gathering, preparing to advance into the manor after the guards' formation. Undoubtedly, the situation now was that the commotion at the manor had been discovered, so the troops guarding nearby began to escort the safety of the nobles. Or perhaps, after Iron died, something on his body could emit a signal. In short, Qin Xia was sure he would face a siege. He was looking forward to it. Half an hour later, the Nucerian army, using advanced weapons and equipment but with extremely backward military systems and tactics, finally gathered 1,000 or so people near the manor, and after ensuring that these 1,000 people could all be put into combat, the search of the manor began. Their military system was even very backward. They looked like guards, but only a small portion of them were true guards, the kind with silver vine. The vast majority were the slaves and personal bodyguards of the bodyguard soldiers. These rudimentary guards tried to find the gladiator's person in charge's family, guards, or other people related to him, and then protect them. Their purpose in coming here was to discover that the manor had been invaded, so they came to protect the nobles. But after searching for a long time, the manor was completely silent, and nothing was found. The officer among the guards shouted loudly while the enemy lurking in the dark could launch a beheading attack at any time, but no one paid attention to him. Qin Xia also did not attack them for the time being, but was making the final arrangements for his trip to the manor. He picked up some explosives from the corpses on the ground and draped the invisible camouflage cloak that the person in charge had used earlier over his backpack. That invisible camouflage cloak could not cover Qin Xia's body, so Qin Xia chose to let this thing cover what he valued more: the spoils of war in his backpack, the data pad full of digital books, and the processor he had just modified. With preparations complete, Qin Xia stood in the shadows on the top floor of the manor building, looking down at the enemies searching the manor below. They were the last target Qin Xia had to complete at the manor. Since entering the gladiator arena, Qin Xia had considered various plans for the future. What to do after escaping the gladiator arena with Angron and the gladiators? Escaping the gladiator arena was still not just an escape for the sake of escaping the gladiator arena, because he had long understood that the gladiator arena was not the cruelest hell on Nuceria, and the enemies within the gladiator arena were not the most terrifying enemies the gladiators would face. So, Qin Xia had figured out what to do after escaping the gladiator arena. Occasionally in the gladiator arena, one could see some ships sailing outside the Nucerian sky. Therefore, the first plan Qin Xia came up with was to formulate a detailed plan from escaping the gladiator arena to forcibly boarding a ship and seizing control of it. If the ship could not perform warp travel and was just a ship used for communication between a few planets within the star system where Nuceria was located, then he would go to another planet in the star system and stay in a normal place. If the ship could perform warp travel, that would be even better. Qin Xia decided to try to act as a navigator himself and take all the gladiators on a long journey. The destination of the journey was Macragge. This was the core of the future 500 worlds of Ultramar, a place that, even now, was considered well-governed and civilized. At that time, Angron could even work with Guillemon to build a nation within a nation, grow and cooperate together, and if Nuceria and its surroundings could be conquered in the future, by the time of the Horus Heresy, the 500 worlds of Ultramar could even form a mutual protection pact with Nuceria. This was one of Qin Xia's plans for the future, and this plan was called, Run to Macragge. There was another plan, which was to fight to the death with the slave owners on Nuceria. If they really had to stay and fight to the death, the gladiators, the rebellion, they couldn't engage in guerrilla warfare. This was due to objective conditions and material foundations. Any act of sympathy or help from Nucerian civilians towards the gladiators would be met with genocidal punishment from the Nucerian slave owners, who fundamentally did not need civilian support. Therefore, Qin Xia devised a plan called decapitation. That was for himself, Angron, and other gladiators skilled in combat to form a small team and carry out genocidal strikes and retaliation against the slave owner group on Nuceria. Relying on psyker abilities, relying on the primarch's astonishing individual combat power. Just like now, entering a noble's manor, killing them, and then escaping under the encirclement and pursuit of numerous troops. This was the last thing Qin Xia had to do at the manor. To try and learn how to break out of the army's encirclement after completing a decapitation, using his psyker talent and all available resources at hand. Psykers are dangerous. Instability is not the sole reason they are viewed with hostility, even those of moderate power among them can cause horrifying destruction, and can do many terrible things that many soldiers together cannot. The think tank's teachings echoed in Qin Xia's ears. Qin Xia took out a long string of explosives tied with a rope from his backpack and hung them on his chest. Frost spread across the top of the building. Qin Xia's eyes were filled with a snow-white glow as he looked down at the guards who heard the wizard detector beeping. Now I will show you. Chapter 46, Hardcore Evacuation. What is that? An officer, who had been strolling leisurely through the manor, looking around, suddenly fixed his gaze on the top of the manor building. A dark shadow descended from the sky, from the top of the building. Before the officer could clearly see what it was, he felt as if his mouth had been punched. Something had indeed struck his mouth, but it wasn't a fist, it was a grenade. The round grenade, thrown by Qin Xia as he descended, pierced straight through the lower half of the officer's face, embedding itself deeply into his skull. The slaves and guards brought by the officer were closest to him and naturally witnessed this scene first, then let out screams. Hide. The explosion swallowed the latter half of the sentence, and also swallowed the people around the officer. Above the scorching red sand, within the dark and cold manor, the explosion's firelight illuminated the gloomy place for a moment. Everyone else aimed their guns at where the explosion's firelight appeared, and the next second, Qin Xia burst out from the flames and smoke. A semi-transparent arc of snow-white psychic energy enveloped Qin Xia's body. When his figure appeared on the enemy's retinas and was transmitted by their optic nerves, shrapnel and bone fragments from the recent explosion were still sliding off his psychic barrier. Fire! A soldier roared, pulling the trigger, and a scorching beam of energy shot out from the muzzle. Qin Xia sprinted forward. With each stride, spanning several meters, he reached out and pulled off a grenade from the harness he had just strapped to his body. There was no action of pulling the pin, he just plucked it off and threw it. Several dull thuds, as several people were simultaneously hit in the flesh by several grenades. Either the head, or the heart, or other vital parts, in short, before the hit individuals were blown to death like the previous officer, they were already smashed to death by Qin Xia with grenades. A series of explosions erupted again. Smoke enveloped the entire manor. The army, mixed with a large number of slaves and guards brought by the regular guards, was clearly disorganized. The chaotic situation made them believe they were under a large-scale attack. Qin Xia judged that the guards would counterattack, but in fact, they did not. These armies, which had been stationed in the suburbs of Dizia City for a very long time and had never even slaughtered the rebellion, were not prepared. Facing the attack, the regular guards chose to curse their slaves or guards to go and kill people, while they themselves used Silvervine as a shield to cover their bodies. Qin Xia emerged from the smoke again and threw another grenade. The grenade once again flew into flesh and exploded again. Just like that, Qin Xia got closer and closer to the manor exit. After throwing the last grenade, Qin Xia maintained his psychic barrier, passing through the explosion unharmed. This series of events, from the very first step, which was the moment Qin Xia leaped from the building, to the explosion of the last grenade, took a total of 3.2 seconds. Nuceria's black technology does not include things like grenades, nor does it automatically detect the right time to explode without pulling the pin. Qin Xia had already pulled all the pins before jumping down, because he was confident that he could achieve his goal of using the grenades as explosives before all of them detonated. The body of an Astartes gave him the ability to do so. The enemies were in complete chaos. Only a few people who were in high positions, experienced, and equipped with advanced observation gear could react. For example, those piloting quadrupeds combat mechs. These mechs, not particularly astonishing, were equipped with different heavy weapons, such as the large-caliber heavy machine guns Qin Xia had seen before, and also mechs fitted with long-barreled weapons that were clearly armor-piercing. A total of 7 units, all opening fire on Qin Xia, who was in the smoke. Some slaves and guards brought by the guards were mistakenly shot and killed, while the silver vine of the guards near Qin Xia could withstand those attacks. The large-caliber armor-piercing artillery weapons even scattered the smoke due to the powerful kinetic energy of the shells. Qin Xia was exposed. He maintained his psychic barrier, artillery fire hitting it only caused faint white ripples and could not penetrate in the slightest. The quadruped combat mechs maintained suppressive fire, while nearby infantry circled behind Qin Xia to concentrate their fire on him. Even the humblest slave's rifle here was capable of piercing low-thickness armor 2 kilometers away, and the muzzle and point of impact formed an absolutely straight line. Yet, they gathered together, piling up like soldiers from the flintlock era, huddling against each other, concentrating fire on one target. The concentrated firepower of these people even killed many of their own on the opposite side. Qin Xia held up one hand, maintaining the psychic barrier in front of him, and extended the other hand behind him, raising another barrier to defend against the concentrated fire. The firepower from those energy rifles left crimson traces on the glowing white barrier. As these traces accumulated, they gradually obscured the barrier's original color. Qin Xia glanced at the infantry behind him, then turned his head. The red energy traces on the barrier behind him transferred to the front, converging into a beam of light that pierced through the quadruped mech in front of him, then swept around until the accumulated energy was depleted. Immediately, the psychic barrier behind Qin Xia disappeared, replaced by a psychic lightning bolt released from his fingertips. White psychic lightning burst forth, and the group of people who were concentrating fire on Qin Xia were instantly annihilated. Their souls burned in the bursting psychic sparks, and their bodies did not turn to ash but became snowflakes that scattered in all directions and slowly fell. Qin Xia looked ahead, the psychic barrier still maintained, resisting the attacks. Facing that dense network of fire, he strode forward, his imposing aura like someone seeking vengeance. But then, an enemy 100 meters directly ahead moved a quadruped mech into position. The mech instantly extended its support legs and opened fire after entering a completely stable state. A shell hit Qin Xia's psychic barrier. At the moment of impact, massive shrapnel swept over Qin Xia's position and behind him like a tempest, turning many people into blood mist that diffused with the smoke and dust. However, something else had diffused first when the shell exploded, spreading into the air, invisible to the eye. Within a circular area with a 10-meter diameter, the air was precisely ignited, and flames instantly consumed Qin Xia. But then Qin Xia burst out from the diffusing smoke and dust. His massive and robust body was astonishingly and unexpectedly swift, his physique did not hinder his speed in the slightest, yet the advantages of his large body's impact were retained. A dozen enemies along the way were smashed to pulp by Qin Xia's shoulder. In a blink of an eye, he rushed to the quadruped mech that had just fired that shot, then changed his charging direction. His bare feet and body simultaneously turned 90 degrees, then left a footprint on the ground. At the same time, as Qin Xia turned and took a new step, a shockwave, accompanied by the shattered stones he had stepped on and sent flying, blasted away everything around him. The quadruped mech simply didn't fly as high as flesh and blood beings. After tracing an arc in the air, it collided with another quadruped mech nearby. Ammunition detonated. The explosion's firelight illuminated Qin Xia's face and also illuminated the vision of others, but the figure who was slaughtering everyone remained a black shadow in their sight. Qin Xia's sharp gaze swept around, and after witnessing the enemy's panic and chaos, he realized that although he hadn't left the manor yet, the objective of his evacuation had been achieved, because no one could stop him. Chapter 47 Yukiro. Stop him! Someone roared. The roars were shattered into scattered snowflakes by lightning. Kill him! An officer shouted. The next second, the officer saw Qin Xia's shadow approach his guards, then the shadow snatched the rifle from the guard's hand, plunged the muzzle through the guard's neck, seemed to pull the trigger with his mind, and then shot the officer behind the guard. Someone was brushed past by the shadow, lowered his head to check if his body was still intact, only to suddenly find that his body was fine, except for the grenade pin on his waist being gone, and then he died in the explosion along with those nearby. No one could stop the shadow's raid and approach. The battle seemed very intense. However, Qin Xia didn't even use the weapons he had placed behind him, under the invisible cloak he had confiscated from the person in charge. Neither the ones in his backpack nor the heavy machine guns and beam cannons strapped to his back. Because he wanted to take these things back and leave them for those who were not as strong as he was to use. But even barehanded, with only his powerful physique and psychic abilities, Qin Xia could create this astonishing destruction, from the moment he slaughtered everyone in the manor until now, when he was about to break through the encirclement. His psychic power was strong, terrifying. The physical quality of an Astartes, a superhuman warrior, was equally terrifying. This futile encirclement continued until everyone realized that they simply couldn't stop that shadow. If that shadow wished, he could kill everyone present, but doing so would simply waste a very, very long time. Qin Xia also had no intention of killing everyone. He had already learned a little experience in breaking through encirclements when fighting so many people. These people were not strong enough, nor were they sufficient for him to verify his idea that if he encountered the personal guard of a true Nuceria slave-owning noble, rather than the rotten army around the position of a lower-class noble like the gladiator arena person in charge, he could still retreat just as smoothly. But experience must always be accumulated, and things must be done little by little. Everyone needs to grow and learn. And Qin Xia was only good at one thing, not scientific research, nor psychic power, but diligent study and learning. He was particularly good at it. Far outside the manor, more people had already learned what was happening here, and they began to mobilize troops towards this location. And before these people arrived and joined the encirclement, Qin Xia had already cut through any enemies who dared to set up obstacles in his path during this hardcore retreat. A natural phenomenon that ordinary Nuceria people couldn't see: snow, falling in small patches from the sky, landing in an environment where the temperature plummeted. Qin Xia entered the wind and snow, his figure gradually obscured by it. An anti-gravity flying vehicle, similar to a helicopter, was parked in the wilderness. The flying vehicle projected an invisibility field around it, outside a circular area 20 meters in radius. No one looking at it could see anything there. Except for Qin Xia's psychic vision. When Qin Xia arrived, penetrating the ripple-like invisibility field, he saw this anti-gravity flying vehicle and a person leaning beside it. That person was Tark's guard. Qin Xia had seen this guy before. This guy had iron hair like cables on his head, a clear sign that he had butcher's nails. Angron, if he also had butcher's nails, would also grow the same kind of hair. But this person showed no signs of madness or anger. He quietly leaned beside the flying vehicle, and only opened his eyelids when he saw Qin Xia approaching, asking in a neutral tone, "Done." "All killed," Qin Xia said, his head held high, his eyes disdainful. "Iron, he might have been your main target, but I found this manor belonged to the Dexia arena person in charge, so I killed the person in charge as well." Saying that, Qin Xia walked towards the flying vehicle. "If you think the person in charge shouldn't have died, I don't care, he was there, so I killed him." "Wait," the man with butcher's nails raised his hand, looking stunned. "You killed Iron as well?" Qin Xia raised an eyebrow, looking at him, the expression on his face as if to say, "Are you effing kidding me? Tark cooperated with you to kill the person in charge, not his brother. His brother hadn't even shown him the pain of losing all his descendants yet, and you killed him," he said. Qin Xia frowned. "No, you agreed to 3 conditions, and I was happy to kill a noble, but in the end, you only wanted to kill a gladiator arena person in charge, not Iron Tark, the great noble whose entire lineage was wiped out by that crazy clan leader's scheme. Why was Iron there?" The man looked puzzled. "This is the person in charge's manor. Why would you think we wanted you to kill Iron Tark?" A deep look of confusion and astonishment appeared on Qin Xia's face. He hadn't shown such an expression when facing those enemies just now. But now, facing this guy with butcher's nails, just a few words from this bastard who, for some reason, had the nails but wasn't going mad, brought such an expression to Qin Xia's face. "The reason clan leader Tark wanted you to kill the person in charge is that this guy was disobedient. The clan leader told him to send his wife and daughters to the cave for the delayed carnival day, but he didn't comply. The clan leader's spy said this guy secretly cancelled carnival day and instead distributed bandages," the man explained. "He was still waiting to see Iron Tark's performance, and you killed him too." "Get lost." Qin Xia's expression relaxed, and he approached the flying vehicle nonchalantly. The man with the nails on his head didn't say much either, turning to open the cockpit door of the flying vehicle, gesturing for Qin Xia to get in. However, just before getting in, Qin Xia suddenly hesitated. "How are your helicopter piloting skills? Don't let me break through an encirclement of over 1,000 people, only to die in the wreckage of this thing exploding." Qin Xia had a psychological phobia of flying vehicles since childhood. He still remembered why he lost his family and was sent to an orphanage during his first life in the 21st century. "Call me Ace Pilot Mr. Brown," the man blew on his cable-like iron hair, smiling confidently as he got into the helicopter. "Drive slowly, Mr. Zabayan." Qin Xia sat in the flying vehicle. Brown placed his hand on the instrument panel, which was covered with dense gauges, and with just a light touch, he started the vehicle. "Don't be nervous, I specialize in flying this, countless times. For others, this thing might have a 0.01% chance of crashing, but not when I'm flying. So you're the opposite of Zabayan, Yukaro. I don't know where you're from, don't play your local memes with me, I don't understand them." Chapter 48, Fake Butcher's Nails? The flying vehicle soared through the air. Qin Xia lay in the co-pilot's seat, his head resting against the back, his eyes closed as he recalled his recent battle, searching for any shortcomings. Beside him, Tark's bodyguard, a world eater with butcher's nails named Brown, calmly drove the vehicle, methodically, as if he could merge with it. For a moment, Qin Xia wondered why Brown, despite having butcher's nails, was so calm, but it was only a fleeting thought. There were others who remained calm even with butcher's nails, like a world eater's warrior named Solax. That bastard, after getting butcher's nails, not only could think calmly but also knew when to run away instead of seeking death when outmatched. Although Solax's butcher's nails were a low-spec version developed by the World Eaters Legion's apothecary Galen, it was still quite extraordinary. Perhaps Brown had similar butcher's nails, a low-spec version, or simply a fake. Brown occasionally observed Qin Xia. Brown couldn't discern what Qin Xia was carrying. He didn't even notice why Qin Xia, despite his robust physique, could sit in a seat designed for ordinary people without any discomfort, as if he were a normal person. It wasn't entirely due to the stealth cloak. Qin Xia had not received systematic psyker learning and training either before or after being taken by the Grey Knights from the White Scars and transformed into a Grey Knight, but the White Scars think tank had taught him a lot. For example, how to use psychic powers to make a space marines, who is vastly different from a mortal, less conspicuous and inconvenient in daily life, by using psychic powers to alter the body's adaptability to the environment, such as walking upright through a 2-meter-high door. This was not particularly difficult, especially for a psyker like Qin Xia. Both remained silent for a long time, until Brown finally spoke. By the way, I thought you would be particularly resistant to cooperating with the Tark family patriarch. Hearing this, Qin Xia remained silent, feigning a very sincere expression. My gladiators' brothers and sisters can no longer endure the damned rules of fast days. They also need medicine, and someone I care about needs a prosthetic limb, so I will suppress my resistance. However, beneath Qin Xia's sincere facade, what was hidden was not false sentiment, such as indifference towards the gladiators. Not at all. What he was hiding was his keen anticipation of an opportunity to leave the gladiator arena, because he could use this opportunity to do too many things. Oh. Brown nodded slightly. He didn't know if this answer made him feel uneasy, or if he felt the atmosphere was too awkward, so he touched the iron hair hanging from the back of his head, the cables from the butcher's nails inside his brain. Doesn't this thing make you crazy? Qin Xia finally couldn't help but ask the question. You mean the butcher's nails? Brown said, no, it doesn't affect me that way, but if it were implanted in someone else, it would. The person implanted with it would become a complete psychopath, because this thing makes the implanted feel like they are in hell if they don't kill. Qin Xia suddenly turned his head to stare at Brown. You. Qin Xia recalled something. Butcher's nails are not meant for humans. One theory suggests they are some kind of neural implant from a stone man, used to control the stone man. The so-called stone man, like the Iron Man, is actually a type of intelligent machine. Stone man means synthetic human, not a human made of stone. Are you a stone man? Qin Xia asked tentatively. Brown was stunned by the question, paused for a few seconds, then retorted, you didn't know I was a stone man? I thought you were an alien psyker, so you could tell I was a stone man, and then I didn't plan to deceive you, but it turns out you didn't know. I should have pretended to be crazy. Qin Xia was taken aback for several seconds. Stone men once served humanity, during humanity's peak era. However, before humanity fell into the abyss, what interrupted humanity's prosperity was the Iron Man Rebellion. Stone men sided with humanity during the Iron Man Rebellion, but after the rebellion was suppressed, they were either purged or disappeared. After that, large-scale warp storms led to completely chaotic and terrifying warp travel, and humanity fell into the abyss due to the inability to communicate. Qin Xia never dreamed that he would encounter a stone man. Can you scan my genes? Qin Xia suddenly thought, if I'm not mistaken, you'll find I'm different from others. Qin Xia remembered that when he transmigrated to 40,000 years, he was still in the flesh, but his soul was contained in a body that seemed to have reverted to his childhood. Of course I can tell, that's why I'm certain you're not a Nuceria. Brown nodded. Then, is there any technological treasure or something waiting for me to unlock? Qin Xia asked eagerly, or, are there any Iron Man or Stone Man like you who can help me because I'm an ancient human? Brown raised the eyebrow on the left side of his face and scratched the synthetic skull covering the butcher's nails. There probably aren't any treasures, unless your direct ancestor left you an inheritance with a genetic lock. As for helping you, if we're friends, of course I can, otherwise, why? I am different from other humans, you can tell, my genes. Current humans have undergone extensive genetic modification, and I have also been modified, but I still carry primitive human genetic samples, Qin Xia said. Indeed, different. Brown still felt puzzled. If it were 20K, I would find a way to take you to a research institute in a nearby human colony, help you secure a very good employment contract, let you do gene copying for them, or go to a university to assist archaeological professors with research. But you've seen what the human race is like now. Where can I find such a civilized place for you to be a research sample or assist archaeological professionals? Now is a time of chaos. Ancient things are either squandered or buried. You'll have to wait until a future era of peace and civilization to unearth the value of your ancient genes. Brown drove the flying vehicle while looking at Qin Xia. Qin Xia was silent. He thought that the idea of ancient humans being cherished by the Emperor or Stone Man and Iron Man was indeed a classic fantasy. Before asking, Qin Xia didn't believe the claim that ancient humans were extremely valuable, but with a Stone Man right there, he had to ask if there was any way to escape his current predicament. No matter how slim the hope, he was willing to try and verify it. I still can't believe I met a Stone Man. After a moment of silence, Qin Xia spoke again. This is too unexpected. Weren't you supposed to be extinct long ago? Functionally extinct, yes, that's right. Brown nodded, but no matter how extinct, there are always a few stragglers. The Nuceria were quite civilized, they didn't kill me as a potential threat after the Iron Man Rebellion. Chapter 49, Synthetic Human. Even so, I still find it hard to believe. Qin Xia looked at Brown, sizing him up. A synthetic human, a stone man. Helping the humans of the past establish a glorious space civilization, creating astonishingly advanced technologies that are now considered black boxes. A survivor of such a race, acting as a pilot and guard for a crazy slave owner on Nuceria. I even thought you might be a 30K version of Zabayan. How could a stone man not even be good at flying a plane? Listening to Qin Xia's praise and exclamations about the stone man, Brown felt quite pleased. As for serving as a guard for the Tark family patriarch, the stone man tapped his head. Part of the reason is the butcher's nails. This thing is used to control me. Speaking of which, the theme world staff who invented it probably never imagined that in later generations, people would hammer this thing into the heads of natural humans. What do you mean by theme world? Qin Xia caught a word in Brown's speech that puzzled him. Nuceria was a theme park over 19,000 years ago, Brown replied casually. This world itself was an amusement park. Back then, this star system was managed by an entertainment industry company called Nuceria. The company hired a large number of employees, then biologically engineered them, strengthening people so they could endure more cruel and terrifying things, playing the roles of gladiators in ancient Roman culture, nobles who indulged in pleasures every day, one of Rome's iconic cultures being the oppression of slaves, or similar things. I highly approve of your praise and appreciation for the stone man race, but if you think that this stone man, and my compatriots, wherever they may be, are all scientists, administrators, then you are mistaken. We were merely non-natural human employees created to play certain amusement park roles alongside natural human employees. Hearing this, Qin Xia stared at Brown in astonishment, not interrupting, and continued to listen. Brown, meanwhile, continued speaking. Some tourists would play slave owners, amusing themselves by abusing employees. Some tourists would play slaves, amusing themselves by being abused by employees. There were also PvP gameplay modes like playing generals suppressing slave rebellions, or playing slave rebellions going against the nobles. Then, after a game that could be described as utterly horrifying, the natural human employees would be sedated with a drug, and then have their memories erased with another drug. Listening to what Brown said, Qin Xia felt as if he had transmigrated again. Because the entertainment industry company, theme park world, role-playing, games, these things Brown spoke of were completely out of place with the current state of this world called Nuceria. After all, Nuceria transformed from an amusement park a place where, regardless of whether tourists played slaves or nobles, they could freely leave and return to normal life after the game into a living hell where no one could escape. Sitting in this extremely advanced aircraft, Qin Xia felt as if he had become a cruel, crazy tourist who had visited this world tens of thousands of years ago when humanity was at its peak. Later, Nuceria 1, which is our world. The northern hemisphere of this world was packaged and sold by the company to another company, which opened a desert nomadic tribal culture amusement park in the northern hemisphere. So, don't easily go to the northern hemisphere, there are giant desert worms and such there. However, the High Knight often captures people and sends them into the worm's belly for amusement, so being careful oneself is useless. As for the warp storm later causing the collapse of the faster-than-light travel system, and consequently the decline of civilization, that's too much to talk about. We're almost at Xia's gladiator arena. I'll tell you next time I have a chance to pick you up or drop you off. Brown was clearly a chatterbox. He wouldn't have a natural personality like natural humans, perhaps the humans who created him programmed him with such a personality. And then made Brown a narrator and guide for a theme amusement world. Qin Xia could guess these things. Brown's next words pulled him back to reality, back to the extremely cruel, hellish Nuceria. No matter what it was like before, this place has changed now. Just like other human worlds after the warp storm destroyed the faster-than-light travel system, this place became depraved, ignorant, dark, and cruel. The security forces of the amusement world back then, because they possessed the most and strongest military power, declared themselves nobles and enslaved other humans. Whether they were former company employees or tourists, they were all enslaved by them. Over time, even the people of Nuceria themselves forgot how civilized they once were. Qin Xia couldn't help but interrupt. Wait, a place for tourists to engage in bizarre entertainment activities doesn't seem very civilized, does it? You're right about that, Brown couldn't help but nod in agreement, but I was designed to serve humans, just like the Stone Man race. I won't make any moral value judgments about human amusement activities. Although the company's complaint department became slaves enslaved by security personnel over 10,000 years ago, I still have to maintain this initial setting. Qin Xia didn't respond, processing what he had heard. He had actually pondered why Nuceria was such a mess. He had also considered the possibility that Nuceria might have once been a theme park or something similar. Because another Primarch's homeworld was also suspected to have been a theme park during humanity's peak era, that would be Fenris, where Lemon Russ is currently located. A Nordic, Viking culture theme park. However, this was also just a speculation, a suspicion. Only Nuceria was confirmed by Qin Xia from the mouth of the stone man beside him. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that this chatterbox stone man was spouting nonsense. After thinking for a moment, Qin Xia decided to ask about something more important in this hellish Nuceria. Why would you, a stone man, serve a specific noble? It's not just because of the butcher's nails, is it? Qin Xia asked. Of course not, Brown shook his head. The ancestors of the Tark family were once enslaved. Their ancestors, guided by my compatriots, found some powerful weapons and equipment from nearly 20,000 years ago. Then they overthrew the slave owners, but became slave owners themselves. I have been the Tark family's butler since then, serving generation after generation of patriarchs. Now it's this Tark patriarch's turn. It must be said, this current Tark is indeed very similar to his ancestors, they are both equally merciful to slaves and hateful of nobles and authority. However, I think this current Tark's hatred for nobles comes more from his childhood and youth experiences. Seeing Brown about to stray off topic again, Qin Xia pulled the conversation back on track. What about your compatriots? They disappeared. One day they just vanished, without a trace, Brown said. At the time, they were worshipped as gods, and then suddenly one day they were gone. Only I was left on all of Nuceria. Were they killed by you? Qin Xia suddenly asked this question. If I had that ability, I would have already turned Nuceria back into the amusement park it once was, Brown replied nonchalantly. I am indeed good at fighting, but my compatriots who played gladiators or generals and soldiers a long time ago were even better at fighting. If they were here, even if we were all controlled by the butcher's nails, we could still find a way together to turn Nuceria back into the amusement park it once was. Now the warp storm has also dissipated. The storm that turned the human race into one savage, ignorant nation after another scattered across the galaxy will no longer affect faster than light travel. If Nuceria becomes the amusement park it once was, new tourists will surely arrive. Impossible. Qin Xia interrupted Brown again. This wretched place is now a hell where a group of slave owners, using relics from the peak era of the human race, enslave and slaughter commoners everywhere. Under normal circumstances, commoners can never overthrow the slave owners. Moreover, what you call an amusement park is not an amusement park at all, it's just a previous hell for crazy tourists to indulge in bizarre entertainment. Hearing Qin Xia speak these cruel words, Brown showed no reaction, clearly understanding all of it, but he was still mentally immersed in the past. You're right. Brown nodded slightly. This stone man had a large number of implants that didn't match his original limbs, indicating that not only Nuceria but also he had changed over these tens of thousands of years. But the previous hell was my home. Chapter 50, The Madman. The flying vehicle slowly descended onto the helipad inside the gladiator arena. Security automatons marched out in formation, ready to escort Qin Xia back to the cave. Before disembarking, Brown patted Qin Xia's back. Go back with peace of mind, great inventor. The detection devices along the way to the cave won't detect your small technological creations hidden under that invisible cloak, so you can bring them back safely without me accompanying you. A hint of surprise flashed across Qin Xia's face, then he nodded. All right, Mr. Zobeyang, I wish you a pleasant flight. What exactly does that meme mean? Brown asked. Ace pilot, Qin Xia replied. That's pretty good then, Brown said with a bright smile. Qin Xia glanced at Brown again, opened the cabin door, and jumped down, walking deeper into the gladiator arena under the watchful eyes of the security automatons. Brown also got off the aircraft, leaning against its shell just as he had when he first met Qin Xia, watching Qin Xia leave. Qin Xia still had a question he wanted to ask and subconsciously looked back at Brown. However, Qin Xia had already walked quite far in just a few steps, so he couldn't ask any questions now. Goodbye, Brown raised his hand and waved. Qin Xia nodded, turned and continued walking. At this moment, both Brown and Qin Xia felt that their conversation during the journey had been quite pleasant. Brown usually pretended to be a madman, at most occasionally pretending to be tired, then he would pretend his butcher's nails weren't tormenting him for a few minutes, acting like a normal person for a short while. Whether facing Tark or others, he had no one with whom he could converse freely. Go die and maintain my aircraft. Now. Right now, you goddamn immediately. Qin Xia heard Brown roaring at the gladiator arena staff. However, the sound in Qin Xia's ears always sounded somewhat reluctant. As Qin Xia walked onto the straight corridor leading to the cave, he suddenly saw the head of the Tark family and someone who looked like the new person in charge of the gladiator arena walking together. The two were laughing and talking happily. That bastard Viz pretended to obey me, and he sold the things I rewarded him to those bastards from the Julius family. The Julius family might use my things as items for a curse ritual, but it's fine, I endured it. But that bastard even deceived me, he said he sent his wife and daughter into the cave to spend the carnival day. But in reality, he didn't. I just said it in a fit of pique at the time, do you understand? I didn't want to treat him so cruelly. He could have chosen not to send his wife and daughter in, and then frankly told me, oh, I'm sorry, my master, I did not carry out your order, please kill me. It's fine, I could have spared him because of his honesty in not fearing death by my hand, and even rewarded him. Tark kept talking, his face showing an expression of pain and discomfort. Meanwhile, the new person in charge beside him was expressionless, merely nodding and assenting with and awe. Even among a group of yes men, this person was the lowest grade. Look who's back, Tark stopped, looked at Qin Xia with enthusiasm, and spread his arms. Did you slaughter the person in charge's entire family? Qin Xia, of course, did not go up and embrace Tark, who had his arms outstretched. Instead, he stood still, looking down at the most powerful man in Nuceria. Indeed, Qin Xia nodded, not a single person was left in the manor. His daughter wasn't left either. Tark suddenly looked sorrowful. When his daughter was little, she was fostered in my home for a year. My wife and I liked her very much. Did you kill her too? Qin Xia nodded. To be honest, he wasn't sure, perhaps the person in charge's daughter had gone out and hadn't returned. He was too lazy to look for bodies and investigate at the time. Ancestors, Tark's tears fell like broken pearls. I've made another mistake. Why do these things always fail to go as smoothly and precisely as I wish? The new person in charge gently patted Tark's back. Since everyone is dead. I must pull myself together. Tark took a deep breath, raised his head as if to make his tears flow back. Besides, that little girl wasn't a benevolent sort anyway, she played to death quite a few people. If she's dead, she's dead. Tark instantly returned to normal, his enthusiastic expression back. I want to invite you to my brother's house. We can watch him perform what his expression was like after all his sons died. As he spoke, Tark gestured wildly, waving his hands and feet. You're the one who killed all his sons, so if you go, his performance will definitely be more interesting. And then we slaughter him. With your sorcery. Tark swayed left and right, making motions as if forcefully breaking something. Twist his head off too. By the way, can you only twist heads? Can you twist limbs or something? If you can, start twisting my brother limb by limb, starting from his hands and feet. If not, then forget it, I won't force you. I know the abilities of you sorcerers aren't always so convenient. Qin Xia looked at Tark, saying nothing. Madman. This was Qin Xia's assessment of Tark. He didn't know what this person had experienced or how he had ascended to the position of family head. He only knew that this person was insane, and the only benefit for ordinary people might be that he still treated true slaves as humanoid beings rather than a pile of excrement. Qin Xia also had to lament the complexity of the situation. It was precisely such a madman, a terrifying madman, who could enable him to achieve his desired goals, things he could never obtain in the gladiator arena no matter how many days and nights he fought for the audience. Iron is dead, the new person in charge said. What? Tark was stunned. He's dead, the person in charge repeated softly. I received the report this morning and was just about to tell you. Tark looked bewildered, standing frozen in place. His expression, like his personality, was unpredictable, at times sorrowful, at times gleeful, at times gloating, at times fearful. It's fine, Tark reached out and gently patted Qin Xia's arm. It's good that he's dead, it's good. Don't worry about him being my brother. When we were little, he and his father often tied me to a tree and used me as a target to chop, so I resent him. You don't need to worry about me retaliating against you. But he is indeed my brother. When we were very young, our relationship was still very good. No matter what. I actually feel that he shouldn't have died. It's not his fault that he became like that, but the fault of the environment. Iron, he. Tark was incoherent, mumbling. The new person in charge gently patted Tark's back, softly consoling him. If you think he should die, then he must die. Even if you only had the thought of him dying for a split second, he should die. You are the master of the Tark family, you are the top among top nobles. Everything in the Tark family is your private property to dispose of as you please. It's just one person who died. But Iron is my brother, Tark whispered. How could I? It's all right, master. His life is your private property, just like everyone and everything in the entire Tark family, and those nobles who serve the Tark family, and us slaves, the person in charge sincerely consoled him. You're right, brother. In any case, we are one step closer to my goal of slaughtering all nobles, Tark said, his eyes filled with tears, taking deep breaths repeatedly. Thank you for comforting me. The person in charge nodded repeatedly. I will achieve my goal, right? Tark suddenly looked at Qin Xia, asking earnestly, you will help me too, after all, you also hate them, right? Qin Xia looked into Tark's eyes. This psychopath always made him feel uneasy. Lord Tark's mental state is not very stable right now. If you have something to say, wait until later, I will arrange it then. The new person in charge made a gesturing motion. You go back first. If there's anything, just speak into the communicator on the gate, and I will listen and consider. Qin Xia walked past Tark. Tark watched Qin Xia's retreating back and asked the person in charge, he will help me, right? He and his gladiator friends. Yes, master, you have a great goal. So of course, without a doubt. The new person in charge coaxed Tark like one would a child. Chapter 51, Harvest Day. The closer Qin Xia got to the cave, the faster his steps became. He thought about how he had been gone for almost an entire afternoon and night, and Angron and Ono would surely be worried. They would probably think he had been taken away by the slave owner for punishment, or that he had been slaughtered for disrespect during dinner, and they must be very anxious. Thinking about this, Qin Xia's steps lightened considerably, and the confusion and solemnity brought by the Tark family's mad patriarch also dissipated greatly. Qin Xia liked the feeling of being cared for by others. When a security automatron sent a signal to the gate, and the gate opened, all the gladiators stood up upon seeing Qin Xia unharmed, and surrounded him amidst the roar of the gate closing again. The gladiator arena's person in charge didn't do anything to you, did he? Where did you go? Such concerned questions filled Qin Xia's ears. Qin Xia had thought he might be questioned with concern, but he hadn't expected almost everyone to gather around and ask about his condition, even those with whom he had never spoken a word, only having exchanged glances once or twice. However, Qin Xia wasn't particularly surprised. In an environment like the gladiator arena, which is enclosed and dangerous, huddling together for warmth is an instinct ingrained in human genes. Moreover, even the Peeler, the Nasa twins, and the 10 gladiators who later rejected the no-kill principle, had all fought the scum slaughterers together with everyone else. The rapid progress of their friendship was not too unexpected. The Tark family's patriarch is a madman, Qin Xia sighed, then spread his arms. But as you can see, I'm perfectly fine. I just did a few things. Hearing that Qin Xia was all right, Angron breathed a sigh of relief. Those who had little interaction with Qin Xia silently turned and left to corners, going about their business. Come with me. Qin Xia spoke softly, his words reaching the ears of those he wanted to hear him. Only Ono, Angron, Kleist, and Yuechula, a total of 5 people including Qin Xia, came to the corner inside the cave where Qin Xia often meditated cross-legged. Then, as Qin Xia waved his arm, an invisible barrier isolated that area of the cave's interior. From the subjective perspective of those outside the barrier, Qin Xia returned and sat in the corner to rest. But for those inside the barrier, everything was normal, they could see what Qin Xia was doing and saying. Since Qin Xia resolved to risk exploring his psychic talent, and after a series of events, especially the recent battle, he had become increasingly proficient in the use of psychic powers. For minor matters, he no longer needed to specifically invest effort and time to devise a psychic application method. Yuechula, the bionic limb they gave you, Qin Xia pulled the young gladiator's metal hand. Is it good? They didn't just give you a piece of junk, did they? Yuechula's severed arm had been replaced by a new metal bionic limb. This bionic limb looked no different from a normal person's arm. In fact, if Qin Xia hadn't touched it, he wouldn't have been able to tell it was made of metal. It's no different from the hand I was born with, and it stopped hurting as soon as I put it on, Yuechula said, making clenching and unclenching motions to show Qin Xia how well the prosthetic arm fit. Yuechula was still immersed in the joy of having a complete limb again. Kleist and the others, meanwhile, watched Qin Xia show concern for Yuechula's arm, recalling how shortly after Qin Xia left, a doctor came in to install the bionic limb for Yuechula, allowing Yuechula to enjoy treatment that no other gladiator could ever receive. Kleist and Ono exchanged glances, and the former realized that Qin Xia might have made some deal with the Tark family's patriarch. Angron, on the other hand, was experiencing Yuechula's joy, all the joy from Yuechula's recovery until now, and didn't notice what Ono and Kleist had perceived at that moment. Kleist was the first to ask, by the way, I made a deal with the Tark family's patriarch. Qin Xia released Yuechula's hand, then looked at Ono, then at Kleist and Angron, under Yuechula's astonished gaze. Qin Xia had already decided how to answer questions about what he had done. Not deception, not making excuses to hide and refuse to explain, but honesty. If he made a deal with the Tark family's patriarch, then he made a deal, no hiding. This was not a decision made for current interpersonal relationships or special circumstances, but because of Qin Xia's habit. When leading a research team, Qin Xia would use the simplest and most direct communication methods to exchange information they had obtained or mastered. Unless there was a special reason, he would not beat around the bush or deliberately conceal things. Behaviors like subconscious concealment and evasiveness, which might arise from emotional reasons, would be intercepted by rationality, which would consider whether they were necessary and effective. Yuechula's arm was exchanged for. There are 2 other conditions. From now on, we will receive a stable supply of medical supplies, and no longer need to rely on the gladiator arena's person in charge's whim to get bandages. And, we will no longer need to fast. Qin Xia frankly stated these 3 conditions. Kleist and Ono were somewhat at a loss due to Qin Xia's honesty. Yuechula, on the other hand, wondered if Qin Xia had done something he didn't want to do because of his own situation. That High Knight? He's our enemy. Angron couldn't understand. We benefited from the deal, so he obviously did too. How could you help our enemy? It's a long story. Qin Xia sat down cross-legged, took off his invisibility cloak and spread it on the ground, then removed the weapons and backpack that had been covered by the cloak and placed them on the ground as well. Then Qin Xia recounted what happened when he dined with the Tark family's mad patriarch, and how he went to an estate, first killed people, then accomplished the 3 things he wanted to do. He narrated every detail, plainly and directly. I wanted to get weapons, I wanted to get something that could hack into those security automatrons, and I also wanted to try the possibility of beheading the slave owners after escaping the gladiator arena. Qin Xia opened his backpack. Even if that madman didn't agree to my 3 conditions, I would still agree to go to the estate and kill people, because this was my only chance to leave the gladiator arena and seize the opportunity to do what I wanted to do. All in all, this trip was very fruitful. Qin Xia dumped everything out of his backpack. Angron had never seen the things in the backpack. Kleist and Yuechula had been slaves since childhood. Qin Xia didn't expect them to recognize what these things were, he was prepared to explain each one personally. But Ono recognized them. Gladiator machine gun, gladiator beam cannon, gladiator energy pistol, gladiator high-frequency wave sword. These are all gladiator series weapons. The explosives in your backpack are scatter grenades. They will release beams upon landing, sweeping everything nearby. These things, if thrown into a bunker, can kill everyone inside. And this data pad. X-ray goggles. Did you kill the elite noble guard? Ono handled the heavy machine gun, swiftly checking for any damage, pulling open the gun body to check for residual ammunition, because he knew this type of machine gun was very prone to accidental discharge. After putting down the heavy machine gun, Ono picked up the beam cannon, tapped the trigger 3 times to put the gun into the pre-charge activation phase, then tapped the trigger 4 times to put the gun into the deactivated state. After fiddling with the 2 big weapons, Ono sighed, "Today is your harvest day." Chapter 52, The Untamable Bear. We've all been holed up in the gladiator arena, how do you know so much? Angron asked, utterly perplexed and curious. If I grew to your age, would I automatically acquire all the knowledge you possess? Kleist didn't understand these weapons either, but she masked her lack of knowledge with a mocking look directed at Angron. I do recognize the sword among these, Yuechula said, picking up a sword. I once saw this terrifying thing cut through the steel-hard flesh of a desert worm. Ono stopped fiddling with the weapons, stood up, and seeing Qin Xia's puzzled expression, similar to Angron's, explained, I've not only seen these weapons but used them too. I was once a member of the rebellion, and we fought with these very weapons. Ono then looked at Angron. We ordinary people don't have your massive physique. We can't tear steel apart with our bare hands. If we couldn't master these weapons belonging to the slave masters, then the rebellion I participated in wouldn't have lasted 2 months, it would have lasted 1 minute. Angron nodded. Kleist, however, looked at Ono with surprise. She had thought this man, as intimidating as a bear, was just a naturally kind but unlucky soul, never imagining he was a ruthless individual who had participated in the rebellion. Qin Xia was equally surprised. The information he had about Ono did not include his past, so he too was unaware that Ono had once been part of the rebellion. The term rebellion, under normal circumstances, refers to a group of people engaging in armed resistance. However, in Nuceria and in Nuceria's language, the term rebellion shares a common root with death, which is sufficient to indicate that only ruthless individuals would join the rebellion. Those are old stories. The rebellion, my comrades, just like my moniker of the untamable ferocious bear, have long been buried by Nuceria's red sand. Ono clearly didn't want to discuss his younger days, even though everyone present was absolutely trustworthy and had shared life and death experiences with him. I only mentioned the rebellion to say that I can use these weapons. If one day you need me to use them or teach others to use them, just come to me, Ono said to Qin Xia. Qin Xia smiled and nodded, a long-standing worry in his heart now having a solution. Among these weapons, he only knew how to use the heavy machine gun and that sword. If that sword required some special action to activate, like tapping it 3 or 4 times, then he wouldn't know how to use it either. Even the way he used the heavy machine gun was something Qin Xia had learned by observation from a soldier using a machine gun, back when he was charging at the 4-legged machine in the corridor while under a Shinnik barrier in the manor. That Ono could use these weapons was a pleasant surprise. Excuse me, Yuechola suddenly raised his hand and sincerely asked Ono, when I was little, I heard that the rebellion members were forcibly implanted with bionic limbs by their leaders, and those bionic limbs could self-produce and self-consume waste, and that the rebellion members spent every night in the wilderness engaging in large-scale activities to create little rebellion members. That's fake, right? Yuechola's words stumped Ono. It took him a long while to react, his face bewildered. Where did you hear that from? We don't have implants. And we were either constantly on the run or too exhausted to move. How could we possibly be creating little rebellion members at night? I guessed right. Yuechola excitedly clenched his fists. I knew the High Knight's propaganda was false. At the time, the slaves working with me thought I was defending so-called thugs I'd never seen with my own eyes. Ono frowned, his expression shifting from bewilderment to shock, then to disbelief, and finally to sorrow. Qin Xia, observing Ono from the side, had never witnessed a person display so many emotions on their face in less than 2 seconds. If the profession of actor were to appear in Nuceria in the future, Ono's reaction at this moment could serve as a textbook example, though this was an absolutely unactable, true emotional display, a genuine outpouring of a person's feelings. So, when we, the rebellion, were fighting for our lives against slave masters, wild beasts, and venomous insects in the Red Sand Desert. Ono's voice trembled. People in other places thought we were a bunch of crazy people who ate feces to survive and had no ethical or moral sense. Facing this question, Yuechola's head made an extremely slight up and down motion, but immediately followed by a large side-to-side shake. No, of course not. Maybe some people thought that, but not all of them. Ono's gaze pressed Yuechola, but his look felt not like a sharp knife to Yuechola, but a heavy hammer, as if trying to smash open a door to truth. All right, most of them did, Yuechola mumbled softly. But I thought those video images were fake. There were even video images. Ono's dry, cracked lips trembled. Yuechola opened his mouth to speak but stopped, his gaze darting away, his hands spreading open then returning to his waist, licking his lips as if to say something, but then closing his mouth. After much hesitation, Yuechola finally whispered, when I first entered the gladiator arena, I wasn't afraid of your bear-like physique at all, because I knew you. The guards played a video of you in the square, and in the video, you forced female soldiers to line up in front of their families. I believed it at the time, but later I told my mother about it. Yuechola quickly added, my mom said she'd seen you rob the guards' supply convoy and distribute the goods to the poor, so I firmly believed you weren't a bad person. Upon hearing all this, Ono's eyeballs trembled a few times in their sockets, and he retreated to the corner, sliding down the wall onto the cold ground. You didn't do such a thing, Angron said, sensing Ono's emotions. I know as clearly as you do that you haven't committed any evil deeds. Ono swallowed, as if seeing stars, and choked back the explanation he had been about to offer. Having Angron there was indeed much more convenient than explaining himself. This is very important information, Qin Xia analyzed with a serious expression. While we of the rebellion were fighting for our lives against the slave masters, most people thought we ate feces, Ono said, taking 2 deep breaths. This indeed is important information. I mean, the information hidden behind this incident is important, Qin Xia said, scanning the others and stating his deduction. Clearly, they have a means to create so-called real evidence, and they also definitely have a mature system for widely disseminating the false information they create into every corner. This means that if one day we choose to leave the gladiator arena at an opportune time, we will also suffer the same propaganda attacks. The only one who responded to Qin Xia's speculation was Angron, who also agreed and nodded. Ono huddled in the corner, muttering painfully, No wonder we weren't welcomed wherever we went. Yuechola looked at Ono with an apologetic expression. Kleist, meanwhile, was deep in thought, head lowered, pondering something. Let's stop here for now, Qin Xia said, raising his hand to open a hole in the rock, placing all the items he had brought back inside, and then closing the rock. The barrier was also removed. Kleist turned and put her arm around Yuechola's shoulder, leading him away while murmuring softly. Can you tell me more? If you tell me more, I'll teach you some powerful combat techniques. What? Madam? Tell you what? Of course, the video about Ono that you mentioned. Hearing Kleist and Yuechola's whispered conversation, Qin Xia sighed. He had originally thought that the Nuceria slave masters' governance skills were infinitely close to zero, and they maintained their rule purely through black technology. But now it seemed that the slave masters were very adept at exploiting people's morbid curiosity, using technological means to launch propaganda attacks against their enemies. Qin Xia felt that while he was in the gladiator arena, among the many things he had to consider in advance for what to do after escaping the gladiator arena, he now had to add one more, dealing with propaganda attacks. Chapter 53, as easy as taking something from one's pocket. It was another night. Qin Xia was once again sitting cross-legged, his eyes closed, but his mind was extremely active. From Qin Xia's subjective perspective, his eyes weren't just closed with darkness before him, instead, everything was presented clearly and intuitively. There was no distance, no obstruction, no space. Just as Qin Xia usually observed this world under his psychic vision, everything was presented to him in meticulous detail. Even the microscopic world, which only expensive microscopes could see, was intuitively presented before his eyes. In his psychic vision, Qin Xia felt more like a camera or a spectator, rather than a living person whose eyes were limited by the physiological visual system. I want to go out and see. When this thought surfaced in Qin Xia's mind, his perspective detached from the ground, easily penetrating the cave's gate and arriving in the corridor outside the cave. After his perspective advanced another 20-odd meters, Qin Xia saw a thick fog. This was the limit of the distance he could roam using his psychic vision, free from visual restrictions. Of course, he could go further, but what he saw under psychic vision would no longer be clear, real matter, instead, it would be enveloped in thick fog, unable to see anything else. For Qin Xia's next objective, these 20-odd meters were already more than enough. Like a patient predator, Qin Xia waited at the extreme range. Soon, a small number of security automatons patrolling the corridor lined up and inspected the cave. These security automatons, armed with stun batons, advanced with heavy steps. They weren't powerful, and compared to other things on Nuceria, they seemed less formidable, yet these very security automatons were enough to turn the gladiator's goal of escaping the gladiator arena into a fantasy. They were sleepless and tireless. And what Qin Xia wanted to do was to turn that fantasy back into a reasonable goal. The security automaton patrol continued to advance. These Iron Man-like automatons were completely unaware that a psyker was inside the cave, observing them silently as if he were right beside them. If security automatons were so oblivious, a living person would be even less likely to notice, unless another psyker was present. Modification time. Qin Xia's body, sitting inside the cave, raised an arm, and one of the many items he had previously hidden in the rocks, a modified automaton processor, was taken out by him. Holding the processor, Qin Xia's gaze locked onto a random security automaton, then his body inside the cave raised a hand towards the security automaton outside the cave gate. After mental activities such as concentrating completely, invoking psyker abilities, imagining what he was about to do, and forcing himself to focus on imagining the achievement of his goal, Qin Xia opened his eyes. He still had a security automaton processor in his hand, but it wasn't the one he had modified, it was the one from inside the head of the security automaton he had just targeted. Using his psyker abilities, Qin Xia had swapped out a security automaton's processor. If an ordinary person wanted to do such a thing, he would not only have to modify the processor himself but also wait for the right moment, find an opportunity to approach the security automaton, defeat the security automaton, and, without anyone noticing, insert the processor into the automaton's brain, weld it, connect it. But for Qin Xia, this was merely an act of substitution, as easy as taking something from one's pocket, with no difficulty whatsoever. Having completed these tasks, Qin Xia opened his eyes, glanced at the sleeping gladiators, and a data pad appeared in his hand, establishing an information link with the security automaton whose processor he had just swapped. After a rolling loading bar reached its limit, various information about the security automaton, as well as its perspective, appeared on the data pad. The data pad even displayed a virtual joystick, similar to mobile game controls, which could be used to control the security automaton's various actions. Real-world technology differs from warp psyker abilities, achieving a goal is very difficult. Hacking into the security automaton with the modified processor, controlling its system, establishing a link with it via the datapad, and even controlling the security automaton itself, all of this required a long string of program code to achieve. But fortunately, this security automaton's processor was incredibly simple and easy to understand, and it even had a unique method similar to automatic code writing. One could directly write requirements onto the processor, and the security automaton's processor would automatically implement the function, provided that the function was not beyond its capabilities. What's going on? Qin Xia suddenly heard someone speaking, then followed the sound with his psyker vision. In the fog beyond his observation range, a guard with an energy rifle was walking towards the security automaton patrol. This guard had a very clear target, the automaton whose processor Qin Xia had just replaced. All other security automatons were moving normally, only this one, whose processor had just been taken over by Qin Xia, paused for a second before continuing to follow the security logic and catch up with the team. The guard walked up to the automaton and took out a data pad to connect to the automaton's brain. But the automaton did not stop at all when the guard clicked the stop button, it continued to advance. In the processor modified by Qin Xia, the data pad he obtained from the previous gladiator arena person in charge had absolute authority. The guard became even more puzzled. At this moment, Qin Xia concentrated, and his body, sitting in the corner of the cave, slowly extended his hand. It was as if he had grasped something and pulled something out. Qin Xia opened his eyes and looked at his outstretched hand, which had only grasped a handful of air, but after his arm was withdrawn, there was now a heart in that hand. It was just like the principle of remotely replacing the modified processor into the automaton's head. Qin Xia remotely plucked the guard's heart out, as easy as taking something from one's pocket. With a thought, the heart in Qin Xia's hand transformed into glistening snowflakes scattering in the air, then melted and vanished without a trace. After dealing with a simple emergency, Qin Xia closed his eyes again and entered his psychic vision to observe the outside situation. Upon the guard's death, the alarm device on his body emitted a piercing alarm sound due to the wearer losing vital signs. Soon, a large team of security automatons rushed to the location where the guard had died. All the automatic machine guns in the corridor began to rotate, searching for any non-friendly targets, and the arriving security automatons sealed off the corridor. Compared to these highly reliable mechanical constructs, the human guards seemed much more relaxed. A moment later, a few people strolled over casually, and upon seeing the corpse on the ground, they performed a routine inspection. This idiot seems to have died suddenly, or perhaps had a heart attack. He doesn't appear to have any injuries, not even a scratch from falling down. Then give him CPR. A young-looking guard squatted on the ground, immediately taking out medical equipment to treat the corpse. The others merely stood by, watching as if it were a spectacle. Until the device, which could emit electric currents, operated for several cycles, and the corpse's chest was nearly charred from the electricity without any signs of recovery, the young guard took out a data pad to scan the corpse. This is impossible. What? This is impossible. There's nothing in his heart area. The young guard responded in astonishment to his superior's question, then incredulously checked and found that the corpse had no incisions, but the heart had simply vanished without a trace. The psychic vision was deactivated. Qin Xia opened his eyes, still sitting cross-legged on the ground, glanced at the sleeping others, and leisurely picked up the data pad, opening one of the books stored within it. Gods of Nuceria, the invincible divine families. Hat. Qin Xia chuckled softly, his finger gliding across the data pad's surface, turning to the next page. The light emitted by the data pad illuminated Qin Xia's face in the dark cave, revealing what Qin Xia yearned for, always and everywhere knowledge. And Qin Xia returned the data pad with a gaze like that of a hunter looking at prey. After reading until dawn, Qin Xia put down the data pad. A new day had begun, and the gladiators still had to fight. Qin Xia walked to the wall and looked at the schedule on it. Today was the birthday of the Tark family patriarch, and a large-scale gladiator match was to be held. In the column for the gladiators' opponents listed on the schedule, there were only 3 words, ogre. And the names of the gladiators required to participate in this match were also marked. Qin Xia saw himself, Angron, Ono, Kleist, Yuechula. Approximately 8 people. But at the end of the list, there were 3 lines of text that astonished Qin Xia. 2 candidate gladiators, to be determined. Candidate gladiator requirements are as follows. 2 children. Chapter 54, Ogre. Today is Nuceria's most important festival, Chief Tark's birthday. Today, Chief Tark will bring us all Nucerians a spectacular large-scale gladiator arena, as always. He has decided to spend this day with every Nucerian and share his joy. And today, 10 lucky gladiators, brave and popular, will step onto the red sand to face 5 of the most terrifying enemies. Maggot Eye soared above the gladiator arena, speaking with its usual enthusiastic tone. The host pressed a control button somewhere in the gladiator arena, and then the 2 huge gates on either side of the gladiator arena's combat zone, the red sand, slowly opened. Of the 2 gates leading to the combat zone, one was for gladiators to pass through, while the gate opposite the gladiators' quarters was for those who were not gladiators or things. Today is not a regular gladiator arena. No matter who comes out of the gate later, there's no need to hold back. Qin Xia walked at the front of the 10 gladiators empty-handed, giving instructions as he walked. This statement held no value for most gladiators who had been fighting in the gladiator arena for many years. They naturally knew that the enemies emerging from the gate opposite the gladiators' quarters were there to kill them all, so who would hold back? But not all gladiators were experienced, such as the 2 new gladiators in Qin Xia's current 10-person gladiator squad. To be precise, they were 2 small children. One was a little girl, who looked very young but had a fierce and determined look in her eyes. The other was a little boy named Yuchuka. He was the boy who came with Yuechula's mother when she brought supplies to the cave that day. The 2 children were brought in when the gladiators were eating in the morning. When Yuechula saw his little brother thrown into the gladiator arena, he broke down. He thought his mother and Yuchuka would not be in mortal danger as slaves outside, and even if they were thrown into the gladiator arena one day for an offense, they would surely come in together. Now, only Yuchuka was thrown in to participate in the gladiator arena, and Yuechula had to believe his mother had met with misfortune. About your mother. Kleist walked beside Yuchuka. Don't worry if your mother is still alive. Your brother and that little girl being sent in might just be the gladiator arena staff randomly grabbing 2 children and throwing them in here. If that's true. I don't understand. Why? Yuechula, with bloodshot eyes, stared at Kleist and asked. Kleist was momentarily speechless. Oh no, however, answered for Kleist, to increase viewership. The last time a few children were sent in, and when we were hastily brought into the arena, the guys we faced were called ogres. Ogre. Yuechula looked at Ono. You'll know what I'm talking about in a moment. Ono turned his head, stopped, and stared at the dark corridor inside the giant gate ahead. All the gladiators stopped. Angron lowered his body and raised 2 axes. Qin Xia stood still, his gaze fixed forward, ready to unleash psychic energy at any moment. Yuechula's bionic arm easily held his body-height axe horizontally in front of him, but before the battle, he still had one question to ask. Little brother. Hearing the call, a bewildered Yuchuka looked up and saw it was his brother, Yuechula, calling him. Is our mother still alive? This was not the first time Yuechula had asked this question. And Yuchuka's answer was the same as the one he had given his brother all the way there. Mother was arranged by the gladiator arena to prepare supplies. I woke up and came to this hellhole, so I don't know if she's still alive. Yuechula looked like he was sighing, then he shielded his brother behind him. Sorry, I've asked you more than once. It's just because I'm too worried. Seeing his brother nod with a pained expression, Yuechula turned his head to look forward. On the other side of the red sand, in the dark corridor, a heavy sound of footsteps emerged. It was as if something very large was walking step by step, and there should be more than one of these very large things, because the footsteps were messy. After the gladiators held their breath for a while, the enemies they were about to face in this gladiator arena slowly appeared. 4 massive abhumans walked out first. Their bodies were terrifyingly tall and strong, dressed in iron armor, and their hands, dangling heavy chains, wielded giant axes. Angron. Qin Xia frowned, speaking the scientific name of these 4 abhumans. On Nuceria, Nuceria certainly didn't call these abhumans Angron, that was the name given to this human subspecies by the later Imperium of Man. Angron were extremely stupid, but they possessed astonishing strength. If an Astartes, unarmored and foolishly attempting to compete with an Angron in terms of strength, then an Angron killing a thoughtless Astartes would be as easy as killing a chicken. Are they ogres? Yuechula subconsciously pushed Yuchuka, making his younger brother behind him move further away from the enemy. No, they are not. Ono shook his head. The 4 Angron steps were controlled to stop by some contraption clamping their joints. The gladiator arena had control over them, even using those joint clamping devices to make them strike very imposing poses, eliciting cheers from the audience. Then, from the darkness of the corridor, a monster about 4 meters tall walked out. This monster's body was roughly similar in shape to a human body, only despairingly strong, and its head was shaped like a bull's head. This is an ogre. Ono said, it will certainly attack the 2 children among us first. The last gladiator arena was like this. I watched it in the cave single-handedly slaughter 20 gladiators, and incidentally, the 5 children in the team were. Qin Xia nodded, looking at the monster in front of him. He knew it was a beastman. His gaze moved upwards. Qin Xia saw a large number of cable-like things extending from the beastman's head down to its neck, those were the marks of the butcher's nails. In addition, this beastman also wore an iron helmet, covering the beastman's head and horn-like protrusions. This was a symbol. A widely known characteristic of the World Eater's warriors was their horned helmets, although those helmets also looked like rabbit ears. The origin of the World Eater's Legion's unique horned helmet style was the horned helmets worn by the beastmen on Nuceria. I'll deal with it. Angron stepped forward, carrying his axes, and looked back at Qin Xia, asking with his eyes if he approved. Qin Xia naturally nodded, then looked at Yuchuka, who was tightly shielded behind his brother Yuechula, and the girl beside Yuchuka, smiling as he asked, Lady, what is your name? Hearing the question, the young girl calmly replied, Decius. Decius. Qin Xia nodded, looking at Decius with the respectful gaze one would give a woman, not a girl. When the fight starts, you must stay with Yuchuka. We will protect. I can fight. Decius said calmly, then pulled 2 daggers from behind her waist, which looked more like short swords in her small hands. I can take care of myself too. Chapter 55, The Limit of Carbon-Based Life. Hoo-hoo. The beastman easily pushed aside an Angron blocking its path and stepped to the very front. It was breathing heavily, its chest, hard as steel, rising and falling dramatically. The air exhaled by this monster was scalding, and to onlookers, its nostrils looked like 2 machines constantly spewing steam. Its eyes, like 2 red gems, swept over every gladiator in front of it, finally settling on Yuchuka and Decius, who were at the very back of the gladiators. 2 children, these were its primary targets. The surging killing intent brought by the butcher's nails tormented the beastman constantly, the remaining rationality in its head only allowed it to instinctively select its most priority targets for brutal slaughter during combat. Woo 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 woo. The sound the beastman made was not deafening, it was more like a painful whimper. And in stark contrast to this painful whimper, which symbolized weakness and incompetence, the beastman's massive body rumbled like a tank. A humanoid tank made of muscle and steel, those who witnessed it couldn't help but exclaim that this was the limit of carbon-based life in terms of physical strength. Qin Xia only needed less than 2 seconds of focused attention to crush a person's head, but to crush this monstrous thing's head, he needed not only time but also intense concentration. Woo! The beastman let out another whimper, wildly swinging the large axe in its hand, inadvertently chopping off an Angron's head as it passed, and then continued to sprint forward without a single pause. This humanoid tank even kicked up red sand as it sprinted, forming a sandstorm that enveloped the area it ran through. Brother, Yuchuka was so terrified by the sight that his legs turned to jelly, unable to move. It was not easy for the boy, who had never faced such a situation, to even call out to his brother, Yuechula. Fear and despair instantly filled the boy's heart, and this emotion was so strong that Angron, standing at the very front, perceived it. Emotions such as fear, despair, and helplessness slowly transformed, and they also transformed within Angron's heart, but compared to a boy who clearly knew he was powerless, Angron, as a primarch, when facing these emotions, generated anger, wanting to eradicate the ultimate source of these emotions. And this ultimate source was the beastman in front of him. Ah! Angron suddenly let out a roar, raising his large axe and sprinting towards the beastman. The two creatures, both with bodies far exceeding normal humans, engaged in combat a second later. Angron put all his strength into crashing into the beastman. After a dull thud, the beastman's charge was interrupted, and its massive body was actually knocked backward by the primarch. However, Angron's situation was no better than the beastman's. At the moment of collision, the beastman thrust its huge horns, sending the primarch flying and leaving two extremely deep bloody holes in his chest. At this moment, Angron felt that his combat experience was still too little, not strong enough. But if Qin Xia could hear his thoughts, he would tell him, even if you grow up and experience countless battles, this monstrous thing, enhanced to who knows what extent and implanted with butcher's nails, could still fiercely hack at you. The primarch, less than 5 years old, was just about to get up from the ground when the beastman had already charged in front of him, and a weapon even larger than the axe in the primarch's hand swung down. A white barrier condensed, and Qin Xia suddenly flashed in front of the primarch, easily blocking the blow with his psychic power. Get up! Qin Xia shouted, while his gaze swept around. The other gladiators had already started fighting the three Angron. Yuchuka was sprinting in the opposite direction, and the little girl named Tisius looked even younger than Yuchuka, but she was grimly holding two daggers, circling behind the beastman. While observing, the beastman's axe chopped down, and cracks appeared on the psychic barrier. Qin Xia quickly focused his attention on dealing with the attack. The barrier returned to its pristine state, and in less than 3 seconds, it withstood several more chops from the beastman. Just as Qin Xia was about to put all his attention into defending against the attacks, Angron got up, crashed into the beastman, and started fighting it. Now Angron became the first obstacle between the children and the beastman, and thus suffered the beastman's full attack. Even though the primarch was young, he was still a demigod. This demigod could instantly perceive the weaknesses on the beastman's body, such as vital joints, and bone connections, and he could also swing his heavy weapon at an extremely fast frequency, fiercely hacking at those vital points of the beastman. But no matter how it was attacked, the beastman showed not even the slightest pause. The killing intent brought by the butcher's nails had made it completely unable to feel pain. The wounds left in battle would even only give it a momentary release from the torment of the butcher's nails. Run! Angron roared at the beastman's back. The primarch's and the monster's weapons clashed, sparks flew, and the primarch freed one hand to grab the beastman's neck, delivering a headbutt to the monster's head in front of him. The monster was stunned for a moment, then, driven by anger, headbutted Angron back, causing the primarch to stagger several steps backward, almost falling. When the beastman tried to press its advantage, Qin Xia, who was behind the primarch, unleashed psychic lightning. Frost spread on the red sand, white psychic lightning enveloped the beastman's entire body, and a smell of burning quickly diffused. The beastman roared continuously from the electric shock, its massive body retreating several steps and half kneeling. I can electrocute you like this all day. Qin Xia glared and stepped forward. With each step, the white lightning released from his fingers became more surging and violent, firmly pinning the beastman to the ground. But then Qin Xia stopped releasing psychic lightning, because he saw a small figure speeding from behind the beastman. That was Tisius. The primarch had just yelled run at Tisius, who was running towards the beastman's back, but the girl still ran forward, her eyes cold and determined, and as she approached the beastman, she leaped up onto its neck, raising both daggers and plunging them into the beastman's eyes. The beastman let out a painful roar, stretched out its hand, grabbed Tisius, who was constantly stabbing, and easily threw the girl dozens of meters away like a piece of trash. Tisius was still just a child, and at this moment, her face showed fear, but she eventually arced through the air and fell into a sudden layer of ice and snow that existed on the red sand. Climbing out of the snow, Tisius looked around in bewilderment. She remembered there was no pile of snow just now. The girl's gaze settled forward, seeing Qin Xia nod silently to her and retract his raised arm. Only then did she realize that this wizard had saved her. A pile of snow certainly couldn't leave a child thrown dozens of meters away unharmed, but Qin Xia didn't release a pile of snow to stop Tisius. He released a mass of psychic energy, and the ice and snow were merely special effects. Turning his head, Qin Xia raised both hands towards the beastman, one hand releasing psychic lightning, the other hand extended forward in a claw shape. As if clutching something, Qin Xia's outstretched hand slowly twisted. And within the beastman's body, its blood began to boil, its bones began to twist, as if a giant hand was grasping and twisting its body with force. If it were an ordinary human facing Qin Xia's psychic attack, they would be dead beyond dead by now, but this beastman could still hold on for a while longer. However, Angron, who had just been dazed by the beastman's headbutt, had now recovered. The primarch shook his head, and after the dizziness dissipated, he let out a roar, lunging at the kneeling beastman, grabbing the cables extending from the butcher's nails into its brain, and pulling while roaring in anger. Woo 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 woo. A crying-like sound rang out again. The beastman was in so much pain that it lost its ability to move, and at the same time, its astonishingly strong physical body could no longer continuously resist the psychic attack. Before it could die from pain, Qin Xia, who had the leisure to focus on channeling his psychic power, twisted its spine. Chapter 56 The Hidden Psyker. Come. Qin Xia walked up to Angron and extended his hand. Angron wanted to grab Qin Xia's hand to help himself up, but considering his own weight, he decided against it. But Qin Xia used a psychic ability to push Angron up from the ground, then turned to look at the others. The gladiators were fighting the Angron. Ono stood in front, holding a shield. This old bear's body had not weakened at all with age. Although he could only use his shield to block the glancing blows from the Angron's swinging weapons, he managed to attract the Angron's attention, giving the other gladiators time to attack the Angron. Kleist kept thrusting his long spear, like a primitive man hunting an elephant. Yuechola had just pulled his bionic arm out of an Angron's head. His younger brother, Yuchuka, stood trembling beside him, holding his brother's sword. He was covered in blood, so he must have participated in the fight as well. Yuchuka seems to adapt to combat easily, Qin Xia said to the primarch. Angron looked at Yuchuka. He could sense a lot from the boy's emotions. Fear, anger, the heart-pounding thrill of having just participated in a battle, and also a sense of exhilaration. Tysius, who had charged in during the fight to stab a beastman's eye, surely had an unknown past. Her past experiences taught her how to fight and made her fearless of enemies. This was Angron's judgment based on how he perceived and analyzed Tysius using the method Qin Xia had taught him earlier. As for Yuchuka, he probably had no combat experience and no unknown past. It was truly surprising that he could participate in the battle. Someone told me before that the Nuceria people's genes have all been modified, Qin Xia said, looking at Yuchuka, who was breathing heavily and even had a hint of excitement in his eyes. The Nuceria supermen, well-deserved reputation. Could I also be a product of genetic modification? Angron suddenly asked. You are, but not a product of genetic modification from here. As they talked, the two had already charged towards the Ogrons. At this point, Qin Xia no longer needed to fight alongside Angron against a powerful enemy. The two gradually separated, each going to help a few gladiators. One Ogron had its head chopped off by Angron, who had charged from behind. Another Ogron was suppressed by Qin Xia's psychic lightning bolt until it knelt, then was swarmed and hacked to death by the gladiators. The last Ogron had its leg pierced by Kleist's long spear, stumbled, and then Tysius, charging from the shadows, rode onto its neck, blinding it with a few stabs, before Ono smashed its head with a shield. Finally, a gladiator named Primarch stepped forward with a brass broadsword, furiously stabbing and hacking at the Ogron's heart, eventually killing it. The audience's cheers reached their peak. If it weren't for these two big guys, we wouldn't have been able to stop the ogres, Kleist gasped, lying on the hot red sand. Then what would have happened? Angron asked. Then the ogres would have killed all the children, Kleist replied. When I was 5 and thrown into the gladiator arena, all my little companions who came in with me died at the hands of the ogres. In the end, dozens of gladiators dragged the ogre to exhaustion, both sides drew, the battle ended, and only then did I survive. Upon hearing this, Angron frowned and looked at Yuchuka and Tysius. The two children had just learned from Kleist what they would normally face, so they both looked at Angron and Qin Xia with gratitude. That feeling of being appreciated and trusted made Angron feel as if he was bathing in warm water. The primarch took a deep breath, smiled, and nodded, I'm just sorry you have to become gladiators. After saying this, Angron's gaze sharply shot towards the audience stands. From the emotions of some of the audience, Angron sensed pity. Some people were regretting not being able to see the most visually impactful performance that the beastman known as Ogre could provide. Qin Xia also looked at the audience stands, but not at the audience, but at the most inconspicuous of the many VIP rooms. He sensed a psychic presence and also found the source of the psychic energy. Sorrow, isn't this psyker amazing? Tark lay on the sofa, pursing his lips and looking at the nobleman sitting next to him. The nobleman sat upright, every gesture exuding an old-fashioned aristocratic feel. He is very powerful, Sorrow nodded. If he could follow the custom, if he could be sent to the Julius family as other discovered psychers were in the past, that would be wonderful. No, Tark shook his head. I have other plans for this person. Whatever your family keeps collecting psychers for, I don't care about that. In short, drop your thoughts. Sorrow Julius nodded silently. Tark rolled over on the sofa, watching the host introduce the gladiator victors. After watching for a while, Sorrow suddenly asked, My lord, why do you think people in our world hate psychers so much? Upon hearing this, Tark took a sip of wine, pondered for a moment, and replied, because the first ruler of Nuceria was a psycher. At that time, those who resisted him were bound to fail, until my glorious ancestor, the first Tark, guided by the gods, found an ancient armory and defeated that psycher tyrant with technology. Relevant, Sorrow nodded. Tark then said, history records that your Julius family ancestors were also psychers, but they were psychers who helped my ancestor. By the way, your family wouldn't still keep the methods of using those sorceries, would you? Psychic abilities are not stably inherited, Sorrow said with a wry smile, looking at Tark. You know the equipment I use, they arm me like a mummy. If I were a psycher, I would. Alright, shut up, Tark suddenly became impatient and splashed the wine from his cup onto Sorrow. Do you think I particularly care about your family's rotten affairs? Everyone in your family except you is a bastard. Do you remember I told you that if I ask you about the Julius, you only need a brief answer? Sorrow was neither angry nor annoyed. He gently wiped the wine off himself and replied with a smile, we grew up together. I have always found you unfathomable, let alone making myself conform to your habits and preferences. Shut up. Tark said fiercely. Sorrow helplessly spread his hands. The two fell silent for a long time again. Seiro's eyes fixed on Qin Xia in the gladiator arena. His gaze gradually broke free from the limitations of his subjective perspective. Then their eyes met. The next second, Sorrow suddenly felt as if someone had hammered his head. He felt his spirit was even shattered for a moment. Standing in the gladiator arena, Qin Xia, who had sensed the psychic energy and was trying to test its source, stared at Sorrow. After witnessing his reaction, he was absolutely certain that this was the source of the psychic energy he had suddenly felt. Sorrow was a psyker. After a long pause, Sorrow weakly raised his hand, placed it on Tark's shoulder, and requested, feigning normalcy, "I hope to choose a guard, chosen from the gladiators, is that all right?" "Of course," Tark shrugged. "We are close friends. Anyway, the gladiator arena is my private property, and so are those gladiators, so feel free." Chapter 57, Tark's Crown. The gladiator arena had concluded, and the gladiators were returning to the cave. Qin Xia was still observing the audience. His psychic vision couldn't reach far enough for a close-up, but when he used his psychic power to defeat Seiro's psychic probe, he projected a portion of his psychic energy onto Seiro's temporarily unguarded mind, allowing him to observe the surroundings through Sorrow. The VIP room door opened, and a guardsman with butcher's nails walked in with heavy steps. Qin Xia recognized him as the talkative stone man named Brown who had picked him up from the manor last time. Compared to their last meeting, Brown behaved like a manic madman in front of Sorrow and his master. "I saw your guards." Brown rushed to Sorrow, grabbed his collar, and roared, "The gladiator arena around Xia City is Tark's family territory. You can't bring guards here. Bastard." Sorrow nervously looked at Tark. Tark looked at Brown and gently shook his head, "He is my best friend. It's fine to bring guards here." Sorrow immediately relaxed. He was relieved from the bottom of his heart that Tark's mental illness hadn't flared up at this moment. Or rather, Tark's mental illness had flared up, and he was still moody, but fortunately, when his chief guardsman entered the room, Tark was not angry or full of hatred. "Don't let there be a next time. Yalia's family bastard." Brown roared at Sorrow, "Otherwise, I'll tear your guards to shreds in front of you. Then I'll grind them up and stuff them into your dog's mouth." "Yes. Yes." Sorrow nodded repeatedly. Qin Xia observed this scene through Sorrow and was very surprised. He was surprised at the status of Tark's guardsman, Brown, this stone man, among other nobles. The startled Sorrow immediately ran out of the room, but Qin Xia could still use him as an anchor to briefly observe Brown and Tark. After only the stone man and his master were left in the room, everything calmed down. "Sorrow is my close friend, you don't need to guard against him," Tark motioned for Brown to sit down and said. Brown was no longer as manic as before, returning to the calm and talkative state Qin Xia had seen him in last time. As the stone man himself said, his frenzy was feigned to make others believe that he, having butcher's nails, would naturally be manic and angry, otherwise people would suspect his identity. "Easier said than done," Brown said with a helpless expression. "Every time I have to wail like a ghost in front of others, acting like a brainless idiot. I'm really fed up with this life. There's no choice. When you found me and decided to support me in seizing power, we agreed, I'm in the open, you're in the shadows." Tark looked at Brown with the eyes of a true family member and friend. "You are my crown. You placed power on my head, otherwise I would never have gained the support of my family members." "Yes, by killing the entire family of anyone who disagreed in the dead of night," Brown nodded helplessly. "Honestly, that's fine, but the key is that you said you'd agree to turn Nuceria into what I once told you it would be, that playground." Tark suddenly fell silent, thought for a moment, and nodded. And before Brown could speak again, Tark suddenly ordered, "Sorrow wants to choose a guardsman from the gladiators. Agree to him." "You've already agreed to him, what more can I say?" Brown responded helplessly. The two stopped talking. They sat together like family, quietly watching the empty gladiator arena. And Qin Xia also withdrew his attention. Yuchuka and Tisius, the two children, were not taken away after the gladiator arena ended, but were escorted into the cave by the security automatons. It was conceivable that the two little ones would become young gladiators like Kleist, who had grown up in the gladiator arena since childhood. Yuechola cared for his little brother, Yuchuka. And Tisius, who had no family or friends among the gladiators, could only sit alone in the corner, silent. Ono went up to comfort her, but Tisius remained expressionless and did not respond. Angron, Qin Xia walked to the primarch's side, whispered, then quietly pointed at Tisius, "Good opportunity." Angron instantly realized what Qin Xia meant by good opportunity. It was to analyze her personality by perceiving her emotions. This was a form of learning. Ever since Qin Xia analyzed Kleist last time, Angron had also been training his profiling abilities. So the primarch and Qin Xia walked towards Tisius and sat on either side of the girl. Tisius raised an eyebrow, looking at the two large men, wondering why they had suddenly sat next to her. "He's the best psychologist we have," Qin Xia pointed at Angron. "You can just call him Dr. An." Hearing this, Tisius stared at Angron with a puzzled expression. And Angron began to very seriously perceive her emotions. Completely contrary to the primarch's prediction before serious perception, Tisius had no pain in her heart, nor any heavy struggle, only an unremarkably steady calm. But Tisius was still a child, even younger than Yuchuka. She shouldn't have been a little gladiator who dared to fiercely poke a beastman's eyes as soon as she entered the arena. Seeing the primarch's reaction, Qin Xia anticipated that Angron had not perceived anything from Tisius. Theseus. This name left a deep impression on Qin Xia. Like Yu Chuka, Kleist, and Ono, Theseus would also be a gladiator who participated in the uprising in the future. She could skip and jump while killing a guardsman. Qin Xia couldn't help but sigh that New Star was truly a land of outstanding people. Theseus, like most gladiators here, possessed astonishing combat power. New Star's classic carbon-based Gundam. Qin Xia couldn't even imagine how strong the male gladiators of New Star would be if they were transformed into Astartes in the future. Welcome to the gladiator family, Qin Xia extended his hand. Lady Theseus. Hearing the word lady, Theseus smiled slightly. She didn't like being treated like a child, so when Qin Xia called her lady in the gladiator arena, she considered Qin Xia a friend. After a slight smile, Theseus shook Qin Xia's hand. Are you a sorcerer? As you can see, lady, Qin Xia sat beside Theseus, looking down at her. I was a sorcerer before becoming a gladiator. What about you? What did you do before coming to the gladiator arena? Hearing this question, Angron immediately listened intently. If he had a small notebook, he would write down what Theseus was about to say, saving it to compare with the emotions he felt from Theseus when he had time, and then study human psychology. I have no parents, just an orphan. I was chosen by gladiator trainers in the orphanage as the fiercest and best fighter, Theseus said calmly. Then they trained me, and when I reached the age where I could participate in gladiator arena as a child gladiator fighting ogres, they sold me here. Qin Xia nodded after hearing this, and as he was about to ask something else, Theseus stood up. Shouldn't we be carving the triumph rope now? That's right, child, it's triumph rope time now. Kleist said as he came over with a piece of cloth, led Theseus into a corner, and then used the cloth to create a private corner for her. Clearly, Kleist knew what kind of help a female gladiator of Theseus's age desired. Theseus gave Kleist a grateful look, picked up a sharp stone, and carved a triumph rope on her back. Chapter 58, The Worm. Wake up, wake up. A voice echoed in Qin Xia's ears. Hearing this familiar call, Qin Xia first realized that he had fallen asleep. He hadn't actively slept since coming to Nuceria, so he hadn't heard the voice that always appeared when he rested. The call that inevitably sounded every time he rested annoyed Qin Xia. He abruptly opened his eyes and found himself surrounded by pitch black. Angron. Oh no. Are you there? In the darkness, Qin Xia seemed at a loss, anxiously calling out the names of others, just as the voice, which seemed to come from nowhere, kept echoing in his ears. Qin Xia feared the dark. This was a consensus among the White Scars Space Marines who had raised him, which was why the strike cruiser was always brightly lit. Later, the think tank even used his psychic powers to light a lamp sphere that would never extinguish, allowing it to accompany Qin Xia and dispel the darkness he feared. It wasn't until the Grey Knights took Qin Xia away that the psychic lamp sphere lit by the think tank was dispelled with a snap of their fingers before they performed the modification surgery on Qin Xia. But they didn't know that Qin Xia didn't fear darkness itself. What he feared was an emotion called loneliness, an abandonment that he, having grown up in an orphanage, couldn't help but fear. Kleist. Where are you? Qin Xia called out again, fumbling in the endless darkness. The darkness here was so profound that even his modified and enhanced eyes couldn't see anything. He felt that the ground beneath his feet wasn't the rocky floor of a cave, but he couldn't say what material it was. I'm here. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed Qin Xia's arm. Angron. The primarch was also fumbling in the darkness. When the primarch's hand gripped Qin Xia's arm, Qin Xia, from his subconscious to his conscious mind, realized that he had not been abandoned by others and was not alone, and he instantly calmed down. Wait a moment. Qin Xia calmly focused his attention, and then a white orb of light appeared out of thin air, illuminating the surroundings. The primarch saw Qin Xia's face in the light and realized that Qin Xia wasn't panicking, yet he felt that the tone and manner of Qin Xia's voice just now sounded as if he was very panicked. This was not the point. The two looked around but found no other gladiators, nor did they find themselves in a cave. The place they were in was a giant breathing tunnel, with dense black miasma covering every part of it. It was this miasma that obscured Qin Xia's eyes, preventing him from observing any objects around him just now. We were just carving the triumph rope, how did we end up in this god-forsaken place? Angron looked around, unable to comprehend his situation. Qin Xia had the same memory. He remembered that he was carving the triumph rope, and after finishing, everyone gathered together to eat the food Yuechula's mother had sent after the last gladiatorial match against the butcher. Then, in a flash, he and Angron arrived in this god-forsaken place. It was like having a blackout from drinking. Something is moving. Angron was very vigilant, holding his breath and listening intently. Qin Xia also felt something moving, as if it were breathing. And after a few seconds of feeling, the two suddenly realized that the environment they were in was moving and breathing itself. We're inside the worm's belly. Qin Xia, who knew Nuceria quite well, instantly understood the situation. Although he hadn't seen what he was inside, he was sure it was the worm's belly. Because the High Knights of Nuceria had a way of amusing themselves, they would anesthetize gladiators, then throw them into the belly of a desert worm, drinking wine and eating delicacies while quietly watching how the gladiators escaped from the worm's belly. But we felt like we arrived here in an instant. Oh, Angron's puzzled expression lasted only a moment, then was replaced by sudden realization, damn anesthetics. Qin Xia immediately walked to the worm's stomach wall, which was as hard and smooth as steel, and reached out his hand to slide it through the corrosive mucus, feeling its thickness. At the same time, he ordered Angron, go sense if the other gladiators are here. We must ensure everyone can leave this place. They're not here, I can't sense their emotions. Angron said with certainty. Qin Xia nodded silently, thinking to himself that it was aimed at him. He felt that the one who did this was very likely the noble named Sorrow Julius from yesterday. This hidden wizard must have wanted revenge on him. How do we escape? Angron scanned his surroundings. He saw countless passages in the worm's stomach leading to other organs, but he didn't know which one to take to exit through the worm's mouth, rather than some other exit. Qin Xia remained silent, his hands pressed against the worm's stomach wall, his eyes tightly closed. Frost condensed out of nowhere in the worm's stomach wall, which had a temperature of over 50 degrees, and then spread. Qin Xia didn't plan to exit through the worm's mouth, because the success rate wasn't 100%. As far as Qin Xia knew, if he hadn't come to Nuceria, and Angron had grown up normally, he would have been thrown into the worm's belly by the High Knights when he became an adult. Then Angron would have exited through the worm's mouth, but the worm almost bit him to pieces. Considering that Angron was not yet an adult, Qin Xia chose a method with a higher success rate. Angron stood by, watching, and did not disturb him. When a sound of ice condensing reached Angron's ears, the part of the worm's stomach wall where Qin Xia was pressing quickly froze, the ice spread and then shattered, finally creating a circular passage about 10 meters high. The shattered worm's stomach wall turned into falling ice crystals and snowflakes. The artificially created passage looked more like an open-air cave in a snow-capped mountain than the disgusting internal environment of a terrifying giant creature. Let's go. Qin Xia smiled proudly, walking ahead with his hands behind his back. What is this? Angron followed behind Qin Xia, looking around as he walked, his head turning like a radar, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and joy. The snowflakes fell on the primarch, making him feel something he had never felt on Nuceria: coldness. This coldness was very comfortable in the high-temperature environment. Additionally, the snowflakes looked very beautiful. Angron had never seen such a beautiful natural phenomenon. All the natural phenomena he had experienced before he was captured as a gladiator were cruel and harsh. This is snow. Qin Xia trudged through the snow with his hands behind his back, each time pulling his leg out of the accumulated snow, bringing up large amounts of icy snowflakes. Snow? Why is there snow here? Angron ran back and forth in the snow around Qin Xia. The snowflakes shaped by psychic power also defied logic. Only a few seconds had passed since Qin Xia opened a snowy path in the worm's stomach wall, but the snow had already fallen very deep. Looking at Angron, who was running around him as if he had forgotten where he was and why he was in this environment, Qin Xia's face was filled with helplessness, but he said nothing more, still walking ahead with his hands behind his back. He remembered the battle in the manor, those he killed with lightning also turned into snowflakes. But the reason for the snow-related effects was truly uncertain. Maybe it's a special effect. Qin Xia said softly. Then he added in his mind, maybe deep down, I'm a reserved and artistic youth. Chapter 59, Meeting the Stone Man Again. The Tark Patriarch condoned your game of throwing gladiators into the worm's belly. Because your Moray family has a very good relationship with the Tark family. But you picked the wrong person, little fellow. Qin Xia and Angron walked out of the dead worm's stomach. The primarch, who had been excited by the snowy environment just now, felt an intense sense of detachment when he saw the outside world. Behind them was a cave filled with snow and snowflakes, while outside was scorching red sand, and the corpse of a giant worm about several hundred meters long. Qin Xia didn't feel anything special, he was staring at a spot 100 meters away. Over 20 guards, all equipped with weapons called Silvervine. In front of the 20-odd guards was a young High Knight. And in front of the young High Knight was someone Qin Xia had recently met, the stone man named Brown. Sorry, I don't care what your patriarch thinks, the young High Knight said arrogantly. Slaves, gladiators, they are even lower than commoners. I play with the commoners in your Tark family's territory just the same, so why can't I play with these gladiators? Seeing the frivolous and arrogant look on the High Knight's face, Qin Xia frowned and clasped his hands together. Feeling the psychic fluctuation, Brown, who had appeared here for unknown reasons and was negotiating with the High Knight who had captured Qin Xia and Angron for amusement, immediately turned around and raised his hand to Qin Xia, signaling, please let me handle it. Qin Xia looked at Brown. Veils. Veils Moray. Brown gave the High Knight a lot of face, even though veins were popping on his forehead, and he looked like he was gritting his teeth, he still called the young High Knight by his full name out of courtesy. I'm listening, Mad King's lackey. Veils remained arrogant and haughty. Spit it out, don't waste my amusement time. Brown nodded and began, successor of the Moray family, you shouldn't insult me, because... Veils was listening with a sneer when he saw Brown suddenly stop mid-sentence, so he raised an eyebrow and looked at Brown. Forget it, I'll just teach you a lesson, Brown gave up on persuading him. Then Qin Xia saw Brown's arms instantly transform into two sharp long blades, his entire body lowered, and he charged forward, flashing past Veils's 20 guard escorts in the blink of an eye, finally returning to Veils's front. The next second, the heads of the 20 guards fell at the same moment, they knelt at the same moment, and they fell and died at the same moment. This is too awesome! Angron exclaimed. Indeed, Qin Xia said, hands behind his back, nodding in agreement after hearing the primarch's shout. But then a hint of confusion flashed across Qin Xia's face, and he turned to look up at Angron. No, where did you learn that exclamation? Angron paused. Next time, remove that word after awesome. Qin Xia retracted his gaze. It's too childish, not good to learn. Angron lowered his head and scratched his scalp, muttering in a very low voice, it just is awesome. Not far from the two, Brown was still negotiating with the High Knight. Now do you see why the Mad King you speak of can wear the crown of the Tark family? Brown leaned close to the fearless Vales, then suddenly roared, killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Now shut your stinking mouth and get back to your dog's den with your damned, inferior Moray family equipment. Vales's head buzzed from the shouting, but he remained fearless, glanced back at the corpses on the ground, and turned to leave. As he left, Vales looked at Qin Xia and Angron, gave a thumbs up, then turned his thumb down. This was the gesture for sentencing gladiators to death. There's always a next time, humph, Vales said with a laugh as he walked to an open space, leaped up, and sped into the depths of the desert. Watching Vales leave, Brown turned to Qin Xia, the madness and anger on his face instantly transforming into a smile, and he raised his hand to greet them. Hi. We meet again. Qin Xia led Angron forward. Brown also approached the two. You were anesthetized in the gladiator arena, all gladiators were anesthetized, and then that damned High Knight brought you and Angron over and threw you into the sandworm's belly for amusement. You specifically came to pick us up? Qin Xia asked. No, just passing by, Brown said truthfully. You weren't anesthetized because some High Knight wanted to amuse himself with you, you were just taken along. Even if I hadn't come, you would have escaped from the worm's belly. I really just came this way. Qin Xia nodded. Brown had no reason to lie to him. The stone man led the two forward in the desert. In this place with no means of discerning direction, he was as comfortable as a fish in water, remembering every unmarked path, sometimes turning, sometimes going straight. Brown, the talkative stone man, would naturally also satisfy his desire to talk to Qin Xia, who didn't need to pretend to be foolish. The one who just captured you was Vales, from the Moray family. The Moray family is different from the Julius and Tark families, no one dares to provoke them, but they are not strong. The reason is that the Moray family lives in the desert, and their territory is a fortress, protected by 2 void shields. Saying this, Brown turned back to look at Qin Xia. Do you know what a void shield is? It's that kind of. Qin Xia quickly indicated that he knew, so Brown wouldn't have to say so much. Void shields are warp technology. When activated, they generate a barrier that deflects fast-flying objects or energy into the warp, essentially using the warp as a garbage can. As long as you know. In short, 2 void shields are nothing. The Moray family's territory also has an AI installed on orbital defense facilities tens of thousands of years ago. Not the central AI of the entire defense facility, but the AI of the defense array responsible for intercepting enemy fire within the orbital defense platform facility. That thing is truly terrifying. It identifies what is an enemy and what is a friend, and if an enemy appears within a 20-kilometer radius, it will directly hack the technological creations used by the enemy. The more advanced the weapon, the more useless it becomes. Moreover, there are no places for lodging or supplies in the desert, only the Moray family's territory has fresh water generators. Even the natural environment is unfavorable to the attacking side. In summary, attacking the Moray family is impossible. This is why the Moray family fears no one, not even needing to give face to my master. So don't blame me for not killing Vales, my master needs his support. Brown talked incessantly. Qin Xia did not dismiss what Brown said, instead, he listened very carefully and memorized it. Angron didn't understand, nor did he want to listen, but then Qin Xia's words echoed in his mind. A blessing in disguise. Hearing this, Angron looked at Qin Xia, seeing that Qin Xia was silent and his mouth wasn't moving, yet he could project his voice into his head. The primarch couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of psychic powers. I know where we should go when we are ready to step into a more terrifying hell, leaving the hell of the gladiator arena. I've already memorized the direction that High Knight flew off in. When we fight our way out of the gladiator arena in the future, we'll go to their home. Upon hearing this, Angron felt it was not feasible. According to Brown, the Moray family's territory was simply impossible to conquer. The gladiators were few in number, there were only about 100 gladiators in the cave right now, even counting Yuchuka and Tisius, the 2 children. As for weapons and equipment, don't even mention it. Trust me, I will plan everything. Qin Xia gave Angron a determined look. Angron nodded without hesitation. Trust. Absolute trust. From being captured and brought into the gladiator arena until now, not much time had passed, but Angron had already formed friendships with the gladiators, even a family bond that surpassed friendship. This was certainly related to the primarch's talent, the primarch could perceive others' emotions, and others would be influenced by the primarch to lower their guard, but more than that, the gladiators actually provided what a child needed. That was care, companionship, and concern. And Qin Xia provided Angron even more, what a child under 5 years old needed most. That was guidance and something to rely on. Chapter 60 The Mad King. Done. Bulang took a few steps, then suddenly stopped, looking ahead with a stunned expression. Qin Xia and Angron, who were secretly communicating, also stopped and cast questioning glances at the stone man. The red sand is here. Bulang stretched out his hand, trembling, and pointed forward. On the horizon, an overwhelming dust, like a colossal wall reaching to the sky, was slowly crushing towards them. It's just a red sand. Qin Xia didn't understand why Bulang was making such a fuss. Even if I couldn't use psychic power, let alone if I could. Bulang saw Qin Xia point at Angron. One is a big strong man, less than 5 years old, nearly 5 meters tall. One is a moderately strong man, less than 20 years old, nearly 3 meters tall. Qin Xia said, pointing at Bulang. And there's a stone man who has lived for tens of thousands of years. The 3 of us can cut through a regular army. Are we afraid of a red sand? Seeing Qin Xia so optimistic, Bulang not only didn't calm down but became even more nervous and panicked. That's not a red sand. Alright, it is, my vocabulary also shows it as a red sand. But that red sand is composed of a large number of nanobots. They are the main world's cleanup mechanism. Bulang gestured wildly, explaining to the 230K backward barbarians what a cleanup mechanism was, as a 20K advanced civilized person would. Remember when I told you last time that the Northern Hemisphere was later sold by Nuceria Entertainment to another company? That company did nomadic tribe simulations, and their profit margin was very low because no one liked eating sand in the desert. Later, that company stopped operating and hired a security company to customize a company asset clearance service. That red sand is the clearance service. They can clean everything up perfectly, except for worms deeply buried underground. Bulang could still chatter endlessly at this moment, but his words were cut short by Qin Xia raising his hand. The stone man looked at Qin Xia's grim face and serious expression, and was silent for a second. Qin Xia turned his head to look in the direction the red sand was coming from, then quickly ran in the opposite direction. Run. There's only one cave nearby. Tark must be in there too. Bulang ran nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye, leading the way. Run with me. The three ran wildly on the scorching red sand. The red sand quickly caught up, covering the place where Qin Xia and Angron had just killed the worms. Whether it was the guards' bodies on the ground or the mountain-sized worm corpses, all were instantly decomposed cleanly, and their material composition became part of the nanobots in the red sand. As the red sand was about to catch up, Qin Xia looked back to observe. For some reason, that red sand looked like a sky full of red sand, which was the state presented when a large number of nanobots gathered together. How did Tark come with you? Qin Xia withdrew his gaze, asking as he ran wildly. I told you I came to save you on the way. Bulang nervously glanced back at the red sand, then continued to answer, we had another purpose for traveling together. What purpose? To bring the gladiator named Kleist back from the Julius family. Inside the cave. The red sand was blocked by the cave's open entrance. Sweet water flowed from holes embedded in the stone. Tark, covered in blood, squatted by the water, vigorously scrubbing the blood from his body with a clean noble robe. Qin Xia, entering the cave, saw Tark, searched around, and then found Kleist lying in the corner. Qin Xia and Angron quickly went forward, not bothering to inquire why Kleist was here, and first checked Kleist's physical and mental condition. At this moment, Kleist's condition did not look good. A long spear had replaced this female gladiator's right leg. That spear completely defied the rules of gravity, floating even when Kleist was unconscious, almost dragging its owner into the sky. What happened to her? Qin Xia angrily looked at Tark, yelling the question. Tark was still vigorously scrubbing the blood from his body, as if trying to scrub off his skin. Hearing Qin Xia's question, Tark slowly raised his head in a daze. She was taken by the Julius family to be reinforced and modified as a guard, but I rescued her. When all of us gladiators were anesthetized, and Angron and I were lying in the worm's belly. Qin Xia pressed. Yes. Tark slowly nodded. Then, this Mad King recounted everything that happened on the day of the gladiators, beastmen and Ogren gladiatorial combat. Including sorrow of the Julius family selecting guards. Including the anesthetic gas that knocked out all the gladiators that night, and then Kleist was taken away. Qin Xia realized that he and Angron being taken by the High Knight was not the main purpose of the gladiator arena anesthetizing everyone, sending Kleist to the Julius family was. And Bulang did indeed come along the way. For some reason, Kleist was brought back by Tark. This morning, I thought about it and regretted it. Tark murmured, Wizard. I consider you a friend, and I felt that if I gave Kleist to the Julius family, it might affect our relationship, so I brought her back. We went to find the Julius family together. Stone Man Bulang said. Bulang then looked at his master, grabbing a bloody arm. What happened to you? Were you robbed by a slave-catching team? Tark withdrew his arm and said in a deep voice, the more I thought about it, the angrier I got, so I turned back to the edge of the desert and slaughtered the Julius family's trading post because they traded with the Moray family without my permission. Sorrow, my dear friend, his father and 2 brothers were in the trading post, and I killed them all. At this point, Tark covered his face and burst into tears. I regret it even more. I shouldn't have killed his father and brothers, but they cursed me. Sorrow will forgive me, right? After all, his father cursed me first, which is why I killed thousands of people in the trading post. He will forgive me. Bulang looked down at his master. This talkative stone man knew how to comfort others, but facing Tark, a severely mentally ill patient, he didn't know what to do either. Tark trembled and cried for a while, then lowered his hands from his face, his expression fierce. The Julius family shouldn't have contacted the Moray family behind my back. They dared to buy gems behind my back. If Sorrow doesn't know his own mistake, doesn't know his family's mistake, then kill him too. With that, this frenzied lord of Tark looked at Qin Xia. Qin Xia was looking at Tark with an expression like he was looking at a freak, and this look stimulated the latter. Chapter 61, The Past. Why are you looking at me like that? Tark stood up and roared at Qin Xia. You're also at fault in this matter. Yes, that's right, I let the Julius family choose a guard, but I didn't tell them to choose Kleist. I regretted it as soon as I found out about Kleist's relationship with you. Later, because of Kleist, I went to talk to the Julius family. They returned Kleist, who had just begun to be modified and strengthened, but I killed them. If Kleist wasn't your friend, I wouldn't have gone to them, and I certainly wouldn't have killed them. Tark was already hysterical. At this moment, Qin Xia couldn't understand the psychological state of a madman, but Angron could empathize with him and also wanted to observe and ponder as Qin Xia had previously suggested. From Tark's emotions, Angron sensed that this madman regarded Qin Xia as a like-minded friend. Because of the manor incident. From Qin Xia's ruthlessness, Tark saw that he could cooperate and even believed that the other party had the same goal as himself. A madman who was not recognized by others suddenly found a kindred spirit and would, of course, treat the other person as a friend. But Qin Xia's gaze towards him, from beginning to end, was that of looking at a madman and a freak, which deeply hurt Tark. Sorry. Tark squatted down, panting, no longer roaring wildly at Qin Xia. You know. I'm not mentally normal. Don't hold it against me because of this. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia frowned, still standing in front of Kleist, looking at Tark with the gaze one reserves for a madman. From Tark, Angron sensed sorrow. All right. Tark suddenly stood up, you wizards can read minds. Come, read my mind, and you'll understand me, and trust me. Qin Xia hesitated. Come on, please. Tark clasped his hands together, tears streaming down his face. I'm not like Brown, who can speak eloquently. I won't explain anything, but I don't want you to misunderstand me. Read my mind. Qin Xia stepped forward and placed his hand on Tark's forehead. White, crystalline chinook energy surged in Qin Xia's eyes, and Tark's body stiffened, his head tilted back towards the sky. The past of this Mad King also unfolded in Qin Xia's perception. Tark. This person had no name, he wasn't worthy of one. Only when he became the Tark family head did he acquire the title others used for him. This person was the illegitimate son of the previous Tark family head. He was the product of a family head who, upon seeing an overly alluring female slave, lost control. When the previous family head grew tired of the female slave, she gave birth to a boy, and she gave all her love to her son. The boy grew up with the slaves in the livestock pen. He had no father, but he had many elders who loved him just as much, who were the other slaves. The slaves saved their meager food to help the boy grow up. The boy's mother was a slave by status, but a noble by spirit. She was kind, she was loving, and she taught the boy how to empathize with others, how to love others. Although his brother, named Iron, and his uncle always tied him to a tree to use him as a target for chopping and shooting, he endured because of love and Nuceria's medicine. When he grew up, the man served as a servant to his brothers, born of noble mothers. He fell in love with another slave of the same status as his mother. The two married with the blessings of the other slaves. On the night of their wedding, the man and his wife saw their father for the first time, who was the previous head of the Tark family. The man's father, accompanied by a dozen guards, said to the man, "Congratulations, my son. Tonight, I give you a gift." Later that night, the man lay on the ground, bruised and battered, accompanied by slaves, listening to the screams of his beloved from inside the house. The moment he met Brown was the first time the man felt the sun. It was a night, and the man, still nameless as in his childhood, lay under a tree. His wife, who had been intelligent and beautiful before their wedding day but had gone mad afterward, was digging for worms in the ground nearby. At this moment, someone blocked the sunlight. It was Brown. Brown, the chatterbox, rambled on and on, but the man listened to and remembered it all. Brown spoke of the ancient history of the Tark family, how their ancient ancestor, named Tark, received guidance from the stone man, and how the ancestor of the Julius family found weapons and equipment in the temple, then challenged the nobles who enslaved the Nucerians. At that time, the first Tark formed a group called the Pariah Knights, meaning knights of pariah origin who fought for pariahs. These pariah knights were the prototype of the later High Knight. Then Brown told the man, "Your ancestor did not turn Nuceria back into the paradise of an older era. He believed he could make better choices, but everyone now witnesses the reality." Brown said, "Help me turn Nuceria back into that paradise, and I will let you wear the crown of the Lord of the Tark family." The man said, "I don't care about that paradise, I just want all Tarks to die." The two agreed to disagree and formed an alliance. From then on, the son of the nameless and familyless female slave, and the stone man named Brown, joined forces and ruled the Tark family through violence and fear. During this period, they also received help from Sorrow, another illegitimate son who was overlooked in the Julius family. Finally, after an action in which 4 randomly selected individuals from each family of the Tark family, regardless of their closeness, were killed, the Tark family was subdued. The man sat on a chair made from the bones of the previous Tark family head and put on the crown of the family lord. On the throne, in front of all the fearful Tark family members kneeling on the ground, Sorrow asked, "How do you wish to name yourself?" "As the record keeper, I need your name." "Tark." The man said. "The only one, the last one." "Tark. From today onwards, you who have been selected can strive for my cause." In slum number 14 of Dizia City, Tark sat on the bone throne, suspended in the sky, looking down with compassion at these pariahs whom he had selected from 100,000 down to 1,000. His gaze first fell upon the guards general, who also came from a slave background and was chosen through extremely cruel selection processes. Then he scanned these cruel, cold-blooded survivors. "You are the outstanding ones, you are the chosen ones. I saved you through a slaughter that brought you mercy and liberation. But compared to those who died, you are unlucky, because you must continue to struggle in this hell, along with me. Join me, and then fight to the death. In this hell of Nuceria, only death is liberation." The survivors glared at Tark. But when the guards brought out table after table of sumptuous food and beautiful clothes, these survivors almost immediately decided that Tark was the one they needed to follow. Why would you bestow upon us this food that only nobles can eat? A female slave boldly questioned Tark. She didn't understand the Mad King's temperament, didn't know why the Mad King ordered the massacre of Slum District 13, yet now he was distributing food to the survivors who had killed bodyguard soldiers and others. Qin Xia recognized this female slave as Tark's personal attendant who had served him on the day they dined together. Because you are alive, not dead. Tark's eyes held pity. You haven't found liberation like the other deceased. You must continue to struggle in this hell. How could I bear to treat you cruelly again? Eat slowly, you who continue to suffer. I will wait for you to finish eating and resting, and then we will go together to liberate 99% of the people in the next slum. Tark swore to bring the suffering he had endured to others. He established more terrifying and cruel punishments and selection mechanisms for the slaves, selecting those who emerged from suffering and fear, keeping these people by his side, and giving them important positions. He treated everyone else, except himself and Brown, with an attitude comparable to that towards livestock. He married off his 2 daughters to a guard captain of slave origin, known for his cruelty and brutality. When he suddenly wanted to see his daughters, and heard from the guard captain that his 2 daughters had died from a fall, he merely sighed regretfully. It seems they found liberation. But it's a pity I couldn't see them one last time before they were liberated. He found various ways to toy with and torment the people of the Tark family. If he was in a good mood, he would play 2 to death. If he was in a bad mood, he would also play 2 to death. If he was in an even worse mood, he would slaughter house by house until his mood improved. Slave owners indeed deserved to die. But he ordered his guards to massacre people in the slums, and those who survived in the slums would be selected by him to become guards members. All of this stemmed from Tark's unwavering belief, which he had gone mad with at some point during his growth. That is, in this hell of Nuceria, those who are alive must undergo the test of suffering, whether they are slaves or nobles. Those who fail the test must die. Death is liberation in hell, so it is a gift. Those who pass the test of suffering, like him, are qualified to walk with him for a great cause to destroy this hell of Nuceria. Whether they are slaves, pariahs, or nobles. In Tark's eyes, they are only divided into 3 categories: those who pass the test, those who fail the test, and those who are not qualified to take the test. All the people of the Tark family were unqualified to take the test, as were most other nobles. Under the rule of desperate terror, the people of the Tark family could not resist and could only seek momentary spiritual liberation externally, such as by tormenting those who were lower than themselves. Those young golden armored knights whom Tark had designed to die were typical examples. Chapter 62, Pressing Situation. You don't deserve any sympathy at all. As the glow in Qin Xia and Tark's eyes faded, Angron roared furiously. The primarch's roar even stirred up the dust on the ground. When Qin Xia extracted the contents from Tark's mind just now, Angron also sensed the emotions emanating from them, and those strong and incredibly detailed emotions allowed him to deduce most of what had happened. Are you saying I'm equally ruthless to slaves and commoners? Tark squinted at the primarch. No, although I also swing the butcher's knife at them, I love them. This is the biggest difference in how I treat them compared to how I treat my Tark family. I love them, which is why I set them free. I love them, which is why those among them who pass the test of suffering can follow by my side. But I also pity these people, because following me means struggling with me in this hell, and they won't get their release for now. Tark's expression was sorrowful yet gentle. My servants, they all passed the screening of hardship and torment, which is why I treat them well. Such noble, strong companions, who trek through hell with me. At this point, Tark paused slightly, 2 lines of hot tears streaming down his face. These companions, how could I bear to continue abusing and demanding from them after they've passed the screening? Angron was stunned. The primarch's brain was almost overloaded. The extreme and horrifying emotions from Tark caused the primarch to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. When this hell disappears in the future, I will write a book. Tark spread his arms, like a saint, on a peaceful and harmonious Nuceria. Future generations will know my purpose, my great cause, through my book. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xia asked with a smile, what book do you want to write? The Supermaniac in Action. Tark immediately shot a displeased look at Qin Xia. You've already read my mind and you still don't trust me? How can I gain you as a friend, you, a companion like Brown and my other servants? Qin Xia was silent for a moment. Tark waited for an answer. Brown nervously watched Qin Xia, afraid that he might accidentally make Tark go crazy again. But after thinking, Qin Xia held up a finger. I have one condition: from now on, you will craft weapons and equipment for the gladiators. Not the advanced kind, just simple items with very good materials. Tark saw a glimmer of hope, tilting his head to ask, then you will join my cause? Of course. Qin Xia nodded, extended his hand. Together. Only a damn fool would work with this lunatic. This lunatic won't live much longer. I've cooperated with him before, and I might also face retaliation. We need to plan to escape quickly. The sandstorm had already dissipated. Qin Xia, Angron, Tark, and Brown were traveling towards Dizia City in a plane made of stones. The still unconscious Clace lay in the plane's trunk. Tark touched his ring, and then the ring assembled the stones in the desert into a plane. And Brown actually drove such a vehicle without a hitch. Sitting in the back seat, Qin Xia conversed with Angron using psychic power. But you just said you wanted to help him. Angron was puzzled. I have to find a way to get us some weapon support. Qin Xia subtly conveyed information to Angron. I guarantee this lunatic won't live past this year. We must prepare early and then leave the gladiator arena. But you said before that the gladiator arena is a less terrifying corner of hell, and if we leave the gladiator arena hastily, it's highly likely to be a dead end. Angron asked. Yes, that still holds true now. Qin Xia nodded, but I've thought of a good place that can make up for the disparity in numbers and equipment. Furthermore, Qin Xia suddenly stopped communicating with psychic power. The reason was that he originally intended to explain it to Angron with a simple sentence, but then he felt that the primarch should learn to analyze and think. With that goal in mind, Qin Xia began to explain his thoughts to Angron in detail. I'm certain Tark won't live much longer. Qin Xia had already learned from Tark's mind how this madman ruled others. He tormented everyone equally. Tark's method of managing nobles was the same as how High Knights managed commoners, that is, through Brown's super-individual combat power and the overwhelming advantages of the advanced technological creations he used, he exercised top-down power. This was the same as how High Knights treated commoners. Tark treated others with the same attitude that High Knights treated commoners. But the difference was that commoners truly had no way to resist Tark, while those High Knights among the nobles who also possessed advanced technological creations were not absolutely unable to resist. Even those suffering cruel hardships among the slaves and commoners would not support him, and the attitude of those nobles could be imagined. Under Tark's rule, the desperate members of the Tark family would eventually embark on the path of resisting Tark, and those other High Knight families who had grudges against Tark had probably already been plotting against him. With internal and external collusion, Tark was undoubtedly doomed. Uniting the majority of people and turning them into friends and helpers, that is the truth. Qin Xia summarized to Angron, but Tark is the exact opposite. He slaughters equally, abuses equally. He has survived until now because the technological creations he uses are too powerful, and because that stone man named Brown is too formidable. Besides this, Qin Xia had another basis for making such a judgment. That was, when Angron was less than 5 years old, there was already this person Tark, and when Angron grew up, Nuceria remained unchanged. This could only mean that Tark would be killed by others. From analyzing the current situation, to inferring the future outcome, and other perspectives, Qin Xia was certain that this madman would not live much longer. Then we really must prepare. Angron sighed after much deliberation. The plane quickly landed in Xia City. After dropping Tark off at home, Brown then flew Qin Xia and Angron. When they arrived at the gladiator arena, and it was time to part as they had last time, Brown suddenly called out to Qin Xia. Tark can turn Nuceria back into the paradise it once was, right? If not, then I will support you. Brown said so. He doesn't want Nuceria to return to the amusement park it was tens of thousands of years ago. Qin Xia said, believe it or not, I read in his mind that he has no such intention. He's deceiving you. Brown frowned, what about you? What do you think? Isn't it good to turn Nuceria back into an amusement park? I just want this hell to return to the paradise it once was, where humans amuse themselves, and stone men and iron men serve them, just as the two races of stone men and iron men were created for. This is my dream. If you agree with me, I will stand by your side. Nuceria can become anything. Qin Xia looked at Brown with extreme solemnity, but it can never become the so-called paradise you speak of. Your home, your creators and most of your compatriots have all vanished. You can never get them back. Upon hearing this, Brown angrily left. With each step the stone man took, his anger dissipated a little, and his head lowered a little. Until finally, Brown looked like a lonely, sad child. Qin Xia helplessly spread his hands, opened his mouth wanting to say something comforting, but didn't know what to say. Brown got off the plane again. He picked up the unconscious Kleist and placed him into Angron's arms, then turned back to the plane and flew away. Chapter 63, Dream. Kleist woke up on the operating table. The physically strong female gladiator could barely lift her eyelids, and focusing or moving her gaze almost exhausted all her strength. What met her eyes was a room with walls made of strange bricks. A doctor in white, holding a long spear inscribed with Moray prosthetics, was cutting something. Kleist turned her head. The pink bricks on the wall looked very eerie. Hey, lady. A voice entered Kleist's ears. The female gladiator turned her head to look, seeing a brick on the wall with eyes and a mouth speaking to her. Then all the bricks opened their eyes and mouths. Save us. Kill us. You must come back in the future. You must come back. Release us. The doctor's words interrupted the bricks' pleas and shouts. What? The people from the Urias family want us to send this person out immediately. The communicator hanging by the doctor's ear glowed. The modification has just begun. All right, all right. Since the Urias family guarantees full payment, we'll end the modification. We won't lose anything anyway. Kleist woke up with a start from her dream, her eyes meeting the cold rock face directly in front of her. She frantically turned her head, discovering she was flying in the cave where the gladiators lived. When she looked at her right leg again, she found it had been transformed into a spear. The spear was releasing energy, eliminating gravity. Get down. Ono shouted up at Kleist from the ground. The gladiators were all panicked, clearly, Kleist's sudden ascent was an unexpected event, and everyone had no time to react. As Qin Xia was about to raise his hand to pull Kleist down with psychic power, Angron took 2 steps, pushed off the wall, pulled Kleist down from nearly 10 meters, and then used his body to shield Kleist from the ground so she wouldn't fall. Sorry, we were all drugged last night. Ono knelt down and tied Kleist's leg, which had been modified into an anti-gravity spear, to a rock. Qin Xia looked at Kleist, recalling everything that had happened. He now remembered that before he and Angron woke up in the worm's belly, there was a moment when he found himself in the warp. If that moment was related to the anesthetic, it meant that the cursed anesthetic could temporarily sever the connection between the soul and the body. Then I was modified. Kleist patted the anti-gravity spear connected to her knee. The gladiators were all silent. Ha! Kleist suddenly let out a hearty laugh, her gaze turning to Yuechula, and she lifted her leg with the anti-gravity spear attached. But it's fine, now I don't have to go to the armory to get a spear to protect you and your brother. Yuechula held her brother Yuchuka's hand and forced a grateful yet bitter smile. Why is the atmosphere so heavy? Kleist floated up, cut the rope connecting her leg to the rock, and performed continuous 360-degree somersaults in the air. At least I'm using Moray family's prosthetics now, these cursed things are something we couldn't afford even if we sold all of us. I can even fly and spin in the air. The gladiators remained silent. Angron frowned. The primarch felt only sorrow and pain from Kleist. Even the gladiators themselves didn't realize that they felt what Angron felt. Do you have to look at me like this? Kleist stopped forcing a smile and landed on the ground. Don't crowd around here, she needs quiet, Angron said to the others. The gladiators silently dispersed. Kleist refused Ono's comfort and silently sat in the corner, her eyes fixed on the anti-gravity spear below her knee. The primarch sat beside Kleist. Kleist had intended to ask Angron to stay away from her, but as she was about to speak, her mind suddenly became calm. Pain flowed like water in reverse from Kleist's chest, flowing towards Angron. Angron, his eyes red, placed his huge hand on Kleist's shoulder. Kleist and the primarch didn't need to say anything, Angron knew her feelings and could comfort her soul in silence. I didn't want to become like this, Kleist leaned against Angron's forearm. Angron nodded. He knew that like this, as Kleist said, referred to many things. Kleist wished she could be beautiful and gentle. She didn't want to flirt with Yuechula's mother, she liked men, handsome and strong men. But she needed to become what she presented herself as. She trained her body, she pretended to be aggressive. In the gladiator arena, a terrifying hell with a few rules in its corner, how could a girl survive, avoid bullying and not become a slave among slaves? The answer was to be like Kleist. Looking at Angron, who was holding his breath and not moving, allowing Kleist to lean on him, Qin Xia smiled, his gaze calm and firm. Clearly, some important things didn't need to be taught to the primarch by others, such as how to treat mortals as human beings. The current Angron was normal. Considering what he might become at the hands of the slave masters later, Qin Xia made up his mind that no matter what, he would not let Angron be implanted with the butcher's nails. If the price of not having the butcher's nails was for Angron to undertake the most dangerous combat missions and face the most terrifying enemies before he grew up, then even if he ultimately died, it would have to be a death without the nails, maintaining his true self. Chapter 64, The Rebellion Plan. Night. The food Yuechula's mother sent a few days ago was almost gone. The gladiators were eating the last bits, gathering around as they ate to listen. Qin Xia used his psychic powers to project a map of the desert. He and Angron stood in the center of the crowd, explaining his sudden idea for an escape route. That was to find a way to seize the Moray family's territory. But you said before that we needed to be prepared to step out of this hell and into an even more terrifying hell, Yuechula said, looking at the spot Qin Xia pointed out on the desert map. Yes, that's right. Our goal is to escape, to live freely and with dignity, not to be chopped up by high knights as slaves, Qin Xia looked at Yuechula. After we leave the gladiator arena, we need a place to live, a place that can protect us, and where we can develop and grow strong. The Moray family's fortress territory is just such a good place. Qin Xia then recounted what he had heard from Brown about the Moray family. The most important point, naturally, was how fortified the Moray family's territory was. Kleist listened quietly, his thoughts not on the fortress territory, but on the dream he had before waking up. That strange room, the speaking bricks. I'm not against it, but objectively speaking, that place is very easy to defend and hard to attack, someone said. Under normal circumstances, in a battle between two armies, taking their territory would be a fool's errand, Qin Xia looked at the speaker. But we don't need to rush over like a swarm, with a large group of people charging into the city under heavy fire. We have to infiltrate. I'll find a way for us to get past all the high-tech surveillance and alarm systems we can think of. If my research into my talents goes as smoothly as before, I might even be able to directly teleport us past the city walls and defenses into the territory itself. Then we'll launch a surprise attack on the Moray family when they least expect it. If we can control the living quarters of their core family members, or if we find something that can control the fortress territory, we can occupy it. When Qin Xia said this, he looked at the others. The gladiators felt this plan was too risky. Although most people understood the gladiators' strengths and weaknesses. The weakness was too few people and poor equipment. The advantage was strong individual combat power. Not to mention Angron, who killed people like chickens, and his ability to bypass the golden armored knight's armor, which had an unknown amount of defensive technology, and directly kill the knights themselves. The other gladiators were also not ordinary people. Everyone present now was a strong individual who had been artificially selected. Any gladiator here, despite a huge disadvantage in weaponry and equipment, would only find it a little difficult to kill a guard equipped with silver vine. Everyone knew their strengths and weaknesses, but the weaknesses were too great, plus the Moray family's territory sounded truly intimidating. Ono once led the rebellion, someone looked at Inamaz. What do you think if we leave the gladiator arena and engage in guerrilla warfare with the enemy in the mountains? A gruesome death, Ono replied without hesitation. After you die, videos of you doing all sorts of disgusting things will circulate, and whether or not you actually did those things, in the eyes of the civilians we want to protect, we'll all be a bunch of idiotic bastards who eat their own shit and gather to form small rebellions. I agree, Qin Xia said, highly approving. He knew that if he hadn't appeared on Nuceria, Angron would eventually lead the gladiators out of the gladiator arena, and then they would fight guerrilla warfare, take a city, kill everyone inside, and then move on to the next city. The former name of the World Eaters was World Eaters, this was the original origin of the World Eaters as a legion name. Until finally, the rebellion was cornered on a cliff in the mountainous region called Xia. If it weren't for the best, most sun-loving dad in the entire galaxy making a shining appearance, Angron would have died in battle with the gladiators. But not necessarily, Qin Xia thought. After all, if Angron wasn't taken away, as a powerful combatant, he could still stay and help the gladiators. The best outcome might have been to continue fighting guerrilla warfare, forever. I won't even mention the High Knight's propaganda attacks for now. Qin Xia continued to explain. We, this group of people, have nothing, not even a large number of people. If we go out and want to continue fighting, we'll have to rely on supplies from the civilians in our operating area. But the High Knights can easily turn our operating area into a no-man's land. The slave owner's rule doesn't rely on soldiers who need to be largely conscripted from the civilian class, nor does it need civilian support. Under normal circumstances, the ruling structure is pyramid-shaped. Nuceria is also pyramid-shaped, but inverted. The power of the slave owners is the vast portion after the pyramid's apex, and the power of the civilians is that small portion at the apex. To help the gladiators understand, Qin Xia even created a pyramid illusion to aid his explanation. There's a type of Iron Man called security automata in the gladiator arena, which everyone has seen. These Iron Man can also be used for manufacturing production. The slave owners don't even need civilians for production. In this situation, I believe the probability of the slave owners turning our operating area into a no-man's land is 100%. To be honest, guerrilla tactics are not advisable here. After speaking, Qin Xia looked at Ono. Ono also nodded. In fact, they would do even crueler things, like preemptively slaughtering an entire city. Back then, our rebellion had to avoid contact with civilians precisely because once the slave owners suspected someone was helping us, they would send out automata to clear out the entire population of a place. Upon hearing this, Yuechola raised his hand. Qin Xia gestured for Yuechola to speak. The slave owners don't need civilians at all, so why do we even exist? Yuechola asked, trembling. That's a cruel question. Qin Xia rubbed his nose, looking at the desert map he had created, and fell silent for 2 seconds. Just like civilians who feel alive by watching us die, in this cursed place, the value of most people is to allow a few to gain a sense of superiority through comparison. Yuechola looked at Kleist, then at his younger brother Yuchuka, and then fell silent. Qin Xia waited for others to express their opinions. Everyone remained silent for a long time. Kleist, who had been silent all along, spoke. Actually, the choice before us is no choice at all. As crazy as Tark is, we can at least still profit from him, and our situation is still better than before. If a crueler manager takes over, whether we leave the gladiator arena or not, it's a death sentence. So why not try? After speaking, Kleist was the first to raise his hand in approval, believing that targeting the Moray family's territory was the best option, and guerrilla warfare was not advisable. The plan to seize the Moray family's territory is insane, but it's the best method I can think of. Qin Xia looked at the crowd. Kleist is right. As crazy as Tark is, at least he can be communicated with, and we can even profit from him. If Tark dies and a normal slave owner takes over, our lives will be worse than death. But there's no need to rush. We need to conserve our strength and prepare. We have to wait for the weapons and equipment Tark promised to be delivered. If we are to step into an even crueler hell, then we must prepare as much as possible. The gladiators thought for a moment after hearing this, and all nodded. Anyway, it's just a rotten life. Compared to dying in the gladiator arena, it's better to die more gloriously. My demands aren't high, I'd feel it's worth it to kill one slave owner and then die. Qin Xia stared at the ground amidst the sounds of agreement, thinking deeply. The fundamental reason he proposed the plan to break out of the gladiator arena today was because of Tark. Tark agreeing to provide weapons and equipment solved the most difficult problem for the gladiators when breaking out of the gladiator arena, the problem of having to use their own heads to ram into black technology. Whether Tark died or not had little impact on the goal of breaking out of the gladiator arena. Qin Xia had also thought about getting weapons and equipment from Tark, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Plus the previous preparations hacking into the security automata's processor, observing the routes, and experience withdrawing under heavy siege. This was what Qin Xia wanted to prepare in the gladiator arena. It's just that when it came time to break out, Angron, this primarch, hadn't accumulated sufficient combat experience in battle, nor was he an adult primarch. Thinking of this, Qin Xia looked at Angron. Angron's massive body, nearly 5 meters tall, was squeezed among the crowd, his expression still youthful. Qin Xia couldn't help but inwardly grumble, is there a hormone in Nuceria's anesthetics? Chapter 65, The Sword's Edge Principle. For the sake of future endeavors, the gladiators adjusted their schedules, although it was still daytime, the last regular gladiator arena match had already ended, and the gladiators were resting. They needed to ensure they were most alert at night to handle any actions that might occur during the night. Qin Xia was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, delving into and researching his psychic abilities. As someone with a complex past, Qin Xia could never forget his first encounter with the White Scars Astartes in this life. It was a pitch-black night when everyone was captured and thrown into cages. The Qin-worshipping rebels intended to put everyone in cages and then place those cages under a forging machine used for massive steel, crushing them into blood. At this critical juncture, a psychic rift tore through space. A blue lightning bolt surged from the rift, instantly obliterating several rebels around the people. Then, a think tank wearing Terminator armor emerged from the rift, releasing lightning with one hand and holding a staff with the other, followed by 6 Astartes armed with bolters. Including the think tank, there were a total of 7 Astartes. These 7 individuals, like a butcher, carried out a one-sided slaughter of the rebels. This was certainly due to the astonishing difference between Astartes and mortals, but more importantly, the think tank had opened the psychic portal in the midst of the rebels, which was incredibly unexpected. Qin Xia wanted to explore how to open a psychic portal, to teleport a group of people to another location, even if it was just a few dozen meters away, as it would be sufficiently helpful for their upcoming actions. Qin. Hearing the call, Qin Xia opened his eyes to find Ono sitting beside him, his face flushed, wanting to discuss something. Actually, you don't need to ask for our opinions, nor do you need to involve us in decisions. Ono's expression was serious and earnest. Before, when you made a decision, you just needed to inform us, then briefly explain your thoughts, and that was enough. Qin Xia raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. He didn't know why Ono was saying this. Among gladiators, there is a principle called the sword's edge principle. Ono spoke slowly, explaining gradually. In the gladiator arena, dispersion and chaos are the beginning of everyone's demise, so the gladiators spontaneously formed a rule recognition. That is, in the gladiator arena, one must immediately choose to obey one person's command, regardless of whether this person is foolish or shrewd, strong or weak. As long as he is the one the gladiators think of first, then everyone must obey that one person's command. Everyone must immediately unite when facing a powerful enemy, forming a sharp sword, and the person everyone chooses to obey is the sword's edge of this sword. This is the sword's edge principle. Hearing Ono say this, Qin Xia was immediately surprised. He hadn't expected that the gladiators, as a group known for their fierce fighting, would have a sword's edge principle that quickly instilled discipline and obedience. Then why didn't I see anyone obeying anyone's orders during the previous large-scale gladiator arena matches? Qin Xia asked. Which large-scale gladiator arena match before required us to make sacrifices and unite? Ono countered, your sorcery was too powerful. Against the butcher, everyone had just gathered to form a shield wall when you twisted the necks of 5 butchers into a knot, and then there was no need for unity and order, because everyone could only go and hack at the fleeing servant knights. When facing the ogre, we only instinctively made initial combat strategies, and then you and Angron quickly dealt with the ogre, and the battle ended very quickly. Qin Xia thought, that's true. Angron is too young, and I feel, he is also very prone to sadness. Ono looked at the sleeping Angron. If everyone is going to step into a more cruel hell, you are the only sword's edge. You don't need to explain anything. If we die because of your decisions, then we die. Even if we die with glory. Ono continued. To mark the crimson end on the triumph rope with one's own blood. But some things still need to be explained, because the sword's edge must ensure that we die understanding. At least we should know whether our sacrifice is glorious, and whether everyone will consider that sacrificed person glorious after he dies. Qin Xia understood Ono's meaning. Old Bear meant that when discussing plans with the gladiators before, explaining the purpose was necessary, but seeking opinions was not. This was also why almost 99% of the gladiators at that time did not express opinions or participate in decision-making. They were not afraid to speak out, nor did they not know what to say, but merely adhered to the sword's edge principle. The orderliness of the gladiators surprises me. I thought I would need to use some methods and spend some time in the future to instill discipline in the gladiators. Qin Xia exclaimed. Gladiators are born in battle, grow in battle, and the most important thing in battle is discipline, Ono said with a smile. Then Old Bear picked up a bone from the ground and easily broke it. We know that individual strength is limited and small, but if we unite, obey one person, and fight as a collective, we can turn defeat into victory even if we are at a disadvantage. It's like the difference between a sword and a dagger. A very small dagger cannot pierce armor, but a sword and a larger spear can. As he spoke, Ono picked up a handful of bones and gripped them in his hand, thrusting them into the air as if holding a sword. Qin Xia, thinking Ono wanted to give him a handful of bones to break, had already reached out his hand to take them, but seeing Ono thrusting the bones together, he awkwardly withdrew his hand. Although we are at a great disadvantage. Qin Xia surveyed the entire cave, but I can guarantee that we can defeat regular troops several times our number and take down the Moray family territory that even the High Knights dare not covet, because we have our strengths. Exactly. Exactly. Ono stood up. I have a feeling we can burn everything dirty and depraved on Nuceria to ashes. This is an inevitable fact. Qin Xia smiled and nodded. Chapter 66, Changes. A week had passed. The gladiators continued their normal gladiator arena fights and daily lives. Tark had violated the agreement he made with Qin Xia. The fasting day in the gladiator arena had not been cancelled, and for several days, the gladiators had received no supplies. Inside the gladiator arena, the cheers continued every day. Maggot Eye still hosted with an impassioned voice, though his tone sounded slightly different from before. The gladiator arena near Xia, Nuceria's largest city, continued as it always had. But outside, a storm was brewing. Until today, a week later. After a regular gladiator arena fight, the gladiators gathered together, with Angron sitting in the center. Kleist floated using the anti-gravity function of his spear, coming before Angron. When the primarch nodded slightly, Kleist swiftly and precisely cut the primarch's wrist. Bright red blood flowed continuously from the wound on Angron's wrist like tap water. Everyone's expressions were normal. Clearly, this was not the first time this had happened since Tark violated the agreement and did not cancel the fasting day a week ago. You Chuka, Tisius, Qin Xia called out, same as always, you two younger ones go first. The calm little girl, Tisius, nodded silently, stepped forward, grabbed Angron's arm, and drank the flowing blood. Then came Yuchuka, Yuechula's younger brother. After drinking a few sips of the primarch's blood, a feeling of fullness came over him, and then Yuchuka felt particularly energetic. After smacking his lips, Yuchuka chuckled, hey, next time I'll have my mom send you some candy, maybe it'll improve the taste. Hearing his brother mention their mother, Yuechula's face showed worry. Since the food shortage, their mother hadn't come to deliver food. I heard ogres always target children because they think children taste good. Maybe after eating you, my blood will become fragrant. Ow. Angron made a scary face and reached out his large hand to grab Yuchuka. Yuchuka was caught off guard and pulled into the primarch's embrace, then tickled by the primarch's other free hand. Amidst everyone's laughter, Angron released Yuchuka, signaling for the others to come and drink his blood. The gladiators took turns coming forward to sate their hunger with Angron's blood. It was unclear whether Angron could control the healing time of his wound or if it was for some other reason, but in any case, when the primarch finished feeding the last person, his wound healed instantly, only deepening the scars left by previous feedings. The gladiators called that scar the blood grace. I feel like your blood is an aphrodisiac, a gladiator named Primarch suddenly said. Now even Kleist looks handsome to me. Oh? Then would you like me to massage you with this spear? Kleist raised her right leg, the anti-gravity spear below her knee aimed at Cromarch's chest. I'll pass on that, lady, Cromarch quickly dodged. But the words of this gladiator, who always used a brass broadsword in battle, opened up a topic, the miraculous effects of Angron's blood. The gladiators shared their feelings after consuming the primarch's blood. Angron listened with a smile to everyone's back and forth, and despite feeding so much blood to them, his face was not pale, his heart was not racing, and he felt no discomfort. From the satisfied and grateful emotions of the now full crowd, the primarch felt contentment and gratitude, so he was very happy now. Qin Xia stood by, watching silently. He had also drunk Angron's blood and likewise felt energetic and in good spirits. Angron was even more incredible than a cow that eats grass and produces milk. He ate nothing yet could produce enough blood to feed 100 people, and he could even self-produce and self-consume, feeding himself, achieving a perpetual motion-like cycle. The emperor truly was a great god in the field of genes, the primarches he created were indeed extraordinary. Thinking this, Qin Xia couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I can't imagine how envious Angron's legion will be when they hear that their gene father's companions once sated their hunger with the primarch's blood. After contemplating the primarch, Qin Xia looked out the iron window. Although the gladiator arena had remained calm these past few days, some subtle changes were still evident within it. Tark had gone back on his promise to cancel the fasting day, and while his breach seemed reasonable, after all, he was a mad king, when combined with other signs, it became unreasonable. First, the gladiator arena's security had changed, and the few people patrolling the stands were all new faces. Then, fewer nobles came to the gladiator arena. For a solid week, the previously full noble boxes were all empty. This made Qin Xia suspect that Tark had run into trouble. Thinking about the Mad King, Ono approached Qin Xia, asking in a low voice. Yes, Qin Xia nodded. Having heard Qin Xia talk about the Mad King Tark before, Ono had been pondering related matters these past few days and had a question. Why are you so certain that Tark will run into trouble? He has been ruler for 4 years, if something were to happen, it should have happened already. Hearing this question, Qin Xia's gaze intently fixed on the outside of the iron window. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Tark has an excellent relationship with Sorrow, the son of the Julius family head. If Tark didn't have the support of the Julius family, he wouldn't have become the family head so smoothly. And after becoming family head, he, in turn, supported Sorrow, who was an illegitimate child, making Sorrow the current head of the Julius family. Then, Tark suspected whether Sorrow truly supported his goals, his mad goals. There were conflicts between them. Until a week ago, when Angron and I were taken to the desert by the High Knight, Tark killed many people from the Julius family. Ono listened and nodded. But he didn't actually understand, because these noble family affairs seemed meaningless to him, serving no purpose other than to prove that slave owners were truly beasts. To say that Tark provoked one great noble, he provoked more than just the Julius family. He played with and slaughtered more than just the Tark family. The gladiator arena in Dizia was not originally the Tark family's, it belonged to another great noble, and then Tark annihilated their entire clan. This was Ono's thought. Qin Xia felt the same, but he knew something else. Tark, wearing only one ring, was able to kill over a dozen high knights, who merely splattered Tark with their blood. This is an overwhelming power advantage. Logically, the Julius family should be angry but dare not speak out, just like other nobles Tark had killed before, but this time it won't be like that. The reason I am sure the Julius family dares to retaliate against Tark, and that they will succeed, and that Tark won't live much longer. Qin Xia's gaze shifted from the window to Ono's face. It's because Sorrow is a witch. A high knight is a witch. Ono was greatly alarmed. That's impossible. No. Since you say so, you must be certain. Nucereans hate witches. Because witches once enslaved Nucereans. Nobles among Nucereans hate witches. Because only the psychic power of a witch can bridge the huge technological gap, causing a high knight, armed to the teeth with various ancient advanced technological artifacts, to die inexplicably. The scum slaughterers. This noble gladiator team is the best example. The golden armor they wore was all ancient relics, even if their bodies died, they could still use the armor to retain their souls and even resurrect. But it was useless. Qin Xia stood behind everyone, his palms clasped together, and he could make these golden armored knights die very suddenly. Chapter 67, Sudden Change in Situation. A regular gladiator arena match was scheduled for the evening. That was the original plan. When the time for the regular gladiator arena match arrived, the gladiator arena was packed with spectators, yet the gladiators had not been brought out by the security automatons. Qin Xia had a bad feeling. Outside the cave's gate, heavy footsteps echoed into everyone's ears, then the gate opened, and a person in lavish attire stepped into the cave, bowing to everyone. Good evening, everyone. I am the new person in charge. The man bowed, then scanned all the gladiators. All of you will be fighting tonight, except for this Psyker and Angron. Upon hearing this, the gladiators all looked at Qin Xia in unison. Qin Xia pondered for a moment, then silently nodded. Out of adherence to the Blade's principle, all the gladiators exited the cave, leaving only Angron and Qin Xia behind. Didn't the person in charge just change? Qin Xia scrutinized the new person in charge. Could it be that even the owner of the gladiator arena has been replaced this time? The new person in charge remained silent, elegantly turning around and walking to the gate, where he made a welcoming gesture. Security automatons entered the cave, standing behind Qin Xia and Angron, raising their stun batons, ready to drive the two out. Qin Xia had already made his plans when he signaled the gladiators to leave the cave, and now he naturally acted according to plan, stepping forward out of the cave. Upon reaching the fork in the path, a team of security automatons escorted Angron elsewhere. Another team of security automatons followed the new person in charge to the gladiator arena's office. As they passed a side path, someone suddenly darted out with astonishing speed to put a psyker-suppressing collar on Qin Xia. When he saw the collar's light illuminate, the new person in charge's stern expression vanished, replaced by a relieved smile, and he continued to lead the way. Do you think this thing is useful against me? Qin Xia tapped the collar on his neck. Of course it's useful. The new person in charge nodded. My master is a psyker, so I am very clear about the source of your power, and this collar will sever your connection to your power's source, so be sensible, don't struggle, and come with me. The new person in charge continued to lead the way. Qin Xia placed his hand on the collar. He recalled seeing the principle of this collar. Indeed, as the new person in charge said, it severs the connection between the psyker and the warp. This was an ancient technology, likely a product of humanity's greedy in-depth research into warp technology during its peak. But the problem was, while Qin Xia's psychic power indeed originated from the warp, he did not draw psychic power from the warp when using it. Seeing the security automatons and the automated machine guns above the corridor, Qin Xia already had a battle plan. Here, he was facing the enemy alone, so there was no need to consider whether others would be accidentally harmed in the battle, making it very simple. When the group reached another larger intersection, Qin Xia felt the time was right, and the hand gripping the collar gradually tightened. But then the person in charge opened the office door, and upon seeing the person sitting inside, Qin Xia's hand on the collar loosened. Welcome. Sorrow propped his legs on the office desk. Mad King's lackey. The office door closed. The new person in charge and the security automatons waited outside the door. These servants did not consider a collared psyker a threat, even if this psyker's body was too strong and tall, it didn't matter, Sorrow's psychic power could solve everything. As I expected, you laid hands on that Mad King. Qin Xia looked at the corner of the office. The previous person in charge's corpse lay there, a mere husk, covered in ice crystals, clearly a result of psychic power. That Mad King? I thought you'd call Tark Master. Sorrow said nonchalantly, I twisted his neck off, from hundreds of meters away, just like how you killed the sons of his bastard brothers. Saying that, Sorrow rose and walked to the office window. Outside was the gladiator arena's combat zone. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the gladiators were cornered by a large number of guards. The two sides had not yet begun fighting, but it was already obvious who would win. Sorrow had his back to Qin Xia. Qin Xia looked at Sorrow's back with disdain. We are both psykers, we both possess abilities that are hated by others. We were originally bound by the same fate, and we should not have been enemies, but you stood on the side of that Mad King. He promised to forge weapons for you gladiators, but he can't fulfill that promise anymore. Without weapons and equipment, you also cannot escape the gladiator arena. Facing the scorching evening breeze, Sorrow spoke in a light tone. He seemed very relaxed. And beneath that relaxed exterior, hidden was extreme excitement and exhilaration. I actually didn't want to kill him. Sorrow extended his hand, and it was Tark's used wine glass. He was my best friend, my confidant, until he killed my family for a slave. I couldn't accept it, so I decided to join the faction against Tark. The Mad King's lackeys will be purged. Including you. Sorrow put down the wine glass, gazing into the gladiator arena. You will be killed. And that one named Angron, he will be branded with the butcher's nails, all because you helped that Mad King slaughter the most noble and elegant good people of this world. Hearing this, Qin Xia felt a mix of emotions. He hadn't expected his actions to lead to Angron being branded with the butcher's nails prematurely. He wondered if Tark's death had a butterfly effect level connection to him. Sorrow didn't know what Qin Xia was thinking, he continued, as if trying to persuade him, of course, if you repent. Bang! Sorrow's head exploded, an eyeball shooting out towards Qin Xia, stopped by a psychic barrier. Watching the entire room turn blood red, Qin Xia expressionlessly raised his hand and placed it on the collar. Ice condensed on the collar, then Qin Xia tapped it lightly, and the collar shattered. There's always someone better, right? Qin Xia looked at Sorrow's back. The headless corpse of this psyker noble leaned against the windowsill. Qin Xia estimated that Sorrow, even after death, wouldn't understand how he was headshot with psychic power by a collared psyker. It seems I can't wait for weapons and equipment, I'll just have to force my way out. Qin Xia muttered to himself, as if steeling his resolve. Taking a deep breath, and calming himself, Qin Xia opened the office door. The new person in charge, standing outside the door, heard the door open and turned to enter, ready to clean up Qin Xia's corpse, only to see Qin Xia standing before him, while his own master had become a headless corpse. You. The new person in charge's mouth had just begun to open when it was shattered by Qin Xia's punch, and he collapsed to the ground. The security automatons detected the attack and immediately prepared for battle. But one of the security automatons stood at the very back of its peers, its integrated large-caliber machine gun in its chest shattering the heads and internal processors of its comrades within a few breaths. This automaton was precisely the one into which Qin Xia had implanted a modified processor. Plans always fall behind changes, especially with Xiange in the warp now. Qin Xia spoke to the security automaton as if it were a living person. The automaton had no reaction, it was only designed to be a producer, and being used for security was already a bit much to ask, let alone communicating with humans. Qin Xia didn't expect the automaton to respond either, turning to look out the office window behind him. Outside the gladiator arena, further away, Xia City. There were raging fires, with occasional flashes of explosions. Clearly, Sorrow had not completely killed Tark. But regardless, expecting Tark to deliver weapons and equipment in this situation was absolutely wishful thinking. All of this happened too suddenly. Although Qin Xia had long anticipated something happening to Tark, he hadn't expected it to be so quick that there wasn't even time to deliver weapons and equipment, and that Sorrow would take control of the gladiator arena with astonishing speed. Every plan is born to be defeated by change, and then discarded. But fortunately, Qin Xia had already made preparations, though not entirely sufficient, at least he wouldn't be caught off guard and helpless in this sudden situation. In the gladiator's dwelling place, that cave, there were still various weapons Qin Xia had obtained earlier, although few in number, they were usable. Chapter 68, The Moment of Uprising. Angron would rather die than have the butcher's nails hammered into him. Walking along the path, the primarch scanned the surrounding automatons, calculating how he should resist. This past week, he had always listened to Qin Xia talk about the butcher's nails and various hints that he might have them implanted. Being able to become very strong and not feel the pain of those killed after killing them was what Angron wanted, he didn't want to pity those damned slave owners and their lackeys. But when he heard Qin Xia say that having the butcher's nails would also turn him into a madman who couldn't distinguish friend from foe. Angron, who had been taught by Qin Xia how to distinguish friend from foe, which emotions were worth feeling and which had to be suppressed, felt that if he were to have the butcher's nails, he might as well die, at least he wouldn't kill the people he cared about as enemies. Having calculated almost enough, Angron immediately prepared to destroy the security automatons beside him. But a group of guards suddenly approached from the opposite side, all carrying rifles that could fire tranquilizer darts. "We'll take over now," the guard's officer stepped forward. The security automaton's voice recognition function identified the identity of the commander and immediately handed Angron over. But at this moment, the guard's officer suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, then his body stiffened and he fell straight down. The people around him were just about to step forward to check when the officer's chest suddenly exploded. Angron, quick-witted, grabbed a security automaton beside him to block the shrapnel and impact, not suffering any injury. After blocking the explosion, the primarch then smashed the security automaton beside him. Plans can't keep up with changes. We'll have to act even if we don't get weapons and equipment. At the corner of the road ahead, Qin Xia's voice and his body emerged together. Angron noticed that Qin Xia was carrying the weapons he had previously obtained from the assassination mission at the manor, holding a heart in his hand, with the security automaton following behind him. "This is that officer's heart. I replaced his heart with a grenade." Qin Xia casually tossed the heart aside. Angron ran to Qin Xia's side, took down the heavy machine gun, and held it. Moment of uprising. Moment of uprising, Qin Xia nodded, helping Angron replace the magazine he had just removed from an automatic machine gun. "Our battle will be very difficult, but it doesn't matter, I will take you and everyone else out, even if I have to pay a price." Together, Angron pulled the bolt. "Together, there's nothing we can't do." Qin Xia did not deny it, taking down the beam cannon from his back and holding it with one hand, leaving the other hand free to prepare to release psychic power. "Go rescue those brothers and sisters." In the gladiator arena, the gladiators formed a circular shield formation with no blind spots, with children and older gladiators surrounded in the center of the formation. Among the guards surrounding the gladiators, those armed with cold weapons formed a square formation, and those with ranged weapons formed a volley formation. The two sides faced off. "It seems our gladiators don't have the courage to actively engage the guards." Maggot Eye filmed the scenes on the ground from above. According to the rules, whether gladiators who do not actively engage in battle are qualified to continue living will be decided by the audience. "Please, those with the highest right of judgment, express your attitude." In the stands, a few scattered nobles stood up, extending their arms with thumbs pointing downwards. Those with less authority to judge were not qualified to express their attitude, nor did they dare to raise their thumbs upwards, so no matter what, these gladiators were condemned to death. Then... Oh, please wait a moment. Maggot Eye suddenly flew to the entrance of the gladiator arena, controlling all the lights to focus on the open gate at the exit. Even at this moment, even after receiving the order to execute all gladiators, Maggot Eye still maintained an attitude of prioritizing showmanship. Even Qin Xia, who walked out of the gate, had to exclaim how dedicated the host was. Qin Xia and Angron walked out of the dark corridor into the red sand, illuminated by the beam of light. Qin Xia raised his left arm, his left thumb pointing upwards. He walked to a spot 200 meters from the gladiators, which was behind the guards. Qin Xia still held his arm high, his thumb still pointing upwards. I sentence them to live. He said. All right. It seems today will be the last gladiatorial match for these star gladiators. Please enjoy. The controller of Maggot Eye pressed a switch, and the entire gladiator arena launched a large number of fireworks, and stirring drum music echoed throughout the gladiator arena. The guards immediately attacked the gladiators, while also sending a portion of their forces to deal with Qin Xia and Angron behind them. Facing the various projectiles and beams flying towards them, Qin Xia raised a one-way psychic barrier with his left hand, and controlled the beam cannon with his right hand, opening fire simultaneously with Angron. When the heavy firepower weapon mounted on the quadruped combat machine was used by the primarch, its recoil seemed even smaller than that of energy weapons. However, the primarch had never used firearms, so his accuracy was 0 at first. But once the primarch understood the trajectory and destructive effect of this weapon, in less than 2 seconds, his accuracy gradually increased to 100%. The heavy machine gun would spew out hundreds of bullets every second, and after Angron adapted to this weapon, he could precisely control every single round, not letting any ammunition miss. As the magazine was about to run out, the heavy machine gun could even be used by Angron to shoot through several guards standing in a line, and precisely shoot down enemies attempting to fire at the inferior shields used by the gladiators. The beam cannon, when in Qin Xia's hands, was more effective than when it was in the hands of its original owners. With this single weapon, capable of penetrating any obstacle, Qin Xia could dismantle the ranged infantry among the guards, preventing the gladiators from being shot down by ranged weapons. As for the gladiators, the moment the first bullet was fired from the heavy machine gun in Angron's hands, they had already charged towards the melee formation of the guards. Qin Xia also created a snowstorm that enveloped everyone. Icy snowflakes danced in the sky, and a fierce wind swept through, stirring up the accumulated snow until it diffused like a thick fog, obscuring vision. In the ice and snow, every step of the bodyguard soldiers would leave a trace, creating the sound of crunching snow. But the gladiators would not. They dispersed like ghosts in the supernatural ice and snow created by psychic power, making no sound even when running at top speed, and leaving no footprints in the snow. From the subjective perspective of the bodyguard soldiers, the gladiators would still leave traces, but when the soldiers saw figures passing in front of them or running past them, and immediately released Silvervine, they either killed their own people or hit nothing at all. Even though the guards were armed with the most advanced weapons and wore the multi-tool known as Silvervine, due to their outrageously inferior tactics and the snow that obscured their vision, they couldn't even see where the gladiators were before having their heads cut off by gladiators who located them by sound. Only those with quick reactions and relatively seasoned experience knew that at such a time, they should not look for enemies, but should instead turn their Silvervine into a shield to protect themselves. Chapter 69, Snow, Blood. The people in the audience could see what was happening in the flying snow. Under the deliberate display of the psyker, the audience could see how the guards using Silvervine were slaughtered in a panic. The nobles and commoners cheered together, seeing their guards' lackeys killed. They didn't feel angry, but rather thought it was exciting. What could be more entertaining than gladiators, the weaker party, overcoming the strong and, in turn, slaughtering the powerful guards? The nobles in the audience didn't care what was happening in Nuceria city, nor did they care about the consequences of what was currently happening in the gladiator arena. They just wanted to be entertained. That was all. The battle lasted half an hour, and when the last guard fell to the ground, the blood had already dyed the already red sand even more crimson. Streams of blood flowed in the supernatural, unmelting ice and snow, with the heads of the guards immersed in it, rolling out beyond the snow-covered area, pushing the cheers from the audience to an even higher pitch. Maggot Eye flew chaotically in the sky, constantly adjusting the lighting. The beams of light above the gladiator arena flickered over the gladiators slowly emerging from the ice and snow, finally focusing on Angron and Qin Xia. As Qin Xia no longer maintained the presence of the ice and snow, the psyker created ice and snow instantly dissipated. The victor of the gladiator battle has. Before Maggot Eye could fully transmit the host's words, it suddenly flickered from the air into Qin Xia's hand. With 5 fingers together, Maggot Eye was crushed. This isn't a gladiator battle, this is a rebellion. Qin Xia took a step forward, pointing his finger at the audience. We will no longer provide entertainment for you, and as for the slave owners and oppressors among you, we will find you and tear you to pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xia was met with even more enthusiastic applause and cheers. The nobles, who were only there for fun, almost jumped up to clap and cheer. A noble young lady, holding a slave by the hand, even stood up excitedly, cheering loudly while taking off her intimate clothing and throwing it onto the barrier that separated the audience from the combat area. Qin Xia sneered, turned around, and led the gladiators onto the path back to the cave. But they weren't returning to the gladiators' dwelling place, they simply had to take the path through the cave to leave the gladiator arena. Onamaus followed at the very end of the gladiator team. As he was about to step into the dark corridor and leave the red sand battlefield, he suddenly stopped and shouted a sentence. It was the same words shouted by the rebellion soldier who had been killed by the scum slaughterer's noble gladiator team earlier. I'll screw all the High Knights' families. The gladiator arena had entered a state of maximum alert. The gladiators walked through corridors filled with various dangers. When they encountered an automatic machine gun, Qin Xia would activate a psyker barrier, and with his free hand, he would use his psyker abilities to dismantle the machine gun from the corridor ceiling. Then the gladiator who knew how to use a heavy machine gun would prioritize getting that machine gun. When they encountered a laser grid, Qin Xia would use his psyker abilities to remotely extract all the components from the device controlling the laser grid, making the lasers disappear. When they encountered security mechs or human security forces, the gladiators armed with machine guns would open fire, and combined with the psyker abilities released by Qin Xia, they would eliminate the enemies. Every step was taken with trepidation. Qin Xia kept one eye open and the other closed, observing everything simultaneously from a subjective reality perspective and a psyker perspective. If he didn't do this, any hidden mechanism could suddenly appear and instantly kill this group of gladiators, who were only wearing a few rags. He also had to divide some of his attention to combat. And he had to maintain various psyker abilities. But the gladiators were not infants who would die without a nanny. Whenever a group of enemies rushed out from a fork in the road, intending to catch the rebellion off guard, the gladiators would dodge gunfire while rapidly approaching, then quickly and thoroughly eliminate the enemies. No one who had survived in this gladiator arena until now was a coward or a weakling. Those who are tired, drink my blood to restore your stamina. The primarch unhesitatingly cut his wrist, passing through the gladiators' disciplined advancing formation from front to back. This was a temporary rest. Angron thought Qin Xia might be very uncomfortable from releasing psyker abilities for a long time, but he didn't ask Qin Xia if he was uncomfortable, instead choosing this method to give Qin Xia time to rest. The gladiators were also very tired. They had been fighting continuously from the gladiator arena until now, and normal human stamina has its limits, even for Nuceria people. Everyone needed time to breathe. Everyone must persevere. Qin Xia turned back and said to the crowd, this rebellion indeed came very suddenly, but this suddenness has both advantages and disadvantages for us. There's a war going on in Nuceria city, and the nobles are fighting among themselves. So even if we didn't get weapon and equipment support from the Mad King, at least we still have this good timing. Listening to Qin Xia's words, none of the gladiators spoke. Blade's Edge Principle. At this moment, discipline had been elevated to its utmost, and the gladiators had transformed themselves into a part of a precisely operating war machine. The gladiators' eyes were fierce and resolute, and they half knelt, panting. As Angron walked past each person with his arm raised, the gladiators would grab the primarch's arm and place it before their mouths, rapidly replenishing their stamina with the primarch's blood. Those who had recovered their stamina silently organized the items they had hastily picked up from the enemies. They put on easily removable items they had casually picked up, such as shoes, helmets, and protective clothing. They quickly learned how to use stun batons and ranged energy weapons from Onamaus, then tried to adjust the weapons in their hands. Those who were ready for battle again stood up from their half-kneeling posture and raised their hands. We need to go outside first. Qin Xia continued to lead the way, collect as much supplies as possible, prioritizing equipment, then medicine. The gladiators remained silent, not uttering a word. Blade's Edge Principle. Qin Xia didn't need to ask for opinions, but explanations were still necessary, even if they were deceptions. The gladiators needed to understand what they were doing through explanations, and understand whether they would have honor at the moment of sacrifice. Then you will run towards the desert, and Angron will show you the way. As for me, I will fight my way back to find Yuechula's mother, and other slaves who are valuable to us and willing to follow us. As Qin Xia spoke these two sentences, most of the gladiators were stunned for a moment. Yuechula had just wanted to ask to leave the team to find his mother when Qin Xia announced the related plan. You, Qin Xia stared at the gladiators, you and everyone connected to you, if you are imprisoned, I will do everything I can to rescue you. With that, frost spread through the corridor, and Qin Xia's eyes once again filled with white psyker light. Continue forward. Chapter 70, The Mission of the Synthetics. After everyone had fought their way out, Qin Xia would return on his own. That was what he thought, but just like this uprising, plans always fell through. When the gladiators burst out of the corridor, what greeted them was not only the entrances and exits of the gladiator arena, but also a large number of enemies. The security mechs, originally designed for labor and production, were not qualified to be here. Elite guards, quadrupedal combat machines, and mechs specifically designed for combat were the biggest obstacles between the gladiators and their goal of escaping to freedom. The elite guards also formed a phalanx like in the cold weapon era, but they were clearly battle-hardened. Facing the gladiators and the wizards among them, they showed no fear. Silvervine formed a cover in front of them, and their firearms were mounted on the gun bodies formed by the Silvervine. As for the combat mechs, they were inlaid with large areas of heavy armor, standing nearly 4 meters tall. Their arms integrated claws and swords, and their shoulders carried 2 large-caliber long-range weapons. There were 5 of these intimidating black iron men, standing in front of the guards. On the chest of each combat mech, ancient non-Nuceria script was engraved. Nuceria Company's travel security service is terrible, but I was here a noble earthling, left during a trip in 211. M19. The combat mechs simultaneously issued a deep, cold warning. Gladiator Arena Project employees, company contract laborers must obey company rules. Unauthorized departure from work posts is prohibited. First warning. Return to your work posts immediately, or you will be shot. The ancient warning issued by the mechs according to their programming was incomprehensible to the gladiators. Qin Xia understood it, but at this moment, he had no other choice. He raised his hand and conjured a spherical Shinic barrier covering everyone. The gladiators were also prepared to approach the enemy under the protection of the Shinic barrier and fight to the death. Kleist floated half a meter off the ground due to his anti-gravity spear, his gaze fixed on the enemies before him. Yuechola shielded his younger brother Anticius behind him. But just as the battle was about to begin, a large anti-gravity aircraft slowly descending from the sky attracted everyone's attention. The aircraft was emblazoned with the Tark family's crown crest. The guards on the ground were about to open fire, but when they saw who was inside the aircraft, they all put down their weapons, allowing the aircraft to land. The one who stepped out of the aircraft was not a member of the Tark family, but Sorrow, whose head Qin Xia had already blown off. Get back into the gladiator arena, Sorrow ordered coldly to all the gladiators, these 5 combat mechs are enough to kill every last one of you. The gladiators remained unmoved. Qin Xia looked at Sorrow and noticed that something was off about him. Sorrow also glanced at Qin Xia, then slowly walked to the very front, completely disregarding the guard officer's dissuasion. Standing even further forward than the guards and mechs, Sorrow faced the gladiators, smiled, and closed his eyes. When those eyes opened again, they were filled with a dense array of symbols, like the execution phase of some program displayed on a screen. All combat mechs turned around simultaneously. The heavy weapons on their shoulders released 2 spheres. The spheres silently shattered the moment they left the muzzles, and a large number of tiny, small intelligent munitions instantly killed the guards present. Detecting, forced intrusion. Anti-data intrusion program, activating. Activating. You have obtained access. Have a pleasant day at work, Mr. Security Person in charge. Facing the stunned gladiators, Seiro's body surface rippled, and he transformed back to his original appearance. Hi. Brown, as always, raised his hand and smiled as he greeted Qin Xia. Brown. Qin Xia was surprised, I thought you died with Tark. Speaking of which, Brown felt a bit guilty, he was suddenly had his spine broken by someone, and I didn't even detect a sound, but he didn't die. Didn't die. Qin Xia was even more surprised. Brown nodded, looking very sad, he wore armor that could bind his soul, went to activate the bomb hidden beneath Xia City, and then he told me to leave and find a safe place to live through Ian after Ian. Qin Xia nodded, then raised an eyebrow, and then you came to find us. Brown also nodded. Looking at the bewildered gladiators, the stone man thought for a moment and slowly began to speak. Our stone man species, or rather, the synthetic species. The reason we were designed was for humans to have us serve the human race's pursuit of civilization and advancement. I am not the all-powerful, either an inventor or a manager, High Knight Stone Man you speak of. I am merely a role-playing NPC created by an entertainment industry company, a lowly stone man. But I am indeed a synthetic, a stone man. Brown's gaze fell on Qin Xia's face again. When my compatriots have withered away, and the human species has fallen into barbarism and ignorance, I must stand up and do something. You said my dream, the dream of Nuceria returning to being an amusement park, is impossible. Perhaps you even think I'm crazy. Brown's talkative habit flared up again. But Qin Xia listened intently, savoring every word Brown spoke. But I thought about it and realized that what I was pursuing was not just that amusement park. Brown shrugged, a forced wry smile on his face. What I pursue is that era. In that era, terrifying weapons were used against the enemies they were meant to face. Artists, managers, scientists, businessmen among humans, they vented the inherent, ineliminable dark side of the human species in this place. When they left here, they were still noble, rational. And not like humans are now, where every human living on Nuceria, from birth to death, is a barbaric, dark slave owner or slave, forever playing a role-playing game they are unwillingly forced into. This is it, this is what I pursue. After realizing this, I decided to take on the responsibility of my extinct High Knight Stone Man compatriots. Perhaps my abilities as a low-function stone man are not enough, but something must be done. Serving humanity, this is my origin, my mission. The people who designed and created me and my compatriots are gone, but what they created remains and can still protect their descendants. I hope that in the future history written by human historians, after humanity falls into darkness and ignorance, a low-function stone man born in an era of light does what only the extinct powerful stone man would do, defend and serve the interests of the entire human race, not an amusement park. Until this stone man's eternal and infinite life ends at some stage of this mission. Qin Xia stepped forward and extended his hand. We can start with this place, Nuceria. Brown clasped Qin Xia's hand. Oh, by the way, I just went to the slaves' quarters and released quite a few people. Some others, after hearing about your situation, plan to join you. As Brown spoke, he raised his hand towards the aircraft, and the tail hatch of the aircraft opened, revealing a large amount of weapons and equipment, several slaves, and some supplies. Yuechola. Yuchuka. The two brothers standing among the gladiators heard their most longed-for call, and this sound made them immediately rush towards its source. The brother's mother was so emotional that tears streamed down her face, and she embraced her rushing sons. Brown looked at Qin Xia and gestured towards the aircraft. Please board Ace Pilot Brown's aircraft. You are an undeniable ace pilot. Qin Xia smiled, then turned and waved to the gladiators, get on the helicopter. The large anti-gravity aircraft ascended into the sky. carrying the people who had brought themselves liberation, supplies and weapons and equipment. And the combat mechs. When Brown's hand touched the aircraft's exterior, this normally non-stealthy aircraft became invisible, though only visually. Brown glanced at Qin Xia, who was in the co-pilot's seat, and reached out to press the player switch. The ancient music playlist collected by the stone man began to loop. Where's the target? Brown asked. In the desert, our shelter when we hid from the sandstorm, Qin Xia replied. Brown nodded, target set 500 kilometers away. The music player changed its song according to Brown's thoughts. If you missed the train I was on, then I've already left quietly. You hear that whistle stretching for 100 miles and 100 miles carrying me far away. Listening to the music, Qin Xia asked in surprise, 500 miles? Where did you get this song? Brown's hands were on the steering wheel, his flexible body swaying slowly with the music. 17,000 years ago, a tourist collected ancient music players, and then he left one of them behind. Ancient relic. Qin Xia looked out the aircraft window. Using Shinic power made him feel tired, though only tired. The large aircraft flew steadily through the air, passing over the chaotic areas on the ground. Outside Xia City, guards and mechs were attacking the city. High Knights flew through the air using various ancient technological relics, and one High Knight, using a weapon of mass destruction, released a beam that pierced a large hole in the giant metal city wall. But all of this was temporarily unrelated to the invisible aircraft and everyone inside it. The gladiators, who had just experienced a bloody battle, listened to the melodious music, contemplating the future with either anticipation or fear in the cargo hold. 100 miles, carrying me far away. You hear that whistle stretching for 100 miles. Outside Xia City, an officer, forced to use ancient tactics and only able to fill the siege with human lives, looked up at the sky, watching the High Knights floating in the air, on the verge of tears. The army composed of slaves and civilians, previously screened by Tark through brutal methods, was fighting to the death against the invaders in the streets. Bearing everything leaving home. Tysius and Yuchuka in the aircraft's cargo hold were lie at the window, looking outside. In the direction of Xia City, a ball of light slowly rose, covering half the city. The entire area was as bright as day. Brown turned around and looked out the window sorrowfully. Engineering bomb. I helped Tark find it, and he detonated it. Now I am in rags. On the border between the scorching red sand desert and the artificial oasis, a lizard perched on a rock felt an abnormal gravity coming from the sky and immediately crawled under the rock. 100 miles and 100 miles. The aircraft flew deep into the desert. Above the boundless red sand, on the city walls of the Moray family's fortress territory, an officer looked at the ball of light rising in the direction of Xia City and clinked glasses with his subordinates. They chatted and laughed about who would win this noble infighting. People had various opinions, but they also shared a consensus. No matter how far the noble infighting progressed, the people who would truly be unharmed and still gain huge profits would only appear in one place. That was the Moray family. At least, it would be in the Moray family's fortress territory. Chapter 71, The Fighters. A week had passed since they fought their way out of the gladiator arena. A sandstorm swept across the entire desert. The open entrance of the cave, in a visually incomprehensible way, blocked the storm, which was composed of nanobots, from entering. Inside the cave, sweet, clear springs flowed from some seemingly naturally formed holes. Water was not hard to find in this place, but food was scarce. Last time I was here, I was wondering why the cave in this damn place could block nanobots, and why there's an endless supply of water here. Qin Xia and Stone Man Bulang sat facing each other, discussing the past, the present, and the future. Bulang glanced at a few gladiators who were drinking from the water source, and said with a complex expression, when Nuceria was still an amusement park, this place was actually a restroom. As soon as he finished speaking, the gladiators drinking water looked up sharply. They didn't understand Nuceria's past, nor did they care. But they understood the word restroom. Don't worry, although the water here is filtered from any surrounding water source that can be collected, Bulang withdrew his gaze, the water here is still 10,000 times cleaner than 99% of the water you've ever drunk in your life. Clean? Then what was there to worry about? The gladiators continued to drink heartily. Bulang also continued the previous topic, a review of the escape from the gladiator arena a week ago. To be honest, my heart was pounding when I flew here in my aircraft, because I thought your chances of success were very low. You know, things happened too suddenly. Tark's spine was just broken by someone, then the siege began, High Knights flew in the sky, and guards suddenly appeared and started attacking the city. Bulang looked disbelieving and worried. I don't know what your specific plan was, but it definitely didn't keep up with the changes. Sorrow suddenly went to the gladiator arena, and I was about to assassinate him, but then I found out he died in the gladiator arena. Did you never even think that Sorrow would go to the gladiator arena, or that he would be killed by you? Qin Xia picked his ears and nodded without objection. Yes, it was too sudden. Bulang continued to sigh for a while. Qin Xia pretended to listen carefully, but in reality, his attention was not on what happened a week ago, but on Angron. Two children, Yuchuka and Tysius. Yuchuka gently patted Tysius's shoulder, signaling her to look at Angron and Kleist. But Tysius didn't even acknowledge Yuchuka, burying her head in learning broadsword swordsmanship from the gladiator named Primarch, who used a brass broadsword. Kleist sat in front of Angron. The sandstorm had passed, and Kleist was preparing to get up and patrol outside, as she was the only one who could fly and fly faster than a fighter jet. But as she got up, Kleist's anti-gravity spear pulled Angron up, half a meter off the ground. Because Yuchuka had, at some point, chained Kleist and the Primarch's legs together. Watching the pranked Kleist and Angron, the gladiators burst into laughter, and even the two who were pranked laughed heartily. Perhaps Kleist and Angron had intended to cooperate with Yuchuka, otherwise they would have surely noticed the chains connecting them. Haha. Qin Xia chuckled twice, then turned to look at the still chattering stone man, this child. Although everything happened very suddenly, we still managed to get out, Bulang said. Thanks to you knowing the way and having some preparations, otherwise I would have arrived too late, and you might have lost some people to the traps in the corridor. Just as Qin Xia was about to respond with a hum, he saw the mother of the two brothers, Yuchuka and Yuechula, walking aggressively towards her younger son. Yuchuka turned and ran, but was scooped into the arms of a laughing gladiator, who handed him over to the two brothers' mother. Then Yuchuka was pressed over his mother's knee and spanked. At this moment, Tasius did turn her head to pay attention to Yuchuka, a fleeting smile appearing on her face. By the way, are we really going to try and take over the Moray family's territory? Bulang asked, bringing up future plans. Of course. Qin Xia quickly turned back, stating very seriously that it was indeed the case. This cave has no defensive measures, it's very conspicuous in the desert, and it's not a place to stay for long. We have to find a way to take over the Moray family's territory. Qin Xia then lowered his voice, I know most gladiators think this idea is unrealistic, but they haven't voiced their opinions due to the sword's edge principle. What do you think? Bulang didn't answer immediately. The talkative stone man suddenly closed his mouth, observed each gladiator's face, and then said a very short sentence, if you ask me, they don't have any thoughts. These people never even thought they would live. Qin Xia gazed at the stone man. Bulang shrugged. Qin Xia lowered his head, pondering deeply. This problem might not be able to change until a major breakthrough in the situation occurs. Qin Xia changed the subject. 3 days ago, I asked the gladiators if they wanted to change their title, for example, from gladiator to fighter. Bulang nodded, and then they refused. Qin Xia said helplessly, they feel that the gladiator arena did enslave them, but part of the reason they successfully broke out of the gladiator arena is their strong physiques and absolute discipline. They believe these all came from the gladiator life. To be honest, I think their strong physiques and discipline come from genetic modification, but they're not wrong. After all, genetic modification is just the lower limit, the upper limit still requires their own training and exploration, Bulang said. Qin Xia tacitly agreed. Bulang continued his analysis, actually, keeping the gladiator title has advantages. They hate slave owners, but they are also proud of the glory they achieved in the gladiator arena, because these people have had nothing since birth, the only thing they possess is their combat record. And on the other hand, gladiators, as stars of Nuceria, have a reputation effect. When Nuceria's people see the gladiators' performances in the gladiator arena, they will think of gladiators as a certain type of person. In short, they will label these gladiators themselves. If the gladiators are considered rebels and good people, then the High Knight's propaganda attacks will be less effective in the future. Even if the gladiators are not considered good people, but villains, that identity still has appeal, because natural people are diverse, and some people just like villains. Qin Xia listened to these words and felt that Bulang was right. The gladiators were, after all, Nuceria's people, and most of them grew up in the gladiator arena. Their identity was also one of the important reasons for their unity and cooperation. So, while Bulang was still rambling, Qin Xia stopped the topic with one sentence. Now I am going to conduct an exploration of the warp, looking for a way to quickly traverse the warp and return to reality. Chapter 72, Deep Diving Again. He traversed the veil, delving deep into that unpredictable psychic space. This was Qin Xia's second deep dive into the warp. Just like last time, he was once again aboard a submarine. The submarine quickly dissipated, but just like last time, once the psychic energy Qin Xia absorbed was depleted and then replenished, the submarine reappeared, continuing to carry Qin Xia on his deep dive into the warp. Compared to the previous time, Qin Xia observed the warp in more detail this time. Strange small creatures, shaped like cubes with a tentacle on each face, swirled and wriggled around the submarine. They did nothing but wriggle, making one wonder if their purpose was merely to cause visual disgust. And in the many indescribable, geological-like structures that were sometimes extremely far and sometimes extremely close, there were even more warp creatures. There are no good things among warp creatures. You must never come into contact with them, and certainly don't bring them to the reality universe. One of my apprentices signed a contract with a so-called elf. As a result, before he died, he dragged dozens of souls into the warp with him, becoming slaves to warp creatures. The think tank's teachings resonated in Qin Xia's ears as usual. But Qin Xia had a different view on this matter. His experience in using psychic energy was temporarily not as good as that of the White Scars think tank, but as a transmigrator, he knew more about the warp than the psychiers in this universe who cautiously explored its power. The dark gods, namely Qin, Xia, Nurgle, and Slaanesh, these 4 gods, were a part of the warp, not its entirety. Besides the dark gods and their servants, there also existed chaos demons without alignment among the warp creatures, and beyond that, various other kinds of creatures. In this mental alien space, composed of extreme emotions and psychic power, nothing was impossible, and nothing was certain. Warp creatures were neither good nor bad, they were merely warp entities formed by extreme emotions and abstract concepts, influenced and controlled by the emotions or concepts they were associated with. Their behavior, thoughts, and instincts would all follow the influence of the many emotions and concepts that constituted their essence. They had no self, let alone good or evil. Everything here was essentially a slave to the warp. The principle of warp teleportation technology is to allow a person to briefly traverse the warp, which has no spatial or distance limitations, and then reappear in the desired location upon returning to the reality universe. This is not difficult, but I must find something that can anchor reality universe coordinates in the warp. Qin Xia looked around and spoke to the submarine cabin, which contained no one but him, as if making a wish. In the reality universe, merely having an idea is not enough to accomplish something, practice and action are also required. But in the warp, this mental alien space, the ripples that an idea can stir up and the changes it can trigger far exceed those of practice. This was especially true for a powerful soul that was close to psychic energy. The submarine continued to navigate the warp, and Qin Xia quietly waited for his idea to cause ripples in the warp. After navigating for a moment, Qin Xia realized that the submarine hadn't moved at all. What was moving was the incomprehensible and indescribable bizarre environment around it. Finally, something that looked like a road with eyes approached the submarine. A creature that looked like a signpost was stuck on this road. "Hello, traveler." The signpost creature had no mouth. When Qin Xia wanted to understand what the other party was saying, the moment this thought appeared, a dialogue box popped up in his vision. "I was born when the soul creatures in the reality universe generated the idea of drawing paths and anchoring coordinates. More precisely, I am the projection generated by the idea of drawing paths and anchoring coordinates in the warp, a mental entity created by this projection." Two sentences appeared in the dialogue box. "Can you help me find a way and coordinates to a certain place in the reality universe?" Qin Xia asked, just like a warp engine can find a stable route in the warp. "No." The signpost creature's words appeared in the dialogue box. "I can only help you mark roads, I cannot help you open up or find roads. I am a marker. You need to find a mental entity that can help you identify directions. In a place where certain mental entities gather in the warp, you can find it there, and then you can help him collect various items in exchange for his agreement to help you identify paths. Can it be simpler and more direct?" Qin Xia frowned. When he thought according to the signpost creature's words in his mind and generated a thought of searching, another warp creature appeared. It was a huge fleshy compass, covered in eyes. The compass appeared from nowhere and approached from nowhere. In any case, it appeared. "Hello, Lost One. I am the product of the strong desire of intelligent life in the reality universe to identify directions. Their thoughts shaped me in the warp. I can help you find the path you wish to find." 3 lines of text appeared in the dialogue box in Qin Xia's eyes. Qin Xia didn't know what to think for a moment. The warp was just that strange, even stranger than dreams. Qin Xia wasn't even sure if the signpost creature in front of him was a real warp mental entity, or if his desire to find a way was achieved in an indirect and circuitous manner, and thus shaped this signpost creature. "Can you help me find the way to the Moray family territory in Nuceria?" Qin Xia asked. After saying this, Qin Xia originally wanted to explain further, for example, to tell this warp creature what Nuceria was, what the Moray family was, and their general direction. But Nucerians were also human species, their souls and thoughts would also cause ripples in the warp. There was no information transmission process like in the reality universe in the warp. "A temporary passage has been marked for you. Please note, this is a temporary passage. If you want a longer distance and more stable passage, please find a stronger warp creature. You're welcome. I am the mental entity projected by the desire of the lost in the warp. I am now going to help other lost ones." The compass turned and suddenly disappeared. Qin Xia looked at the signpost. The signpost creature moved to a spot and then anchored there permanently, marking the temporary passage that the compass had just indicated. "How long can this passage last? I know there is no time in the warp, but there is in the reality universe. How much reality universe time can it last?" Qin Xia asked the signpost. "It is temporary because psychic power deems it temporary, but this temporariness might be eternal for you, or it might be an instant. It cannot be temporary, and it might be temporary. It is temporary, it is also not temporary." 2 lines of text appeared in the dialogue box. These 2 riddle-like lines made Qin Xia give up on seeking answers from the signpost. The path might be temporary, but it's unlikely that the path itself is temporary. Similar contradictory sentences could be applied to anything in this mentally constructed alien space. In any case, Qin Xia's purpose for this warp journey had been achieved, and he did not linger any longer, reabsorbing warp psychic energy before returning to the reality universe. Chapter 73, Losing Soul. Done. Qin Xia opened his eyes, about to tell the gladiators about warp teleportation, but found them all gathered around him. "What's wrong?" Qin Xia asked. The gladiators' reaction reminded Qin Xia that after his last warp deep dive, they had looked at him with the same expression. Their eyes held both confusion and concern. "You suddenly started scolding everyone just now," Anamao said with a complex expression. "Every single one of us got yelled at by you." Hearing this, Qin Xia looked at Angron. "I know you didn't mean to scold us." Angron's face only showed concern, "but what exactly happened to you?" Qin Xia then looked at Brown. The stone man frowned helplessly, hesitating. "You said my flying skills weren't good, buddy, that really hurt. My flying skills are what I'm most proud of." The others had similar reactions. Qin Xia was bewildered. "I was sitting cross-legged with my eyes closed just now, traveling in a psychic alternate space. How could I have scolded you? When you first arrived at the gladiator arena, you sat cross-legged on the ground for a while and then suddenly started laughing," Anamao said. "Last time, I thought you knew what would happen to you, and if you didn't proactively tell us, there must have been something you couldn't say. so I didn't bring it up. Qin Xia recalled Anamouse's reaction to him after his first warp deep dive, and the things Anamouse had kept hidden at the time. You just said you traveled to a psychic alternate space. Brown suddenly realized something, becoming very serious. I've read some research on mental illnesses. If a person's soul and body are disconnected for a long time, you'll experience this kind of situation. For example, a good person suddenly becomes inexplicably evil, or a bad person suddenly becomes unconditionally kind to others. In short, a certain aspect of the psyche becomes extreme, like it's out of control. In the doctor's jargon, this kind of soul-related illness has a professional term, losing soul. During the peak era of the human race that Brown had experienced, many incurable diseases from ancient times found treatments or a deeper understanding. For instance, ancient mental illnesses like hysteria or madness. Through humanity's exploration of warp-related matters, the causes of these mental illnesses were also uncovered, which was exactly as Brown described, the so-called losing soul. First of all, I can confirm that I won't lose soul. Qin Xia said, deep in thought. He was very sure that everything he felt during his warp deep dive was real, not some illusory dream that concretized irrational abstract concepts into understandable sensations. When deep diving into the warp, Qin Xia would feel as if he was detaching from his body. It could be concluded that after the soul enters the warp, a certain aspect of his psyche would become extreme and out of control, but fortunately, this only manifested in a way that seemed baffling to others. The soul also took psychic power with it when entering the warp, so it wouldn't lose control to the point of randomly unleashing psychic abilities. Once the soul returned, everything would return to normal. As for whether this problem could be foreseen and prevented, Qin Xia knew he was walking a psychic path unprecedented by anyone before or after him. It was extremely difficult for normal psychers, regardless of their courage, just to pierce the veil of the reality universe, so there was no precedent for Qin Xia to refer to. Regarding this situation similar to losing soul, the only method Qin Xia could think of was to find a secluded place for warp deep diving in the future. You all heard what Brown said. Qin Xia helplessly scanned the crowd, losing soul. How can words spoken in that state be taken seriously? The gladiators weren't hurt by the extreme emotions Qin Xia displayed during his warp deep dive. They had witnessed Qin Xia's actions, and for these people, who had known each other for a short time but had gone through life and death many times together, no words or actions could alienate them from each other. They were just very concerned about Qin Xia's condition, and now seeing Qin Xia calm, they all felt relieved. Tonight, we'll go together to scout the Moray family's territory. If possible, we'll take it down tonight. Qin Xia stood up and announced to everyone. Anamouse raised his hand. Qin Xia nodded, signaling Anamouse to speak. I know some more detailed information about the Moray family, Anamouse said, because I was a slave in their family when I was little. Late at night. The Red Sand Desert's temperature was extremely low. 1,000 meters from the Moray family's fortress territory, the gladiators, wearing armor and holding weapons, lay prone on the desert. A multi-tool named Silvervine was wrapped around their arms. These armors and weapons were brought by Brown, originally stored in the cargo hold of the large anti-gravity aircraft. It was evident that these items were crafted in a hurry, lacking advanced functions, but the materials used were incredibly formidable. The material used for crafting the armor was called bronze, but it wasn't true bronze, rather, it was an incredibly tough yet astonishingly light material. And the material used for crafting the swords was called brass, a slightly heavy but exceptionally sharp material. Tark crafted these weapons based on the information he collected about each gladiator, ensuring that every gladiator had the weapon they liked and were skilled at using. My anti-gravity spear is malfunctioning. Kleist crawled on the red sand to Qin Xia's side and whispered. Qin Xia looked back and saw that the anti-gravity spear on Kleist's leg was no longer emitting energy. This damned place has a control core for an orbital defense platform's close-range fire array. Qin Xia recalled what the stone man had said, so your anti-gravity spear should be locked by it. And the lock range is exactly this 1,000 meters, Kleist said, an ancient artifact. That chatterbox talked it up so much, but its effective range is only 1,000 meters. I thought that control core was much more powerful. The nearby gladiators also agreed with Kleist. They had been continuously approaching the fortress territory to test the effective range of the control core Brown had mentioned. It wasn't until they were within 1,000 meters that Kleist's anti-gravity spear malfunctioned. This situation was better than anyone had expected. How could these barbarians know how to adjust the performance parameters of that control core? When they got it, it was in its extremely close-range emergency mode. These people don't know how to adjust it, so they can only use it in whatever mode it was in when they got it. That's why the effective range is only 1,000 meters. The chatterbox Kleist referred to walk towards the gladiators, responding to Kleist's words. Qin Xia sharply turned his head towards the direction of the voice, only to see Brown approaching them in stealth mode. Didn't I tell you to stay in the cave to watch things and protect those who can't fight? Qin Xia quickly reached out, signaling Brown not to move forward. You're also a technological construct. What if that defense platform's core invades and locks you? You're right, but I'm a stone man. My internal computing power, plus the additional computational capacity provided by the butcher's nails, is more than all the computational power of its entire orbital defense platform's functional cores combined. Brown continued to walk forward, approaching the edge of the control core's effective range. Don't forget I'm a stone man, even at low function, I'm still a stone man. I will protect the glory of the entire stone man race, and by the way, let you witness what ancient is. Mid-sentence, Brown collapsed into the red sand. Currently being invaded. All computational power has been diverted to the firewall core, currently resisting invasion. Restarting. Brown's body convulsed violently, and cold alert sounds emanated from him. When being invaded by the control core, Brown didn't even have a tiny bit of extra computational power to maintain the emotion simulation function's operation. I've certainly witnessed the power of ancient relics. Qin Xia helplessly looked at Kleist. Take him back. Okay. With his anti-gravity spear locked and even his movement affected, Kleist could only take on this task, dragging Brown back to the cave shelter. Chapter 74, Fortress Territory. Within the towering walls that reached into the clouds, colossal spires were scattered everywhere. Heavy firepower was densely packed as far as the eye could see on the high walls. Furthermore, giant artillery barrels, whose power was unimaginable, extended from the massive firing ports on the city walls. This fortress territory looked formidable. Anyone who saw it would not believe that there was an army on Nuceria capable of taking it in a siege. As a well-informed individual, Qin Xia did have a way to take it in a frontal siege. The methods were a general cannon, orbital bombardment, or a titan. Any one of these three options could take it. However, there was currently no massive siege artillery called a general cannon, nor were there warships capable of orbital bombardment. But if a psyker who had just figured out how to perform warp teleportation still had to engage in a siege, then psychic power would not be a force so heavily guarded against and hated. As Qin Xia wanted to explore more information, his uncontrollable but never-failing prophetic ability suddenly activated. The perspective continuously zoomed in and out. But it was never chaotic, very clear. Underneath the fortress territory, a massive control core was emitting a piercing alarm, but the guards officer managing it did not understand what the alarm meant. The control core detected and infiltrated a stone man, sounding an alarm to warn others that an invasion might be imminent. The guards were annoyed by the alarm and kept hitting the control core. The control core still faithfully performed its duty, warning those present with an even louder alarm. It was the controller of the part of the 20K orbital defense platform's many AI control cores responsible for intercepting enemy firepower. Because it detected and infiltrated a stone man, its database, which had not been updated since the Iron Man rebellion, made it believe that a stone man had sided with the Iron Man and intended to attack Nuceria's near orbit. In the ruins of the massive defense platform still in Nuceria's orbit, there were devices that the control core could use to autonomously collect and analyze information. The AI, which had been isolated, had no way to observe the outside world. As for what the AI core said, enemy stone man anti-information infiltration system has been cracked. It is estimated that the enemy has landed on the orbital defense platform. Defense mode has been adjusted from extremely close-range efficient interception to anti-landing invasion. Subsequently, the control core's operational range was reduced to within the fortress territory. Inside a tall tower within the fortress territory, the Moray family patriarch's personal servant was discussing matters with the guards officers. The officers stated that the Tark family had resumed a tradition forbidden by the Mad King after his death. The Tark family's guards must fight according to what was written in ancient tactical books. The personal servant stated that it was the Tark family's business, and the Moray family had allowed the guards to use advanced tactics not because of the Mad King Tark. Now that the Mad King was dead, there was no need to bring back the traditional tactics from those tactical books. The personal servant also stated that the Moray family's master was a benevolent person. Traditional tactics were merely the High Knight's control and manipulation of the guards. They just wanted to see the guards die, which was why they made the guards follow tradition. Since the Moray family's master was not cruel, there was even less need to restore traditional tactics. These matters have nothing to do with you guards. That's enough. Only a High Knight can defeat a High Knight. When encountering a High Knight from another family, do you expect a group of guards crawling on the ground to deal with a High Knight? Whether the advanced tactics used by the Moray family guards need to be abolished along with the Tark family, what does it have to do with you high-ranking slaves? After being reprimanded by the Patriarch's personal servant, the guards officers who wanted to restore traditional tactics went back to rest. Large numbers of security automatons were scattered on the streets and city walls. Countless surveillance devices were monitoring every movement inside and outside the city. Guard soldiers, who had guarded the city walls for generations observing the outside world, patrolled back and forth with thermal imaging, but no heat sources were visible in the desert except for some venomous insects. In the largest tall tower of the fortress territory, the direct relatives of the Moray family patriarch resided. They were either indulging in pleasure or resting from the exhaustion of indulgence. Members of collateral families lived in the shorter towers around the main tower. Qin Xia opened his eyes, and the psychic light dissipated. He had already obtained so much information, but to others, he had merely closed and then opened his eyes. Feeling that he was ready, Qin Xia asked Ono, among those from the Moray family, who would be best to control first. Control the current patriarch's children, Ono said. The characteristic of this family is loving couples, extremely good parent-child relationships, and they have an incurable genetic disease. Therefore, the children who survive to adulthood are considered precious heirs of the family. Controlling them first is even more effective than directly controlling the patriarch. Good. Qin Xia sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes, and concentrated on summoning his psychic power. When he opened his eyes again, a pearly white psychic light surged from his eye sockets. Can you leave that patriarch for me to kill? Ono suddenly said. Qin Xia nodded, then released his psychic power. Including the primarch, everyone's souls and bodies traversed the warp in an extremely short time. Qin Xia's psychic power protected their souls, isolating them from the terrifying environment of the warp. And Ono's soul projection, at some unknown point, approached everyone. His soul, radiating a pure white light, dispelled some of the malicious creatures that Qin Xia's psychic power had kept out. As for those participating in this teleportation, they only had a momentary sensation of being stripped from something and then put back into something. The only image they saw was a living road sign with eyes, pointing the way. When everyone came to their senses, they found themselves inside a huge tall tower, and as far as their eyes could see, there were bodyguard soldiers sleeping on communal bunks. Snow was falling throughout the tall tower, ice had formed on the ground, and a cold wind howled. Kill! Someone shouted, and the gladiators immediately advanced, wielding their weapons and slaughtering the bodyguard soldiers who were still asleep. The primarch ran wildly through each floor of the tall tower, splitting people in two with his axe as he passed them, showing no mercy to slave owners and their lackeys. The silver vine that Tark forged for the gladiators was also a technological artifact and could not be used here, but the gladiators, with their agility and decisiveness, were able to kill most of the soldiers in the tall tower in their beds, not to mention having a primarch helping them. Soon, the bodyguard soldiers on the lower floors of the tall tower heard the commotion from above. They woke up and rushed to the weapon depot on the lowest floor of the tall tower. Angron, sensing through his emotions that these enemies believed weapons could turn the tide, rushed into the weapon depot ahead of all the gladiators, allowing the fastest bodyguard soldiers to merely touch the weapon's casing. During the battle, some gladiators noticed that Qin Xia was nowhere to be found, but they could only resolve the current fight before looking for Qin Xia. Chapter 75 Nightmare. The very top floor of the most magnificent and towering spire in the fortress territory. Inside the luxurious bedroom, the matriarch of the Moray family lay on a 10-meter-long bed, along with several strong slaves. In the dead of night, the matriarch, feeling thirsty in her sleep, crawled out of bed and groggily reached for the fine wine on the nightstand. After taking a large gulp, the cold, sweet wine sobered her up considerably. As the matriarch was about to return to bed to continue sleeping, she suddenly noticed a tall man sitting by the desk. It was Qin Xia sitting by the desk. Nearly 3 meters tall, he sat in a spacious chair, legs crossed, with a book resting on his thigh. Research notes on ancient ruin defense mechanisms. Qin Xia read every word on the pages very carefully, committing to memory the Moray family's research over many generations into the control core their ancestors had obtained from the orbital defense platform. The matriarch watched this scene, her sleepiness completely gone. As she hesitated whether she should scold him or inquire, Qin Xia spoke first. What is your name, madam? Suya, the matriarch replied. Suya Moray. I see. Qin Xia smiled slightly, then lowered his head and continued reading. Suya trembled all over, but she still managed to move sideways, inching closer to the wardrobe where her weapon was kept. The ice that had appeared on the floor at some point made Suya's bare feet feel bone-chillingly cold, but she endured it, slowly approaching the wardrobe. Like all slave owners in Nuceria, Suya was also a high knight. She possessed angel armor, inlaid with huge wings, its carapace impenetrable to any attack. She possessed a gravity manipulation rod, capable of instantly crushing a group of people. She possessed gloves that could decompose human bodies into molecules. She possessed many things, just like the other high knights. But at least while approaching the wardrobe where those weapons were placed, Suya was just a weak, ordinary person. Your family has been researching that control core for a very long time, but unfortunately, there hasn't been any useful progress at all. Though your Moray family is foolish, their ability to lock things up is astonishing. You should thank your ancestors for setting up locks in many places in the fortress territory that only members of the Moray family can unlock, otherwise you would be a corpse by now. Qin Xia smiled, his face showing no hint of threat or intimidation, only gentleness. Casually tossing the book aside, Qin Xia looked at Suya. Get away from that cabinet, or I'll crush your head. Suya shivered and stopped in her tracks. But she still had one more thing she could use in this situation. As this thought appeared, something implanted in Suya's body began to operate. But after Qin Xia raised his hand and flipped his palm, the operating item suddenly moved from Suya's body into Qin Xia's hand. An implant. Qin Xia's gaze shifted from the screaming Suya, who had fallen to the ground, to the implant in his hand, observing it in his psychic vision, a syringe. The medicine inside can give you astonishing regenerative abilities. Nuceria's biotechnology truly lives up to its reputation. Frost quickly adhered to the implant. As Qin Xia clenched his hand into a fist, the entire hard implant instantly shattered into dust. Suya, lying on the ground, watched the implant being crushed and immediately fell into endless despair, for she had nothing left on her person that could be used, let alone change the situation. Come with me. Qin Xia walked towards Suya, grabbed her hair, and dragged her out of the room and into the elevator. The elevator reached the bottom of the high tower, and when the doors opened, it was not the guards Suya longed to see, but the gladiators. Angron ignored Suya, who was being dragged by her hair by Qin Xia, and stepped forward, saying, Someone has pulled the alarm. The people on the city walls are starting to move into the inner city. They have sealed off all our entrances and exits. Of course. Qin Xia knew this was inevitable. He continued to drag Suya, pulling her out onto the plaza outside the high tower. The guards on watch at the city wall had already completely surrounded the area. A large number of security and combat automatons also stood menacingly before the bodyguard soldiers. Despite having a huge advantage, despite being able to shoot and kill all the gladiators who had appeared from nowhere with a single volley, the moment they saw Suya, all the bodyguard soldiers instinctively lowered their muzzles. Ono had already led a small team to clear out the nobles from the nearby high towers, and Suya's dozen or so sons and daughters were being held hostage by the gladiators, kneeling in the plaza. The numerous slaves who had run out and gathered in groups of 3 or 5 in the corner of the plaza due to the recent chaos were trembling. Enemas! Suya exclaimed when she saw Old Bear, her expression first surprise, then bewilderment, and finally anger. You actually dared to organize a rebellion. I order you to tell your soldiers to release me. After shouting this command, Xia herself was momentarily stunned. She quickly realized the situation was different from before, and she shouldn't be so forceful. But for a noble among nobles, who had been accustomed to giving orders to others since childhood, changing her attitude was not an easy matter. I am not your slave. Ono leaned on his longsword, looking up at Xia with contempt. Even when I didn't fight my way out of the gladiator arena with my brothers and sisters, I was not your slave. You have no right to order me, let alone now. Xia struggled to utter a plea. I bestowed many things upon you. You lived in luxury from a young age, you were a high-ranking slave, my personal attendant. You should at least consider those things. You bestowed much upon me, and you took much away. Ono still leaned on his sword, looking down at the slave owner with an unusually cold voice. When I was young and refused to become your personal attendant, you had the guards beat my parents and sisters into a pulp with sticks, and then you said it was all because of me, it was my fault. When I finally mustered the courage to escape and resist, you suppressed the rebellion, you killed all my brothers and sisters who fought alongside me through thick and thin, and then you said it was still my fault, that because I resisted and defied you, I lost them. Now I will make you lose something too. At this, Ono suddenly turned and beheaded the closest of Xia's offspring. Ono was not mistaken, the slave owners of the Moray family indeed had very close relationships with their children. When she saw her son die before her, Xia was in such pain she couldn't breathe. The bodyguard soldiers surrounding the inner city also didn't react at all, they were at a loss, equally bewildered. What was happening now felt like a dream. A group of gladiators invading the Moray family's fortress territory, which was supposedly impossible to conquer in a siege, and then capturing nobles like pigs and dogs. Only the most deranged person would have such a nightmare. Chapter 76, Punishment. Answer me one question, what kind of people do you think we are? Qin Xia stood in front of Veils, then turned to look at Xia. Tell the truth. You must tell the truth. The gladiators didn't know why Qin Xia asked this, and neither did Xia, but she still struggled to her feet from the ground, forcing a fawning smile. A group of freemen, rebels. A nice compliment. Qin Xia listened intently, nodding and savoring the words. Xia thought her answer pleased Qin Xia, so she smiled too. But the next second, Qin Xia smiled and shook his head, but that's not the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, Veil's head exploded. Xia let out a heart-wrenching scream after she reacted. That was her most indulged and beloved offspring, and she was the one who could least accept Veil's death. Qin Xia then walked behind one of Xia's daughters, stroking her beautiful hair, which was treated with priceless spices, and whispered, You must be honest. If you are not honest, you will be punished, just like when you tortured and trained slaves. Only now, you are in the position of being tortured, understand? Xia nodded vigorously, her gaze fixed on her daughter. Her daughter felt Qin Xia stroking her hair, and every sensation from her hair made her feel as if she were in hell, experiencing only bone-chilling fear. So, answer my question again. Qin Xia said. When Qin Xia spoke, Xia's daughter trembled violently. A bunch of thugs, executioners. Xia replied through gritted teeth. This was indeed the truth. If you had been so honest just now and hadn't lied, your son wouldn't have died. Remember, their deaths are all due to your mistakes. Qin Xia nodded with a smile, leaving Xia's daughter and scanning the plaza, seeing a slave covered in wounds. So, Qin Xia gestured for the slave to approach him. In the eyes of these slaves, who knew nothing and were even more bewildered than the bodyguard soldiers, the punishment inflicted by the gladiators on the slave masters did not bring them much satisfaction, because they were unsure if they too would be killed by these terrifying-looking individuals. Out of fear, the slave came forward trembling. What kind of punishment did you receive? Qin Xia reached out his hand, using psychic energy to heal the slave's wounds. I stole some food, then I was punished, the slave answered fearfully. Who punished you? Qin Xia asked. The slave hesitated, not daring to point anyone out. But considering that the person in front of him seemed more intimidating, the slave finally, after repeated hesitation, pointed to an officer among the guards. Qin Xia turned around and snapped his fingers. Then the officer's head exploded, splattering foul blood on the nearby soldiers. The soldiers did not raise their guns to avenge their superior, because they not only feared that they would be the next to be shot in the head, but also because they had been abused by that officer and were secretly gloating. Cowards! Qin Xia scanned all the guards. You saw the High Knight kneeling on the ground like a lamb to the slaughter, and you think that such powerful people have submitted to me and my brothers and sisters, so you believe you can't change anything either. The guns in your hands can accurately hit any target from a kilometer away, as long as you shoot straight. The intelligent machines you control can kill many people in an instant, as long as you open your mouth and give the command. But you just stand here, like a group of spectators. Because you know how terrifying the master you serve is, you know she is more terrifying than the enemy. If you act here, risking harm to her and her children, the ultimate result will be your absolute damnation. Guards? How ridiculous. You are not soldiers at all, you are just a bunch of running dogs and slaves. Qin Xia's voice, amplified by psychic energy, echoed in everyone's ears like thunder. Qin Xia looked at the guards. He was now certain of one thing, in Nuceria, where the powerful force of a few people armed with technological creations far exceeded that of 99% of the population, there was no true army in any meaningful sense. These guards were essentially slaves playing the role of soldiers. These people were organized, given weapons, and then used ridiculous ancient tactics. They were equivalent to the High Knight's cheerleading squad. Just like what Qin Xia saw during the Dizia siege battle when he was on the anti-gravity aircraft. Among the High Knights, some could use a technological creation to fire a beam that instantly pierced the city wall, but they still made a large number of bodyguard soldiers use ancient tactics to besiege the city. The reason was probably that the High Knights thought these infantry sieges looked good and could liven up the atmosphere. The world of Nuceria is essentially a ridiculously huge role-playing game, where a few people squander the powerful ancient technological creations left behind by human ancestors, and then use absolute individual force to compel the vast majority of people to play the role of slaves. The vast majority of humanity spends their entire lives in this unwilling role-play, satisfying the desires of the High Knights. Verify what I said. Qin Xia looked at Suya. Let them temporarily preserve your parasitic life by submitting. Suya immediately touched the ring on her hand. The control core beneath the fortress territory immediately blocked the use of all intelligent machines and all energy weapons. Kneel. Suya howled at the guards, facing these slaves who still belonged to her. She was overbearing, otherwise, I will kill all of you. You still had a trick up your sleeve. Qin Xia reached out his hand, and the ring on Suya's finger floated up, landing in Qin Xia's hand. Looking at the ring in his hand, Qin Xia easily determined that it was a tool used to manipulate the AI core beneath the fortress territory. Its principle was very simple, it added to a whitelist or blacklist, using a small device that the Moray family found on a corpse in the core's defense platform. This was written in the Moray family's research notes on the core. It was just that until Qin Xia saw Suya use this thing, he hadn't realized that the device mentioned in the notes was controlled by an unremarkable bronze ring. And an AI core that could remotely invade and lock down technological creations. It was suicidal to deal with this thing using physical technology, only psychic energy could exploit its loopholes. I have one more question. Qin Xia held up a finger to Suya. Hearing the word question, Suya trembled with fright and quickly looked at her remaining children. Qin Xia walked in front of Suya, squatted down, and looked directly at the noble family head. A question filled with deep confusion escaped his lips. I'm not surprised the guards didn't dare to shoot, but why are you so submissive? I once thought slave owners, nobles, after all, had some integrity, but you keep begging for mercy and compromising in desperation, as if you believe that as long as you keep compromising, there will be a way out. Why? Facing this question, Suya still answered honestly. Because killing me is by no means your best option. Suya said truthfully, trembling with fear, you don't seem foolish, you should realize this truth. This sounds presumptuous, but it is the truth. Please forgive me, I don't know how to express it humbly. My mother and her relatives are in Dizia City, they possess wealth that even I cannot hope to match. You can choose the path most beneficial to you, which is that this place belongs to you. You stop killing my offspring, let me leave, and then you can have whatever you want, whether it be wealth, freedom, power, or joining the High Knights. Halfway through Suya's explanation, Qin Xia suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. No, we are not here for power and wealth, and we certainly don't want to be damned slave owners, but we do want freedom, that's right, and we've already obtained that. Qin Xia said, standing up and casting his shadow over this woman who was merely a weakling without her equipment. We just want you to die, that's all. Qin Xia suddenly clenched his fist, and Suya and her offspring were corroded by psychic energy, their limbs gradually twisting into pretzels amidst heart-wrenching screams. Chapter 77, Foundation. For everyone, the night when the gladiators inexplicably appeared in the fortress territory was a sleepless one. Qin Xia ordered the gladiators to control every bodyguard soldiers. The bodyguard soldiers learned that they would not be killed or executed, and being tied up was only a temporary measure, provided they obeyed. Thus, nearly 10,000 bodyguard soldiers in the fortress territory were brought under control. Initially, there were sporadic resistances, but when the guards witnessed the psychic powers that could cause an unclear death and the ferocity of the gladiators again, the resistance was suppressed, and all bodyguard soldiers were completely controlled. Qin Xia demanded that the slaves identify those among the guards who had abused them, and then a large number of bodyguard soldiers were singled out and sent to the drainage ditch of the fortress territory, where the gladiators executed them in front of the slaves. As for the numerous members of the Moray family, they were escorted to the ditch after the guards, and the gladiators, exhausted from the executions, forced the nobles to kill each other until the last one died by the ditch. When the Moray family's fortress territory was taken as the foundation of the rebellion, the dozen or so slaves who were willing to follow the gladiators in the cave, along with the two children Tisius and Yuchuka, and Stone Man Bulang, all came to the fortress territory by aircraft. Stone Man Bulang took control of all the automatons in the fortress territory, and those automatons went to the streets to search for any missed slave owners, and then cleared out houses to distribute to the slaves. Until the sleepless night passed, and the next morning, a new order emerged in the fortress territory. The crippled Suya was dragged by the gladiators to open the warehouse door that only she could open, taking out dried meat and loading it onto an automatic vehicle, then driving through the city streets, distributing food along the way. Qin Xia, Bulang, and Angron walked on the road. Security automatons had already been walking on the streets in the early morning, broadcasting as they went for residents with injured family members to send one person to stand at the door. So now, when Qin Xia saw someone standing at the door, he would walk in and help treat the injured person inside. Arriving at another doorstep, Qin Xia saw a woman standing at the door, covered in wounds, and thought she was the one who needed treatment, but when he stepped forward to cast a biokinetic psychic spell, the woman stopped him, crying and pulling him into the house. My daughter, my daughter. The woman was sobbing uncontrollably. Qin Xia walked into the house and saw a young girl lying on the ground, both legs below the knees completely gone, only very crudely bandaged. Even the wounds had begun to fester and infect, and she was on her last breath. Why do you have so many injured? Why are you covered in wounds? Qin Xia knelt beside the girl, releasing psychic energy with both hands, while asking the question that had puzzled him the most on his journey. The slaves clearly hadn't participated in last night's battle, nor were they affected by the gladiators, so why was everyone injured? The woman was sobbing uncontrollably but still tried to answer. Only then did Qin Xia understand the reason. There were over 200,000 slaves here, enslaved by nearly 10,000 guards and less than 1,000 members of the Moray family. The methods of enslavement were simple, crude, and even somewhat unnecessary. That was to give a small beating every 3 days and a big beating every 5 days, to ensure that everyone had unhealed new wounds on their bodies. Then, random draws would be made, and those selected would have their legs severed on the spot. The woman also said that the patriarch of the Moray family found this too cruel and had once forbidden such behavior, but the guards continued as usual, and the patriarch did not stop them after seeing it. Actually, it's more likely that the old woman of the Moray family simply enjoys watching such cruel scenes, Bulang said to the woman, and deceiving you into thinking she's a good person, then watching you continue to be abused by the guards, gives her a stronger sense of pleasure. The woman was stunned upon hearing this. Before we can manufacture prosthetics, she won't be able to walk normally, but her life has been saved. Qin Xia moved his hand away from the girl's wound and said to her mother, as for all your minor injuries, we will distribute the medicines from the warehouse at noon. The woman knelt down to express her gratitude, remaining on her knees until Qin Xia, Angron, and Bulang walked out of the house and went next door. The amount of medicine in the warehouse is enough to treat everyone's minor injuries, and the stock of prosthetics here is too numerous to count. Bulang spoke of the situation in the fortress territory with ease, as he had already tallied it. By noon, we can distribute the prosthetics and medicine together, so that disabled people like the girl just now can recover and then join others in production. There are vast mineral resources underground in the fortress territory, along with advanced mining equipment. These newly freed slaves, coupled with the security automatons whose operational logic has been rewritten, are enough to make the resource extraction capability here stronger than at any time in the past. Furthermore, there are some industrial facilities here that can produce the most basic industrial goods to meet people's daily needs. As for weapons and equipment, in the short term, it's unlikely we can establish a production system from ore to smelting to forging, but fortunately, most of the bodyguard soldiers have been sent to the drainage ditch for beheading, and their vacated weapons can be used to arm civilians. After listening to Bulang, Qin Xia looked at Bulang with admiration, truly worthy of a stone man. Bulang smiled slightly. My higher brethren, at the peak of natural humans, could quickly compile data on all aspects of several star systems. What I've done is nothing remarkable. You're being modest. Qin Xia smiled and shook his head, then remembered something. By the way, how many of those nobles who were rounded up in the city last night are there? Over 2,000, Bulang replied. There aren't that many Moray family members, but nobles are like the roots of a large tree, intricately intertwined. Some minor nobles who were dependent on the Moray family and didn't have high knights still existed. Some of them were killed last night by slaves who weren't in the square but heard the commotion. The ones who are still alive, I've locked them up. Killing them directly feels too easy. Qin Xia temporarily set this matter aside. I'll think of a good idea. Bulang also temporarily put the matter aside. Anyway, those minor nobles were being watched by security automatons and were on a hunger strike, so they couldn't escape. Regarding Suya and the others, some doors in this place can only be opened by her blood. Take them to excavate all the secret places here, then modify the unlocking method, and finally hang them on the city wall, Qin Xia said. Bulang nodded and turned to deal with the matter. Only after Stone Man Bulang left did Qin Xia suddenly have a good idea. That was to transform Suya and the others into servitors and place them on the weapon mounts of the city wall, locking their souls and self-awareness in completely uncontrollable bodies, forever serving as components of the city's defense. However, considering that even the Emperor hadn't come to this planet yet, and the Adeptus Mechanicus hadn't arrived, it was unlikely this idea would be easy to implement, so he didn't call Bulang back. Chapter 78, The Primarch's Growth. Once Brown left, Angron finally voiced what was on his mind, those slaves. Among those slaves, there are some people. The Primarch hesitated. Qin Xia stopped and listened quietly. It shouldn't be a delusion, I can feel that some of them are not right. The emotions of some people indicate that they do not approve of us, and even hate us. Although we rescued them like other slaves, they stand more firmly with the slave owners. And they are planning to do something, but I can't figure it out. Angron sat by the roadside, frowning as he replayed the emotions he had felt. Why are there some slaves who oppose us? And some of them give me the feeling that they are firmly on the side of the slave owners and are preparing to resist us. In a word, it's species diversity. Qin Xia also sat down, placing his hand on Angron's shoulder, and gently explained. To explain in detail, it's not surprising that some people, those slaves, can gain benefits and status from the slave owners, and then they would hate us. Angron recalled the emotions he had felt again and nodded. What do you plan to do? Qin Xia asked. Angron had indeed made plans. As he walked through the city, and when he was around others, he felt that some people hated the gladiators who had invaded the city, and were brewing a conspiracy against those who had freed them, and even against other freed former slaves. A crisis was germinating within this territory. Among those people, some had even more resolute and direct emotions. If they couldn't kill the gladiators, then they would kill others, creating a panic that would affect everyone through the slaughter of others, to punish them for their unforgivable disloyalty to their masters. Angron felt that these people were like the gladiators who didn't want to abide by the no-kill principle, keeping them would only lead to the death of those he cared about, or bring great trouble, turning everything the gladiators had risked to achieve into ashes. At that time, he thought of Qin Xia's previous teachings about emotions. He felt those emotions, determining which people were wavering and which were firm. Then he thought of Qin Xia's method for dealing with the gladiators who opposed the no-kill principle, and thus came up with a solution. I know others don't have my ability to perceive emotions. Angron scratched his scalp in distress, otherwise, there would be no need for explanation, others would realize this brewing crisis. Qin Xia nodded in agreement, continuing to listen. Those who have been liberated, they don't know what abilities I have. If I accuse the people I'm talking about, they might not believe it. And if I directly kill those people, in the eyes of others, I would be someone as cruel to them, the enslaved, as the slave owners. So I came up with this method. Angron drew a circle on the ground, explaining in a low voice. The fortress territory is surrounded by desert. We'll find a reason to gather the people I mentioned, then send them out to collect something, give them a route where they'll encounter worms, and then... The rest of the words were swallowed by Angron. The young primarch looked at Qin Xia with an inquiring gaze. He wasn't asking if it was feasible, but whether it was right, whether it was shameful. Angron. Qin Xia stood up, looking levelly at the seated primarch. You are growing very fast, faster than I expected. The primarch thought Qin Xia was referring to his physique. I do seem to have grown a bit taller. Some people think I'm a freak, they feel that way inside, because a normal child shouldn't be over 5 meters tall. No, I'm not referring to your physique. Qin Xia patted Angron's head, although even by primarch standards, you've grown a bit too fast. I'm talking about your growth in all aspects, not just physical. Angron's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. I've grown. Yes. Qin Xia smiled and nodded. Whether it's your talent, will, thinking, or any other aspect, you have grown. Looking at the primarch, Qin Xia once again marveled at the Emperor's genetic engineering creations. It was unclear whether it was because Angron was special, or because Nuceria was truly a land of outstanding individuals, but Angron's physical growth was indeed very rapid. Qin Xia had initially worried that Angron would be a child with a physique over 5 meters tall, but now it seemed completely unnecessary to worry. Angron's unique emotional perception ability was a double-edged sword. He would be tormented by this ability, just as he would experience agonizing pain every time he killed an enemy, but this talent would also sharpen his mind. Furthermore, all primarches were good at learning. But isn't my plan a bit too cruel? Angron suddenly asked. You are not a deity, you cannot save everyone. Qin Xia gently shook his head and said softly, you must make choices. When hundreds of thousands of people in this city are brewing conspiracies and crises, do you just watch, doing nothing, or do you do something to eliminate the crisis in its infancy? Haven't you given everyone a chance? Haven't we given everyone a chance? Those slaves, freed by us, they got proper housing, food, and treatment, but some of them still intend to resist, and their resistance is not against the slave owners but against us, simply because they are crazy or because they, as lackeys and moles, benefited from the slave owners. We have given them all a chance. If the people you mentioned among them are so unreasonable, whether it's hundreds or thousands, they must receive their due treatment. Finally, Qin Xia took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and summarized. We should be benevolent and humane, but benevolence alone is not enough. Intelligent species are too complex, sometimes you just need to employ some thunderous means to save more people. Upon hearing this, Angron closed his eyes in contemplation, analysis, and understanding. A normal child would not be able to understand these words, but the primarch could. He not only understood them but also combined these words with his own experiences and observations to aid his comprehension. Ultimately, Angron nodded. But Qin Xia saw that Angron had more than just this one question he wanted answered. He also had another question, which was that in the eyes of mortals, Angron was a freak to be thanked, but a superman over 5 meters tall could hardly fail to incite fear in mortals. Qin Xia could read this from the gazes of some of the liberated people. You were born different, there is no need for inferiority, much less doubt. Qin Xia gently patted Angron's muscular physique, signaling him to look at his own body. You can tear apart the casings of security automatons, though they weren't sturdy to begin with. Bullets and blades that could kill mortals cannot kill you. You can perceive the emotions of others, any psychological change in anyone is hidden from you. Problems like honeyed words and hidden daggers, and hypocritical betrayal, which are unsolvable for others, are not even problems for you. You can distinguish among tens of thousands of people which one needs your protection, which one can fight with you, and which one wants to betray you. Qin Xia and the primarch met each other's gaze. One spoke sincerely, the other listened and understood attentively. These characteristics do not mean you are a freak, they are your abilities, your reliance. One day in the future, when there are no longer slave owners on Nuceria, when you parade through the streets amidst the cheers and deafening applause of the people, your distinctiveness will tell the people what extraordinary power you possess, tell them why they should believe you can protect them and bring them light, so that the old night no longer shrouds Nuceria. Listening to this, the primarch slowly raised his head and looked up at the clear blue sky. This fortress territory seemed to be divided into two parts. On one side of the road, in front of the primarch and Qin Xia, was a drainage ditch overflowing with the blood of guards and nobles. In the primarch's subjective perception, a clear boundary appeared above the drainage ditch. Above the boundary, he, Angron, was not wearing armor, nor was he sitting by the dirty, blood-stained roadside. He wore a wreath on his head. His body was wrapped in magnificent clothing that exposed his back, and the triumph robe, entirely of blood-red sections, was displayed on his spine for all to see. On the straight marble road, people cheered on both sides. These people had once been enslaved by slave owners, and their bodies even now bore the marks of their cruel enslavement by the slave owners, but those who made the marks were gone. Overwhelming cheers vibrated in the primarch's ears. The people cheered. That kind of cheering was more fervent than the cheers of the audience in the gladiator arena, but the emotions it contained were not curiosity or bloodlust. Instead, it was heartfelt gratitude and joy. If all of this can be achieved. Angron murmured softly, looking up with his eyes closed, I can die. Chapter 79, Flesh Wall. For the next few days, Qin Xia let Angron do as he pleased, while he himself did not interfere, only observing from the side. The primarch handled the matter of eliminating those who were brewing crises from beginning to end. People were gathered. Angron's voice came over the broadcast, announcing to the people that the freshwater production machine in the territory was damaged and that they temporarily needed to find an oasis in the desert. The freshwater crisis caused unrest among the people, but they still believed that the powerful gladiators could solve this crisis. Then, the primarch divided the entire territory into several parts and began drawing lots in each part. Those who drew a lot would join the team searching for fresh water. It was here that Qin Xia lent a small hand, using his psychic power to alter the drawing results so that all those whom Angron perceived as brewing crises drew lots. It was like using psychic power to alter cards in the White Scars back then. This minor psychic trick was effortless. Finally, all those who were brewing crises were led out of the territory by the primarch and several gladiators, heading to the desert. When the primarch, several gladiators, and automatic vehicles full of fresh water returned, the people welcomed them warmly. No one pressed for details about where the other nearly 1,000 people had gone. After receiving an explanation, they participated in an evening memorial ceremony, thanking the sacrifices who had been swallowed by worms during the search for fresh water. Most people sincerely participated in the memorial. They could not find any loopholes in Angron's simple explanation. Because people had heard since childhood how formidable these worms were, and other than these warriors who suddenly appeared in the fortress territory one day and slaughtered the High Knight family like pigs and dogs, people could not imagine how any other ordinary person could escape from the mouths of the worms. This method was not particularly clever and had loopholes, but this was the first time the primarch had personally done something, and he would learn lessons and gain experience from it, applying them the next time he did something similar. One day, after a crisis was eliminated in its nascent stage, Qin Xia sat at the top of the tall tower, almost buried by the books that filled the room, avidly absorbing the knowledge of the Moray family. The books stored in this family's library were different from those of the previous gladiator arena person in charge. Most of the person in charge's books were to make him appear cultured and an old money noble, while the Moray family's books were the repository of all knowledge from this family's past history. The Moray family knew little about the underground control core, but they had delved deeply into knowledge concerning prosthetic design and implantation, and human modification. Qin Xia read the books with his psychic vision, allowing him to finish an entire book in an instant, and then, in the mental environment created by his psychic power in his brain, perform imaginative practice to fully absorb the knowledge he had read. And whether it was reading a book or performing a practice, with the help of psychic power, he only needed an hour to finish and absorb all the knowledge in a book. It was as fast as quantum reading. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled thuds from outside the window shifted Qin Xia's attention from his studies to the direction of the sound. He saw Kleist floating outside the window, gently tapping on it. Last night, Brown had already used the crippled Xia to open several giant gates leading to the control core and had input all the gladiators into the AI control core's whitelist, so now Kleist's anti-gravity spear could function again. Qin Xia raised his hand, and the window opened. Kleist did not fly into the room, but remained floating outside the window. By the way, you can use Xia's High Knight equipment, Qin Xia said. Those things are very powerful, we can't lock them away or destroy them. It's best to convert them into our combat power. Kleist nodded softly, preoccupied. Hey. Qin Xia couldn't believe Kleist had no reaction at all. I thought you'd be so happy you'd fly around me, and then. I found some things over the past few days. Kleist was in no mood for jokes, preoccupied, with a deep frown and slightly red eyes. Qin Xia realized Kleist might have suffered a mental shock, so he immediately became serious. You have something to say, speak. Kleist opened his mouth, but ultimately hesitated, then flew into the room, grabbed Qin Xia's arm, and used his anti-gravity spear to carry him out of the room. The two flew through the territory, finally arriving at an unassuming tall tower, then descended into the tower's dark, gloomy downward staircase. Eventually, the two entered a place that looked like a research institute or a testing ground. Kleist kept going, and when Qin Xia wanted to observe the many instruments and equipment there, he practically begged Qin Xia to continue following him. The two then entered the depths of this research institute, a room labeled Modification Room. This place is a bit creepy, Qin Xia said, rubbing his right shoulder hard with his left hand, his gaze sweeping around. The room was very tidy, but the walls on all sides looked a bit strange. Those walls were made of bricks pieced together, and the bricks looked flesh pink. One could say that the owner of this modification room had a peculiar color preference, as bricks, regardless of their color, were still bricks after all. But when Kleist said something, this modification room transformed into an absolute hell in Qin Xia's eyes. The person I spoke of is here. This sentence was like triggering a switch for some mechanism. In that instant, every single brick that made up the walls beneath Qin Xia's feet, above his head, and all around him opened its eyes, focusing its gaze on Qin Xia. Qin Xia recoiled several steps, and seeing the brick he stepped on let out a miserable shriek. He quickly used his psychic power to float himself up, just like Kleist. Soon, the words of these bricks made Qin Xia realize that they were not only alive but also had self-awareness. I was stepped on by the Divine Lord. Ha 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 ha. Step on me. Let me bathe in your power of liberation. Divine Lord. Liberate us. Release us. No matter how. Qin Xia's breathing even became manual, his chest heaving violently. Kleist looked at Qin Xia, her voice trembling. I dreamed of this room and this secret chamber, so I tried everything to find it. These bricks were originally living people, they were transformed like this by members of the Moray family called artists. The female gladiator had been with these bricks for several days, and she understood them very well. As for the Divine Lord they speak of, 6,000 years ago on Nuceria, a prophecy stated that 2 individuals would descend upon Nuceria, and these 2 would bring eternal liberation to Nuceria. One would bring an order that transcends the slave masters, and the other would return to Nuceria in the far future, liberating every Nucerian from this hell. Because of this, they are worthy of one of the most revered titles in Nucerian history, the Divine Lord. When I told them about your deeds, they said you are one of the 2 Divine Lords. This is a myth. Kleist trembled as she scanned each brick. But it is also the spiritual pillar that has allowed these people to persevere until now. This myth, as their spiritual pillar, sustains them through one painful day after another, in a state where they cannot move but are absolutely conscious. Chapter 80 New Star version of Surf. Qin Xia felt nothing about the mythical legends of the god monarchs. He was shocked by the scene here, and he couldn't help but wonder what these bricks had endured. They were once living, breathing people. Because the slave owners wanted to conduct research, or perhaps not for research at all, but merely to hear screams and pleas in this room, they transformed those people into the bricks they are now, making them form the walls of this room. I said I could kill them, bring them release, Kleist said with an extremely heavy tone, but they said, if anyone were to bring them release, it would be best if it were either you or Angron, the 2 god monarchs. If they had that honor. Every word in Kleist's speech made Qin Xia's breathing grow heavier. Those bricks stared at him with open eyes. Qin Xia almost instinctively wanted to use psychic flames to painlessly and instantly free these people's souls from their hellish bodies. But in this universe, death is not release. Qin Xia rubbed his nose hard, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. In Qin Xia's mind, a clear line separated enemies, friends, and neutrals. He was as cruel to his enemies as he was protective of his friends. These poor souls, tormented by the slave owners in a unique and horrifying way, undoubtedly harbored extreme hatred for the slave owners. They would be supporters, those to be rescued, steadfast friends. But he still tried his best to become the cold-blooded person he imagined in this situation, because only then could Qin Xia, whose emotions even the Grey Knight's reconstructive surgery couldn't strip away, think of the best solution in such a setting. No, killing you is not release. Qin Xia immediately stepped forward, placed his hand on one of the bricks, and sensed its internal structure. He discovered that within these bricks there was an artificial organ, an organ that could maintain a person's vital signs under any circumstances. This was an emergency measure found in the Moray family's books, a method from ancient times to preserve the vital signs of people suffering from acute attacks, ensuring they wouldn't die before being transported to a hospital for more advanced treatment. How about this? Qin Xia took a deep breath and calmly said, I will create a mechanized body, place you inside it, and then connect you to the body using neural link technology, at least allowing you to move freely. This is temporary, not eternal. I will learn and master more advanced prosthetic manufacturing techniques as quickly as possible, until I can create bodies for you that are identical to your normal, flesh and blood bodies. If you trust me. Before Qin Xia could finish his last sentence, the bricks erupted in a cheer. Undoubtedly, these bricks believed him. However, you will have to endure a few more days. Give me a few days to construct the bodies. Qin Xia nodded repeatedly, explaining urgently. They have endured like this for decades, Kleist said. Those bricks spoke words of expectation and gratitude. But Qin Xia, seeing so many bricks with eyes speaking to him, heard nothing, his ears buzzed. He forced out a smile and then silently walked out of the room. Arriving outside the inconspicuous high tower, Qin Xia walked a few steps, then slowly came to a stone and sat down. Kleist floated beside Qin Xia. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something comforting, but comforting others had never been her strong suit. They're all mad, truly mad, Qin Xia looked at Kleist. Those people transformed into bricks, their joyful laughter doesn't mean they're normal, they've been driven mad by that cage. I think so too, Kleist nodded dejectedly. Qin Xia lowered his head, covered his face with his hands, and breathed heavily. After his breathing steadied, he lowered his hands, a fierce expression on his face. Those nobles who were imprisoned, Xia and her bastards hanging on the city wall, they're not dead yet. I'm going to transform them into similar forms, and then stuff them into the weapons on the city wall. But if we face a siege, and they can still control the weapons, will they open fire? Kleist asked worriedly. There's a technology in the Moray family called self-deprivation, Qin Xia thought of a solution. It's a biochip that can implant instinctive behaviors into the creature carrying it. For example, if I demand that they act as weapon controllers to guard the fortress territory, they will do so unwillingly, but they will do it even with self-awareness, like a slave who has tamed their subconscious but not their conscious mind. If anyone truly dares to attack here in the future, then I will make them watch themselves instinctively control the weapons, blasting those high knights and guards who might rescue them into dust. Just as I said. Claes listened silently, agreeing wholeheartedly. Give me some time. Qin Xia stood up and walked towards the high tower where he resided. Just a little time. A week passed. The city defense weapons on the city wall, previously controlled by the gladiators, now had new operators, screaming, cursing human bricks who called themselves nobles and claimed that slaves, who were not even of the same race, had no right to treat them this way. But no one paid attention, because these nobles were driven insane within a day after being subjected to the same methods they had used on the slaves. These bricks were stuffed into the control seats of the weapons, and cables connected them to the weapons. They immediately became highly professional weapon operators, resisting their fate while instinctively controlling the weapons to rotate 24 hours a day, searching for any target appearing within their firing range. As for those who had previously been transformed into human bricks by the nobles, they now possessed temporary metallic bodies. Qin Xia made the metallic bodies as human-like as possible, with hands and legs, but the problem was that metallic bodies were essentially robots controlled by humans. Until he completely mastered the Moray family's prosthetic modification technology, these people could only make do with these metallic bodies for now. After these former human bricks were freed, Brown settled them in a corner of the northern part of the fortress territory, allowing them to live normally like everyone else. But that very night, these people used less advanced modification methods to melt their humanoid hands and weld on swords. They asked the gladiators to teach them how to fight, they asked the gladiators when the god monarchs would launch a campaign against other slave owners, and they claimed they were ready to fight to the death for the two god monarchs, bringing the legendary liberation to the entire world of Nuceria. These people were like frenzied fanatics. But their thoughts were understandable, because when they were turned into bricks, trapped in endless years and physical cages without release, it was the legend once considered false by the Nucerian people that sustained their spirits, allowing them to endure one painful year after another. And after learning from the gladiators that the campaign against the slave owners would only begin after the entire fortress territory had fully restored production and could arm an army, these people melted the swords on their arms, replaced them with production tools, and, like most people and automatons in the city, entered factories and underground mines. Chapter 81, Visitors from Beyond the Stars. 1.5 years passed. Inside a tall tower, a meeting was being held. Qin Xia, Angron, the gladiators, and Brown, all the core figures, were present. In addition to them, there were production representatives chosen from the common people, and military officers from the army. And 2 white-haired young women, holding hands and looking exactly alike. The food stored by the Moray family in the warehouse is enough to last for a very long time. Because of this, although we cannot produce food, at least we don't have to worry about it. 10,000 professional soldiers have undergone 6 months of training, and their standardized equipment has all been deployed. When we launch our crusade against the slave masters, they will serve as an important armed force. Brown was explaining the current situation to everyone. All the data statistics work during the past year and a half had been handled by him. But this does not mean we can only mobilize 10,000 people. If necessary, we can mobilize all laborers. During this period, almost the entire productivity of the fortress territory has been invested in the production of military supplies and armored vehicles. Thanks to this, we can use war machines in battle. As for the production of intelligent machines, I said before that I could handle it, but I apologize, I couldn't. The entire production line for intelligent machines on Nuceria is in Xia City. I have the blueprints, but the problem is that our existing technology and production lines cannot meet the production demands. Qin Xia was already very satisfied with everything. The production capacity of this fortress territory was already very high, due to Nuceria's advanced technology. If not for the deliberate restrictions by the slave masters, a sufficient number of intelligent machines could even completely replace laborers, freeing more people from basic labor like resource extraction and metal smelting, allowing humans to engage in more advanced production and manufacturing. Qin Xia's gaze fell on the primarch. Angron's height stopped growing half a year ago, which might be related to the stable environment, but his mind and wisdom were still developing. The primarch wore a large custom-made armor produced by the laborers. The entire heavy armor was driven solely by the primarch's powerful strength. A chain sword axe named Slave Master Widowmaker hung from the armor's waist. Angron was currently resting his hand on the hilt of the chain sword axe, watching Brown with a steady gaze and expression, also listening. When he noticed Qin Xia's gaze, the primarch looked at Qin Xia and showed a very bright smile. During this year and a half, the primarch had done a lot. He studied science and technology with Qin Xia, and together they researched how to better utilize the primarch's talents. He could even absorb others' negative emotions now. To temper his mind, the primarch would go to commoners' homes every night, and by asking questions and showing care, he would let people pour out their grievances to him. Then he would feel their emotions, absorb their pain, and then force himself to learn how to digest negative emotions amidst the emotional torment. During this process, the primarch also learned how to have heart-to-heart interactions with people. Anyone facing Angron, who could perceive their emotions and absorb their pain, found their psychological defenses useless. Hidden pains were unearthed and absorbed by Angron. These all became catalysts for people to quickly establish a relationship of absolute trust with Angron. In short, although Angron still had much to learn and a lot of room for growth, he was making rapid progress. By feeling and absorbing the painful emotions of others, he tempered his mind. Now, at least, he would not be sad over the death of enemies, nor would he secretly rejoice or be excited by malicious praise. It seems we are progressing rapidly. A gladiator named Primarch, carrying a brass broadsword, took over after Brown finished speaking. The moment Primarch spoke, the gladiators, officers, and production representatives present all felt a tightening in their hearts. But weapons and equipment alone are not enough, we also need medicine. Primarch took out a plastic white bottle from his waist. This is a medicine from the Crow Drug Workshop. It uses advanced pharmaceutical technology, you just need to crush it and pour it on the wound to stop bleeding. Primarch held the medicine bottle, scanning everyone present. Since the Crow Drug Workshop is a production workshop established by the famous gladiator Primarch, and the generous Mr. Primarch will offer significant procurement discounts to his companions and Blade, if any of you are interested, please negotiate with the generous Mr. Primarch after the meeting. Of course, soldiers wounded on the battlefield not only need to stop bleeding but also various other medical supplies. Primarch took out a medical kit from his waist again. The Crow Drug Workshop has everything. Primarch pointed to an officer, saying in a deep, magnetic, bubbly voice, Crow Drug Workshop, defending everyone's life. After inserting a smooth advertisement, Primarch was met with eye rolls from everyone. Starting a year ago, this guy had been advertising in various settings, trying to get Qin Xia or Angron to decide to purchase products from his drug workshop. Please, generous Lord Primarch, can you please not advertise in this kind of setting? Procurement orders? You are too greedy. Give you the order, can your small workshop handle it? Facing everyone's accusations, Primarch awkwardly rubbed his nose and muttered softly, what's wrong with being greedy? If I had money earlier, I wouldn't have sold myself into the gladiator arena for my daughter's medical expenses, licking blood from the blade with you stingy people. Everyone ignored Primarch, focusing their attention on the two white-haired women who had stood there silently from beginning to end. They were sisters, dressed in clean clothes. The older sister had a cold expression and an arrogant gaze. The younger sister had a gentle expression, always smiling, revealing two small dimples. These sisters used the same name Olina. And the Olina sisters were not from the fortress territory, they weren't even from Nuceria at all, but from Nuceria's first moon, New Guard 1. A week ago, a transport plane landed in the fortress territory, and then the Olina sisters disembarked, stating that they were from New Guard 1 amidst countless shocked gazes. Now we can talk about ours. Is it about the main business? The two sisters seemed to share one mind, speaking the first and second halves of the same sentence in succession. Qin Xia nodded, I apologize for only formally inviting you to discuss things today. Please speak. As I said before, New Guard 1 is a huge industrial supply base. Each of us is born a laborer for the company, we share everything, we assist each other. The Olina sisters spoke half a sentence each. We know the situation on Nuceria, we have been following you, and we hope to cooperate with you. Chapter 82 Orbital Elevator. High Knights on Nuceria extended their reach to New Guard 1 via orbital elevators. Our ancestors were forced to provide production services for them. We want to break free from this situation. We want to cooperate with you. If you can take down the orbital elevator in Mahe City, New Guard 1 will become your production factory. Of course. The premise is that it only becomes a factory. The people on New Guard 1, who were genetically modified in ancient times to become very beautiful, cannot be sent to New Star as annual tribute goods to become anyone's toy. The Olina sisters each spoke apart, clearly stating their purpose in coming to New Star as envoys from New Guard 1. You, Qin Xia pointed at the two sisters, can you two finish a sentence by yourselves? Sorry. The younger sister said with a bitter smile, shaking her head. Cannot do it. The older sister said coldly. Qin Xia smiled and no longer dwelled on the matter. After listening to the two sisters, Stone Man Bulang pondered and then asked, you said you want us to take down the orbital elevator in Mahe City? Where is the orbital elevator in Mahe City? It exists. The High Knights leave the surface of New Star via orbital elevators, sending troops and personnel to the spaceport on New Guard 1. Then they exercise military control over New Guard 1 in this way. The Olinas replied. Bulang was still confused, he genuinely couldn't recall any orbital elevators existing on New Star. Because the current New Star humans don't have the ability to build such a thing, and past New Star humans wouldn't have needed it, so it's impossible. Wait, Bulang suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, the orbital elevator you're talking about, is it a kind of thing with a huge platform that can launch the platform beyond Nuceria's orbit? Yes. The Olina sisters nodded, it is. That's an entertainment facility for thrill-seeking. Stone Man said with a bitter smile, alright, let's just call it an orbital elevator. The Olina sisters said in unison, we are representatives of New Guard 1. We are expressing the unanimous decision of all members of the Labor Council. If you can take Mahe City, we will immediately fulfill the Council's unanimous decision. Aren't you afraid that after we control the orbital elevator, we'll turn around and continue to enslave you like the High Knights? Qin Xia asked. That won't happen. The Olina sisters replied, because you are liberators. Hearing the three words liberators, the silent Ono suddenly became interested and eagerly asked, in your eyes, are we liberators? Are we fighters, not a bunch of bastard butchers who eat their own excrement? No, the younger sister gently shook her head, but hesitated to speak. The older sister explained, in the High Knights propaganda, you are madmen who eat each other's excrement, executioners who kill indiscriminately regardless of friend or foe. But we on New Guard 1 have our ways of observing you. We saw you destroy the original order here and then bring a new order without slavery, so we didn't take the High Knights propaganda as truth. Hearing her older sister's blunt explanation, the younger sister gently tugged at her older sister's sleeve. The older sister, however, looked coldly at her younger sister, am I not speaking the truth? Seeing this scene, Qin Xia had initially thought that the Olina sisters shared one mind, but now it seemed that was not the case. They are telling the truth. Angron sensed the Olina sisters' emotions and made his judgment. The primarch then placed his hand on Ono's shoulder, comforting him. Can you produce automatons? Qin Xia asked. We can. The Olina sisters said in unison, we can even produce battleships, because New Guard 1 has a large number of ancient production facilities. Upon hearing this, Bulang's eyes lit up. You don't need to produce battleships. Even if you can only produce enough materials to repair the orbital defense platform, that would be enough. As long as we have control of low Earth orbit, high knights, high-walled fortresses, they mean nothing. Qin Xia also had the same idea, hitting it off with Stone Man immediately. Since the matter had been discussed to this point, there was no need for further negotiation, it was immediately put on the agenda. 4 days ago, Angron discussed the battle plan with everyone. In a year and a half, Angron had never slept. Besides tempering his mind and learning knowledge from Qin Xia, he also read all the books on ancient military operations collected by the High Knight families. Angron might not be a primarch skilled in combat, but no matter which primarch, whether in terms of learning ability or other aspects, their lower limit is the upper limit of mortals. The primarch completed the work of formulating strategy and assigning tasks at an extremely fast pace, while also mobilizing all combat personnel. The military operation against Mahe City quickly began. Mahe City is located in the southern part of the desert where the fortress territory is, within an artificial oasis outside the desert. This city was also built much like a fortress, though it lacked as much black technology, and the control core for the orbital defense platform's close-in interception function was completely out of the question. But this city had high knights. In the military operation to attack Mahe City, 1,000 elite combat personnel advanced towards Mahe City together with a gladiator named Yuechula. These individuals were all composed of those who had performed exceptionally well in previous training. On the armor of a light tank, Yuechula caressed the jeweled ring on his finger, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. He watched this elite force cross rivers and pass through mountains, advancing along the attack route formulated by Angron. Every soldier was silent, whether resting, marching, or killing enemies. When they easily slaughtered all the bodyguard soldiers they encountered along the way, they didn't even let out a cheer. This was because Angron trained these soldiers to emulate gladiators, giving them a discipline that, while not equal, was at least similar to that of gladiators. When this vanguard army approached within 210 kilometers of Mahe City and took another village, killing all the guards inside and releasing the slaves, Yuechula, as a gladiator, had his worries come true. High Knight. After fighting until now, someone finally spoke. A scout wearing observation gear roared loudly into the communicator, warning everyone. Then everyone dispersed, seeking cover as much as possible. Yuechula jumped off the tank armor, drew the sword from his back, and clenched his fist, the hand with the ring on it, glaring menacingly at the approaching High Knight. In the sky, the High Knight slowly approached the army. When he came to a position 100 meters above the ground, the thousands of soldiers on the ground, far more numerous than Lilith, saw the nightmare of mortal warriors. This High Knight was extremely obese, wearing magnificent clothing that couldn't cover his navel. One leg was encased in a boot, and his entire body was resting on that booted leg. Clearly, it was because of that boot that this fat pig could fly. Yuechula's gaze shifted downwards, seeing golden chains tied to the High Knight's 2 fleshy thighs, with 2 female slave corpses hanging from the other end of the chains. Verb. The High Knight exhaled a foul smelling gas from his mouth, and with a bored expression, he raised his hand and pointed towards the ground. His white glove shone with dazzling light, producing a white beam of light that shot towards the ground. Yuechula raised his hand, and the ring on his hand released a dark purple energy that enveloped a large area, deflecting the light beam to an unknown location. The soldiers began to concentrate fire on the High Knight in the air. Dense energy rays were absorbed by the white halo around the High Knight, seemingly converting the energy of these attacks. His white glove, under his master's unconscious control, fired another beam of light. The High Knight lost his balance and rolled backward a few times. The light beam was again intercepted by Yuechula's ring. The ring on his hand once belonged to Vales of the Moray family. Yuechula marveled at the ring's ability, recalling how he had once asked Bulang, why are the High Knight's equipment so outrageous? Then Bulang explained a great deal, making this 30K barbarian understand what 20K advanced creations were. So all those bizarre things the High Knights have are security equipment. What kind of security work needs these bizarre things? Yuechula couldn't understand and questioned Bulang. You're inexperienced. Bulang replied nonchalantly, when you see an alien pirate who can steal the sun to make a circumstellar racing game project, then you'll understand why. At that time, Yuechula still couldn't understand. But now, facing a High Knight, Yuechula only regretted that the ancient artifact in his hand couldn't instantly kill the opponent. Chapter 83, The Bait. Ugh. The High Knight burped again, looking somewhat disoriented. He didn't attack again, only looked contemptuously at Yuechula on the ground. After a brief exchange of glances, the High Knight suddenly spoke, you're that, gladiator from the Deshia arena, aren't you? Before Yuechula could confirm or deny, the High Knight seemed to clear up considerably for some reason, showing great interest in Yuechula, and speaking without stuttering, my daughter likes you. Come with me, and I'll spare your dog life. I've already fought my way out of the Deshia gladiator arena. Do you think I would lay down my weapons and become a plaything for a little sow born to a fat pig of a High Knight? Yuechula retorted impolitely, his voice cold. Even now, Yuechula's heart was still pounding slightly, but this was normal, as it was his first time facing a High Knight alone. There was no Qin Xia, that powerful wizard, present, nor Angron, that demigod who could tear apart security automatons. Yuechola only had the ring on his hand for defense, but fortunately, it was extremely effective. Why are you so rude? Ugh, the High Knight still looked scornfully at the ants on the ground. You and your gladiator companions, and these mortal soldiers from who knows where, do you think all of you combined can contend with the gods of Nuceria? Who gave you the guts, you worm? Considering his duty, Yuechola was happy to converse with this High Knight. So he didn't rush to organize a counterattack, but instead responded to the High Knight's contempt with a deliberately arrogant demeanor. I have to admit, if it were a few days ago, you alone could have wiped us all out. Yuechola touched the ring on his hand, sneering. But now, I'll give you 100 chances. Can your beam penetrate this ring's defense and kill even one of us? You say you High Knights are gods. What a ridiculous joke. You are not gods at all, you are just a bunch of thieves who have monopolized ancient advanced technological creations. Yuechola paced back and forth on the ground, his words flowing more smoothly as he spoke. This young gladiator was like someone provoking an enemy general on the battlefield, pacing, breathing aggressively, a sneer on his face, and contempt in his eyes. You thieves can enslave others, you can slaughter others, only because of the things you stole. Listen well, fat pig, when my brothers and sisters and I also possess the same technological creations as you thieves, our accumulated combat experience, our discipline, our unity, and our mutual trust. Yuechola made a throat-slitting gesture as he spoke, uttering the last sentence, these things will allow us to slaughter you self-proclaimed gods like livestock. Killing you is easier than killing a dog. The High Knight's fury was completely stirred by these words. If Yuechola had been wrong, then these High Knights, who considered themselves gods and did not regard other humans as their kind, would not have cared about the clamor of ants. But Yuechola happened to be right. What all High Knights worried about most now was not how to take down the former Moray family territory during the future suppression of the rebellion, but rather if those gladiators were to appropriate the Moray family's High Knight equipment, then it would truly be. You just got divine artifacts and think you are qualified to stand alongside gods? No. The High Knight roared, you are still ants. Yuechola wanted to continue saying things to provoke his opponent, but he saw a flash of light appear in the sky, and immediately realized he didn't need to argue anymore, his objective had been achieved. The High Knight's fat mouth opened, his throat sucking in air, and another furious roar was about to burst forth. However, the next second, this corpulent High Knight was impaled from top to bottom by a long spear, and then driven into the ground by a powerful force. It was Kleist who killed the High Knight. Yuechola looked at this Valkyrie, seeing her wearing the armor of Xia, the Moray family matriarch, with huge golden wings unfurled on the back of the magnificent golden armor. Whether it was this image or the result of instantly killing the High Knight, Yuechola was willing to unhesitatingly call her a Valkyrie. He's right. Kleist said coldly to the High Knight's corpse, killing you is easier than slaughtering, at least pigs and dogs have much sharper senses than you. Done. Yuechola smiled at Kleist, staring at her without blinking. The surrounding infantry also watched her. Amidst everyone's excited and grateful gazes, the Valkyrie's leg spear was pulled from the High Knight's corpulent body, and she quickly flicked her leg to shake blood and fat onto a nearby stone. The two sword edges have new orders. Kleist hovered in midair, her voice amplified by the helmet that covered her face, revealing only golden hair. The military actions we are currently undertaking are all a bait. Reaching Mehe City is not our primary objective right now. A bait. Yuechola frowned. His modified right eye had allowed him to see Kleist approaching him from several kilometers away, so he had thought Kleist's mission was to help him continue deeper into the Mehe region. He hadn't expected Kleist to be there to verbally relay orders. However, Yuechola almost instinctively nodded as he frowned, temporarily suppressing the doubts in his heart. At this moment, nothing was more important than orders. Retreat to the river in the Mehe region. Kleist turned around, the wings on the back of her golden armor unfurled, and she leaped into the air. Yuechola stripped all the equipment from the High Knight's corpse, then immediately organized the retreat. These soldiers, despite their short training time, possessed an almost instinctive obedience and calmness, as well as a reverence for discipline, allowing them to be commanded by their leaders as if they were extensions of their own arms. Furthermore, these former slave soldiers were not gladiators by origin, they only adhered to the parts of the sword edge principles concerning obedience and discipline, completely disregarding the parts about the glory of dying and understanding, thus they didn't even need an explanation. Qin Xia had once been surprised by these soldiers' performance in military training and uttered an exclamation. Nucerians. 10 minutes after Yuechola's withdrawal, a group of High Knights flew from the direction of Mehe City and landed beside the corpse of the deceased corpulent High Knight. As they were all nobles from Mehe City, out of courtesy, these High Knights from various families observed a moment of silence for the corpse. When the first High Knight broke the silence, all the High Knights immediately treated the corpse as if it were air, discussing the current situation. Those gladiators are becoming more and more terrifying. They can even take down the Moray family's territory, so making us die as miserably as this fat pig seems to be no problem. The first High Knight to speak immediately drew contempt from the others. They couldn't have taken down the Moray family's territory by force. Use your brains. Even 10,000 High Knights attacking that hellhole would have to fight on foot like ants if their divine artifacts were locked. They simply don't have the ability to break through the Moray family's territory head-on in a siege. As for the fact that they did occupy that place, I can only say that the Moray family, like all our families, also has internal conflicts, and perhaps someone exploited the gladiators. Just like if it weren't for the Tark family's insider helping, all of us would still be groveling under the Mad King's malice. The second speaker was more optimistic, which also garnered approval from the other High Knights. I suggest we go back and wait for those servants to besiege the city. Once those who went to Xia for the power struggle return, then we can. A High Knight who was always cautious spoke, but was immediately glared at by everyone. Those who fear those slaves should go back, and then obediently get out of Mahe City. Those who do not fear, we will use a public victory to declare to all the lowly ants in Nuceria the fate of challenging the gods. The first High Knight took off, flying in the opposite direction from Mahe City. The data pad on this High Knight's arm already indicated the location of the rebellion headquarters. Subsequently, the other High Knights leaped up one by one, chasing after him. Chapter 84, The Battle of God's Laying. At the location of the rebellion's core members. Beside the long river that traversed the Mahe region. All the gladiators gathered, sharpening their blades or adjusting the High Knight equipment they had been allotted from the Moray family. The Moray family had fewer than 10 High Knights, while the gladiators numbered 100. It was truly a case of too many wolves and too little meat, so most of them, like Uechula, could only have one piece of equipment. But this single piece of equipment, when facing a High Knight, combined with the gladiators' battle experience and courage, was enough to narrow the originally vast difference between them and a pampered High Knight to a point where they could fight. Everyone get ready. Those slave owners should be here soon. The primarch's shouts reached everyone's ears. The gladiators, who had seemed somewhat scattered, immediately stood up from the ground, gathered together, and formed neat ranks. Meanwhile, the regular infantry stationed by the river immediately retreated in all directions, leaving the battlefield to those who were meant to fight there. The primarch was already waiting for the High Knights to approach, but he had not received news from those who could truly scout the High Knights' whereabouts. However, he estimated their arrival based on his experience. They are indeed here. Qin Xia stepped out from the shade beneath a tree and came before everyone. He had been there, focused on observing the High Knights' movements. Over a year and a half, Qin Xia had made significant progress. The effectiveness of the psychic abilities he had researched and mastered had slightly improved, and his psychic vision, which originally had a range of only 20 meters, now reached about 200 meters. But psychic vision alone could not observe the High Knights' movements, so Qin Xia used another method. By borrowing the perspectives of others. Just before Angron shouted, Qin Xia had already seen the High Knights flying overhead through the perspective of a serf in the Mahe region. The primarch's prediction was not wrong. We will eliminate the existing High Knights in Mahe City here. Qin Xia slowly walked to the very front of the crowd, standing side by side with the primarch. A glowing white psychic radiance surged in Qin Xia's right eye. From his personal perspective, everything before him was divided into the real and the psychic. His two currently different eyes had different functions. His normal left eye showed Qin Xia the present of the reality universe, while his psychic surging right eye showed Qin Xia the past and the future. The past and future of anything, nowhere to hide. Though not the entire past of everything since its birth, nor the entire future after everything's end. But merely knowing a brief past and future of the opponent, even if only 1 minute ago and 1 minute later, was enough to turn the tide of a battle. Half a minute after everyone was ready, the High Knights descended. There were a total of 30 High Knights. Even though most of the High Knights in Mahe City had gone to Xia to participate in the overthrow of the Mad King, leaving only 30 High Knights to guard the city, these 30 High Knights could still be called too many. The High Knight, whose body was wreathed in electricity, was the first to hover in the air. As he approached, the rolling black clouds that followed him obscured the sunlight, and thunder boomed and lightning flashed within the clouds. After the High Knight, who carried 2 slaves whose heads had been modified into musical instruments, stopped, a deep and ancient melody began to play. Since the gladiators broke out of the gladiator arena, this was the first time they faced fully armed High Knights, rather than those who hadn't even had time to put on their equipment. In the eyes of Stone Man, Qin Xia, and Angron, these High Knights were merely thieves squandering the heritage of humanity's ancestors. They originally had no divine power, let alone divine character. They had only obtained those ancient technological creations, which now seemed despairingly powerful, and were just thieves who enslaved others by monopolizing ancient technology. However, in the eyes of those who did not know Nuceria's past and did not understand what the High Knights were squandering, the High Knights could only be described by one word: the gods of Nuceria. The gods hung beneath the black clouds. Some sat on anti-gravity thrones. Some floated in the air, propelled by their own arms. Some wore black armor, enveloped by an anti-gravity field. When he took flight, surrounding debris and crawling insects were fortunate enough to accompany the gods in the sky. They were all unique, their appearance, clothing, equipment, one of a kind. But these people also shared one commonality: every thread on their bodies was enough to ransom thousands, even tens of thousands, of slaves into what they called freemen. Quite the show-offs, Angron said with disdain, as if watching a group of attention-seeking clowns. Which of their equipment can withstand psychic power? At first glance, Qin Xia and the primarch shared the same view of the High Knights. But as the High Knights drew closer, Qin Xia felt the surrounding environment change, as if he were in a sealed room with hard walls. Both his perception and control of psychic energy were slightly affected. Someone among them must be carrying equipment that can counteract psychic power, otherwise they probably wouldn't dare to come before me, Qin Xia said softly. Something like an anti-psychic collar. Angron recalled Qin Xia telling him about killing sorrow. That so-called psychic suppression collar was less effective than a mere ornament. Something stronger than that. Qin Xia scanned each High Knight and their equipment. But it's not a big problem. While the gladiators watched the High Knights did not attack, remaining in place, waiting for something. Some whispered and conferred, others spoke various insulting words. Angron heard a few High Knights quietly cursing the leading High Knight. Those cowards didn't want to fight at all, let alone be prepared to die here. The wide area broadcast has already begun. Maggot Eye arrived a few seconds late, first flying to the High Knight in charge of weather manipulation, bobbing up and down to show respect and apology, then circling 180 degrees to face the rebels on the ground. Very good, the leading High Knight glared, looking down at the rebels with icy eyes. Our battle here will be made public. People will know your identities, your fight, your end. A group of ants who call yourselves rebels and resistors. Your end will be to die by this river, not to successfully resist us, much less to rescue slaves. Let all the lowly ants on Nuceria see the consequences of challenging the gods. After the leader finished speaking, a female High Knight beside him flashed out, reminding him softly. My lord, in our propaganda, they are not rebels, but a group of madmen who eat each other's excrement and believe that bathing and drinking in the blood of poisonous insects and rats can enhance their power. Upon hearing this, the leading High Knight looked slightly embarrassed, deliberately pretending not to hear. In his opinion, it didn't matter at all, anyway, the fate of this group of people before him was death. Qin Xia, who was usually good at elegantly and politely insulting his enemies, remained silent this time. Because he saw the message sent by Stone Man Bulang, who was staying behind in the fortress territory. The message appeared at the bottom of Qin Xia's HUD eyepiece. In Mehe City, people were forced to gather and watch the battle here. It was the same in other places. Even all playback devices in the fortress territory began broadcasting the battle here. This was clearly intentional on the part of the High Knights. After Maggot Eye arrived, it began broadcasting the scene here. It perfectly matched what the leading High Knight said, let all the lowly ants on Nuceria see your end. This was also a standard killing a chicken to warn the monkeys tactic on Nuceria. When Ono led the rebellion, Suya did the same thing during the last battle when she came to suppress the rebellion. The purpose was to let others see the fate of the rebels, thereby dispelling any thoughts of resistance. I have an idea, Qin Xia whispered to Angron, paying particular attention to Maggot Eye. There was no time for further explanation, as the High Knights had already launched their attack. Chapter 85, Knight's Tomb. One of the 30 High Knights, positioned at the very back, raised his hand, his scepter about to unleash gravity powerful enough to crush Qin Xia's body. But when Qin Xia raised his hand towards that High Knight and suddenly clenched his fist, the opponent was immediately squeezed into a puddle of mud, falling to the ground with a splattering sound. Ever since the gladiators captured the Moray family's territory and other High Knight families received this news, they realized that the fortress territory had most likely fallen because of the psyker among the gladiators. The damned Mad King Tark indulged this psyker in slaughtering the Mad King's own blood relatives, and the unlucky Sorrow went to retaliate and subdue this psyker, only to end up with a headless corpse. For various reasons, it was difficult for the High Knights not to make Qin Xia their primary target of attack. A High Knight wielding an anti-gravity spear rapidly dived towards the ground, and after his body glowed and flickered, he instantly covered 100 meters to appear before Qin Xia. Qin Xia's right eye, gushing with a bright white psychic glow, had already shown him the High Knight's trajectory 1 minute later. As the bizarre technology on the High Knight, which allowed him to instantly teleport to his target, took effect, Qin Xia transformed into a void, flickering behind the High Knight who was approaching him. The High Knight hadn't reacted yet, still thrusting his spear as originally intended, not expecting to be pierced by Kleist, who flew in rapidly from the side, carrying him away on Kleist's leg spear. The High Knight, capable of summoning wind and rain, extended his palm towards Qin Xia. The golden gem embedded in the center of his palm summoned a lightning bolt that struck towards Qin Xia. Yuechola used a ring to summon a shield that enveloped everyone, easily deflecting the lightning bolt. Another gladiator, wearing a flight pack, took a few running steps and leaped, chopping off the hand that was embedded with the gem capable of summoning lightning and changing the weather, with an extremely precise and swift flying slash. During this time, a High Knight who could fire beams capable of piercing mountains was disemboweled by Qin Xia, who reached in and pulled out his spine. Someone else swooped down towards Qin Xia. It was a High Knight encased in heavy armor, appearing even taller and more robust than a primarch. The impact he created upon landing was enough to shatter everyone around him, but a gladiator wielding a golden shield stood in front of Qin Xia and the primarch, easily blocking the incoming shockwave. In an instant, the primarch flashed out from behind the golden shield and his gladiator brother, lunging at the High Knight, continuously dodging the High Knight's too impossible to defend heavy punches, and in between dodges, used his chain sword axe to pry open the connection between the High Knight's helmet and neck guard. The last image this High Knight saw was the calm face of Angron crashing into him. Bang! Qin Xia, briefly distracted by Angron, saw the primarch smash the High Knight's head, then quickly run towards him, continuing to guard him. Completely relieved, Qin Xia no longer paid attention to others, focusing on killing any High Knight with more powerful technological constructs. The battle appeared very orderly, not chaotic at all. The gladiators used makeshift ancient technological constructs, but their combat performance far exceeded that of the High Knights, who were armed to the teeth with technological constructs. They didn't need to communicate, a single glance was enough when assisting each other in battle, because they had been together for too long, fighting together for too long. In contrast, the High Knights fought according to their past combat experience, flying around chaotically, unleashing attacks indiscriminately, their only cooperation being the initial simultaneous realization that they should deal with Qin Xia, the psyker, first. As Yuechola said earlier when facing that corpulent High Knight, the High Knights were merely a bunch of thieves and parasites. When the High Knights no longer monopolized ancient technological constructs and no longer possessed an overwhelming advantage, they were like livestock waiting to be slaughtered. The battle went very smoothly. It was so smooth that when the last High Knight with large-scale destructive capabilities was killed, Qin Xia felt that something was wrong, suspecting a trick, and even believing these High Knights were bait. From the High Knight's performance at the very beginning of the battle, Qin Xia didn't think they were completely unaware of his existence as a psyker, or what capabilities he possessed. Yet, the High Knights still came, flying over fearlessly, and being slaughtered fearlessly. This clearly couldn't be explained away by a simple "the High Knights are too arrogant. Don't let him escape." The primarch beside Qin Xia suddenly pointed to the sky and roared loudly. Following the direction of the primarch's finger, Qin Xia saw a High Knight speeding in the opposite direction from the battlefield. This High Knight looked somewhat different in style from the others. His high-tech armor was covered with blessing runes, the content of which was to pray for warding off evil and not being cursed by witchcraft. He also had strings of skulls hanging from his waist. From those skulls, Qin Xia felt psychic fluctuations. They were undoubtedly the skulls of dead psychers. This High Knight seemed helpless against everything before him, only caring about turning back and fleeing. Angron sprinted with long strides, quickly reaching below the High Knight and leaping, but suddenly fell down after getting within 3 meters of the High Knight. The moment he approached the High Knight, the primarch felt his own abilities weaken. He couldn't perceive the emotions of others, and at the same time, his body felt as if a trace of strength had suddenly been drawn out. However, that High Knight ultimately failed to escape. Qin Xia extended his hand towards the High Knight, and the next second, the High Knight teleported from hundreds of meters away to stand before him, where Qin Xia seized him by the throat. Upon facing this High Knight, Qin Xia felt the psychic energy he had absorbed from the warp before the battle rapidly being drained. No, a more accurate description of that feeling should be consumption. But mere consumption was not enough to make Qin Xia helpless against this slave master. As a bright white glow appeared on Qin Xia's hand gripping the High Knight's neck, this High Knight melted in disbelief, losing his skin, his internal organs, his bones, finally turning into scattering ice and snow. In that instant, Qin Xia suspected the opponent was a soulless one, but even after completely eliminating him, he still felt a rapid consumption of psychic energy. Looking down, all of the High Knight's equipment had fallen to the ground, and one black cube was flashing with light. Qin Xia reached out and touched the cube, and a psychic prophecy suddenly appeared. "Trust me, the Allen family gained the right to become High Knights by hunting psychers. I have also hunted many psychers. If there is a psycher among them, I believe he will be the first to lose combat effectiveness." A series of images appeared before Qin Xia's eyes. After watching these prophecies, or more accurately, flashbacks, Qin Xia realized that the item in his hand was equivalent to a portable soulless one. At close range, it could directly cause a psycher to lose consciousness, and after locking onto a psycher from a distance and taking effect, it would interfere with the psycher's ability to draw psychic energy from the warp, greatly increasing the probability of a psycher dying suddenly when using psychic energy. This damn thing, Qin Xia ran his hand along the cube, deactivating this ancient construct. Sure enough, the feeling of rapid psychic energy consumption immediately disappeared. Looking at the cube in his hand, Qin Xia's eyes were complex. The entire Nuceria hadn't shocked him as much as the cube in his hand, because this damn thing was equivalent to a soulless one. Soulless ones are special humans with negative psychic talent. They are the natural enemies of psychers, and also the natural enemies of demons. All supernatural powers related to the warp and psychic energy are suppressed in their presence. Qin Xia knew that later, the human race would try to clone soulless ones, but no matter what, they just couldn't manage to clone them. And this item in his hand, it directly uses scientific technology to give a technological construct functions similar to a soulless one. The difficulty of creating it is unknown how many times higher than cloning a soulless one. Chapter 86, Unexpected Gains. The battle ended. 2 High Knights who had luckily not died at the hands of the gladiators or Qin Xia were found, and 3 other High Knights had directly knelt and surrendered to the gladiators they were fighting. The gladiators took control of the 5 High Knights. Angron, sensing all the corpses on the scene when unnecessary, and confirming there were no more living enemies, walked towards Qin Xia. "What is that?" Hearing the primarch ask about the object in his hand, Qin Xia put the cube into his pocket and casually replied, "Portable silent sister." "Sister?" Angron was stunned for a moment. What is her function?" "A portable anti-psyker artifact," Qin Xia mused. "It will definitely be of great use to me." Angron was confused, but having grown up in the remarkable Nuceria, he had seen many strange things and learned not to delve too deeply into the functions of certain High Knight equipment, so he did not dwell on the artifact called Portable Silent Sister. The gladiators left fatal puncture wounds on the necks of all the corpses. This was not to clear out those playing dead, but a ritual. The Nucerians believed that those whose necks were punctured would not be reincarnated after death. As the gladiators did this, several corpses suddenly jumped up, knelt on the ground, and cried for mercy. They were not immediately killed by the gladiators' blades but were instead restrained and held down. The gladiators controlling the 5 surviving High Knights stood among the corpses, waiting for Qin Xia and Angron to approach. Upon reaching the 5 slave owners, Angron looked down at them coldly. Qin Xia's attention, however, was not on the slave owners at all, but on the drone called Maggot Eye. "Hey!" A talkative voice came from Maggot Eye. "This thing's firewall is too weak. The High Knights are purely using this thing as a microphone and a camera. By the way, why didn't I see any automatons in this battle? Although even if those automatons came, I'd break through their firewalls and make them fight for us. but they shouldn't have stopped using automatons just because I controlled their automatons in the previous battle, right? Qin Xia looked at Magatai, saying nothing. This device, used as a microphone and camera, was still operating, broadcasting the battle situation on the riverside of the Mehe region completely to any place with an electronic display device. Qin Xia could already imagine that before Brown seized control of Magatai, the person controlling Magatai was frantically pounding the controller, yet unable to turn the thing off. Unexpected gains. Qin Xia looked at the others. Everyone, come over. Mehe City. In the plaza of slum number 3. The rain poured down. The slum dwellers in this district, like those in other districts of Mehe City, had just been dragged out of their homes by the guards, house by house, and then whipped and driven to the plaza. Quintus was one of them. Quintus had no interest in the new scars on his body, or the things broadcast on the holographic projection in the plaza, or the heavy rain that suddenly fell from the dark clouds. He stood in the plaza, appearing numb to everything around him. Yesterday's painful memories completely dominated Quintus's mind. The rebellion has begun attacking the Mehe region. The rebellion has begun attacking the Mehe region. After yesterday's exhaustion, Quintus heard his son running in the street, constantly shouting, on his way home. People reacted negatively and passively to the news that the rebellion had begun attacking the Mehe region. Quintus still remembered what his neighbor said to his son. Sartre, if your dad knew you were excitedly spreading this news, he'd break your legs. I know Quintus well, your dad has that kind of ruthlessness. When those thugs come to Mehe City and take it like they took the Moray family's territory, we'll all die, and your little girlfriend might even become material for that wizard's potions. Quintus completely ignored what the neighbor said, first going forward to carry his son home, and then, of course, giving him a lecture. Standing in the downpour, Quintus paused in his recollection at this point, because it involved the most regrettable thing in his life. The rebellion are not bad people. Quintus remembered his son, Sartre, not yet 8 years old, talking back to him so loudly for the first time. When I was 6, I went to the gladiator arena in Dizia with my mother. I saw those gladiators. They are not bad people. The person you call the evil wizard smiled and nodded at me. It was like he gave the whole victory to me. He and they are not bad people. Sartre's first defiance of his father was ended by 2 slaps from his father. Sartre behaved for a few days. Quintus remembered it should have been a few days. Until yesterday, when Quintus left the garbage mountain and walked furiously towards home, imagining Sartre running and shouting about the rebels in the street, and how he planned to discipline his son. Suddenly, a large raindrop struck Quintus, jolting him out of his memory. Quintus saw that the surroundings were packed with people. He heard the angry shouts of the guards. They were scolding the people in the plaza, telling them to leave. Quintus had temporarily escaped from his painful memories. His attention was drawn to the people around him. He wanted to know what made these people dare to remain in the plaza despite the guards scolding. He looked towards the holographic projection. Sartre's corpse hung beneath the holographic projection. Seeing this, Quintus felt as if an awl had pierced his eyes, and he painfully averted his gaze, looking up at the projection. But even though Quintus averted his gaze, he could not shift his attention from his son's corpse hanging beneath the holographic projector. He recalled what he saw when he returned home yesterday. He passed the plaza and saw Sartre's small corpse hanging in the most prominent place in the plaza, just like his mother had been hung there. Then, as a father, he silently walked away, and from that moment on, he kept recalling it over and over, until now. We are the rebellion, and we are by the river in the Mehe region. The voice came from the holographic projection. Quintus suddenly looked up at the image, casting a hateful gaze. His son died because of the people on the screen, and that damned wizard who practiced witchcraft among them. If it weren't for them, the guards would not have hanged Sartre. As you can see, we have just defeated a group of High Knights. Qin Xia walked among the corpses, slowly coming before the 5 High Knights controlled by the gladiators. And they survived by begging for mercy and abandoning their dignity. Magatai focused on the 5 High Knights. 2 of the High Knights flushed and fell silent, while the remaining 3 continued to beg for mercy. I also treated slaves well. I even gave gladiators a lot of reward money. I am a good person. Don't kill us, don't kill us, don't kill us, don't kill us. Father. Come back. Come back to Mehe City. Qin Xia came behind the first High Knight on the left, reached out, grabbed his hair, and forced him to look up. Magatai began broadcasting scenes from here before the battle. You should have seen how they descended. Can you believe it? One of the Nuceria gods, no, 5 of them, descended like gods from the sky, with cold and disdainful expressions. But now they are kneeling here, crying more pitifully than a slave begging a slave owner for mercy. Qin Xia said, releasing his hand and looking at Yuechola. Yuechola stepped forward, drew his dagger, walked behind the first High Knight on the left, grabbed his hair with one hand, and with the other, held the dagger and sliced, expressionlessly cutting the throat of a god. 4 High Knights remained. Chapter 87, Screw all High Knights. Watch him. Qin Xia said to the remaining 4 High Knights. Watch him, watch him. Hearing the final roar, the 4 High Knights all turned to look at the dead man. The corpulent body lay on the ground, twitching, the light in his eyes slowly dimming. Blasphemy, Quintus tore his gaze away from the image. The bodyguard soldiers began to drive people away more violently, they started killing people. Other soldiers ran to turn off the holographic projection equipment, but it wouldn't shut down. I'm surprised, Qin Xia said to Magatai, in my imagination, these so-called gods, when facing death, should display the demeanor of nobles cursing, or preferring death to surrender. I shouldn't have hoped for that. If these 5 beasts hadn't surrendered, they would have died in battle before they could show anything. Everyone present here can attest that most high knights are just like these 5 beasts, without dignity, without the arrogance and integrity I associate with nobles. The Moray family is just like that. Qin Xia tilted his head back, recalling the night he took the fortress territory. Suya Moray, their patriarch, I dragged her by her hair to the square, and then she started begging for mercy. When I killed her offspring, she raged for a moment, then begged for mercy even more desperately, fawning. I don't know what mercy she was begging for. Did she think we would spare her family? What a joke. When we dragged the Moray family to the drainage ditch for beheading, even at the very end, those Morays who were still alive were still begging for mercy. At this, Qin Xia looked at Angron. Angron stood to the side, first closing his eyes to sense the emotions of the 4 high knights, then said, they are terrified. Their minds are in chaos. Indeed, they are terrified, so terrified they don't know how to react, so terrified they instinctively beg for mercy. They must all be like this. Qin Xia nodded repeatedly. These are the so-called gods who have enslaved Nuceria for a long time. If you ask me, these people are nothing but a bunch of thieves. They stole the creations left behind by the ancestors of Nuceria, and then they gained the combat power to crush the collective with individuals. But even though these people possess the combat power to crush the collective with individuals, they are addicted to pleasure, completely neglecting combat training, treating their stolen power as if it were truly their own. As a result, when we fought against more than 30 high knights, who were much stronger than Suya Moray, with the equipment of the Moray family high knights, plus our own courage and strength, the high knights were like a flock of beasts, without even the ability to resist. At this, Qin Xia turned and held up 3 fingers to Yuechula. Yuechula nodded, then silently executed 3 high knights by slitting their throats. This is blasphemy. Quintus closed his eyes, not daring to look at the image anymore, then muttered to himself as if self-convincing, they are thugs, murderers. But if he wasn't harboring doubts, why would he need to explain himself to himself? All the high knights we kill are for vengeance for the cruel enslavement suffered by the people of Nuceria. Qin Xia raised his voice, almost roaring, they are just the beginning, and they will not be the last group to be avenged. These damned slave owners are born bearing sins, their methods of enslaving others far exceed normal imagination, their sins are enough for them to be killed tens of millions of times. Listening to the words coming from the image, Quintus shook his head vigorously, but his chest was heaving violently. In the education Quintus, and the slaves and untouchables of Nuceria, received which was practically non-existent, insulting or even harming high knights was considered sinful. Every slave and untouchable was born with sin, and these high knights, these gods, were their redeemers. This last high knight, Qin Xia walked behind the last living high knight, placed his hand on the high knight's skull, and read his memories. I will kill him, but I have a special reason, it's for a child named Sartre in Mahe City. Quintus suddenly opened his eyes, startled, terrified, surprised, various emotions surged in his chest. This high knight, Qin Xia extracted the high knight's memories, suddenly becoming enraged, he gave an order to his officer, a casual order, hang that little slave you just mentioned. That's what he said. Qin Xia summoned psychic energy. The high knight screamed in agony, a heart-rending shriek. It wasn't just a scream caused by physical pain, but the most hysterical cry brought forth by torment at the soul level. The high knight's soul was extracted, visible to the naked eye. Then the psychic fire gradually burned his soul until it finally turned into mottled black specks floating in the air. This is for that child named Sartre. I saw him, in the gladiator arena outside Xia City, his mother was with him at the time. Qin Xia recalled. Yes, yes, Quintus kept nodding at the image. He had once thought his son was lying, but now. Qin Xia closed his eyes, mourning for the boy he had seen. Before reaching out to read the high knight's memories, he had intended to see some evil, but he hadn't expected to see the child who had looked at him with worship and enthusiasm after the gladiatorial combat. He thought that child was from Xia City. We will continue to attack Mahe City, Qin Xia said, we will drag the slave owners out of their mansions, give them an undignified death, and then we will rescue those they enslaved, ensuring that the bodies of the enslaved will no longer bear new scars from the moment we step into Mahe City. No matter what you hear the high knights say, please remember, we of the rebellion are not a bunch of idiots who eat each other's excrement, and I am certainly not some scoundrel wizard who uses witchcraft to entice women and men to join the rebellion. We are the sharp sword forged from the anger of the enslaved, the divine wrath unleashed upon all slave owners, born from the hatred of the enslaved. As Qin Xia spoke, Angron turned around and commanded the gladiators with his eyes. The gladiators marched in neat formation towards Mahe City. The soldiers had already gathered by the river, joining the ranks advancing towards Mahe City. I screw all high knights of Nuceria, Qin Xia said his last sentence in a calm tone, then turned and left. Quintus watched the final scene on the image. Gladiators, infantry, their rebellion advanced towards Mahe City, the high towers where the Mahe City high knights resided faintly visible. Quintus looked away, somewhat dazed, and glanced around. The bodyguard soldiers roared like madmen, their weapons couldn't kill so many people in a short time, and many bodyguard soldiers stationed in this district were doing something unknown. There weren't many bodyguard soldiers on the square side. Screw all high knights of Nuceria. Screw all high knights of Nuceria. Quintus turned and walked towards the nearest bodyguard soldier, his face fierce, muttering incessantly. Screw all high knights of Nuceria. After a roar, Quintus tackled the soldier to the ground and bit him with his teeth. A silver vine shot from nearby, severing Quintus's head, and chaotic figures obscured the body. Quintus was quickly swallowed by the chaos. But roars identical to Quintus's were everywhere. People, as if crazy, charged at the guards despite the lasers. The officer on the square stood on a four-legged combat machine, sweeping the crowd with fire, but as people fell in droves, even more would rush towards him. They knew very well that once the people of Nuceria entered a state of madness, no one could kill them into calmness unless a high knight appeared in person. Go tell those planting bombs to speed up. Tell those idiots who haven't come to the square but are slowly digging pits to hurry up. The officer roared at his deputy, all the high knights in this city have died at the hands of traitors. Let the city be buried with them. Actually, there's still one high knight, the deputy said, that master just returned from Xia city. Chapter 88, The True High Knight. Nucerians. Slaves and civilians in Mahe City charged at the bodyguard soldiers beside them as soon as the holographic projection ended. Then, people from the 1st to the 33rd districts quickly made the most suitable choices, those living on the same street began to seek each other out, and those who were neighbors stuck together like infantry squads. After establishing militia-like teams ranging from micro to large, the people of the entire district began to attack the military camps where the bodyguard soldiers were stationed. Whether male or female, child or adolescent, everyone who could fight joined the battle. The sick and disabled, who could not fight, sewed a flag with the silhouette of a running boy from the materials they had on hand and distributed it to those who rushed past their doorways. Those who had spoken up for people, or defied the guards, or were physically strong and mentally sharp, easily gained the trust and obedience of others, and under their command, everyone fought to the death for the same goal. All 33 districts of the vast Mahe city were like this. When future generations look back at this period of Nuceria's history, this moment can never be bypassed. People went mad. Those slaves, those untouchables, suddenly became like bloodthirsty maniacs. They treated their own lives and the lives of their enemies as disposable. It was as if war-related knowledge was branded into their brains. They couldn't even read, yet they knew what to do at that moment. If the damned rebellion led by the gladiators cannot establish effective rule like the High Knight afterward, then they will know what good they have done, and they will know what kind of beast was bound by the shackles they broke. The Two God Monarchs, page 12, paragraph 1, Mahe City Orbital Elevator Battle, excerpt from an officer's notes found in a guard's barracks. The Gene Father said he knew the New Star people's genes had been modified. Tens of thousands of years ago, the rulers of Nuceria implemented large-scale genetic modification to better enable people to act as soldiers of the ancient Roman era. The slave owners established an unshakable rule by monopolizing ancient technological relics, and when their monopoly was broken, their collapse was astonishingly swift. I have pondered much and believe that the main reason is because our primarch is powerful and wise, and among the many secondary reasons, there must be this one: there was still something on Nuceria that the slave owners could not monopolize, and that was the things present in people's DNA after large-scale genetic modification. So when the Gene Father and some of his followers broke the slave owners' technological monopoly, and personally used his words and actions to dismantle the New Star people's belief that the slave owners were invincible, the fire of resistance was completely ignited, and the New Star people could no longer be enslaved. World Eaters Legion Notes, Insights from the Gene Father's Glorious Past that Benefited Me Greatly, authored by Karn, captain of the World Eaters Legion's 8th Assault Company. Only when the High Knight could not suppress the rebellion could the power of ordinary people cause ripples in the resistance. The tall walls of Mahe City were occupied by the city's resistors within 3 hours, and the rebellion hurrying to the foot of Mahe City quickly took over the city walls. Inside the command post on the city wall, which originally belonged to the guards, the rebellion quickly cleared everything and established their own command post. Angron ordered the gladiators to go to every district of Mahe City, instructing them to find a way to carve out a bloody path to various places, connect with the resistors in each area, so that the resistors could be uniformly commanded by him and achieve greater results. Angron had no experience in how to command a battle in a city, but although he was forced into it, he could quickly gain experience from what he was doing. The Primarch's rapidly spinning brain could soon envision a series of related situations and outcomes, and then summarize the best current decision. Stay here and command the overall situation. When Angron took a moment to ask Qin Xia some questions, Qin Xia said this to the Primarch. There are bombs in the city, I have foreseen it. When Angron was about to speak again, Qin Xia answered first. Upon learning there were bombs in the city, Angron was slightly flustered, but then he calmed down and focused on what he should be doing. He completely trusted Qin Xia. Handling the bombs was more reassuring in Qin Xia's hands than if he, the Primarch, did it himself. Qin Xia left the city wall and quickly advanced towards the first district. As he passed through the inner wall surrounding the first district and leaped onto a house to observe which building was the one he had seen in his prophecy containing the bomb, his gaze was drawn to something extremely conspicuous in the slum. A massive machine instantly charged over 100 meters down the street, and all houses and people in its path were instantly pulverized by the energy field surrounding its body. Qin Xia had no time to intervene and rescue, and only after the machine stopped did he clearly see the appearance of the incredibly fast machine. The machine was humanoid, with long legs and arms, its upper body appearing hunched as if burdened by heavy armor. Thick armor plates covered almost the entire body of this machine, making it look as if it were wearing knight plate armor. The humanoid combat machine held a long spear with surging electricity in its right hand and a kite shield with an energy defense field in its left hand. Its height was approximately 25 meters. Knight. This word quickly appeared in Qin Xia's mind. Knight Titan, this is a common war machine in the Imperium of Man, both in 30K and 40K, these war machines operate on the front lines. Unlike larger, Pure war machines called Titans, Night Titans originated from the human race's most powerful period, used as civilian machinery for clearing hazardous natural environments in colonies, at least for the most part. But the night before him, it was too strange. Not to mention the energy field surrounding the night, those numerous automatic weapons spitting fire at surrounding enemies. How could a normal knight possibly be 25 meters tall? Just by its height, it could be classified as a Titan, a purely war machine. But considering that the Imperium of Man had not yet ventured into Nuceria, and standard knight models had not been popularized here, a 25-meter-tall knight could only be considered the result of local extensive modifications. How dare you rebel? The knight let out a deafening roar, piercing a tall tower with its spear, you natural lowlifes. Slaves with servility in your bones. Qin Xia immediately rushed towards the Night Titan, simultaneously attempting to attract its attention with his psychic powers. It was unclear where the High Knight in front of him came from. Until others could arrive as reinforcements, Qin Xia could only deal with this High Knight himself. To deal with this, literally, High Knight. Chapter 89, War Machine. A 25-meter-tall Night Titan rampaged through the first district, its terrifying might as a war machine unstoppable by anyone. When the rebellion in the first district surged towards the guards' barracks and the High Knight's lackey administrators, preparing to kill the oppressors who had long ridden on their necks, the High Knight's appearance instantly halted the rebellion's advance. Rebellions were rare in Nuceria's history, only the most enraged and desperate would form a rebellion. The task of suppressing a rebellion was not even carried out by the guards, whom the High Knights had assembled to play ancient war games. Whether for pleasure or practical considerations, the High Knights would suppress the rebellion themselves. No matter how numerous or angry the rebellion, the outcome was either being slaughtered by the High Knight or being killed until they calmed down and submitted. Born lowly. Deafening roars and demeaning curses emanated from within the Night Titan. Most of the rebellion in the first district had scattered, while a portion chose to make an attempt. This group of rebellion, carrying bombs looted from the armory, emerged in groups from the collapsed ruins and tall buildings, rushing from all directions towards the Night Titan, which they couldn't see the top of even when looking up. Lowly. Lowly. The Night Titan's energy engine began to charge again, and the device located behind the Knight's waist released an energy field once more. That energy field was the one that enveloped the Night Titan when it charged and ran wildly earlier, killing large numbers of the rebellion. When this device, using unknown technology, began to exert its power, the rebellion rushing towards the Night Titan from all directions instantly turned into a pile of dust as long as they were within its range of effect. This scene utterly shattered the morale of the rebellion, and people began to try every possible way to escape. The Night Titan continued to curse, chase, and slaughter. Until a bolt of lightning struck the energy shield on the Night Titan's left hand. The High Knight in the cockpit turned his head, and the Night Titan he controlled also turned. The observation system locked onto the person standing atop a tall tower 100 meters away. This High Knight, who had been to the Xia gladiator arena, instantly identified the other party, the lowest of the lowly. Why aren't you performing well in the gladiator arena, and what are you doing out here? The Night Titan stopped chasing and slaughtering civilians, turning its body to face Qin Xia. A sound like gears turning entered Qin Xia's ears, it was the sound of the Night Titan's transmission system operating. Then, under the High Knight's control, this Night Titan took a step with its right leg, its energy shield held in front, and its right hand gripping a long spear rested on the shield. The energy field that could reduce living beings to dust was shut off, and the device began charging, preparing for its next release. This was the posture of the knight about to initiate a charge. You, a High Knight, aren't acting like a dead pig back at the mock river, so why are you causing trouble here? Qin Xia stared at the Night Titan, his face devoid of any jest, his eyes fixed on the Night Titan. His right eye, spewing psychic energy, looked at the Night Titan. In the most detailed view provided by Qin Xia's right eye, the Night Titan looked no different from what his left eye's realistic vision showed. This indicated that some kind of creation mounted on the Night Titan could effectively resist the prying of psychic vision. And the psychic energy Qin Xia released to perceive the Night Titan could only sense the outline of this Night Titan. Even with numerous psychic means, Qin Xia's probing of the Night Titan could not go deep. This meant that he had no way to project his psychic energy inside the Night Titan's shell to destroy important components, or to directly pull out and kill the High Knight piloting the Night. At this moment, the only path for battle was a head-on confrontation. So, Qin Xia also made up his mind, to stall for time until someone came to support him. The gladiators, using makeshift High Knight equipment, might not be very effective against the Night Titan here, but if Angron came, Qin Xia had a way to use Angron's talent to enhance his own psychic strength. High Knight Aramo Dongquixote of the Dongquixote family. The pilot's deranged voice once again emanated from the Night Titan. Charge the enemy. The Night Titan, shield raised and spear braced, dashed forward. The Dongquixote family? If Don Quixote had this thing, he could charge a fortress, let alone windmills. Qin Xia marveled at the agility of this 25-meter-tall Night Titan. This bizarre thing was inexplicably flexible and fast. Such a violation of physical common sense clearly indicated that the Night Titan must have used warp technology. But as a massive war machine, no matter how agile it was not difficult for Qin Xia to dodge with his movement capabilities. Qin Xia, who sprinted dozens of meters to the right, easily dodged the charge path, watching as the Night Titan crashed through the spot he had just been standing, then continued to rush into the distance, rampaging unstoppably through the city filled with buildings. Retracting his gaze from the relentlessly charging Night Titan, Qin Xia looked around for an open area, but a sudden psychic premonition caused him to immediately raise a psychic barrier. The Night Titan, which had charged far away, appeared in front of Qin Xia in an instant, its long spear thrusting out fiercely. An entire building was pierced straight through. In the sky, Kleist, who had flown over to investigate the commotion, paused, watching the scene hundreds of meters away in disbelief. The Night Titan maintained its spear-thrusting posture. The building shattered and collapsed, with smoke and dust billowing. The moment the spear pierced the building, Kleist saw a crimson light flashing from the spearhead. It seemed some kind of energy was attached to the spearhead, giving it destructive power similar to a large-caliber cannon. Only after the building shattered did Kleist hear the ear-shattering explosion. The shockwave, carrying smoke and dust, rushed towards her, but it was easily repelled by the force field released by the winged armor embedded on her body. High Knight of the Dongquixote family. The Night Titan slowly pulled its long spear from the ruins, raising it to the sky, has slain the enemy leader. Kleist's ears were only ringing, she couldn't hear the Night Titan's frenzied battle cry. Looking at the smoke-filled ruins and broken walls, and thinking of the fate of Qin Xia, whom she was about to support, when she felt hot tears rolling down her face, Kleist regained consciousness and let out a mournful cry, flying directly towards the Night Titan for revenge. But a psychic shock made Kleist pause again, Qin Xia's familiar and joyful voice echoing in her ears, "I'm fine. Go do what you need to do. Inform Angron of the situation here. No one else but Angron is allowed to come here." Kleist hesitated for a moment, then looked again, seeing the glowing white psychic barrier flashing in the smoke and dust, before quickly flying away. Chapter 90, Crisis. As the dust gradually settled, revealing the faint psychic barrier, the Night Titan slowly lowered the spear it had held high towards the sky. The High Knight piloting this massive war machine was no longer immersed in the joy of victory. The battle was clearly not over. Qin Xia pressed his hands against the cracked psychic barrier, his gaze fixed on the Night Titan's spear, re-evaluating the capabilities of this war machine. This astonishing 25-meter-tall Night Titan was not only massive, and possessed a bulk far exceeding Qin Xia's impression of a normal Night Titan, but it also utilized many ancient technologies that surprised Qin Xia yet made perfect sense. The Night Titan's immense size, which didn't affect its mobility in the slightest, and its merely visual clumsiness, could all be explained by warp technology. In the reality universe, force does not disappear out of thin air, nor does inertia, but warp technology can make the inertia generated by the Night Titan's movement infinitely close to zero. And just now, the Night Titan had clearly charged several hundred meters, then instantly teleported in front of Qin Xia and thrust a spear, and the energy condensed on the spear were all definitely warp technologies. In short, it was wrong to view the Night Titan before him as one of the Imperium of man's Night Titans. Its origin was probably similar to that of normal Night Titans, some kind of engineering machine from the peak period of the human species. But on Nuceria, whether now or in the past, it must have undertaken combat duties different from the role of pioneering environments in harsh colonial lands. A few months ago, Qin Xia had heard from Brown that the reason Nuceria's security department was so powerful was that Nuceria, as a commercial entertainment world, faced similar problems to other human worlds at the time resisting Xenos. At that time, the species in the universe known as the Eldar was also at its peak. This was a powerful psyker race. The Eldar's extravagance and debauchery far exceeded the imagination of the human race. They would steal stars for a racing event, where drivers would pilot astonishingly fast race cars, speeding around stars for several laps. At that time, Nuceria's security department was similar to the security departments of other human race colonies. Their responsibility was to use powerful technological creations to ensure that their colony could hold out until the then human navy or army arrived for support when attacked by Xenos. The most important aspect of the warp technology utilized by this Night Titan was not teleportation or inertia cancellation, but rather blocking psykers from prying into the Night Titan's internal structure and crew, or bypassing various defenses to directly attack the most vulnerable crew member. For a war machine like this, which was both an ancient technological artifact and possessed warp technology, attempting to defeat it with ordinary physical attack methods would likely be a pipe dream, whereas using psyker attacks to resolve the situation at least had feasibility. It required the application of powerful psyker attacks. Don't waste your effort, psyker. 8,000 years ago, my ancestors piloted this war machine and pierced the pig-headed psyker tyrant who ruled Nuceria. Do you think the psyker sorcery you played on other High Knights will work on me? The Night Titan thrust its spear again. Qin Xia was prepared and quickly dodged. Looking at this Night Titan, Qin Xia began to calculate how strong a psyker attack would be needed to effectively destroy it. What was the upper limit of his psyker strength? Qin Xia had considered this question long ago. The answer was uncertain. Because, like psyker, a very mysterious power, the upper limit of a psyker attack was also a mysterious and uncertain matter. Among the many conditions that could affect the effectiveness of psyker usage, one condition had the greatest impact, and that was reality strength. When reality strength is high, warp influence is weak, and the effect of psyker is low. Conversely, the lower the reality strength, the higher the warp influence, and the stronger the effect of psyker. So-called hauntings and other supernatural phenomena could also be explained by this rule. The appearance of supernatural phenomena meant that reality strength was lowered and warp influence increased. Qin Xia realized that if he wanted to use pure psyker attacks to dismantle the Night Titan's defenses, the reality strength here would have to be weakened. To weaken reality strength, he would need to do something mystical, such as large-scale sacrifices, chanting spells, and performing rituals, summoning demons, and so on. There were many methods. He didn't want to commit human sacrifice, and he didn't know how to perform evil rituals to summon demons. But there was another method he could use, which was emotional resonance. However, Angron, who possessed emotion-related abilities, was not here. Qin Xia could only contend with the Night Titan, appearing calm and at ease on the surface. Seeing his outwardly placid expression, the High Knight, while maneuvering the Night Titan to continuously stab, secretly wondered if Qin Xia had some hidden capabilities, otherwise a normal person would have been scared senseless by his machine. But Qin Xia's calm demeanor was merely to avoid showing weakness. Inwardly, he was panicking. If there weren't still a large number of resistors in this first district whom he couldn't leave for the High Knight to slaughter, he would have long since taken the strategic retreat to bring Angron over and fight again. On the other side, inside the command post on the city wall, Angron alone issued orders to the resistors throughout the city. He formulated military orders that were absolutely not compulsory, based on the fact that the resistors were all civilians and had not received military training. The gladiators who were fighting alongside the resistors in various districts would execute Angron's combat orders and guide the resistors in battle. In Mehe City, the main road connected all districts. Qin Xia had previously bypassed this main road by using psychic teleportation. The gladiators, when using this main road to find resistors in various districts, either flew or infiltrated, so in any case, they could still get through. But now, the guards, who had been scattered by the civilians, had their morale reignited by someone unknown. They returned to set up defenses on the city's vast main road and rapidly constructed numerous fortifications. This resulted in their inability to distribute weapons to various districts via the main road, and they couldn't send reinforcements to districts where the guards had the upper hand. Angron. Kleist suddenly landed in front of the command department, floating inside and calling out to Angron, a super large iron man has appeared in the first district. Angron had just been planning to have the first district, closest to the main road, quickly resolve its battle and then flank the guards defending the main road from behind, when he heard this bad news. He immediately looked at Kleist, listening intently. Kleist told Angron everything he had seen, including the battle between the super large Iron Man and Qin Xia asking her to find Angron for help. Angron merely hummed faintly after listening, then picked up 2 pens and quickly wrote a large amount of content on the paper on the table. Kleist was surprised that Angron wasn't anxious at all, and was about to explain again how urgent Qin Xia's situation was, when Angron suddenly stood up and handed the paper covered in writing to Kleist. These are the orders I've thought of but haven't been able to issue yet. You issue these consecutively on my behalf. Angron calmly instructed. Kleist was about to ask, but saw the primarch pull out his chainsword axe from behind him, walk to the edge of the city wall, and jump down directly. Chapter 92, Fury. On Mehe City's main road, Yuechula commanded his soldiers to attack the fortified guards ahead. He had personally organized and led many charges, but each time he returned in defeat. The temporary defensive line erected by the guards was not only unbroken but also became increasingly solid. 4-legged machines, each equipped with a heavy armored shield, covered the bodyguard soldiers behind them. Even if these 4-legged machines were destroyed and immobile, they could still serve as obstacles to reinforce the defensive line. Even more 4-legged machines, tanks, and bodyguard soldiers rushed from behind the main road's defensive line. These bastards had fled as fast as they could before, but now they had all returned. Clearly someone was organizing them. After half an hour of fierce fighting, a line of heavily armored warriors emerged from the increasingly stable defensive line. They carried beam cannons, and each was protected by a bodyguard soldier holding a shield made of silver vine. These heavily armored warriors slowly advanced until they entered the shield Yuechula had erected with his High Knight ring. Their beam cannons fired continuously, directly piercing through cover to shoot down many opponents. Whenever a rebellion soldier carrying an anti-armor weapon sneaked over and fired, the silver vine controlled by the bodyguard soldiers beside the heavily armored warriors would easily block any incoming attacks. Yuechula was about to lead the other 2 gladiators present to charge forward when he heard heavy footsteps approaching from behind him. Angron passed Yuechula at an extremely high speed, flipping and maneuvering through the hail of fire, heading towards that squad of heavily armored warriors. The chainsword axe roared, armor shattered, and waists were severed. The entire squad of heavily armored warriors and the soldiers guarding them were all cut down by the primarch. Stepping over the ground covered in corpses, Angron returned to Yuechula's side and said in a calm tone, maintaining it as much as possible, similar to when he spoke with Kleist just now, I will personally participate in the battle here from now on. Yuechula stood in the shadow of Angron's body, looking up at the primarch's calm face. But he felt that he was not facing an extremely calm Superman, but a bomb about to explode. Angron's current calmness was equivalent to the countdown before a bomb detonates, a brief tranquility before a storm. Beneath the primarch's steel-hard chest, it seemed as if a flame capable of burning all of Nuceria was brewing within him. Yuechula even felt fear, even though he knew that if Angron could no longer control his rage, he would not be the one consumed by the flames. Yes. Yuechula turned to look at the officers beside him. Another assault on the defensive line began. Angron led the charge, rushing into the bodyguard soldiers at a speed that mortals could not keep up with. The fastest reacting mortal soldiers only saw the primarch's extremely agile figure as he easily crossed over the armored 4-legged machines. Buzz. The chainsword axe roared as it slashed at the surrounding bodyguard soldiers. Dozens of people were cut in half at the waist, and only when their upper and lower bodies separated did they recall the cold gleam that had assailed them when the primarch swung his chainsword axe. A beam landed on Angron's back, leaving a scorch mark on the primarch's terrifying muscles. The bodyguard soldier who fired, though he had the initiative, trembled after firing. When the primarch's brutal face turned to him, the energy rifle in his hand dropped directly to the ground, and he quickly turned and fled backward. Angron easily caught up to the soldier, roared, and raised his chainsword axe, splitting the soldier in 2. The combat power displayed by the primarch made him the primary target for all guards on the defensive line. Various weapons fired at him in turns. But Angron easily dodged those attacks, wielding his chain sword axe like a storm, raging across the defensive line. Any bodyguard soldier could only last a few seconds. Whether the soldier he approached fled or attempted a futile struggle, they would ultimately become blood and shredded flesh flowing from the teeth of the chain sword axe. For the enemy, facing such a demigod was terrifying. But for the rebellion, fighting alongside such a demigod was glorious and fortunate. The soldiers followed the primarch's steps. When the primarch cleared a position like a hurricane, they rushed in to kill the remaining people, then continued to follow the primarch's steps. Angron was unilaterally slaughtering the enemy, but his rage did not diminish or dissipate in the slightest, because his goal was not to slaughter here, but to quickly break through the enemy's defensive line on the main road and go to the first district to support Qin Xia. But these damned enemies, who were previously so vulnerable, even rooted by the resistance fighters in the city, were now holding their ground and refusing to retreat. They were scattered in every corner of Angron's path, and soldiers holding strange weapons that could emit peculiar beams, which would bind those hit for a short time, hindered Angron. Time ticked by, and the primarch realized that every second he spent on these guys meant that Qin Xia was facing a war machine alone, fighting a battle with almost no chance of winning. If Qin Xia died, Angron dared not even imagine how he would cope if that happened. Get out of my way. Why won't you just get out of my way? His roars vibrated in the mortal's ears. The primarch, who was about to rush past the defensive line, was pulled into the crowd by a gravity beam. He then got up and swung his chain sword axe, turning dozens of enemies around him into fragments in just a few seconds. Angron wanted to call a flying gladiator to take him into the sky, to cross over this area, but he quickly saw a large number of four-legged machines equipped with anti-aircraft weapons climbing to high points further back on the main road and in the surrounding areas, as if they knew Angron's intentions and had sealed off the possibility of crossing from the air. Kleist, who had left the command post to find Angron, flew in the sky. As she swooped down, she was locked onto by those anti-aircraft weapons. No matter how missiles and anti-aircraft machine guns bombarded her, they could not shake her in the slightest, because the armor she wore was high-knight equipment. But those operating the anti-aircraft weapons were already targeting Kleist. After a four-legged machine released a blue beam, Kleist was pulled and flung to the other side of the city, her condition unknown. If he dies. I will kill all of you, your families, and your friends. I will cover every corner of Mahe City with your fragmented corpses. Another person used a tractor beam to bind the primarch, who was trying to break through the defensive line, and because of this, another large group of people were chopped into minced meat by the primarch. Blood gathered and flowed like a river in every place the primarch had ravaged. The primarch, consumed by rage and worry, did not even realize that his talent was affecting everyone around him. Previously, the rebellion soldiers would feel fear when facing the guard's firepower, this was human instinct. But now, the rebellion soldiers felt no fear at all. They now had only endless rage, a rage that wanted to burn everything in front of them. People who had lost their fear attacked the enemy with the most insane methods. They rushed in groups towards the heavily armed four-legged machines, placing explosives by the machine's legs before being shot down in swathes. A rebellion soldier whose weapon had been cut in half by the guard's silver vine raised his broken weapon, lunged at an enemy, biting with his teeth and striking with his weapon, until the opponent's head became a disgusting, rotten mess of flowing red and white viscous matter. At this moment, the rebellion soldiers had only one emotion, the same rage as the primarch. This shared emotion triggered an emotional resonance. The actual intensity of the battlefield was weakened by the surging, tempestuous emotional resonance, and some situations that would normally be impossible began to occur. Angron swung his chain sword axe and charged at the mobile bunker in front of him. His body crashed through the bunker's hard wall, entering it, and with a turn of his body, he turned everyone inside into a fountain of blood and fragments bursting from the bunker's opening. Within a vast area, the bodyguard soldiers facing the furious rebellion in Angron felt not anger, but a bone-chilling coldness and terror. Soon, those who had received the most favor from the High Knight, those most willing to die for the High Knight, dropped their weapons and ran wildly backward, regardless of anything. More and more people had their sanity shattered by fear, howling as they fled in disarray. The soldiers located behind the defensive line even abandoned heavy weapons and armored vehicles that could have been used to hold out for a long time, crying and fleeing. Chapter 93, Talent. Get out! Angron roared, cutting down another group of people. They hid behind a tank, praying not to be discovered. But when Angron swung his chain sword axe, the tank and the people behind it were sliced open together. This bizarre phenomenon did not make Angron stop or ponder, until Angron noticed a rebellion soldier suddenly screaming and pouncing on a guard's officer in power armor, pulling the pin on a grenade while roaring, and dying in the explosion with the officer. That was a cowardly man. Angron remembered him, remembered the soldier's face. Because that soldier was very cowardly, a year ago, when they joined the army as conscripts from the fortress territory, that soldier was bullied because of his cowardice, and Angron still remembered speaking up for him and teaching those bullies a lesson. But that very cowardly soldier just now howled and charged at the enemy, dying with them. And even then, the guard's officer had already started to flee, rather than continue to fight the rebellion. Angron's killing movements slowed for a moment. More soldiers rushed past him, blasting a tank that was turning towards the rear of the defense line with a rocket launcher, then taking off the backpack containing 2 rockets from their back and raising it high, charging towards another tank. Angron immediately rushed over to pull the soldier back, yanking the backpack off him and throwing it away with a backhand. After the rockets in the backpack exploded, engulfing dozens of guards, Angron suddenly realized what was happening here. It was his talent. The primarch's heart offered the answer. He realized that his talent was transmitting his rage to others, and that rage suppressed the fear and apprehension mortals should have. This turned mortals into lunatics who lacked even the most basic instinct for self-preservation. Everyone here was like this, except for the enemies who suddenly fled. For those in distress, who desperately needed to fight with their backs to the wall, this rage and courage were essential. But in the current situation, the rage and courage caused mortals to make unnecessary self-sacrifices. Angron instantly calmed down, punched himself in the face, and then took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Not just appearing calm, but truly calm on an emotional level. And then, like the maddened mortals, they gradually calmed down, looking somewhat bewildered at the fleeing enemies. The emotional resonance no longer continued, and the unnatural phenomena that had appeared when reality's intensity was weakened just now gradually disappeared. Angron was a little dazed. He only knew that he could absorb others' emotions, making them no longer suffer, but he hadn't expected that he could also transmit his own emotions to others. And without close contact, affecting so many people, affecting such a large area. No, now is not the time to think about these things. Angron shook his head vigorously, shaking off the surprise and confusion in his mind, and then continued to do what he wanted to do: get to the first district as quickly as possible to help Qin Xia. Quickly occupy this. Don't worry about the escapees, we'll have plenty of chances to kill them later. The primarch loudly ordered the crowd. The rebellion soldiers, gradually calming down, immediately complied. And Nuceria, who had also fallen into extreme rage just now, climbed out of the pile of corpses and found his arm heavy. Looking down, he saw that his arm had passed through an enemy's head. Nuceria looked bewildered. After giving his instructions, Angron sprinted towards the entrance of the first district, 2 kilometers down the main road. But after only 2 steps, the scene before him made Angron stop, unable to move even half a step forward. Ahead, smoke billowed. Heavy tanks were guarded by guard soldiers fully equipped with heavy power armor instead of silver vine, and behind the heavy tanks were 7 bipedal war machines, looking similar to the war machines Claes described, except they weren't 25 meters tall, only a normal height of 11 meters. These bipedal war machines, tanks, guard soldiers, their armor was all emblazoned with a family crest, a knight charging with a raised gun. Looking at the seamlessly arrayed armor formation, Angron was burning with anxiety. Boom! The long spear accumulated energy and suddenly thrust out, shattering a tall tower. The broken psyker barrier turned into specks of glowing white light, which was residual psyker energy. These lights then began to contract and condense, then transformed into a white psyker lightning bolt covering the entire Night Titan. The Night Titan stumbled 2 steps, holding its shield in front of it. The flying psyker lightning bolts were all absorbed, in turn replenishing the Night Titan's energy. On the battlefield, which had already turned into a ruin, the Night Titan once again raised its shield and readied its spear. Qin Xia, covered in wounds, stood up from the ground, took a deep breath, and prepared to once again use his psyker abilities to contend with the opponent. The two sides had been locked in this back and forth, with neither able to gain the upper hand. But from the perspective of the Night Titan's pilot, Qin Xia was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. He felt that the other party should not be able to release psyker energy for a long time, especially psyker energy strong enough to withstand a single spear thrust. No matter how much the Night Titan was electrocuted, it was ultimately just armor wear. At this time, the reality structure intensity of Mahe City was weakened compared to before. Qin Xia, being in the first district, was temporarily unaware of why it was weakened, but in any case, the weakened reality structure brought him some benefits. Otherwise, he might not have been able to hold on until now. But the reality structure here was not yet fragile enough, not fragile enough to twist reality with psyker energy, let alone completely dismantle a giant knight with special resistance to psyker energy with psyker spells. Again. Seeing the knight's figure gradually becoming ethereal, Qin Xia quickly put up a barrier. The next second, the knight flickered in front of Qin Xia, releasing an energy field while simultaneously thrusting its spear again. Qin Xia's psyker barrier resisted the energy field that could turn a person into dust, and also resisted the thrusting spear. Then it shattered, its residual psyker energy then being used by Qin Xia to form an impact. The two sides engaged in another round of back and forth, still neither able to harm the other. After preparing for battle again, Qin Xia stared at the Night Titan, but suddenly noticed 2 people standing on a tall tower at the end of his gaze. From their distinctive white hair, identical appearance, and physique, Qin Xia immediately identified them as the 2 Alina sisters. "Hold on, we are coming to help you." The voices of the 2 sisters echoed directly in Qin Xia's mind, which meant they were psychers. And as Qin Xia wondered how they planned to help instead of causing trouble, both of them simultaneously took out 2 strands of hair. Black psyker energy swirled around them, and strange runes appeared on the ground around the sisters. Qin Xia didn't recognize what the runes meant, but he knew that the 2 suddenly appearing sisters were performing a ritual. Chapter 94 Psychic Powers. Don't defend us. Let us in. The voices of the Alina sisters, thousands of meters away, echoed in Qin Xia's ears again. He didn't know what he was defending against, nor what the sisters wanted to enter, but when he wanted to accept their help, the environment in his eyes changed. In a thick black mist, the Alina sisters stood hand in hand in front of Qin Xia. This was an illusory mental space. "We got that High Knight's hair. Therefore, we can use a form of sorcery to help you bypass the impenetrable wall." Each of the sisters spoke half a sentence. "Our sorceress power is psychic. However, even if we possess the same sorceress attack strength as you, our sorceress talent is not enough for us to bypass psychic defenses and directly attack the pilot inside the night. So we need to work together." Listening to what the Olina sisters said, Qin Xia had many doubts. But then he understood the meaning of the special nouns in the sisters' words. The impenetrable wall was an anti-psyker device widely used in ancient human times. It was integrated inside war machines to prevent psykers from bypassing the war machine's strong defensive shell to directly kill the pilot inside, or to destroy the internal structure of the war machine. This was why Qin Xia could not see inside the Night Titan, nor could he perceive the inside of the Night Titan with his psychic abilities. As for the sorcery used by the sisters, it was a psychic application similar to hacker offense and defense, bypassing the impenetrable wall by possessing an item belonging to the war machine's pilot, and through the bonds and connections related to that item. As for psychic defense, it was a technology that coexisted with the impenetrable wall. It simply and crudely used psychic energy to protect the pilot, akin to a special psychic barrier. Even if the Olina sisters could perceive the pilot inside the Night Titan using sorcery, they would still need stronger psychic power to break through the psychic defense to influence or kill the pilot. I understand. Come on. Qin Xia looked at the dense black mist ahead. The Olinas nodded and turned to face the black mist. When the two sisters raised their hands simultaneously, the black mist was dispelled. The effect of the device known as the impenetrable wall was visually represented as a black mist in the psychic vision. After the black mist was dispelled, Qin Xia saw the cockpit inside the Night Titan, and the High Knight sitting on a golden throne. The High Knight stared ferociously at the display screen, not yet realizing what had happened. Qin Xia could have crushed this High Knight's head at this moment, but he suddenly changed his mind, savoring how the Olina sisters had exerted psychic influence on him, and trying to use psychic energy with the same feeling. The High Knight suddenly froze, then raised his hand, pressed the switch on the throne, and opened the hatch. He was like a pathetic puppet being manipulated, making a foolish decision that would lead to his end. You've learned psychic abilities. You don't seem like someone who would use psychic abilities. Listening to the exclamations of the Olina sisters, Qin Xia didn't explain anything, a thought of isolating the sisters' mental influence surfacing in his mind. Then he left the mental world, and reality reappeared in his vision. The Night Titan's hatch opened, and the High Knight sat on the throne in a panic, but found himself unable to move a single inch. Finally pried open your turtle shell, hey. Qin Xia ran forward, leaped into the cockpit, and walked towards the High Knight sitting on the throne. The psychic influence on the High Knight was lifted, and his limbs were quickly taken over by his own will. His right hand drew the pistol hanging at his waist and aimed it at Qin Xia. Then his entire arm was easily torn off by Qin Xia, used as a bludgeon, and swung back to strike the High Knight's head, shattering the right side of his face. Don't kill him. Because you still need his soul to pass the system verification. Then pilot the knight to the main road to deal with this High Knight's family's armored guard. The voices of the Olina sisters echoed in Qin Xia's ears again. This was a direct projection of sound towards Qin Xia, rather than entering his mind to speak. But just as the two sisters spoke their second sentence, the High Knight was lifted by Qin Xia, who was choking him by the neck from the throne, and then punched on the crown of his head. This powerful punch even caused the High Knight's legs to be driven into his chest cavity. Seeing this scene, the Olina sisters in the distance were stunned for a moment. Then the younger sister surprisingly stretched out her hand as if to salvage the situation. While the older sister had an indifferent expression, coldly saying, now you'll have to figure out how to deal with the armored guard yourself. I want to own this knight, but in my own way. Qin Xia sat on the spacious throne. Soul verification failed. You are not a direct descendant of Kona, the security director who purchased this machine, so you cannot inherit this legacy. Is that so? We'll see. Qin Xia punched and shattered the control panel. Violent occupation detected. Property protection program is being activated. The voice of the artificial intelligence echoed in the cockpit again. Immediately, the hatch closed, and a row of holes appeared on the walls, releasing toxic gas. Qin Xia leaned back on the throne, his eyes closed. When his eyes opened again, a pearly white psychic energy surged from his eye sockets. This was a sign that he was drawing on his own psychic energy in the most extreme way. Frost spread throughout the cockpit, and snowflakes appeared, like an ice cellar. Psychic energy began to flow along the internal circuits connecting the cockpit to various structures of the machine. Those functions that were not allowed to be used, those control structures that were forcibly locked, all were permeated by psychic energy. The rebellion on the main road was fighting the armored guard with fearless resistance. Infantry carrying anti-armor weapons risked their lives for firing opportunities, trying their best to destroy tanks. And the rebellion's tanks, fully loaded with explosives, charged towards those 11-meter-tall knights, but they were either destroyed or trampled. During the fierce battle, the entire area began to cool down. Angron, standing on the wreckage of an enemy tank, looked around. He could sense the flow of psychic energy and looked in the direction the psychic energy was flowing. A 25-meter-tall war machine appeared at the end of his sight, moving with heavy steps forward. Pearlescent white light flowed backward through the structural gaps of the Night Titan, then gathered behind the Night Titan, forming the shape of a cape. Every step this knight took, every place it passed, frost would spread, and snowflakes would dance in the air. The knight seemed to walk out of the ice and snow, advancing steadily. The armored guard was cheering for the appearance of this knight, because it was their master's mount. But Angron, standing on the tank, did not think so, because all the signs displayed by that Night Titan indicated that no matter who its original owner was, it now belonged to someone truly worthy of it. Chapter 95 God King Titan. A deep horn sound emanated from the Night Titan. Its long right leg took a step forward, the shield was propped up in front of it, and the spear rested on the shield, ready to charge. The knight began to run forward, its form gradually becoming illusory as it ran, until it suddenly appeared at the end of its charge. A knight that was wreaking havoc was easily pierced by the spear, its 11-meter-tall body hung on the spear, carried forward by the large knight titan. It plowed a path full of frost and wreckage through the armored guard, then quickly jumped up, spun around in the air, landed, and slid back dozens of meters before stabilizing itself, only its heel gently touching Yuechula, who, surprised by the scene before him, had not had time to dodge, making the gladiators sit on the ground. Angron marveled at the power of this massive knight. With just one charge, just one, it destroyed numerous tanks of the armored guard, crushed many soldiers, and scattered the formation of this armored guard. Snow and wind followed the knight closely. Angron stood on the iced-over tank, gazing in astonishment at the magnificent figure standing amidst the heavy snow. Hum. The horn sounded again. The spear swung, and the smaller knight titan impaled on it was flung to the ground. Another charge began. Qin Xia was in the cockpit, leaning against the throne already covered in frost, his chest heaving violently, but his gaze remained firm, his eyes fixed on the armor of the cockpit ahead. The extraction and utilization of psychic energy had reached its limit, causing Qin Xia to feel an intense wave of exhaustion and torment. Surging psychic energy impacted the reality universe structure previously weakened by Angron, and some supernatural phenomena appeared within the cockpit. The soul of this Night Titan's original owner screamed beside the throne. It was a psychic entity born from extreme resentment of a soul that had already left the reality universe. Qin Xia had a thought, causing the High Knight's soul, which had already entered the warp, to emit a dazzling light and be snatched away by the warp creatures attracted to his soul. A boy's phantom appeared in the cockpit, running around the throne, constantly asking Qin Xia, "Do you still remember me? Do you still remember me?" Until the boy's phantom was embraced by another woman's phantom. "I remember you, Sartra, the child who ran around telling everyone that our rebellion were not evil people. Of course I remember." Qin Xia could no longer distinguish if this was reality or an illusion he was seeing, murmuring in response. Various phantoms appeared in the cockpit, they flashed by, either weeping or grateful, or roaring and screaming. On the throne, Qin Xia rested one hand on his head, and raised the other. The Night Titan's shield-wielding hand also rose. "I will avenge you," Qin Xia said calmly. "We will take revenge on them," he added. The Night Titan's shield glowed with an ethereal white light, and a few seconds later, it unleashed a torrent of white psychic energy. Those outside saw a tsunami-like energy attack released from the shield, and at the same time heard a roar. Angron knelt on the ground in pain, covering his ears, but the sound bypassed his ears and resonated in his mind. A roar. The sound of countless people roaring and howling together. The energy torrent swept across the vast main road of Mahe City like a tsunami. Armored guard soldiers screamed and fell to the ground, their souls separating from their bodies, burning and disintegrating. The war machines looked unchanged, but they all gradually stopped. The knight's hands hung down, its upper body hunched as it knelt on the ground. The tanks still hummed with continuous operation, but their crews had long since screamed and turned into soulless corpses. Inside the massive knight's cockpit, Qin Xia's head tilted back against the throne's backrest, he felt his psychic energy drained, and his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. The ethereal white light flowing over the Night Titan gradually dissipated, the energy that forcibly propelled this massive war machine vanished, and it itself ceased to operate. After an unknown amount of time. "Wake up!" Qin Xia opened his eyes at the summons, finding himself in the warp, but as soon as he had the thought of leaving, everything before him instantly transformed into the reality universe. The feeling of psychic energy filling his body returned, and the exhaustion after the torment vanished. Angron. Qin Xia painfully turned his head, his face and lips frighteningly pale. The primarch knelt beside Qin Xia, letting Qin Xia rest his head on his lap. The gladiators surrounded them, forming an impenetrable circle. Angron opened his mouth but couldn't say anything, his face contorted with grief, he merely nodded. "Oh no," Qin Xia then struggled to turn his head to the other side. Anamau's eyes were red, murmuring repeatedly, "We're all here, all here. Sorry. I can't continue this journey with you for now." Qin Xia painstakingly scanned the gladiators, his eyes blurry and unfocused. The bombs, were they defused? The gladiators knelt on the ground, some grieving, some angry. "The bombs were all defused, don't worry." Yuechula nodded. "You won't be alone." Kleist squeezed out the words through gritted teeth, "Because we will kill all the nobles in this city, pile them into a mountain, let you lie on top of it, and let them be buried with you." Hearing Kleist's words, all the gladiators nodded. That's what they thought, if Qin Xia truly died, then the nobles in this city would be buried with him. In the worldview of these gladiators, there was no more glorious and beautiful way to die than lying on a mountain of enemies' corpses. "Don't," Qin Xia's frighteningly pale lips trembled slightly, "I am not Nuceria, a Nucerian. You pick a place with mountains and water, then dig a pit, don't forget to come, to pay respects every year." The Olina sisters were also present. The younger sister squatted by Qin Xia's feet, affected by the sorrowful atmosphere, looking at Qin Xia with tear-filled eyes. The older sister stood with her arms crossed over her chest, looking down at Qin Xia, her voice cold, "How about building you a tomb on the orbital elevator? You'd have a panoramic view of this planet's mountains and waters." Qin Xia ignored the remark and slowly closed his eyes. "No. No. No." Angron roared. Qin Xia suddenly opened his eyes again, "Oh right. Angron, don't be dominated by your talent, you must dominate your talent, not the other way around." I remember. Angron nodded vigorously, "You must have a way to live. Or you must know some way to save your life. You tell me, I'll do it. All is fate. Qin Xia closed his eyes again. Angron lowered his head, his body, massive as a small mountain, trembling violently. Oh right, Qin Xia opened his eyes again, about that night. I thought of a good name. In the legends of Nuceria, there are 2 God Kings who will rescue the people here, so I want to name that night the God King Night. God King Night. The older of the Olina sisters, ignoring her sister's tugging, said calmly, both a king and a knight, don't you think it's contradictory? Qin Xia had already closed his eyes again, but hearing this, he opened them. Knight is a name, not a title of nobility. The name of that massive war machine is Knight. Just think of it as a term like tank, then how is it contradictory? Suddenly thinking of something else, Qin Xia said with his eyes closed, anyway, that Knight Titan's size is only mid-range among Titans, so it won't be called a Knight anymore, it'll be called a Titan. God King Titan? I can tell you really enjoy the title of the 2 so-called savior God Kings in the Nucerian legend. I do like it, so what? Whether that legend is true or not, using the banner of the 2 legendary God Kings has indeed brought a lot of convenience to the rebellion, as well as cohesion among the personnel. Listening to them bicker, the primarch frowned, realizing things were not simple. The gladiators also noticed the anomaly. Angron suddenly felt an extreme joy spreading among everyone. Everyone who realized Qin Xia's situation felt the same joy as him. It was the joy of something lost and found, of a close call. The gladiators exchanged glances, hiding their smiles. Qin Xia sensed that everyone around him had seen through his act, so he stopped pretending, opened his eyes, sat up, and smiled politely. Angron suddenly lunged forward and hugged Qin Xia. Claes stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Angron's arm and Qin Xia's neck. The gladiators successively gathered around. They looked more like they were huddled together than embracing, but these people who had faced life and death together, even if they did nothing, could feel the camaraderie between them. Should we also? The younger of the Olina sisters looked at her sister, hesitantly pointing at the gladiators. Go on, go let that sorcerer hug you. The older sister patted her younger sister's lower back. Go on, isn't that what you wanted? The younger sister stood awkwardly, ultimately not joining them. No way. Chapter 96, Temporary Order. Night. First District of Mahe City. Everyone was gathered in the square, with the rebellion maintaining order around them. These untrained civilians knew how to gather in an orderly fashion, forming relatively strict and organized queues unconsciously. And everyone remained silent, their gazes uniformly directed towards the rebellion leaders standing on the bodyguard soldiers' corpses in the square. We don't have time to stay long in Mahe City, but we will at least leave a portion of our troops, and then we will ensure that a new order is established here. You will be fed, clothed, and warm, you will have medicine when sick, and jobs to earn money. Angron stood on the bodyguard soldiers' corpses, his mouth like a giant broadcast, every word emanating from it accurately reaching the ears of over 100,000 people in the entire slum. Now, I will announce some prohibitions and arrangements. Looting is absolutely forbidden. Anyone who commits crimes during the chaotic period after the battle will be brutally executed. We don't have time to lock you up in prison for re-education, nor do we have the conditions. The slave owners don't even know how to build prisons. Every household must send at least one adult as a family representative to collect food when it is distributed and to form a militia team when the city needs to be put under martial law and patrolled. If there are children without parents, after I finish speaking, go find any rebellion soldier you can see. The soldiers will personally ensure you receive sufficient food and medicine. Before order is restored, a temporary management order will be established in this city. Saying this, Angron jumped down from the pile of corpses and moved through the square. He occasionally pulled a person from the queue and placed him behind him. After he had moved through the entire square a few times, there were more than a dozen people he had selected following him. These people looked bewildered. He will be responsible for some minor statistical work. Angron pointed to one person behind him, then to the next. And this person, he will serve as your channel for communication with the rebellion. If you have any needs or ideas, find this person, and he will then relay your ideas to the rebellion. And this person, he and the rest of the others are to represent every small area of your first district. They also have the right to communicate directly with the rebellion. They will ensure you can live normally, distribute houses to you, and when you discover any hidden enemies in the city, you must also tell these people I've pointed out, so they can communicate with the stationed rebellion and then pursue and kill the hidden enemies. Qin Xia looked at Angron, but did not speak. Although Angron seemed to just randomly pull some people from the civilians and then assign them responsibilities, in reality, he was not picking people at random. The current Angron, with the person standing near him, could tell what his temperament was, whether he was useful, whether he was upright or hypocritical. Nothing could escape Angron's perception. And the people Angron selected were either leaders who had previously led the internal resistance fighters in Mahe City during the battle, or extremely rational and resolute individuals. Could these people immediately perform well if placed in a certain position? The answer was, of course, no, but at least a temporary, stumbling, simple order was established. At least Mahe City would not fall into chaos after the rebellion left, with people slaughtering and plundering each other, and those with ulterior motives jumping out to create panic. Remember, those who wish to take advantage of this temporary, unstable order to loot, remember this. Angron looked at the few people in the crowd who wanted to steal but were not yet beyond redemption. You will be accused by others, and rebellion soldiers will arrive by your side within 1 minute and execute all of you on the spot. No matter what wrong you have committed against others. Because we don't have time to build a prison for you to sit in, we don't. Angron said, looking at the gladiator named Primarch behind him. Primarch immediately puffed out his chest, ready to receive orders. Stay here, and 1,000 rebellion soldiers stay here. Angron said, train the local militia, so they can quickly be put into war. When Brown arrives, inventory and integrate the city's resources, so Mehe City can serve its purpose as part of the rebellion in the war. Yes. Primarch saluted and turned to face the populace. We will protect 99% of you. If you are threatened, robbed, or stolen from, immediately report it to the nearest rebellion soldier you can find, and I guarantee you will see the person who threatened or robbed you hanged in the square 3 minutes later. Angron and Primarch said some more about the temporary control. Until Angron sensed fear emerging from those few individuals with ill intentions. High-pressure control. Somewhat cruel. The Olina sisters expressed their views. Qin Xia stood beside the two sisters and, hearing their words, couldn't help but argue for Angron. The Nucerians are fierce and combative. In the aftermath of a war, when the dust has not yet settled, such high-pressure control is absolutely necessary, otherwise large-scale bandit organizations will soon emerge. Fierce and combative. The older sister among the sisters looked at the Nucerians in the square. I don't see it. In the eyes of us New Guard 1 people, they have an inherent submission and obedience, otherwise how could they have been enslaved by a group of damn slave owners for nearly 10,000 years? The High Knights directly enslaved them, and even so, wave after wave of resistance armies appeared, heading to their deaths. Qin Xia squinted at Olina. Most of you New Guard 1 people never even see the High Knights, yet weren't you still intimidated into submission by their orbital elevators for nearly 10,000 years? Upon hearing this, the Olinas all looked at Qin Xia, one glaring, the other softly advising her sister not to pick a fight. What are you New Guard 1 like? What are your people like? Qin Xia asked. Now that Mehe City's orbital elevator had been taken down, the High Knight's control over New Guard 1 was completely ineffective. Neither of the Olina sisters wanted to cause trouble with the rebellion, so they naturally followed Qin Xia's lead and changed the topic. New Guard 1 was a corporation a very, very long time ago. Our ancestors went from Nue 2 to New Guard 1 and were warmly welcomed by the local laborers. I heard from the elders that in that very ancient time, there wasn't enough food, but the laborers of New Guard 1 still shared their food equally with us who fled from Nue 2. The Olinas replied. Since then, we have jointly formed the Labor Council. We are different from the New Star people, we have no concept of status or hierarchy. We only have one principle that has been truly implemented and upheld for 10,000 years. That is to share will and woe. A counselor of the Labor Council will not receive even one more bite of food or fresh water than a worker in the New Guard 1 mines, nor even one more beautifully patterned piece of clothing. Sharing will and woe, the older sister said. Sharing life and death, the younger sister said. Qin Xia's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing this. I now feel that the entire Nuceria star system is truly blessed with exceptional people. You New Guard 1 are more than just a little better than New Star. Chapter 97, World Eaters. The Primarch repeated his previous speeches in every district of Mehe City, then selected individuals he deemed capable to shoulder various responsibilities. Once this was done, the rebellion, leaving a small portion of people behind, departed Mehe City. Their destination was not home, but a relay station originally used by the guards. While the army received supplies there, the rebellion's high command gathered around 2 alien visitors, waiting. They can communicate with people on the satellite just by standing here. Angron stood with Qin Xia, gazing at the Olina sisters with a puzzled expression. The two sisters held hands, their white hair floating, and psychic energy continuously radiated from their bodies. Yes, Qin Xia said with absolute certainty, they are super bipedal telephone people. Angron was skeptical. The legendary divine monarchs of New Star. The Olina sisters still held hands, but opened their eyes and spoke in unison to Angron and Qin Xia. The New Guard 1 Labor Council has decided to fully side with the World Eaters. From now on, we are in the same boat, sharing life and death. The guards stationed on New Guard 1 are currently under siege. Once New Guard 1 has completely cleared out the New Star guards scattered throughout the industrial zone, we will immediately begin the production of military equipment to arm you with sufficient weapons and gear. At the same time, control of the satellite has also been shared with you. If you do not have technical personnel who can operate the satellite, please wait for the Labor Council to send a technical team to New Star to serve you. Angron suddenly raised a hand. Wait. The Olina sisters immediately fell silent. World Eaters. Angron frowned. That name sounds a bit familiar. I remember after our rebellion took over the Moray family's fortress territory. I heard that name from some civilians and captured guards, but neither I nor anyone else ever acknowledged that name. The name World Eaters was indeed heard by our New Guard 1 people from some slave owners and guards. But on New Guard 1, this name represents hope. The Olina sisters continued to explain, one sentence at a time. We began observing you via satellite on the first night you broke out of the gladiator arena. We initially thought you were no different from previous rebellions, then we began to predict how much of a stir you would cause. Until we discovered that you chose to attack one of the most impregnable High Knight territories, and then you took it, established a foothold, and from then on, you gained the title of World Eaters among other Nuceria people. We adopted this title. We broadcast your deeds 24 hours a day in the factories on New Guard 1. We closely followed you, and the title of World Eaters has become increasingly ingrained in the hearts of the people on New Guard 1. Of course, if you don't like this title, we can ask the Labor Council to change how they refer to you. After speaking, the Olina sisters closed their eyes again, waiting for Angron's reply. If the rebellion leaders expressed that the name was not good, then New Guard 1 would use a different designation in the future to refer to the rebellion that had stirred up such a monumental wave of change on Nuceria. Since you like this name, then use it, what else can I say? Angron did not request a name change. I also think the name is alright, Ono shrugged, at least it's not names like Feces Eater or Little Rebellion Creation Contest Athlete. The vilification of resistors will be settled and eradicated. Qin Xia looked at Ono. Once we achieve victory, the Nuceria people will refer to the rebellion you participated in during your youth as a certain great uprising, and you will be given historical significance. Ono nodded, saying nothing more. He was originally quite optimistic and cheerful, but ever since he discovered that the two rebellions he participated in were seen by those who didn't know the truth as either eating their own shit or eating each other's shit, he couldn't be optimistic at all. This was related to Ono's own goals and wishes for participating in the uprising. He hoped to awaken more people, just as he awakened the people in Mahe City during the early stages of the Mahe City battle. Slaughter and revenge were not as important as awakening in his eyes. Can your new Guard 1 produce Silvervine? Qin Xia looked at the Olina sisters. We've tried to produce Silvervine, but the production efficiency is astonishingly low, and the finished product rate isn't high either. Of course we can, the Olina sisters nodded simultaneously, in unison. We will immediately apply to the Labor Council for priority production of Silvervine. New Guard 1. Production Workshop number 2989. It was lunchtime, and workers gathered in a small open space amidst the hot, ancient production and processing equipment. Everyone sat on small stools, slurping bowls filled with nutrient fluid. Molten iron, stretching for miles like a river, flowed above them, and the thick smoke emitted by the production equipment was filtered by their iron lungs into slightly lighter black smoke. Everyone's gaze was focused on a projection displayed by a holographic device in front of them. Latest news. According to the daughter of the Labor Council's production representative, who was sent to New Star as an envoy, the highly anticipated World Eaters had captured Mahe City and controlled the orbital elevator half an hour before I announced this news. Images of the World Eaters in battle were displayed by the holographic projection. The workshop production representative drank the nutrient fluid from his bowl, then jumped up and smashed the bowl to the ground, letting out a cheer of excitement. World Eaters! World Eaters! The workers also drank their nutrient fluid, smashed their bowls to the ground, and shouted the name World Eaters amidst the sound of shattering. They didn't know the origin of the World Eaters' name, they only knew that behind this term lay hope, representing New Guard 1's complete liberation from the High Knight threat, no longer needing to produce tools of enslavement for the High Knights or draw lots to send living tributes for them to play with. The broken bowls were cleaned and collected by drones, sent out of production workshop number 2989, and dropped onto a conveyor belt that ran day and night like an endlessly flowing road, leading to the garbage refinery. Amidst the cheers, a command popped up on the production representative's data pad. He immediately turned around and shouted to all the workers, "The World Eaters need our Silvervine. From now on, the Silvervine we produce will not be issued to the guards, but to the World Eaters on New Star. From today on, lunch break should be cancelled, fellas." A dark-faced worker immediately put on his gloves and walked to the lathe. The others rushed to their workstations. The molten metal flowing overhead changed direction after a worker pried open a switch, surging through the long, trench-like grooves in the workshop. Some of the still operating ancient automated production equipment began to transform metal into high-precision parts, which people then further processed to give them functions such as deformation. The produced Silvervine looked like a large silver dough. They were placed on a production line, and at the end of the line, cargo drones loaded with sufficient quantities of Silvervine took off, following the flight transport corridor from the workshop to the outside, into the vacuum environment isolated by energy layers. Proceed to cargo port. Expedited transport. The drone received the latest updated command and immediately changed its flight path. It flew with many other cargo-laden drones towards the cargo port. They flew over large areas of craters on the satellite, and the laborers wearing heavy armor digging for minerals within those craters. They flew over the ore smelting workshops that suddenly went into full operation, and the molten iron transport channels that flowed out of the workshops like a network of intersecting rivers. They passed by the side of a huge projection device displaying sharing hardships, sharing life and death. Finally, the drones arrived at the acceleration track and were launched towards the massive industrial star ring built around New Guard 1. There, the only 3 small transport ships were docked at the cargo port in the northern sharp section of the star ring, preparing to transport the temporarily produced supplies from New Guard 1 and previously secretly produced materials to the surface of New Star. The drone fleet unloaded the cargo into the transport ships' cargo holds, and the transport ships were about to set sail for New Star. The star ring's already limited energy was entirely supplied to the cargo port. The ancient colossal construct previously used to create a stealth field to isolate a part of the star ring ceased operation, and a large area of seemingly normal space dissipated like tearing paper, and hidden within that gradually dissipating stealth field was something that absolutely could not have been seen by the High Knights or guards before. A massive orbital defense platform, 10 kilometers in diameter, was being restrained by a gravitational field. Appearing with the defense platform were also workers in heavy protective suits, crawling like ants across the platform, repairing it alongside a large number of engineering drones and automatons. As the transport ships departed, a worker operating a heavy welding torch on top of the defense platform looked at the retreating transport ships. "The World Eaters need supplies," he muttered to himself. "The World Eaters need orbital defense platforms. Work harder. For a new Nuceria." He turned his head and shouted into the communication channel. Chapter 98 The Magical Sisters. The rebellion advanced across the plains, following the river in the Mahe region, all the way to its end. Ahead lay not the path home, but the road to engulf the next city and the slave owners within it. The rebellion soldiers, fully equipped with silver vines since this morning, followed behind the armored vehicles, which in turn followed the God King Titan at the very center of the rebellion. This war machine, renamed from Knight to Titan due to its excessive height of 25 meters, still left a trail of ice and snow in its wake, and the white psychic energy flowing in its armor and structural grooves still converged behind it into a long white cloak. The rebellion walked through the ice and snow, but the ice and snow could not hinder their steps. Instead, they nourished their legs, which had trekked tirelessly for several days, and their slightly fatigued bodies. The High Knights of Xia City are fighting among themselves. They cleared out Tark's remaining forces, and then began to slaughter each other over Tark's inheritance. As I said a few days ago, this is the best time for us to attack Xia. Brown's face appeared on the holographic projection device installed on the Titan's cockpit throne. Qin Xia still couldn't control the Titan mech in a normal way, and Brown could only crack some functions. As a not-so-advanced stone man, Brown was like someone whose mind had been stamped, unable to crack the Titan mech's core property inheritance protocol. Yes, I made the decision to attack Xia City with Angron a few days ago. If you, old windbag, called to say some nonsense, then I suggest you hang up now. Qin Xia focused entirely on controlling the Titan, not even having the thought to humor Brown with a few kind words. I'm just urging you, so you don't miss the best time, Brown said, turning his body to look elsewhere in the cockpit. Also, this communication device isn't called a phone. Phone is an antique term from how many years ago? The two New Guard 1 sisters are here. Brown's gaze settled on the Olinas. Ever since New Guard 1 truly honored its promise to send equipment and repair the orbital defense platform, Qin Xia decided to protect these two extraterrestrial envoys well, believing that no place was safer than the Titan mech's cockpit. The stone man eagerly asked, how's the orbital defense platform coming along? Your New Guard 1 people aren't slacking off, are they? We never slack off, the Olina sisters said in unison. That's good, Brown nodded in satisfaction. New Guard 1 was sold to Longkong Daily Company as a factory back then, and they forcibly took over many of my stone man compatriots, so I have nothing to talk about with you New Guard 1 people. Goodbye. The holographic image disappeared. The Olina sisters looked at each other. The elder sister asked Qin Xia, what on earth is he talking about? It's normal for you not to understand, this is encrypted communication belonging to us New Star people, Qin Xia was too lazy to explain. Silence fell in the cockpit. Qin Xia looked at the Olina sisters, his gaze falling on their white hair. When you first arrived on New Star, I thought you were two old ladies, but then I looked closer and found that you just had naturally white hair, probably the same age as me. The same age as you? You look like you're hundreds of years old with that physique, the elder sister said. No, he's clearly very young, the younger sister tugged at her elder sister's sleeve and smiled apologetically at Qin Xia. I'm not even 20 yet, Qin Xia told the Olinas, but he didn't want to discuss age, so he changed the topic. Are all New Guard 1 people as beautiful or handsome as you? Do you all share one head and one mouth? When New Guard 1 was mentioned, the Olina sisters' chatterbox opened. There are two peoples on New Guard 1, one is intelligent, resilient, and hardworking. The other is beautiful, has slight psychic potential, and is enthusiastic. We share will and woe, life and death. The sisters spoke one after the other. As for us, we don't share one head and one mouth, we are originally the same person. We are both daughters of one of the Labor Council's representatives. Hearing this, Qin Xia became interested. Elaborate. Thousands of years ago, after the Pariah Knights on Nuceria revolted against the wizard tyrant, one of the tyrant's daughters fled to New Guard 1. She was accepted and integrated among us, married a man, and after her death, left behind a prophecy stone cast from her own bones. When our mother was pregnant with us, she sought inspiration from the prophecy stone. She was told that the child in her womb would not be able to be born smoothly, but the prophecy stone helped our mother split the soul of the child in her womb into two parts, born one after the other, and the children born were us. This is why we appear to share one head and one mouth. The Olina sisters revealed their origins. Well, Qin Xia wanted to exclaim that one person could even be split and born, but he held back the words on the tip of his tongue. The two sisters, when Qin Xia was unwilling to accept psychic probing, also couldn't directly perceive Qin Xia's thoughts, so naturally, they didn't know what he was thinking. Regardless, I will ensure your safety, Qin Xia said sincerely, his gaze firm. Because you are the link between New Guard 1 and New Star. Normally, you should stay in the cockpit, but when I want to explore another psychic space, you will have to leave temporarily, and your safety will temporarily be entrusted to someone larger than me. Yes, God King, the younger sister bowed. The elder sister also bowed, but with an added question, why? Facing this question, Qin Xia could only smile mysteriously. He really couldn't say that when his soul entered the warp, the residual consciousness would cause his physical body to behave very strangely. From Little Qin, he would turn into Fan Little Qin. Qin Xia had once considered how to avoid such a situation, but later he decided to just stay in a secluded place when exploring the warp. Because the consciousness remaining in the physical body was an anchor point, without this anchor point, it would probably be impossible to return from the warp at will. Leaving a consciousness anchor point in the body was a passive skill and could not be eliminated. The Olina sisters were quite interested in the psychic space Qin Xia mentioned, and seeing Qin Xia smile without speaking, they pressed him with questions, one after another. Can I enter that psychic space? You and I are both wizards, yet your power is astonishingly strong. Is this related to your ability to enter the psychic space? The smile on Qin Xia's face gradually disappeared, replaced by seriousness. He spoke as if warning, and also as if making a definitive statement, it's impossible for wizards like you to enter the psychic space, but this is a great blessing for you. The Alina sisters exchanged glances and no longer cared about the so-called psychic space. Due to their origins and various other reasons, they had been very receptive to advice since childhood. When a powerful wizard issued a warning, it was best for others to follow it. Chapter 99, Xia, we have arrived. The soldiers traveled to the Xia region in an armored vehicle. The armored vehicle was stopped by people from a village. The soldiers exited the vehicle and looked at the young men blocking their way. Make way, we are the rebellion going to attack Mehe City, the lead soldier said. The High Knights are fighting fiercely in Mehe City. Slaves and commoners like us who escaped the chaos are all calling themselves the rebellion. There are so many of you, how are we supposed to know which rebellion you are? The person blocking the way shouted through a loudspeaker from behind cover. World Eaters, the soldier said. Everyone hiding behind the barricades and cover immediately rushed out. You are the World Eaters. Yes. How do you prove it? We didn't kill you, and we didn't blast you and the barricades into dust. That's the proof. Dozens of young men looked at each other, realizing that it was indeed true. In the Xia region, many people claiming to be the rebellion were slaughtering everywhere. Even the guards occasionally wore the High Knight family crest, running out to loot and burn while claiming to be the rebellion. If they had encountered them, everyone would have been blasted into dust long ago. Are you blocking the road for food or what? A soldier asked, controlling his silver vine to retrieve some compressed biscuits from the armored vehicle. If you want to survive, you can go to the Mehe region. There are outposts on the main roads that will help you. Not for food, not for clothes, one person shouted. We are here just to stop you, another person echoed. The fighting in Mehe City has been going on until now, and the guards are killing people everywhere. Our families are all dead. We just want to go with you to kill the slave owners and their lackeys. As they spoke, the dozens of people in front of the soldiers were smiling, not looking sad at all. But the experienced scouts had no suspicion whatsoever. Nuceria. New Guard 1 once tried to attack Nuceria, many years ago, before the ancestors of the High Knights were even born. But a council representative spoke to stop him, don't go. The New Star people don't have PTSD. Then remove the barricade and join my squad, and as locals, guide us to the fastest way to Mehe City, the soldier said, signaling his brothers to help. Everyone removed the barricades. Dozens of young men stood by the road, holding up the World Eater symbol. It was the symbol from the newspapers produced during the High Knights' propaganda attacks, looking like iron teeth biting into a fortress territory. People cut out that symbol and collected it. In the regions still controlled by the High Knights, this symbol was the people's hope. In the regions where the High Knights and guards had been exterminated, this symbol was the people's gratitude. The High Knights' propaganda attacks were still ongoing, but their methods turned to dust after the Battle of Mehe River. The concretized name of the object they feared, the World Eaters, and the terrifying symbol they personally designed to instill panic in slaves and commoners, all had the exact opposite effect of what they expected. The main force of the rebellion also marched over at this time. The enormous God King Titan, like a mountain, trudged through the ice and snow under the scorching sun, the flying, crystal-clear snowflakes covering a patch of scorching red sand. Angron sat on a captured giant tank. Seeing the people standing by the road, he sensed them, and after judging their origin and purpose from their emotions, he withdrew his gaze. Inside the God King Titan, Qin Xia looked at the empty space ahead, almost instinctively controlling the Titan to advance. Aren't those High Knights Nuceria people? Why don't they show any courage? The Alina sisters asked. High Knight families in a city intermarried, even intermarrying within their own families. Qin Xia recalled the High Knight family histories he had read. They bred like livestock until now. The fact that the current High Knights can still speak and look human is enough for me to marvel that they are indeed Nuceria people. The Alina sisters thought for a moment and decided that if they had the chance, they would write a research paper on the genetics of the Nuceria High Knight families. Perhaps with this paper, they could enter the labor council. Mehe City. Qin Xia suddenly stood up from his throne, gazing at the armored hatch of the cockpit ahead. But his gaze had already penetrated the armor, seeing everything hundreds of kilometers away. With the aid of a Titan's observation system. The city, now just ruins, and the High Knights fighting within it. And outside Mehe City, a place very familiar to the gladiators, the gladiator arena. Xia. The psychic energy gushing from Qin Xia's eyes seemed like the rage he felt in his heart at this moment. We are back. The scorching sun beat down. The High Knights fought amidst the ruined walls of Xia and the giant craters blasted when the Mad King perished in a blaze. They fought and vied for the things they had seized from the Mad King. The Tark family, as descendants of the first Tark who resisted the sorcerer tyrant and established the commoner knights, had a deep foundation. Every item the Mad King once used to maintain his rule was enough to change a family's status on Nuceria. When the outline of the Titan appeared outside the city, the High Knights who were fighting paused for a few seconds. Those with very good relations with the Don Quixote family laughed and celebrated, while others became worried. These people had not done anything other than contend for Tark's inheritance for a long time. They also did not care about anything other than contending, either contending or recovering their strength to prepare to contend again. They did not yet know what had happened. If they had heard any useful news, they would not be in these ruins now, but would have fled long ago. The Titan paused. The long spear was set upon the shield, its body roaring as it sank, then began to charge forward. As this behemoth drew closer, the High Knights realized something was wrong. The Titan suddenly disappeared while running and charging, then appeared above Mahe City, falling with a crash, continuing its forward momentum. A dozen or so high knight figures were swallowed by the dust kicked up by the Titan's charge. They still could not be found after the dust cleared. The Titan slid dozens of meters on the ground, finally stopping and turning to face the remaining high knights. But it did not strike again. Overcast skies gathered, Kleist raised his hand, pressing down on the high knights under the dark clouds. Lightning flashed. More and more gladiators arrived, silently slaughtering the high knights. After the Battle of Mahe City, these gladiators were better equipped than ordinary high knights, if not equally so. The guards waiting around Mahe City for their masters to achieve a result were assaulted by rebellion infantry. When the gladiators killed the high knights, seized their equipment, and began to support the infantry, the guards did not hold out for long before collapsing. Some guards who had come from other places to support their masters were about to approach Mahe City, but seeing the dire situation, they began to flee. But Qin Xia controlled the God King Titan to directly teleport behind these guards. The long spear was raised, and psychic lightning erupted from its tip, covering a large area, turning everyone into scattered snowflakes. Chapter 100, Fully Fledged. The battle is over. Angron's holographic avatar appeared above the projection device of the cockpit throne. Qin Xia nodded, it's over. Angron also nodded, looking down with a slight frown, speaking of which, I had imagined this battle of Dizia would be incredibly fierce, with infantry assaulting the city, and infiltration assassinations, but it turned out. As it turned out, when everyone arrived, they found that Dizia City was already in ruins. The resistance was not intense at all, the guards were quickly defeated by the infantry, and the High Knight was quickly defeated by the gladiators. But Qin Xia was not surprised at all. Since we attacked the Moray family's territory, the difficulty of the battles has plummeted. We've grown like a snowball, gaining immense power. After the last battle ended, and we could arm more gladiators with high knight equipment, I even doubt whether the next battle will even happen. This is good, Angron smiled, just about to say that such fast battles wouldn't affect many civilians or slaves waiting to be freed, when he suddenly remembered the environment he was in. Qin Xia and Angron had never had the chance to observe how prosperous Dizia City truly was. The moment they got a glimpse of Nuceria's largest city was during the gladiator arena uprising. Qin Xia gazed at the blazing Dizia from his office. And then, everyone flew away on the anti-gravity vehicle, looking back at Dizia. At that time, they only caught a glimpse of a corner of Dizia, a despairingly massive city wall gradually collapsing under the beams fired by the High Knight. Then, the Mad King Tark chose to perish with the city, detonating the engineering bombs Brown had found for him. And now, this city had become scattered ruins around a giant pit. Those within it even doubted if this was the legendary City of World's Desire Dizia. City of World's Desire, indeed, Qin Xia recalled what he had read about Dizia in the books stored on his data pad. Now this wretched place is a wreck. At best, it'll just become a tourist attraction in the future. I originally wanted to transform this place. Angron looked very disappointed. I wanted to use this city and its people to prove that we are not destroyers, that we can build, that we can bring better order, but the High Knight destroyed it before we could. We can indeed build. Qin Xia's eyes, under his Shinik vision, scanned the surroundings. If you ask if there's a way to rebuild Dizia City, there is, but it's not that simple. Angron looked at Qin Xia's holographic face from inside the tank. Qin Xia looked at Angron's face. The Olina sisters remained silent, standing in a corner of the cockpit. In the midst of the silence, Angron's holographic face suddenly changed from sorrow to a joyous, toothy grin. Brown had squeezed into the communication channel. May I interrupt? Brown released his control over the holographic device, allowing Angron's holographic face to return to its original expression from the toothy grin. You need to go to the gladiator arena, because there are still gladiatorial contests happening there, and due to the rebellion's arrival, the controllers there have started killing gladiators. Hearing Brown's words, Qin Xia's body jolted, and the God King Knight once again surged with Shinik energy, rushing towards the gladiator arena. Are you joking or telling the truth? The gladiator arena is still there? And now? Angron leaped out of the tank, breaking away from the group and rushing towards the gladiator arena. The gladiators witnessed this and immediately followed. I'm surprised too. Brown, far away in the fortress territory, had code flickering in his eyes. I was curious about the situation at the gladiator arena, so I hacked into their devices to check, and found that gladiatorial contests were still ongoing there, but they've just been called off, and the slave owners have started killing gladiators. Dizia City Gladiator Arena. The Maggot Eye floated above the combat area. The person controlling the Maggot Eye stood on the red sand battlefield, with a row of bodyguard soldiers behind him. The gladiators who had just been fighting were bound by the electric locks released by the Maggot Eye, unable to move. More guards were scattered throughout the audience stands, controlling everyone in the arena. The security automatons were nowhere to be seen, because ever since the previous wave of Deshia Arena's gladiators escaped with the automatons' help, it was hard for anyone to believe that those automatons would stand firmly with the slave owners as before. No one leaves, I said, no one leaves. The host stood on the red sand but spoke through the Maggot Eye. His throat was connected to a device used to transmit his words to the Maggot Eye, and his tongue had been replaced by cables extending from the device. When you little nobles came to the gladiator arena seeking refuge after Dizia City was destroyed, I didn't refuse, did I? When the commoners among you, the audience, and the slaves who came with their masters, ran here seeking shelter, I didn't refuse, did I? The host surveyed the densely packed crowd in the audience stands. I just asked you to watch the gladiatorial contests, and you watched, watched until today, and now just because the World Eaters have arrived, you want to run away. I admit it. The World Eaters are terrifying, but how are they different from the commoner knights from thousands of years ago? Will gladiatorial contests be abolished if they come, and slaves no longer be slaves? The host looked completely insane. None of the audience could listen to what he was saying, but they had no choice but to listen. Most of these audience members, apart from a few madmen who refused to leave the gladiator arena even after Xia City's destruction, were coerced into being spectators in this gladiator arena. During this time, the host became the master of the gladiator arena. He continued to select gladiators, maintain the contests, and provide commentary for them every day. It was as if nothing had changed. The host continued, you think the High Knight outside are terrifying, the World Eaters are terrifying, or to some commoners and slaves among you, they are good. But I am also good to you, and I am also terrifying to you. With that, the host raised his hand, his slender index finger pointing at a slave in the audience stands. He had just led a commotion, even trying to kill his master. The slave's face paled, he clutched his throat, and suffocated to death. The host pointed at another slave. The slave clutched his throat, and suffocated to death. The next one. Until the 10th one. The host slowly lowered his hand, smiling, you seem to have forgotten that I am also a High Knight. You're dead. A gladiator nearby roared at the host. The World Eaters are here, you'll all be slaughtered. All of you. Even if we die, you'll be buried with us. Remember. The gladiator suffocated to death. The host's finger pointed at the gladiator's corpse, slowly moved, and then pointed at the next gladiator. Don't want to continue performing and watching anymore? Fine, then all of you can just die, you're useless. The host killed another person. He occasionally raised his hand, pointing at someone in the audience stands who had just been shouting and causing trouble, and occasionally pointed at a gladiator. He killed and counted, intimidating those who were terrified of the unknown power. 29. 30. 31. 30. Just as the 32nd person was about to be killed, Angron crashed through the gladiator arena's gate leading to the combat area, continuing his charge like a truck and smashing the host to smithereens. Chapter 101, Return to the Gladiator Arena. World Eaters. World Eaters. When Angron's figure paused in the blood mist, shouts erupted one after another in the gladiator arena. Some people were fearful, some were pleasantly surprised, some worshipped, some disparaged. Angron had already sensed what was contained within these emotions before countless emotions could be expressed in language by their respective owners. Angron himself was a banner, on Nuceria, he was already known to everyone. It was just that this demigod's image in people's minds varied greatly, and now, after the river battle in the Mehe region, Angron was seen by the Nucerians as a terrifying butcher, a butcher leading a group of butchers, a destroyer. Or perhaps a savior, one of the god kings rumored to be born on Nuceria. People of different statuses had different Angrons in their hearts. All kinds of emotions erupted in the gladiator arena the moment Angron appeared, but Angron's heart was no longer moved by these emotions. Freak. An emotion seemed to materialize into a whisper. Angron looked in the direction of the sound and saw a gladiator kneeling on the red sand, looking at him with grateful eyes. The gratitude emanating from the other party was real and surging. It was also mixed with worship, as this legendary leader of the World Eaters also originated from the gladiator arena. But that gladiator still thought Angron was a freak. Angron had grown accustomed to others considering him a freak. In the fortress territory, he went door to door, sensing people's sorrowful and hateful emotions to temper himself. He also received gratitude and worship from those people, but among those who were grateful and worshipped him, some still regarded him as a freak. All kinds of emotions were real and complex. Angron could also understand the source of this idea, both grateful and worshipful of him, yet also considering him a freak by putting himself in their shoes, the fear deep within humans for creatures that resemble them but are vastly different. You are free. Angron walked behind the gladiators, tearing apart the electric locks that bound them one by one. The surging current, strong enough to prevent even battle-hardened gladiators from moving, only caused a slight tingling sensation on Angron's skin. Dozens of gladiators on the red sand were liberated by Angron, one by one, in front of the surrounding guards and everyone in the audience. Whether the ancient legends of the two god kings on Nuceria were true or false could not yet be determined, as legends were not even prophecies. But Angron, who was regarded by many as a god king, personally brought the legendary, unattainable freedom and salvation to the oppressed people present. Those slave owners and their lackeys merely watched, not daring to utter a word or make a single move. World Eaters. The gladiator who considered Angron a freak knelt down and sincerely requested, we gladiators, who were later captured and have fought on the red sand where you once fought, we, like the World Eaters, value discipline and unity. Can we join the World Eaters? Angron continued to ignore the bodyguard soldiers on the red sand, lowering his head to look at the gladiator. The other party genuinely considered him a freak, and their desire to worship, show gratitude, and join the rebellion was also genuine. The complexity of such individuals no longer surprised Angron. All the gladiators knelt down. In the audience, the slaves brought by the nobles, who were already dumbfounded and dared not even breathe, knelt down. The outcasts who had fled from Xia City to the gladiator arena knelt down. But contrary to everyone's imagination, Angron suddenly became furious. Get up! The primarch's roar rolled through the gladiator arena like muffled thunder. He himself was like a roaring engine, his body trembling, his chest, covered with steel plate like thick muscles, heaving violently, his flaring nostrils seemingly spewing hot steam. After realizing in the Mahe City battle that his surging emotions could cause a chain reaction, Angron had deliberately suppressed his emotions, but there were still things he couldn't suppress. Others kneeling before him was one of them. On Nuceria, only slaves needed to kneel before slave owners. I am not a slave owner. Angron grabbed the first gladiator who knelt, the burly gladiator being held like a chick. You already know the name of the world eaters. You already know what we have done. But you still kneel before me, just like a slave facing a damned slave owner. Not until Angron noticed that the gladiator he was holding was in pain and showed corresponding emotions due to his roar, did he put the gladiator down. Stand up, Angron said. You are now freemen. The moment the world eaters arrived in Xia City, you became freemen. You don't need to kneel, you don't need to be punished or killed without reason, you don't need to endure. The slaves, outcasts, and gladiators in the gladiator arena all gradually stood up. Very good. Angron nodded. Raise your heads, puff out your chests, and look at me directly with unashamed eyes, like one freeman facing another freeman, not like a slave facing a slave owner. As he spoke, Angron took the chainsword axe from his back and looked at the stunned bodyguard soldiers behind him. And then, avenge yourselves on your former oppressors. Before the last word reached the ears of the others, a bodyguard soldier was cut down by Angron on the spot. In the audience, some ordinary nobles with scattered ancient technological artifacts and dispersed guards were besieged by the surrounding freemen. When they tried to fight their way out of the audience, they encountered gladiators whose combat prowess already exceeded that of many high knights. Enemas, wearing a glove that could modify atomic structures, changed the gates of the audience exits into solid walls. The freemen began to slaughter their oppressors around them. Qin Xia arrived in the gladiator arena at this moment. He slowly emerged from the wind and snow that suddenly appeared behind Angron. Seeing Qin Xia, Angron paused. He had thought Qin Xia would come in with that war machine called God King Titan and smash the entire gladiator arena to pieces. But since Qin Xia didn't do that, Angron didn't ask anything. The two stood together, watching the slaughter erupting in the audience. And behind them, the few scattered bodyguard soldiers were also completely killed by the gladiators. Until everything settled down. The world eaters arrived in the audience. People gathered there, and because of what Angron had said earlier, they did not kneel before Lilith. What's your name? Qin Xia came before a boy, squatting down to be at his level. The boy's appearance, when he was a slave, had become horrifying due to his master's sadistic torments. Just from his skin, facial features, and appearance, it was difficult to tell that this was a human being. Qin Xia was attracted by the child's tragic and terrifying appearance. He squatted down, using biomorphic psychic abilities to restore the child's flesh. The child held his head high and puffed out his chest. I had no name when I was a slave, but now I do. This name is Freeman. Good, esteemed Mr. Freeman. Qin Xia's psychic energy formed a layer of frost on the boy, and his ravaged face quickly recovered. Call those like you, leave the gladiator arena, and then the rebellion will take you to Mahe City. Qin Xia stood up and looked at the others. Xia City cannot be rebuilt in a short time. You survivors need a new place to live. Go to Mahe City. Chapter 102, Times have changed. The rebellion soldiers began to ransack the gladiator arena. The freemen, who had no military training whatsoever, marched in neat formations and uniform steps towards Mahe City. The gladiators, on the other hand, went to that place full of memories within the gladiator arena. The cave. You guys are still living in this wretched place? Kleist asked the new gladiators. The newly liberated gladiators all nodded. When were you captured and brought in? Kleist asked again. A week after you broke out of the gladiator arena. A handsome and tall gladiator stepped out from among the new gladiators, bowing to Kleist. You are my idol, lady. Kleist looked at this handsome and articulate gladiator. Are you from the Gallic Mountains? Uechala stood in front of Kleist, looking at the black-haired man. I heard that everyone there is a barbarian. The man was not annoyed, looking at Uechala's thick blonde hair. He bowed politely. Yes, the blonde hair on your head indicates that you are slightly more civilized than us. Uechala's expression gradually turned ugly. The man then looked at Qin Xia, bowing again. Since neither of us is black-haired, I suggest we do not compare levels of civilization. Why are you looking at me? I'm not a Latine. Qin Xia thought to himself. Nuceria's High Knights also belonged to different ethnic groups. They often attacked each other. The High Knights from the mountains fought the High Knights from the plains. Qin Xia was aware of this. He had also heard Uechala talk about his childhood. At that time, Uechala and his mother fished for slave owners on the artificial sea, and the barbarians from the Gallic Mountains would occasionally rush out to capture people to eat. They were all slaves of the High Knights, but they also harbored grudges against each other. How is the war in the mountains? Angron asked the new gladiator. Before we attacked Mahe City, we heard that the new Tark family patriarch led an attack there. There are no more mountains, primarch. He replied, another ancient bomb left by the Mad King turned my home and the people who enslaved me into ashes, and then I was sold into this wretched place. Angron pondered for a moment, then slowly said, if you want to fight, then join the rebellion. We will take revenge on the slave owners. If you don't want to, then go to Mahe City and live a normal life. All of you are the same, you all have a choice. Half of the new gladiators raised their hands, choosing to leave the gladiator arena and head to Mahe City. The other half remained silent, wanting to join the rebellion. All of these new gladiators left, those going to Mahe City embarked on their journey home, and those choosing to fight sought out officers to join the rebellion. Only the old gladiators who had fought alongside Angron and Qin Xia remained in the cave. I miss this place very much. Angron walked slowly inside the cave, tapping and looking around everywhere. Because here I found my greatest fortune, which was the privilege of meeting you all. You took care of me, nurtured me, and fought alongside me, even until now. Aside from this cave, this relatively safe wretched place in this hell, there is no other place I don't hate. Listening to Angron's words, everyone remained silent. They wondered how their own lives had also changed here, and how their own fortune had also been meeting Angron here. Qin Xia, on the other hand, was thinking that no matter what, he had prevented Angron from being nailed and turning into a bloodthirsty killer. Angron walked to the window-like ventilation opening and looked outside. Qin Xia looked at Angron. He suddenly noticed that something was off with Angron. In the past, when he was in the gladiator arena cave, Angron's height could reach the top of that ventilation opening. But now, Angron's height couldn't reach it. Wait. Qin Xia activated his psyker abilities, began to measure Angron's height, and then asked in surprise, "How did you shrink?" Angron turned his head, looking bewildered. Qin Xia remeasured many times and found that Angron had indeed shrunk quite a bit, now being around 4.6 meters. You've shrunk by over 40 centimeters. Qin Xia was also bewildered. I thought I was the only one who felt that way, so he really did shrink. Yuechola looked around at the others. Angron himself compared it and then confirmed that he had indeed shrunk. Have you noticed any difference in yourself compared to before? Qin Xia asked. Angron thought carefully, then gave an answer, if there's a difference, I feel more secure than before, and my desire for power isn't as strong. What does that have to do with your height? Ono said. Perhaps there is some connection. Qin Xia frowned in thought. He pondered over and over, then realized something. That is, Angron, he is actually also a psyker. Qin Xia realized he hadn't noticed this before. Angron was indeed a psyker, though he couldn't unleash psychic lightning or biomancy healing, but his talent showed that he was indeed a psyker. Similar to the Alina sisters, a psychic power of the mind. Plus, primarches are inherently connected to the warp. When Angron lacked a sense of security and craved power, he might grow taller and stronger because of it. If this unconscious psychic behavior could be explored, it seemed possible to make Angron into a supermassive individual. Actually, it's good. Qin Xia thought to himself, anyway, no matter how much Angron shrinks, he's definitely taller than a certain primarch who likes to create states within states. He's certainly not the shortest among his brothers. Angron didn't have much emotion about finding himself shorter, in fact, he was quite happy, because this way he wouldn't seem like an anomaly. Even though Ono was second only to Qin Xia in height, everyone else still regarded him as a true human. Back to the point. Angron cleared his throat, bringing the topic back, I want to destroy the gladiator arena, but find a way to move this cave. The gladiator arena cannot be destroyed. There's a reason I didn't destroy it with a titan. Qin Xia said. Angron looked surprised, but still instinctively listened. Over in the fortress territory, after data slates became widespread, a workshop emerged. That workshop made entertainment products, such as games and movies. The violent kind. Qin Xia walked to the ventilation opening and looked down at the gladiator arena's combat area. As a means of entertainment used to numb people, gladiator combat, something that can be called a tool of governance, is not good. But the Nucerians genuinely like it, and the freemen we rescued also like gladiator combat. Hearing this, Angron lowered his head in thought. Ono then asked, but we can't keep gladiator combat, even if people like it. Are we still going to capture a group of people to be gladiators, and then let them kill or be killed for the amusement of others? Qin Xia gently shook his head, but did not explain, his gaze fixed on Angron. Angron looked up after pondering and said, gladiator combat can be kept, but we can transform it. Qin Xia nodded. Angron continued to express his ideas. Expand this gladiator arena so it can accommodate more and more people. The selection of gladiators will also not be about capturing people and sending them in. Those who want to become gladiators can receive training and then participate in competitions, just like athletes. Prohibit gladiators from killing each other in combat, they can only kill beasts and machines. We can already manufacture the various medicines used by the guards, and the first batch of military doctors has already been trained in the fortress territory. Now we can ensure that even if a person's artery is severed and left for 10 minutes, they won't die. Gladiators can still engage in very intense combat like us, but they don't have to die. If we had ample medicine back then, none of us would have had to die either. Most of the tickets sold by the gladiator arena and the audience's rewards will be given to the gladiator athletes. After speaking, Angron looked at Qin Xia. Qin Xia smiled and nodded. Then they wouldn't be gladiators anymore. Kleist said, where are gladiators who don't have to fight with a death wish and can still earn a lot of money? This is different from us. That's exactly what we want, for them to be different from us. Angron said, our future gladiators, the descendants of the now free people who suffered enslavement, they must be different. Kleist thought about it and agreed. It's settled then. Angron walked out of the cave, we still have to continue fighting, but we need to adjust our combat strategy. Many people are still hoping for the World Eater's salvation. Chapter 103 New Gladiators. A month later. Late at night. Hermie District. Inside a drafty building amidst the ruins of a manor, Qin Xia, the Alina sisters, and Brown sat around a bonfire. God King Titan stood outside the drafty building, projecting a holographic image from his head. On this night after battle, it had become a low-budget cinema. All other rebellion forces are progressing smoothly, Brown said, communicating over a long distance and checking on the status of the rebellion forces attacking other areas. Good, Qin Xia replied, lying on the ground leisurely watching the holographic image projected by the Titan. Tell them our strike against the High Knight families is also going smoothly. The Alina sisters sat next to him, the younger sister holding a bag of snacks made in Mahe City, also watching the image and eating as she watched. A month had passed since the Xia campaign, and the rebellion, now officially renamed the World Eaters, no longer needed to gather to attack a single target. They were divided into 12 armies, attacking in all directions. When the World Eaters arrived in an area, a continuous stream of people would join them, bringing supplies. The weaker High Knights and nobles in those areas would either surrender directly or flee. At times, the war went so smoothly that Qin Xia wondered if the name World Eaters had developed some special psychic effect. Now, Qin Xia no longer led any army, instead, he did what he was good at, taking a formidable stone man, a pair of sisters who could make anyone do anything just by speaking, and the Night Titan, renamed Titan, to attack isolated High Knight families. The places where these families lived had no strategic significance, they would only slow down the rebellion's advance, so Qin Xia decided to take people and eliminate these places himself. Who will win this match today? The younger sister, sitting next to her older sister, reached into the snack bag and took out a biscuit, putting it into her mouth. When she reached into the bag again, she suddenly felt that a few biscuits were missing. Are you using witchcraft to teleport my snacks into your mouth? The younger sister asked Qin Xia. No way, Qin Xia mumbled, chewing on something, his head resting on his hand, looking at the image projected by the Titan with a relaxed expression. Oh, then it must be my imagination, sorry. The younger sister no longer suspected Qin Xia and continued eating biscuits. The older sister, meanwhile, rolled her eyes at Qin Xia. The holographic image displayed a scene from the gladiator arena in Xia City. Now, people had built a small city on the ruins of Xia City, and those who wanted to become gladiators would go there. Some merchants would also go there to open shops and earn money from the gladiators. In that small city, 2 convoys paraded through the streets to the cheers of the crowd, driving into the gladiator arena. Gladiators in splendid armor disembarked one after another, dividing into 2 teams. Spectators crowded the roads, shouting at the gladiators. The gladiators responded to the cheers and entered the gladiator arena's lounge. By the way, who will win this match today? The younger sister asked again. My calculations show that the God King team will win, Brown said. The God King team comes from the fortress territory, they were the first to become freemen, well-fed and well-clothed, giving them an advantage over the Deshi Mountains team. Qin Xia remained silent, completely unwilling to expose the fact that he knew nothing about these 2 gladiator teams. The host began to introduce the coaches of the 2 gladiator teams. The coach of the God King team is Mr. Primarch. He is not only the sponsor of the gladiator team but also their trainer. He himself was once a gladiator and fought alongside our God King. Primarch appeared in front of the camera, took the microphone, and began to speak. Qin Xia covered his ears. I am Primarch. The host did not introduce my other identity, which is the supplier of medical support services for gladiator matches. Primarch Medical's drugs, surgical instruments, medical drones, and other products safeguard the lives of every World Eater's soldier and will also safeguard the lives of every freeman. Primarch Medical, dedicated to serving you. Qin Xia lowered his hands from his ears and continued watching. The host then introduced the coach of the Deshi team. That person had no special title, so the introduction was quickly finished. After introducing every gladiator whom Qin Xia didn't recognize, the gladiator match began. There were no rules to speak of for this thing, it was just about who could fight. One team of 12 people fought against another team of 12 people. Arms and legs flew everywhere in the gladiator arena amidst the cheers of the audience until not a single person from the Deshi Mountains team could stand. The referee gave a thumbs up, announcing the end of the gladiator match. Doctors and medical drones came forward to pick up the gladiators and their limbs, taking them away for stitching and treatment. Once all the gladiators were lively again, they came onto the field to participate in the final segment of the gladiator match amidst the overwhelming cheers of the audience. The God King team stood on the podium, with the most skilled gladiator standing at the highest point. A drone flew over, carrying a trophy. Then the host came forward for an interview. For the 2 God Kings. The gladiator roared. Afterward, the winners received a large amount of prize money, had a triumph rope carved onto them in front of everyone, and then left the gladiator arena with their triumph rope exposed on their backs, returning to their residences outside the city. The losers also received some consolation prize money, had a rope of shame carved onto them, and left the gladiator arena. Qin Xia yawned, the God King team won. Brown, you spoiler bastard, you could become the richest person if you bet on these matches. Hiss. Brown frowned. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have thought of that. Go ahead, Qin Xia said, taking out his data pad and transferring all his accumulated currency to Brown. Help me get some operating funds or something. Brown nodded, okay, all my gambling winnings will be used to help you research how to restore biological functions. Not to make female androids to be your wives. Qin Xia said indifferently. I still have biological functions, it's just that my genetic material can't be inherited. Otherwise, I'd have 20-something super psychic kids and start a small crusade. Brown knew he couldn't out-argue Qin Xia, so he stopped pressing the issue and silently placed all of Qin Xia's savings on the gladiator team he believed had the best chance of winning. Angron is establishing an economic system, and we've confiscated a lot of High Knight assets. Now we have plenty of money to develop New Star, but the money belongs to the World Eaters, not Qin Xia. Qin Xia needs his own money. Qin Xia said, opening his hand, and the Olina sisters' snacks appeared out of thin air in his hand. Qin Xia slapped his right wrist with his left hand, and the snacks bounced up and fell into Qin Xia's mouth. You can even eat creatively? The younger sister asked, surprised and curious. But when she realized where the snacks Qin Xia was eating came from, her smile gradually faded. Qin Xia handed the data pad to the sisters, diverting the attention of the two Olinas. The Olina sisters each grabbed a corner of the data pad with one hand, holding it up to their eyes, and found that the data pad displayed the design blueprint of a Knight Titan. The Knight in this blueprint was a normal 11-meter tall gun Knight, and other blueprints were for remote or other melee weapons that could be used to replace those on the gun Knight. Can New Guard 1 build this thing? Qin Xia asked. Of course, the Olina sisters replied in unison. We can not only produce this war machine, but we can also help you dismantle and replace the internal controls of the God King Titan. The Labor Council's War Machine representatives have already convened a discussion to deliberate on how to modify the God King Titan to better suit you, our God King. Then I'll leave it to you, Qin Xia said, nodding in satisfaction. In the future, there would be Knight forces on Nuceria. But unlike Knights in other places who fought as family organizations, Nuceria's Knights would be Legion Knights. Among them, there would be no titles, no bloodlines, only strict hierarchy. The Knight pilots would not be nobles, but rather the soldiers most suitable for controlling Knights. The Olina sisters accepted the data pad and also made a request. The supply of crops and meat needs to be increased. Qin Xia nodded without hesitation, agreeing, and after thinking for a moment, added, I think you should change your food distribution method. You divide the food into portions equal to your population, and then distribute it. This isn't the best choice. Some people might have a large appetite and need more staple food, while others prefer meat. Share the joys and sorrows, Olina said. Live and die together. Never mind, Qin Xia said, standing up and gesturing. Let's all get on the Titan and continue doing what we need to do. Chapter 104. Divine Retribution. The next morning, God King Titan was hidden among the mountains. Qin Xia, Brown, and Olina, the three members of the Special Operations Team, stood on the mountain peak, gazing at a small fortress city outside the mountainous region. Clia's Fortress. It was originally the location of the company's medical department. Now, it's a place specifically used to produce anesthetics. It's occupied by the Clia's family. Brown checked the information about Clia's Fortress that the rebellion scouts had gathered. Finally, the shimmering light and constantly floating text in his eyes dissipated, and human-like eyeballs reappeared. The Clia's family knows that the World Eaters won't slaughter commoners or slaves, so they've been capturing people everywhere and imprisoning them in giant dungeons, preparing to use the commoners and slaves as human shields and bargaining chips when the World Eaters launch a fierce assault. Lady Kleist, the commander of the 4th Punitive Army, has requested that we deal with Clia's Fortress without a direct assault. After Brown finished speaking, he looked at Qin Xia, waiting for him to make a decision. Qin Xia, in turn, looked at the Olina sisters. How is the repair progress of the orbital defense platform? The Olina sisters replied in unison. Based on the partial blueprint of the ancient defense platform provided by Mr. Brown, we have been able to restore 60% of the defense platform's functions, but this still requires time. It's not something that can be done by simply copying the blueprint. I know it still needs time. What I want to ask is, which function of the defense platform can be used now? Qin Xia said. The Olina sisters responded again, the engineering ray can be used. This is part of the civilian functions integrated into the defense platform, used for altering the mountainous terrain on a planet through explosive means. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia pondered for a moment, a plan forming in his mind. Brown could guess Qin Xia's thoughts. I designed some automatons to control the orbital defense platform. If you wish, the defense platform can now come to New Star's orbit. Let it come. Qin Xia nodded. After giving this order, Qin Xia did not wait there but walked directly towards Clia's fortress. Before the defense platform arrived, there was still one more thing to do. Tens of thousands of people were imprisoned in the vast dungeon beneath Clia's fortress. The nobles' guards patrolled everywhere, and hundreds of bodyguard soldiers were directly stationed behind heavy machine guns set up in the four corners of the dungeon, aiming their guns at the tens of thousands of people in front. More bodyguard soldiers remained in the several passages outside the dungeon. The entire dungeon was astonishingly spacious, and its height was also remarkable, with a 30-meter height from the floor to the ceiling. Automatic machine guns were set up every 2 meters on the walls surrounding the dungeon, from floor to ceiling. An officer, wielding an electric baton, moved among the crowd, shouting curses and beating anyone he laid eyes on. This behavior was unnecessary. The officer simply wanted to vent his frustration from being cooped up in the dungeon for over 2 months. It wasn't until a snowflake drifted down from the sky, capturing the officer's attention, that he stopped amid the wails and groans of those being beaten. More snowflakes fell. The officer looked up. 4 figures had appeared 30 meters above at some point. They weren't floating in the air but were slowly descending as if walking downstairs. Each time they took a step in the air, a step that looked like it was made of white energy would appear beneath their feet. They slowly descended in this manner. As the officer stared at Qin Xia also stared at the officer. The next second, the officer exploded into a mist of blood. When the slaves and commoners around him were splattered with blood, they screamed in panic and scattered. Layers of code appeared on Brown's eyeballs. The automatic machine guns in the dungeon were hacked and controlled, shooting down the soldiers who tried to operate the heavy machine guns to sweep the hostages. The Alina sisters did nothing but follow behind Qin Xia. As Qin Xia slowly descended on the Shinik steps, his gaze was not fixed on any specific enemy he intended to kill. One soldier after another exploded into a bloody mist. Occasionally, several soldiers exploded together. It was as if something had been embedded inside these soldiers, then instantly expanded and burst. By the time Qin Xia had reached the ground, his last step landing not on a Shinik step but on the hard, solid ground, all the guards in the dungeon had died without leaving a trace. People held their breath, watching these uninvited guests in horror. They were terrified by the guards' strange deaths, and the Nuceria people already feared sorcerers. The Alina sisters looked at the horrified expressions on everyone's faces, at the gruesome deaths of the guards. They recalled that these guards' deaths were actually not so difficult to accept. At least they weren't like the previous high knights and nobles, who were annihilated by Qin Xia using his bare fists and visually impactful, brutal methods. Then, in the two sisters' sight, Qin Xia, as always, had the cold ruthlessness on his face dissipate, replaced by concern. The Alina sisters exchanged glances, their expressions complex. They had initially thought that Qin Xia's care and gentleness towards the weak were a false pretense, perhaps a disguise to gain support or win over others, at least that's what they thought when they observed Qin Xia with Shinik vision on New Guard 1. But having spent time with him, the Alina sisters were only surprised that Qin Xia could seamlessly transition between a warm spring breeze and a biting, knife-like cold wind. Whether he was a spring breeze or a cold wind depended on who he faced. Qin Xia walked up to a person whose shoulder had been broken by an electric baton, extended his hand to heal them, but the injured person and everyone around them retreated several steps in fear. I want to heal you. Qin Xia took a step back, patiently explaining, why are you afraid of us? We are the World Eaters. Upon hearing the name World Eaters, the people present gradually calmed down. The injured person approached Qin Xia, you are the World Eaters? When we were captured here a few months ago, we heard you had reached Mahe City. I apologize, none of us expected you to progress so quickly. Qin Xia used Shinik energy to mend the broken bones of the person, then looked at the others, I need your cooperation. All of you must. Everyone. Line up. The Alina sisters stood hand in hand, their eyes covered in black, their silver hair floating. Then, tens of thousands of people present stood up at the same moment, gathering together and forming a tight square formation. Amazing persuasiveness. Qin Xia nodded, raising his hand to create a Shinik portal. After a patch of ice and snow appeared out of thin air in the stuffy dungeon, the Alina sisters commanded everyone present to walk into the portal. The people appeared at the foot of God King Titan. The Alina sisters released their mental control over the people. The defense platform has reached orbit, Brown said. Attack this fortress. Qin Xia raised his hand, pointing towards the faintly visible Clias fortress in the far distance. Brown transmitted the command to the specialized automaton on the defense platform. The automaton in the control room, located in an inconspicuous corner of the massive defense platform, pressed a switch. A tiny red beam of light descended from the sky, falling into the fortress like a raindrop. Qin Xia waited a second and saw no reaction from the fortress, then turned to ask Brown, is something wrong? Before he could finish his question, a dazzling red flash rose from the point where the tiny beam landed. Its brilliance temporarily even overshadowed the sun, dyeing everything in everyone's vision crimson. The flash appeared, and then an indescribable reverberating sound reached God King Titan, which was far from the fortress. Qin Xia had already erected a barrier, but the sound that penetrated it still made everyone present feel as if their internal organs were being struck by something. The kind of destruction caused by the so-called engineering beam normally couldn't be witnessed on the spot. Because an overwhelming wall of dust, seemingly reaching up to the orbit, was carried by the shockwave, spreading in all directions from the blast point. Qin Xia's barrier withstood the shockwave, but outside the barrier, the shockwave and dust swept away everything in the mountainous area except the mountain itself. Giant trees that had grown for tens of thousands of years, weeds, wild beasts, and various astonishing plants all disappeared from the mountains. And days later, nomads in the desert would surely stare thoughtfully at the green giant trees impaled in the red sand. This is divine retribution. Someone roared. The people were not intimidated by the explosion, they jumped and cheered, watching the place that had once imprisoned them, along with the slave owners inside, being swallowed by the flash and dust. Although the situation within the dust could not yet be seen, even a fool could guess that the fortress, being at the epicenter of the explosion, would not even leave behind dust. Let's see what kind of damage this ancient thing caused. Qin Xia suddenly felt curious and raised his hand. God King Titan, surrounded by the crowd, was controlled by Shinik energy and raised the arm holding the giant spear. Qin Xia's raised hand made a cupping motion, then thrust forward. God King Titan's body remained motionless, only the arm holding the spear thrust forward. Due to the Shinik energy attached to the spear, due to the spear's own inertia and its built-in impact device, due to Qin Xia intentionally using the spear to release an impact. For various reasons, God King Titan's seemingly unremarkable and empty thrust created a cylindrical, clear passage within the spreading dust ahead. The dust in one direction was dispersed, and the destruction hidden within the dust was revealed before Qin Xia. The fortress was certainly gone. The plain, once surrounded by hills, had also disappeared, making Qin Xia feel as if he had just been teleported to another place. In its place was a flat, smooth, enormous deep pit. Even from outside New Star's orbit, this pit was clearly visible. An entire piece of terrain had been permanently altered, or rather, erased. The plain, and the fortress on the plain, everything, seemed to have never existed. The engineering beam was not originally for destruction, it was a function of the orbital platform's engineering payload. If the orbital platform were fully intact, we could fill it in, making it even flatter than a plane. Brown said. Qin Xia looked at Brown. But I suggest we don't fill it, even if all the engineering payloads are repaired later. The talkative stone man shrugged and spread his hands. Because we haven't received professional planet sculpting training from a planet sculptor. If we insist on filling the pit, it might end up looking very ugly, bumpy. Or we might lose control of the force and fill the pit into a mountain range, causing New Star's climate to change drastically due to terrain shifts, and so on. Qin Xia retracted his gaze, turned, and opened a portal to Mahe City, signaling the others to go to a safer place through this portal. Chapter 105, Warhounds. North. Planet 80-1. Astounding military engineering stood on the northern hemisphere of this planet. Looking down at the northern hemisphere from low Earth orbit, one would see continuous defensive lines made of layered military fortresses and various other fortifications, as well as the enemies those lines were defending against. Insectoid Xenos, similar to Zerg, were ceaselessly and relentlessly assaulting the defensive lines. It was nighttime, and the environment, like the Xenos pressing against the defenses, weighed down on everyone, casting a pall over this protracted war. But when a golden transport ship pierced through the atmosphere, safely navigating through the plasma spat out by the insectoids to reach the surface, everyone looked towards the golden transport ship, for it shone with light, both it and the people it carried were like a part of the sun's radiance. The transport ship landed in the southern part of the formidable defensive line, and a squad of superhuman warriors, averaging over 3 meters tall, emerged from its hull. They wore golden armor and carried golden weapons. They were extremely conspicuous among a group of warriors averaging less than 2.5 meters tall, dressed in blue and white armor. They were the custodians. When the Emperor of Mankind established an empire determined to save humanity on humanity's home world, the human race began a long war called the Great Crusade, hoping to reclaim territories lost in the past and eliminate the Xenos that enslaved humanity. And the custodians were the left and right arms of the Emperor of Mankind. Their appearance signified that the Emperor of Mankind's radiance and gaze had fallen upon this treacherous planet on the front lines of the Great Crusade. When the custodians, with their heads held high, came before an officer named Kill, who wore blue and white armor, they began to convey the Emperor of Mankind's decree. Kill knelt on one knee, head bowed, listening to the decree conveyed by the custodians. But after 2 sentences, the voices of the custodians could no longer reach Kill's ears, because the decree they conveyed was simply too astounding. Until finally, the leading custodian looked down at Kill and asked in a deep voice, "Did you hear clearly?" Kill then raised his head in a daze, his teeth chattering, "Yes, yes, I heard clearly." The custodians watched Kill for 2 seconds, then turned and left. Kill saw off the custodians with eyes filled with endless gratitude, until the custodians' transport ship ascended beyond the dark clouds and was no longer visible. Then he stood up, paused for a few seconds, and issued an order over the comms channel, "Warhounds, assemble." All the space marines of the Warhounds Legion gathered in the tall and majestic fortress hall. They were not fighting alone. On this planet, a legion called the Iron Warriors, fighting alongside them, had temporarily taken over their combat duties. This allowed the Warhounds to gather here and listen to their legion commander speak about the most important event in the legion's history. Kill sat on a towering chair, looking down at the warriors neatly arrayed in the vast hall below. He spoke softly. Then his voice amplified, and he spoke the following words almost shouting. "The whereabouts of our Gene Father have been discerned by the Emperor of Mankind, and we shall immediately depart this cursed planet for a place called Nuceria. There, our Gene Father will return to the Legion. He will lead us, this Legion, to continue fighting in the Great Crusade." Before Legion Commander Kill announced this news, the Space Marines of the Warhounds Legion were like robust, cold statues. And after this news was announced, the Space Marines still stood like statues, but they shouted excitedly as if a pot had boiled over. Such shouting was a transgression in the discipline-worshipping Warhounds Legion, but Kill tacitly allowed it, for now. Because if there weren't so many people present, he would have been so excited that he would have run out of the defensive line, slaughtering among those Xenos bugs until his excitement was fully vented. "I will fight in the name of the Gene Father, slaughtering any enemy for him until I die. Praise the Emperor of Mankind. Our Legion finally has its own master. If our Gene Father has enemies, like the other legions, I can't wait to butcher his enemies before him. Make him proud of us." Kill raised his hand. The cheers subsided. Looking at these Legion warriors, Kill nodded, "Yes, my brothers. We have our own master, which means we will no longer be driven by anyone other than the Emperor of Mankind and our father. We will sacrifice and dedicate ourselves as an independent legion to the Emperor of Mankind's great cause in the Great Crusade. We can open our own battlefields, and we no longer have to share victory and glory with the Iron Warriors." Kill's voice echoed through the hall. Heavy footsteps suddenly sounded, and as a figure taller than even a custodian slowly entered the hall, Kill's and all the Warhounds' gazes fell upon that figure. A primarch arrived. Perturabo. This primarch, as unyielding and massive as steel, was scanning everyone with eyes as merciless as steel. "You are leaving this place." Perturabo's voice echoed through the hall like muffled thunder. The Warhounds revered this primarch, not only because of Perturabo's strictness but also because of his talent in military siege warfare. The defensive lines of this planet were designed by Perturabo himself. "Yes, Steel Lord." Kill walked up to Perturabo, saluted. "The Warhound's own master will soon be welcomed back. So your leashes are now in the hands of my brother, who I don't even know what he's doing. Perturabo looked down at Qil. The oppressive aura emanating from this primarch was enough to make a mortal lose control. Qil met Perturabo's gaze. We are the Emperor of Mankind's Warhounds. We earned this honorable title through combat. The 12th Legion, Warhounds. This name was personally bestowed by the Emperor of Mankind after witnessing the Warhounds combat during the unification wars on humanity's home world. And the Legion's emblem, an upright wolfhound, was also bestowed by the Emperor of Mankind. Perturabo was silent. The Warhounds had indeed achieved great merits and were indeed useful. The Primarch pondered. Considering the 12th Legion's achievements, and their excellent performance after taking his command. You may leave now. Perturabo said, but let me know after you leave, otherwise I won't be able to deduce your departure from the war from the battle analysis. With that, Perturabo turned and left. Qil watched the Gene Father of the Iron Warriors Legion depart, then nodded to his subordinates around him. With extreme eagerness, the Warhounds quickly prepared for evacuation and were picked up by the fleet outside the planet. On the battleship named Hound's Tooth, Qil passed a porthole on his way to the command deck, and he was drawn by the sight outside the porthole. A massive battleship was positioned at the very front of the entire fleet. That was the Emperor of Mankind's flagship, the Emperor's Dream. The arrival of this flagship meant that the Emperor of Mankind would personally participate in the action to retrieve his own son. Chapter 106, The Slave Owners Who Vanished into Thin Air. Nuceria. Deshi Mountains. A giant anti-gravity aircraft, 500 meters long and 100 meters wide, flew over the mountains. A 25-meter-tall God King Titan was bound within an anti-gravity field beneath the aircraft, while 6 other 9-meter-tall Night Titans encircled it, also restrained by the anti-gravity field. The massive aircraft could not be detected by sensors, nor could it be seen with the naked eye. Only when it flew overhead would the animals on the ground be startled by the strange gravity. Inside the crew cabin at the center of the aircraft, Qin Xia, Theseus, and Yuchuka sat fully armed in their seats. Pop. Pop. Theseus kept her eyes on Qin Xia, chewing bubblegum and occasionally blowing and popping a bubble. Once we reach Fort Mia, we'll airdrop down and kill all the slave owners there. Then, when the army commanded by Angron arrives, they can take the fortress without any effort. Qin Xia said to the 2 people in the cabin. Theseus and Yuchuka nodded simultaneously. Brown, in the cockpit, laughed through the communicator, and after this battle, what last words do you plan to say? Hearing this, Qin Xia rolled his eyes in the direction of the cockpit. The Battle of Mahe City was 5 years ago. Are you still making fun of me for joking about my last words back then? That's enough. Ha 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 ha. The talkative stone man let out a burst of laughter. The joke itself isn't that funny anymore, it's your reaction every time I use it that's amusing. Qin Xia rolled his eyes at the cockpit again. Theseus continued to stare at Qin Xia, still chewing bubblegum. Feeling the awkward gaze, Qin Xia said, don't use that joke anymore. It's been 5 damn years. Theseus and Yuchuka are old enough to kill, and you're still playing that broken joke. I really regret making that sudden farewell entrustment during the Battle of Mahe City, letting you, that bastard, play this joke until now. Hearing Qin Xia say she was old enough to kill, Theseus smiled, still looking at Qin Xia. Yuchuka looked at Qin Xia, then at Theseus. Qin Xia turned his head to look at the Deshi Mountains outside the porthole. If everything had followed its original course, the gladiators would only be rebelling now, and Angron and these gladiators would be cornered by the High Knights at the edge of a cliff in the Deshi Mountains. Then the Emperor of Mankind would come to pick them up. And then, facing Angron's desire to go back and save his gladiator brothers and sisters, the Emperor of Mankind would say, you are right, but the Great Crusade is a great undertaking to reclaim humanity's former territories, with 20 primarches under the command of the Emperor of Mankind. But now, things were different. After the Battle of Mahe City ended that year, Qin Xia and Angron had originally thought they would face even tougher challenges. But in reality, Mahe City was the hardest battle from the start of the rebellion until now. Subsequent battles were significantly easier. There were 2 reasons for this. The first reason was that after the Battle of Mahe City secured control of the orbital elevator, New Guard 1 defected to the rebellion. Hundreds of Night Titans had already been produced and equipped for soldiers specifically trained to operate them. The defensive platform in orbit around Nuceria was repaired by the Niue laborers, and Brown found a way to restore one of the platform's still functional capabilities, orbital strikes. This gave the rebellion an absolute military advantage when facing the guards. In addition, Qin Xia personally led the gladiators, now armed with more High Knight equipment, in airdrop strikes targeting slave-owning families, eradicating them root and branch. That was the first aspect. And the second aspect was the mysterious disappearance of many High Knight families. During these past few years of war, the rebellion would often arrive at a city only to find it already taken over by local rebels, with the slave owners nowhere to be found. While this accelerated the rebellion's progress, it also raised a question for the rebellion. It was known that slave owners couldn't just vanish into thin air. So if a slave-owning family hadn't been completely wiped out by the gladiators, and hadn't been killed on the battlefield, where did they go? We're almost there. Brown's voice sounded again. Qin Xia looked out the porthole. A castle stood in an artificial oasis. That's where the slave owners fled. There are no commoners or slaves there. If it weren't for the void shield protecting it, I'd suggest using an orbital strike directly, Brown said. Then that damned castle and the slave owners inside would be vaporized together, and the Deshi Mountains would gain a beautiful aurora caused by high atmospheric plasma content. Brown was right. In these past few years, many fleeing slave owners had been annihilated by the orbital defense platform's ground strike capability. Once ancient technology was no longer monopolized by the High Knights, they began to die inexplicable deaths. Even if I could use an orbital strike, I wouldn't, Qin Xia said. Today is Tysius and Yuchuka's coming-of-age ceremony. They asked me to take them on a clear-out mission, and I promised them. The giant aircraft gradually stopped in the air. Qin Xia closed his eyes, sensing the situation on the ground, then said into the communicator, "No need to airdrop the Knight and God King Titan. Just me, Yuchuka, and Tysius." "Are you sure?" Brown hadn't finished speaking when Qin Xia, along with Yuchuka and Tysius, used psychic teleportation to enter the castle. A small number of absolutely loyal guards were in the castle's audience hall. 2 High Knights and their family members were surrounded by the guards in the very center. The detection devices on the High Knights had already detected the massive anti-gravity aircraft named Butcher. Its appearance meant that a High Knight family would be permanently erased from Nuceria, which is why the slave owners named this aircraft the Butcher. When the aircraft stopped moving on the detection device, everyone became alert. Then a wizard detector on another High Knight began to beep. Before everyone, ice and snow began to spread, and 3 figures emerged from within the ice and snow. Qin Xia gently snapped his fingers, and everyone present, except for the High Knights, instantly collapsed. Their souls were stripped from their bodies at the same moment, wailing and screaming as they were devoured by malevolent creatures surging from the warp. "It's up to you 2 kids," Qin Xia stood still. Yuchuka and Tysius immediately rushed towards the High Knights. As she entered combat, Tysius's eyes were unusually cold. She approached one of the High Knights with extreme speed, but instead of running, she hopped and skipped. As the High Knight targeted by Tysius raised his hand to attack the young girl, Tysius instantly flickered behind the High Knight, and the glowing dagger in her hand instantly pierced through the energy plating and defensive force field, plunging into his neck. Yuchuka, wearing power armor, used her gauntlet to unleash a gravity suppression on the remaining High Knight. Just as she was about to step forward and finish him with a sword, Qin Xia spoke up to stop her. Leave 1. Chapter 107 Teleportation Technology. World Eaters. The High Knight trembled violently, murmuring the words World Eaters, which represented fear and death among the slave-owning class. "Shhh, no need to speak." Qin Xia walked up to the High Knight, placed his hand on the other's head, closed his eyes, and instantly extracted the memories within. Aside from the horrifying memories of torture, playing with slaves, and lavish living, there were indeed things Qin Xia wanted to know. The High Knights went to Nue too. Qin Xia's gaze shifted between Yuchuka and Tysius. His eyes held a look of disbelief. He wasn't even sure if what he had directly read from the High Knight's mind was true. Due to the astonishing nature of the news, Yuchuka asked in surprise, This can't be, can it? Our uncle's mind-reading sorcery never makes mistakes," Tysius immediately interjected. "But how did they get to Nue too?" Yuchuka was caught in a contradiction of belief and disbelief. "After the Battle of Mahe City, the orbital elevator became ours. Then, after New Guard 1 defected, the orbital defense platform they helped repair has been patrolling in low Earth orbit 24 hours a day. The High Knights don't even dare to use aircraft. Under these circumstances, how could they possibly escape Nuceria and go to New Star's second moon?" Yuchuka's series of questions were also Qin Xia's questions. In that High Knight's mind, there was no information about the means of escaping New Star. That High Knight had simply taken his entire family, following the guidance of a High Knight he could no longer contact, to the plains of the Deshi Mountains. What would happen after arriving there, he didn't know. The High Knight only knew that by taking his family there, he could leave Nuceria. "This is already a breakthrough," Qin Xia said to Yuchuka. "In the minds of every High Knight we killed before, I couldn't even read any information about their whereabouts. Perhaps some High Knights were not allowed to know about going to Nue too." With that, Qin Xia fell into deep thought. He believed the information he had read was true, he simply subjectively thought it impossible for Nuceria's High Knights to escape Nuceria in their current predicament. Upon further consideration, Qin Xia believed that the disappearance of the High Knights was likely related to teleportation technology. Trans-astronomical distance teleportation, it seemed quite absurd upon closer thought, but the absurdity of technology in a place like Nuceria seemed perfectly reasonable no matter how one considered it. "I have 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad." Qin Xia held up 2 fingers to the 2 young people. "The good news is that our war to eliminate the slave owners on Nuceria will end very quickly because a large number of High Knights have disappeared, a large number have gone to Nue too, so we only need to deal with the guards." Upon hearing this, Tysius stared intently at Qin Xia, that inexplicable silly smile reappearing on her face. "The bad news is," Qin Xia continued, "our victory on Nuceria does not mean that we have completely eradicated the High Knight slave owners. We will still need to wage an interstellar war. I apologize. Angron and I wanted to create a beautiful and peaceful Nuceria for you young people and those younger than you, but now it seems." At this point, Qin Xia was momentarily speechless. Tysius and Yuchuka were still children before today, but they already possessed a maturity far beyond their peers. They could not return to normal lives, they could not avoid living a life on the edge of a knife. And there were many children on Nuceria just like them. Qin Xia hoped that all children could receive education and return to normal lives. This was not a beautiful wish filled with idealism and humanitarian concern, but a very realistic idea based on practical needs. If the people of Nuceria were not allowed to learn knowledge and master advanced scientific technology, then a technology monopolizing class similar to the High Knights would eventually reappear, though they probably wouldn't be called High Knights. "How soon will we attack Nue too?" Yuchuka asked excitedly. "I can't wait to fight for the rebellion like my brother and Kleist, and kill every damned slave owner who ever enslaved people. Qin Xia was also pondering this question. New Guard 1 does have warships, but warships alone are not enough. We need to train an army specifically for planetary landing operations. We also need to design specialized transport vehicles and gain the ability to deploy large numbers of troops to the surface. Considering that Nue 2 might harbor stable interplanetary teleportation technology, simply blowing it up is not advisable. We need to prepare for a few years, perhaps even more than 10 years. Qin Xia was unsure in his heart because he didn't know how many years it would take for New Guard 1 to build warships. As far as he knew, what the Alina sisters on New Guard 1 said about being able to build warships was only theoretically possible. The ancient industrial facility clusters that could fulfill their promise had not yet been restored. Everything takes time. If only the Emperor could come now. Qin Xia thought to himself. Before today, Qin Xia had not wanted the Emperor to come to Nuceria. Because he worried that just as the rebellion was in full swing, the Emperor would suddenly take Angron away for the Great Crusade, and then bring Nuceria under the rule of the Mechanikus or Imperial Administrative Departments. Compared to the High Knights, Imperial Bureaucrats or Mechanikus fanatics were a bit better, but only a bit. But no matter what, when the Emperor arrived, he would bring Angron's legion. If there was a legion composed of tens of thousands of space marines, the legion could arrive at New Star today and take Nue 2 tomorrow. This is why Qin Xia quite hoped the Emperor would come now, because this time he would be arriving at the right moment. As he pondered this, Qin Xia suddenly remembered the legends of the two divine monarchs on Nuceria. According to the legends, the first divine monarch would bring an order superior to the slave owners, and the second divine monarch would bring eternal liberation to the people of Nuceria. Actually, this legend really makes sense. If things developed normally, the Emperor would bring an order superior to the slave owners, but the High Knights would still continue to oppress the New Star people under the Imperial Order. Until Angron ascended to become a daemon primarch of Qin and came with the World Eaters to slaughter Nuceria, in some sense, this truly counted as the eternal liberation of the New Star people. But now, the legend of the two divine monarchs is believed by the people of Nuceria to refer to the demigod named Angron and the powerful wizard named Qin Xia. Under the banner of the two divine monarchs, most of the resistance fighters in various cities on Nuceria would voluntarily join the rebellion. With just a little time, Qin Xia was confident that he and Angron could establish stable and effective rule on Nuceria, and then they could negotiate terms with the Emperor, making New Star a world like Macragge, governed by its own primarch. Just a little time. Chapter 108, The Day the Emperor Descends. It's been a month since I learned of the High Knight's escape to Nue 2. The slave owners' collapse was even faster than I imagined. The war has become our crushing of the guards. Those guards, who are not even worthy of being called an army, are completely vulnerable. The guards wandered and suffered in the cities. When our army arrived at a city, the rebels inside had already dealt heavy blows to the guards. Even the most loyal guards only put up a slight resistance. In the high tower of the fortress territory, Qin Xia stood by the window of the room, looking at the orderly scene outside. A book floated beside him. Qin Xia's thoughts and ideas, these spiritual aspects, now had a substantial impact, imprinting his words on every page of the book. Angron has stopped managing the army. He has begun to read the books on governance hidden by the slave owners, absorbing knowledge from them, and then managing Nuceria in the way he desires. The night before last, he asked me if the gladiator entertainment in Nuceria should be abolished. I told him, it's best not to. Because the Nucerians just like to be brave and aggressive. Then I offered my suggestion, which is to transform every aspect of Nuceria, including its culture and customs. We are the victors, we can eliminate the influence of the slave owners and transform the culture of this world. We can retain gladiators, but gladiators must be a profession, similar to celebrity athletes. They must never kill each other. With advanced biotechnology, as long as a gladiator's soul is not damaged, physical injuries can be recovered in just a few minutes. Angron suddenly understood. Having written this far, Qin Xia looked at the book beside him. There was still one last blank page in the book. Qin Xia reached out and closed the book, his palm gently brushing over the cover, and a line of gilded characters appeared on it. Lord of Nuceria. Qin Xia originally intended to close this memoir, filled with various details of the Nuceria uprising war, and place it on the bookshelf behind him for Angron's legion to read in the future. But suddenly remembering something, Qin Xia picked up the book again and continued writing on the last page. Looking back on the past from now, I have many feelings about this war against the slave owners on Nuceria. The most difficult stage of this endeavor was not when we later formed the rebellion to fight the slave owners. The most difficult stage was at the very beginning, and the most dangerous situation we faced was also at the beginning. High Knights are a group that, by monopolizing ancient human technological creations, possessed overwhelming individual power over non-High Knights, which allowed them to cruelly enslave the Nucerians without ever being overthrown. To defeat them, a primarch alone was far from enough, their technological monopoly had to be broken. Now that I think about it, when we entered the Moray family's fortress territory and I controlled the fate of the matriarch named Xia, the outcome of this endeavor was already determined, it was an inevitable victory. We distributed the Moray family High Knights equipment to dozens of people, who wouldn't even gather together frequently, but they gained the ability to contend with the High Knights. As we killed more and more High Knights and acquired more and more ancient technological creations, the High Knights' advantage completely disappeared. When a highly unified, bonded, and order-loving group faces a constantly infighting and disorganized group, and the power disparity between these two groups is no longer vast, the defeat of the latter is a foregone conclusion. Although the High Knights have not been completely wiped out, and although they fled to Nue 2, in due time, we will possess the ability to conduct intercelestial combat. At that time, the High Knights will only exist in future school history textbooks, used to summarize the most humiliating and painful period for the Nucerians. The last page was filled with text that appeared out of thin air. Qin Xia moved his finger, and the book closed and floated into the drawer beneath the desk. Then Qin Xia remained standing by the window, looking at everything in the fortress territory. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. As people were shocked by this sudden change in weather, heavy rain suddenly fell. It was not normal for it to rain in this cursed place, Nuceria. And when Qin Xia closed his eyes to sense this strange weather, he couldn't help but be deeply shaken. There was warp in the sky. Surging warp almost covered the entire planet of Nuceria. There were only two explanations for this strange situation. The first explanation was that the star system where Nuceria was located had torn open a warp rift, and psychic energy from the mental dimension was eroding every corner of this world. The second explanation was that a psyker, currently possessing the strongest psychic talent, was profoundly influencing this world with his psychic power. He's here. Qin Xia murmured. Every part of Nuceria was shrouded in dark clouds, and the heavy rain lasted for an hour. But that heavy rain did not cause waterlogging or floods. In the farmlands on Nuceria, crops soaked in this rainwater grew rapidly. People engaged in construction work, drenched by this rain, saw the many scars left by the slave owners disappear, replaced by tender skin. In the military camps, wounded soldiers from the front line, exposed to the rain seeping into the houses, saw their wounds heal rapidly, and their scars gradually vanish. Who the hell made my triumph rope disappear? A soldier looked at his back and shrieked in surprise. The blood lines symbolizing each victory on his back had disappeared, as had the black lines symbolizing each defeat. But then the scars named triumph rope reappeared on the soldier's back. As the heavy rain gradually stopped, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. Qin Xia, standing by the window, looked at the sky. The sun's light once again descended upon Nuceria. And above the gradually dispersing clouds, the blurred figures of massive ships could be seen. Golden light enveloped every corner of Nuceria. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Angron rushed into the room, looking at Qin Xia's back. The rain outside, did you do it? Of course not. Qin Xia gently shook his head. Angron walked blankly to Qin Xia's side, followed his gaze to the sky, and discovered the warships beyond the planet Nuceria. High Knights from Nue too. Angron's first reaction was vigilance. They don't have warships. Qin Xia shook his head again. It's not the High Knights who are coming. Angron asked again, then who is it? Qin Xia continued to gaze at the sky, silent for a few seconds, then slowly spoke, your father has arrived. Aren't you right here? Angron rubbed the back of his head, looking puzzled. Qin Xia nodded, then after a second, suddenly reacted, hey. Ha. Angron tilted his head. Chapter 109, Father. For some unknown reason, Angron was not teleported away. A golden pillar of light descended from the sky onto the square of the fortress territory. As the pillar of light dissipated into specks of light, a golden figure appeared in the eyes of every curious person. Two teams of giants, clad in golden armor, holding heavy shields and long halberds, stood solemnly on the square. And among those giants, full of murderous aura, a person filled with a sacred aura stood tall. In some people's eyes, that sacred person was a young boy, and in some people's eyes, that sacred person was a serious middle-aged man. Even in some people's eyes, she was a beautiful and holy woman. He could be anyone, he could become the person everyone most admired and wanted to see. His name was the Emperor. The person named the Emperor looked around at everyone present, his gaze burning, and all who were looked upon could not suppress the excitement in their hearts and knelt on the ground. The Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, neither speaking nor showing any expression, just standing quietly, waiting silently. He is your biological father. Qin Xia and Angron walked side by side on the path from the high tower to the square, the former instructed, and the latter listened curiously. I told you before that you are not a naturally born person, you have a creator, and he is your creator. He will come to pick you up one day, and as I said, he has come. Angron remained silent, walking with his head held high and chest out. Gradually, the two reached a position where they could see the Emperor. This was Qin Xia's first time seeing the Emperor. In 40K, the Emperor had been sitting on the throne for 10,000 years, and ordinary people were not qualified to visit Terra to see the Emperor as a tourist attraction. And in Qin Xia's eyes, the Emperor was a middle-aged man with wheat-colored skin, not too tall nor too short, with a typical Anatolian appearance. Angron, Qin Xia couldn't help but ask curiously, what does he look like in your eyes? Angron did not answer immediately. The primarch gazed at the Emperor. The Emperor looked to be 7 or 8 meters tall, floating above the ground rather than standing, and shimmering with golden light. The commoners in the square knelt before him, appearing small and pathetic. A damn big slave owner, Angron said. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia thought he saw the Emperor's mouth twitch slightly. He wondered if it was an illusion. My son, the Emperor spoke softly, his voice echoing like thunder in the primarch's ears, despite being hundreds of meters away. Angron and Qin Xia walked up to the Emperor and stood. Kneel, a custodian issued a weathered command. The custodian stared at Qin Xia. 6 months ago, I ordered the kneeling ritual to be forever removed from Nuceria's customs, Angron said, because only slaves need to kneel to slave owners. The primarch, now able to flexibly use his talent, closed his eyes, and then all the commoners who were kneeling stood up. These commoners didn't know how they had knelt, and now they stood up with bewildered and confused expressions. Are you a psyker? Angron scrutinized the emperor. My father was also a psyker, so I had a good impression of psykers, but after seeing you, I realized why Nucerians hate psykers so much. Because a psyker can use psychic powers to make others inexplicably kneel. Being a slave owner doesn't even require monopolizing technology like a high knight. Mind your words, your highness, a custodian beside the emperor reminded him. The emperor raised his hand, signaling the custodian to be silent. The custodian bowed his head and retreated behind the emperor. My son. Your people just knelt before me, not out of awe or intimidation, nor out of the illusory power of a psyker. They knelt before my cause and ideals, which encompass the entire human race. The emperor slowly descended the steps, approaching Angron. Angron instinctively took a step back. The emperor stopped and looked at Qin Xia. Qin Xia was expressionless, not saying a word. But beneath that calm exterior lay surprise. Qin Xia hadn't expected the emperor to come to Nuceria and personally speak with Angron just as he did when he found most of the primarches. Seeing that Qin Xia also remained silent at this moment, the emperor withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the primarch. I know your past experiences. How about we change locations and forms of conversation? The primarch frowned. What do you mean? Gladiatorial combat, the emperor replied. Xia City. Gladiator Arena. Angron and Qin Xia walked through this place they had once escaped from, heading to their old dwelling. Since Xia City was taken a year ago, the gladiators in this gladiator arena no longer lived in caves. These athlete-like individuals earned a lot of money and bought houses in Xia City. They came to the gladiator arena during the day like they were going to work, fought their battles, received praise and applause, carved a triumph rope, and then went home. The security automatons were no longer present either, replaced by employees hired from the city. When Angron and Qin Xia entered the cave, they saw words etched on the wall. Caesar. Died before the destruction of the gladiator arena. The body of that psyker who was shot in the head is still in here. Angron walked to the wall and knocked on the rock wall. One of the reasons I wanted to ban gladiatorial combat back then was that these two lines were a promise. Qin Xia walked to the wall, caressing the words he had etched, and softly said, we did destroy this place, through transformation. That cruel gladiator arena will never appear again, replaced by a place for competitive sports. This is the difference between an underground black boxing ring and a legitimate boxing match. Angron nodded, then turned and walked to the corner where he used to sit frequently in the gladiator arena. Qin Xia, on the other hand, walked to the window, looking down at the gladiator arena. The custodians, who had cleared the gladiator arena, stood around the field, waiting for the emperor and the primarch on the other side to begin a conversation. In my eyes, you are my father. The primarch suddenly said. You taught me so much, you protected my growth. If it weren't for your guidance, I would never have come this far. I would probably have drowned in cheers and praise, and I'd probably still be a gladiator now. And now, a person who descended from the sky, watches me, watches us, with a cold gaze. The people we personally liberated kneel before him, like small and fragile slaves, from their body posture to their hearts, all fearing the terrifying power of the slave owner. You say he is my biological father, and I don't doubt it, I'll believe anything you say, but I cannot accept it. Qin Xia listened silently to what the primarch said. Seeing that Qin Xia did not respond, Angron realized that Qin Xia might want to persuade him, even if it wasn't to kneel before that person like a slave, but at least to obey him. In the past, Qin Xia had talked about his origins, about what was happening in the galaxy, and about the identity of that so-called father, what cause he was pursuing, and how important that cause was. You really should give him some trouble, Qin Xia said. The primarch was startled. Go on stage. Qin Xia walked in front of the primarch, gazing at him. I will watch you from the stands. Chapter 110, Gladiator. Xia Arena, upon the red sand. Angron emerged from the dim corridor, carrying the two-handed chainsword axe named Widowmaker, and stepped onto the red sand. The primarch's gaze fell upon the custodes. The custodes stood solemnly around the combat zone, pressed against the energy barrier that separated the audience from the combat area. They had already halted the ongoing gladiator bout, driving out both the gladiators and the audience. However, the audience stands were not empty. Qin Xia sat in the position closest to the barrier, watching Angron. The primarch raised his chainsword axe, facing Qin Xia, and cheered loudly. Qin Xia smiled and nodded. Soon, the emperor was also ready. In the dark corridor opposite the primarch, a light first illuminated everything there, then a tall, golden figure slowly emerged, holding a rusted axe. The emperor did not cheer, but calmly and expressionlessly held the rusted axe, his steps firm yet with a sense of relaxation, as he slowly approached to within 50 meters of the primarch. This old man, Qin Xia thought to himself. The gladiator bout between the primarch and the emperor. They entered the arena like gladiators, then stood opposite each other. This scene was likely not only an unprecedented battle of the century that the Nuceria people wanted to see, but also a battle that the emperor's primarch sons surely wished to witness. But as the only one privileged to observe the gladiator bout between the emperor of the Imperium of Man and His Highness the primarch from the audience stands, Qin Xia's attention was not on the emperor and the primarch at all, but rather on a question he had been pondering since he saw the emperor arrive in person. That question was why the emperor would come down in person, even treating Angron as he had treated Vulcan, Lemon Russ and most of his other primarches, personally arriving, patiently guiding, defeating the primarch in something they excelled at, and then showing a gentle, fatherly side. Angron should not have received such treatment. Could it be because seeing Angron now become one of Nuceria's divine lords, unifying his home world. The emperor then personally came down to win over Angron, like a snob. Qin Xia felt this was unlikely. The emperor was not such a person. This is where my son spent his childhood. The emperor looked around, then suddenly knelt down, gently picking up some red sand. Your hot blood once splashed upon this. Upon hearing this, Angron leaned on his chain sword axe, gazing at the emperor, and said loudly, I hate where we stand, and the place I love and miss is not far from here. I miss a part of this gladiator arena, not because of those bloodthirsty spectators who only wanted to see us kill each other, not because of the gladiator bouts I never wanted to fight, but because here were the people who cared about me most and whom I cared about. We struggled together here, enduring a painful but joyful and warm period. You have chosen the wrong place and method of conversation now. The primarch suddenly lifted his chain sword axe and pointed it at the emperor, continuing to speak amidst the roaring hum of the chain sword axe. If you had brought the people who care about me and whom I care about, gone to that small cave, and set out a table of delicious food. If you had chosen the place I mentioned, the method I described, and then talked to me, my impression of you might have been better. When Angron pressed the button on his chain sword axe, and with the roaring sound of the saw teeth rotating, he became imposing, even the bravest would feel intimidated. But the emperor ignored Angron's imposing aura, merely gently tossing the red sand in his hand. You were once just a slave, a gladiator's, but now you are a divine lord who saved the Nuceria people, one of the two legendary figures who brought salvation. A sincere and steady voice emanated from the emperor's unmoving lips. Well done, child, you have successfully gained my approval. Hearing this, Angron was silent for several seconds. After some unknown thought and reflection, Angron spoke, You make me feel inexplicable. I do not need your approval at all. When the billions of oppressed people of Nuceria gained their freedom and expressed their heartfelt gratitude to me, that is approval. When I established effective rule and brought things that freemen had never seen in their first half of life, such as food, clothes, and tools, to them, and they praised my name, that is approval. When my brothers and sisters, my father, saw my growth, encouraged and praised me, that is approval. And you? A person who uses mind control to force freemen to kneel before you, if you truly are a slave owner, then I experienced countless such approvals from slave owners when I was a child in the gladiator arena. Angron said, looking around the audience stands, recalling the shouts of slave owners in the audience who only wished to see slaughter when he was a child. Then he said, approval and praise from a slave owner are themselves a form of oppression, they are worthless. The emperor stopped speaking, his gaze piercing Angron like a sharp sword. The primarch suddenly perceived a hint of the emperor's emotion, which was confusion. You seem to be ungrateful. I came down in person to welcome you back. You haven't spent time with me, fought alongside me, or talked with me, yet you are hostile towards me, calling me a giant slave owner. Why? The emperor did not say this out loud, of course not. But the emotions Angron felt from the emperor had already spoken the most direct words for the emperor. So Angron also answered the question posed by the emperor's emotions. Before you came here, I didn't know what kind of person you were, of course not. Then you suddenly arrived, washing over this world with a downpour. Angron faced the emperor, pacing sideways. Those people in the square, they were the first ones we rescued. When they were anxious and terrified, fearing the return of the slave owners, I promised them that they would never have to kneel to anyone again in their lives. But when you arrived, you forced them to kneel before you. I once killed a high knight who had similar mind control abilities to you. He could make others kneel, just like you. After hearing these words, the emperor realized that the scene of his arrival was the one Angron least wanted to see, which led to a bad impression being formed during their first conversation. Angron had personally promised that the ultimate fate of slave owners would be to die without a burial place, never to return. He had personally promised that those who had been enslaved would never have to kneel to anyone again. Yet, this morning, all those who had received his promise knelt before the emperor. It was caused by the charm aura being off, Qin Xia muttered to himself. Their kneeling to me does not prove that I am a slave owner, the emperor raised his axe. They also knelt to you, are you a new slave owner? The primarch roared and charged at the emperor, swinging his chain sword axe with all his might. Somehow, the rusted axe in the emperor's hand seemed to become some kind of divine artifact, easily blocking the chain sword axe's serrated edge. On the contrary, I am a liberator. The emperor swung his axe at the primarch, and after his attack was blocked and retaliated, he quickly dodged. While your world was still engaged in absurd games, the human race in the galaxy was struggling in darkness and ignorance. Angron's next chop was easily blocked by the emperor, who then countered with a punch that sent him staggering back several steps. On the homeworld of the human race, that once beautiful and sacred planet became barren, and countless people barely survived under the rule of warlords, until I stepped forward and liberated them from hell. Then I led my other sons, your brothers, to launch a war called the Great Crusade. After the human race fell into the abyss, evil Xenos, slave owners, tyrants, all the monstrous things you can imagine were ravaging the people forced to be ruled by them. The emperor grabbed Angron's outstretched fist, easily pushing the primarch back several steps, then swung his axe, forcing the primarch to continuously defend. I and my armies eliminated one tyrant after another, exterminated one Xenos race after another, saved countless humans from suffering, and brought them reason and order. In the Great Crusade, the number of people saved after each battle was hundreds or thousands of times more than the Nuceria people. Many Nucerias are being liberated as we speak. Chapter 111, Debate. Stop with the grandstanding. Angron parried the emperor's slash and lunged at him, but missed, only to have his arm pinned by the Emperor. Qin Xia was not surprised that the battle between the two had progressed to this point. If the Emperor willed it, he could use psychic power to destroy every planet in the Nuceria star system and kill everyone. And when Qin Xia tried to help Angron, the Emperor used his own psychic power to isolate Qin Xia's, creating an environment that could not be interfered with. I know what will happen when you come here. Angron glared at the Emperor. I'll be taken away, whether I want to or not. Then this planet called Nuceria will be taken over by people as cruel as slave owners. Everything I've done on this planet will become a thing of the past, and eventually this planet and everything on it will be exploited by you and thrown into the war called the Great Crusade. Hearing this, the Emperor looked at Qin Xia in the audience, then withdrew his gaze to look down at the primarch. He told you. Could it be wrong? Angron retorted angrily. No, it's not, the Emperor admitted. Angron was stunned for a moment when he heard this answer, as the extremely frank admission was beyond his expectation. Could it be that you haven't made similar choices? The Emperor asked. When you were ruling the fortress territory with that person, you tricked a group of people whom you perceived to be brewing a crisis to their deaths, and then you and your gladiators stood far away, watching those people being devoured by worms. Afterwards, you went back and faced those who were willing to accept your rule, telling them that those people had all died, eaten by worms while looking for water. You used their trust in you to nip a budding crisis in the bud. As the Emperor mentioned this past event in such detail, Angron, who was pinned by him, gradually stopped struggling and fell into contemplation. The primarch still recalled that incident from time to time and pondered over it carefully. Looking back from his current perspective, Angron felt that what he did back then was still too crude. He could have used his experience and intellect, energy, and patience, to deal with those who, for some unknown reason, were loyal to the slave owners and were preparing to brew a crisis before the rebellion had even established a foothold in the fortress territory. He could have wrestled with them in a way that didn't involve physical elimination. Before they brewed a crisis and were about to implement it, he could have used appropriate and precise methods to expose their crisis, defeat them, make them lose convincingly, and then patiently guide them. Or he could have found those among them who were less extreme, who merely resented the gladiators' act of freeing slaves, and talked to them with his talent and sincere words, making them develop empathy, and then changed them through some events, and then had them prove they had changed. Or, through some clever design, he could have made them expose themselves, allowing others to see their evil and stand up to accuse them. From a later perspective, those people really didn't have to die. But whenever Angron pondered from the perspective of hindsight, his thoughts would eventually lead to one question: the idea was good, but could it really have been done as imagined at the time? Then Angron would think again and finally admit helplessly that it truly couldn't. At that time, he had no experience in management and strategy. He was a blank slate in these two areas, unlike now, where he had accumulated a wealth of experience through several years of practice and summation. Forcibly dealing with those who were brewing a crisis would most likely backfire. At that time, he didn't even understand why those people, having been rescued as slaves, hated the gladiators' act of freeing slaves. He couldn't comprehend it at all. But now he had seen more and understood more. He knew that those people were favored by the slave owners, whether they were lackeys or relied on their looks, intelligence, or other qualities that allowed them to be trusted and reused by the slave owners. They had achieved a status and treatment far superior to other slaves. If all slaves became freemen, everything they had desperately fought for would instantly vanish. As for using some schemes to make people identify and even accuse those who were brewing a crisis, that also seemed extremely easy now, but was completely unfeasible at the time. Those people had just been rescued, still shaken, and the trust relationship between them and the rebellion had not yet been established and fully solidified. Even so, there were ways to deal with them other than letting them die, which was to spend time and effort. But at that time, everyone in the rebellion had 10,000 things to do, and those former slaves who had become freemen even needed guidance and adaptation on how to live and manage their time after not having slave owners. It's fortunate that the sensibility you inherited from me didn't turn you into a weak fool, or a flunky who wouldn't dare do anything unless someone else taught you or made decisions for you. As if sensing the struggle in Angron's mind, the Emperor said. If you had chosen to let the crisis fester, watching those who dared not lay hands on you and your brothers and sisters, and only dared to think of creating panic among the common people, slaughter the freemen you liberated, and destroy the order you brought with citywide panic. If you had done that, you wouldn't be seeing me now. I would have left you in this place called Nuceria as if you didn't exist, just like your other two brothers. Because you were too cowardly to even devise and use a basic, crude solution, you would be worthless. Angron suddenly looked up. His eyes seemed to be asking the Emperor, why do you know so much? The Emperor did not explain, but continued to speak his reasoning. The Great Crusade is the same. The goal of this war is not my ultimate goal. My enemies have given me extremely short time. I don't have time for meticulous and gentle management. I can only turn a planet into part of a war machine in the shortest possible time. If it were you, would you ultimately make such a decision, use slow, meticulous, gentle, proper methods, spending the already limited time to make a planet only able to provide resources and troops after decades or hundreds of years, until time runs out and 99% of people die in a galaxy-wide catastrophe? Would you do that? At this point, the Emperor released Angron and continued, you wouldn't. You would only painfully make the same decision as me, because fortunately, the person you consider your father didn't raise you to be a useless person who cowers because he can feel the pain of his enemies. Angron stood up from the red sand, no longer attacking the Emperor, but clearly still unconvinced. Qin Xia knew that Angron had fallen into a kind of mental exhaustion that emotionally rich people easily fall into. Just like Angron's conflicted mindset when he chose to have those who were brewing a crisis perish in the mouths of worms. Mental exhaustion. Angron had tried to get rid of such problems, but as long as his talent remained, he couldn't. Listening to the conversation in the gladiator arena and watching the scene, Qin Xia suddenly recalled an event that occurred in the World Eaters Legion in the normal timeline. Angron, with the nails, slaughtered Legion warriors who refused to carry out the decimation order. Then the Thinkers jointly subdued him, and one of them, a think tank named Tethys, entered Angron's mind to explore the Primarch's past. Tethys immediately learned his Primarch's personality before the nails. A primarch, a superhuman demigod who could instantly slaughter an army, yet he ate the leftovers from other gladiators' meals and chose weapons left over by others in the armory before engaging in combat. This was certainly not because those gladiators bullied Angron, nor was it because Angron couldn't outcompete them. Among many primarches, Angron appeared emotionally weak due to his talent. But fortunately, at least Angron now knew what was right, and fortunately, his talent didn't turn him into a useless person who felt making any decision was too painful and thus simply gave up. My energy is limited, so I need you, and I need you and your brothers. The Emperor gazed at Angron, speaking seriously and earnestly. You join my cause, share my difficulties, and then you can act according to your principles. You can lead your legion and fleet to implement meticulous and humane management after reclaiming planets, as long as your ability is sufficient. You can also choose to ignore those cruel things and only bring what you consider reasonable rule to your home, Nuceria. But you absolutely cannot choose not to join the Great Crusade, not to join this cause that concerns the fate of the human race. The Emperor extended his hand. Nuceria cannot be taken over by your ruling machine, Angron demanded, at least not just by replacing one group of slave owners with another. The Nuceria star system, and the first 100 star systems you conquer thereafter, will all be granted top-tier tax exemption. The Emperor, who had been seriously considering preferential terms since earlier, said, the Imperium will not take a single penny of tax from you, and if you do not allow it, Imperial bureaucrats cannot interfere with Nuceria. Having received the promise, Angron nodded, but did not shake the Emperor's hand. I have already seen my sons. The Emperor looked up at the fleet beyond the orbit. You should go see your sons too. Chapter 112, Weakness. Half an hour after meeting with Angron, the Emperor returned to his flagship with the custodes, replaying and repeatedly pondering the entire meeting. Ultimately, he concluded that he had done his best in this matter, and his attitude towards Angron was already the best it could be. Then the Emperor recalled some events from before Angron's birth. 12 must be the primarch you like the least. Malkador's voice drifted into the Emperor's ears from his memory. It was a conversation between the two of them when the primarches were still in the manufacturing stage. At that time, the Terra Unification War had not yet ended. Why? The Emperor asked Malkador in his memory. The Emperor himself knew the answer, but he was unwilling to admit it or acknowledge it. Because 12, like the other primarches, inherited a certain trait from their father, he inherited his father's emotional side. Father, sometimes I even wonder if their father truly regards these things as his offspring. Malkador's response plunged the Emperor into a silent gaze at Primarch 12's incubation pod. Because Malkador was right. Primarch 12's talent was to perceive the emotions of others, absorb the emotions of others, and even influence the emotions of others. It wasn't that 12 was inherently emotional, but rather that his designed ability would make him emotional. So this wasn't a direct genetic inheritance of personality, but a subtle transmission. It's conceivable that a Primarch with the ability to feel the emotions of others would naturally become emotional. Primarch 12. He would be influenced by the emotions of others, and he would also influence the emotions of others. He would develop a strong sense of pity and compassion because of his empathy for the emotions of others. A demigod would realize his difference from mortals on the day of his birth. Some of them would not even consider mortals to be of the same human race as themselves, or their brethren, or that they had any responsibility to protect those ants. 12 would be different. Suppose a mortal cried out in grief over the loss of a loved one, 12 would feel the same emotion, and then he too would be sad, sorrowful, heartbroken. So Malkador was not wrong at all. I hope he isn't weak, the Emperor said softly. I endowed him with strong empathy not to make him an emotional person, but to enable him to better understand the psychology of others and to serve as a bond to maintain brotherly relations. If he becomes weak because of his talent, that is certainly what I least want to see. Malkador nodded. He was, after all, the Emperor's old friend, so the Emperor hesitated again and again, but still decided to add one more sentence. You are right, 12 will be the one I like the least, but what I dislike is not 12 himself, but what I consider to be my own weakness. Emotionality, humanity, these things that are of no use to our cause I have been deliberately suppressing. I also hate these emotions, because I am no longer an immortal with no worries and nothing to do. I now bear the destiny of a race, and those emotions that would cause me hesitation and fragility are all weaknesses. If 12 is born, I will still teach him equally, to make him learn to suppress and control emotions like me. The Emperor said a lot. Not with his mouth, but with his psychic power, so these words were conveyed to Malkador in an instant. A primarch who would easily sympathize with others, it's predictable that what he should learn most is not how to meticulously treat everyone with his talent, but how to suppress his talent, overcome the sympathy for the emotions he feels for everyone, otherwise he will be driven mad. Malkador pondered and speculated. The ruthless must learn not to be ruthless, while the gentle must learn not to be gentle. Cruel. Perhaps. 12 should have been made female back then. Malkador had a sudden thought. And this suggestion was not the first time Malkador had made it. You know I tried, but it failed, the Emperor said. Malkador said nothing more. There was no further mention of 12, or the suggestion of creating a primarch sister or sisters. As the Lord Regent of the Imperium and the Emperor's kindred spirit, Malkador supported the Emperor, but that did not mean he agreed with all of the Emperor's decisions. The Emperor was unsure how much of what Malkador had just said was genuine advice and how much was a roundabout jibe at him. Perhaps Malkador disapproved of imbuing the primarches with personalities, or even disapproved of the primarches themselves. After this abruptly ended conversation, the primarches were launched one by one across the galaxy, and any plans for personal upbringing perished as they ascended. The Emperor stopped reminiscing about the past and slowly walked to the porthole, looking down at the planet named Nuceria. Lord Regent Malkador, who managed many affairs on Terra, was not here, but the Emperor could still imagine how Malkador would question him if he were. He would ask, "Do you still dislike 12 after seeing these things, just as you dislike your own human side?" Malkador's question would be more like a necessary inquiry to gather more reference conditions for thorough consideration, rather than concern for a primarch. The Emperor would answer of course. Although ultimately this dislike was not directed at the existence of Primarch 12, Angron, himself, it was still related to Angron. Angron inherited precisely those personality traits that he had resolved to discard. However, when those personality traits were within himself, the Emperor considered them harmful, believing they would lead to the failure of humanity's cause towards enlightenment and be exploited by enemies. Yet, in Angron, they proved useful, because he could use his talent to foster good relations with his brothers and maintain the camaraderie among each of them. Angron did not need to bear the entire human race on his shoulders, so the weaknesses stemming from his humanity and emotionality were not fatal. The Emperor pondered. The Emperor gazed. He didn't know why. Seeing Angron use the weakness inherited from his creator to win over a reliable person, unite a large group of strong individuals who firmly stood by him, and then establish effective rule, bringing order to a planet filled with slave owners and slaves, a trace of joy welled up in the Emperor's heart. Because this proved that weaknesses like emotionality and humanity were not entirely useless. The Emperor then thought of Qin Xia, that strange psyker. The Emperor used his psychic powers to probe people's memories, those he had met and those he hadn't. Their memories were unearthed and pieced together to form Angron's most complete experience, but the parts of those memories concerning Qin Xia failed to yield very important information. Where did he come from? Why was he an Astartes? Whose gene seed did he use? These questions could not be answered. But one thing the Emperor could be sure of was that Qin Xia was not an enemy, at least for now. He was just a strange person, not an enemy. Otherwise, in an environment like Nuceria, if he had wished, it would have been very easy for Angron to be led astray towards the four gods. Qin Xia might have an agenda. Perhaps the truth was this. A mysterious psyker, with a certain purpose and agenda, but due to insufficient power to achieve his goal, he endured. One day, this psyker saw a very powerful, godlike individual. This godlike human's power could help the psyker achieve his purpose, and he seemed not very intelligent and easily fooled, so the psyker instigated him to join the psyker's scheme. Thinking of this, the Emperor suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. If that's truly the case, I hope 12 is as wise and rational as I am, and I also hope that the psyker's agenda is likewise a great undertaking. The Emperor thought. Chapter 113, Cruel Progeny. The Hound's Tooth Battleship. In the vast corridor, 10,000 Warhounds Legion warriors, brought by Kill to meet their Gene Father, crowded by the portholes. The Warhounds gnashed their teeth, staring at the planet beneath the battleship, Nuceria. I heard the transport pilot say that the people down there once enslaved our Gene Father. Someone said. What? There's such a thing. Now we truly can't help but kill them. I'm going to slaughter all the slave owners down there. String their dog heads together and hang them around my neck. That's right, that's right. The Emperor has returned. When we are permitted to meet our Gene Father, we will first use an annihilative strike against the slave owners as a greeting gift. Ha ha ha, that planet is called Nuceria, the people there will know how big a mistake they made. Kill stared at Nuceria. His eyes beneath the Mark II helmet were bloodshot. As a Legion commander, Kill was already pondering what cruel methods to use to strike at those who had been enemies of their Gene Father. Legion commander. A call came from behind him. Kill turned to look, seeing Captain Karn of the 8th Assault Company. Karn held a notebook in his hand, first saluting respectfully, then requesting, if our Primarch allows us to launch an attack, please let me and the 8th Company lead the charge. Kill withdrew his gaze from Karn, extending his hand to point at a solitary fortress in the vast red desert of Nuceria. That looks like a fortress, Legion Commander, Karn said. Kill nodded, that is the largest visible fortress territory on that planet. When the attack begins, I require you and the 8th Assault Company to immediately conduct an airborne strike on that fortress. I want you to kill everyone inside, leaving no one alive. Karn placed his hand on his chest and saluted again, for the Primarch, I will kill everything that moves inside. While the Legion Commander and the company captain were conversing, the captain of the Hound's Tooth suddenly approached. Legion Commander. The captain also saluted, then whispered, a transport ship just went down to pick up the Primarch. According to the pilot, he learned from the Primarch that Nuceria has already been unified by the Primarch, and those slave owners are all on Nuceria's second moon. The captain's voice was extremely low when he said this, but his words were like a spell, causing all the Warhounds to turn at the same moment to face the porthole behind them. Looking at Nuceria's second moon outside the porthole, the Warhounds continued to speak of how they would punish those slave owners. We will act according to your command. Karn pointed at the fortress on Nue 2 outside the porthole, the 8th Assault Company will conduct an airborne strike there. Qin nodded slightly, just as we agreed, an airborne strike on the most difficult place on Nue 2. Then, Qin suddenly remembered something and turned to ask the captain, how much longer until the primarch arrives on the Hound's Tooth? The captain replied, no, the primarch will not come to the Hound's Tooth. Instead, he will be transported by the transport ship to a Gloriana-class battleship bestowed by the Emperor. Warhounds. Move out. Qin waved his large hand. The Legion warriors instinctively formed a neat queue, first heading to the armory for preparation, and then proceeding to the Gloriana-class battleship. Gloriana-class battleship unyielding resolve. On the ship's landing pad, the transport ship slowly descended and opened its hatch. Qin Xia and Angron stepped out of the transport ship. The Warhounds had no mortal auxiliary forces, so those who came to greet their future Legion commander were the naval officers from the battleship, as well as the Warhounds' Legion warriors. The 10,000 Legion warriors who could be spared from the war to welcome the Primarch's return were all gathered here, forming strict, neat formations. With the Primarch's astonishing vision, he could even discern that the spacing between the Legion warriors was precisely 1 meter, not exceeding it by even a fraction. Satisfying discipline. Discipline was precisely a characteristic of the Warhounds Legion, and it was what they wanted to present to their Primarch. However, what all the Legion warriors did not realize was that something else was also being presented to the Primarch. Why are they so excited? Angron thought to himself. Each of these Legion warriors was extremely excited, their emotions converged, washing over the Primarch's mind like a torrent, unknowingly bringing him much closer to his progeny. Angron thought, they are very close to me. Why? We have never met. Only after the Primarch had thought so much the instant he disembarked from the transport ship did the Warhounds react. The thing to do now was to salute. Not hand to chest, but kneeling on one knee, head bowed, signifying submission. Just as Qin was about to order the Legion warriors to do so, a voice echoed in his mind. Do not kneel. Angron hates kneeling, because on Nuceria, this is the salute of slaves to slave owners. If you kneel, making Angron feel like a slave owner at this moment, he will be hostile towards you. Upon hearing this voice, Qin's muscles twitched, and he barely managed to steady himself, standing tall with his chest out. His eyes beneath the Mark II helmet searched, finally settling on a person beside the Qin father who also looked like a space marine. At this moment, Qin Xia's few words, and the favor of preventing the Warhounds from leaving a bad impression on their Qin father, were remembered by Qin for a lifetime. Salute. Qin commanded loudly, placing his hand on his chest. The Warhounds were all puzzled as to why it was hand to chest, but they still complied out of an instinct for obedience. A group of dignified warriors. Angron smiled, sweeping his gaze over everyone present, nodding continuously, very good, very good. Although they did not kneel, the Warhounds' obedience and loyalty could not be concealed. The Primarch could feel those emotions, but precisely because these individuals before him possessed such emotions yet did not kneel, they left an excellent impression on Angron. That person said you are my progeny, because you used something called gene seed. Angron spoke, addressing the Space Marines. He also said that you would absolutely obey my commands, that any of my commands and will would be carried out by you without discount. Yes. Qin lowered his hand, responding firmly, my Legion commander. These 10,000 men before you, and the other 140,000 not before you who were not fortunate enough to come and meet you in person, we are all the sharp swords in your hand. If you bid us to die, we will not hesitate. If you bid us to attack a certain place, we will bring the most cruel strike to the enemies there.